The devil. But I say unto you, that everyone that looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. And if thy right eye causeth thee to stumble, pluck it out, and cast it from thee, for it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not thy whole body be cast into hell. And if thy right hand causeth thee to stumble, cut it off, and cast it from thee, for it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not thy whole body go into hell. Matthew 5 verse 28, 30. Chapter 1. A brilliant career lay before Eugene Erdenev. He had everything necessary to attain it, an admirable education at home, high honors when he graduated in law at Petersburg University, and connections in the highest society through his recently deceased father. He had also already begun service in one of the ministries under the protection of the minister. Moreover, he had a fortune, even a large one, though insecure. His father had lived abroad and in Petersburg, allowing his sons, Eugene and Andrew, who was older than Eugene and in the Horse Guards, 6,000 rubles a year each, while he himself and his wife spent a great deal. He only used to visit his estate for a couple of months in summer and did not concern himself with its direction, entrusting it all to an unscrupulous manager who also failed to attend to it, but in whom he had complete confidence. After the father's death, when the brothers began to divide the property, so many debts were discovered that their lawyer even advised them to refuse the inheritance and retain only an estate left them by their grandmother, which was valued at 100,000 rubles. But a neighboring landed proprietor who had done business with old Erdenev, that is to say, who had promissory notes from him and had come to Petersburg on that account, said that in spite of the debts they could straighten out affairs so as to retain a large fortune. It would only be necessary to sell the forest and some outlying land, retaining the rich Semenov estate with 4,000 desiatins of black earth, the sugar factory, and 200 desiatins of water meadows, if one devoted oneself to the management of the estate, settled there, and farmed it wisely and economically. And so, having visited the estate in spring, his father had died in Lent, Eugene looked into everything, resolved to retire from the civil service, settle in the country with his mother, and undertake the management with the object of preserving the main estate. He arranged with his brother, with whom he was very friendly, that he would pay him either 4,000 rubles a year, or a lump sum of 80,000. For which Andrew would hand over to him his share of his inheritance. So he arranged matters and, having settled down with his mother in the big house, began managing the estate eagerly, yet cautiously. It is generally supposed the conservatives are usually old people, and that those in favor of change are the young. That is not quite correct. Usually conservatives are young people, those who want to live but who do not think about how to live, and have not time to think, and therefore take as a model for themselves a way of life that they have seen. Thus it was with Eugene. Having settled in the village, his aim and ideal was to restore the form of life that had existed, not in his father's time. His father had been a bad manager, but in his grandfather's. And now he tried to resurrect the general spirit of his grandfather's life, in the house, the garden, and in the estate management, of course with changes suited to the times, everything on a large scale, good order, method, and everybody satisfied. But to do this entailed much work. It was necessary to meet the demands of the creditors and the banks, and for that purpose to sell some land and arrange renewals of credit. It was also necessary to get money to carry on, partly by farming out land, and partly by hiring labor, the immense operations on the Semenov estate, with its 400 desiatins of ploughland and its sugar factory, and to deal with the garden so that it should not seem to be neglected or in decay. There was much work to do, but Eugene had plenty of strength, physical and mental. He was 26, of medium height, strongly built, with muscles developed by gymnastics. He was full-blooded and his whole neck was very red, his teeth and lips were bright, and his hair soft and curly though not thick. His only physical defect was short-sightedness, which he had himself developed by using spectacles, so that he could not now do without a pince-nez, which had already formed a line on the bridge of his nose. Such was his physically. For his spiritual portrait it might be said that the better people knew him the better they liked him. His mother had always loved him more than anyone else, and now after her husband's death she concentrated on him not only her whole affection but her whole life. Nor was it only his mother who so loved him. All his comrades at the high school and the university not merely liked him very much, but respected him. He had this effect on all who met him. It was impossible not to believe what he said, impossible to suspect any deception or falseness in one who had such an open, honest face and in particular such eyes. In general his personality helped him much in his affairs. A creditor who would have refused another trusted him. The clerk, the village elder, or a peasant, who would have played a dirty trick and cheated someone else, forgot to deceive under the pleasant impression of intercourse with this kindly, agreeable, and above all candid man. It was the end of May. Eugene had somehow managed in town to get the vacant land freed from the mortgage, so as to sell it to a merchant, and had borrowed money from that same merchant to replenish his stock. That is to say, to procure horses, bulls, and carts, and in particular to begin to build a necessary farmhouse. The matter had been arranged. The timber was being carted, the carpenters were already at work, and manure for the estate was being brought on 80 carts, but everything still hung by a thread. Chapter 2. Amid these cares something came about which though unimportant tormented Eugene at the time. As a young man he had lived as all healthy young men live, that is, he had had relations with women of various kinds. He was not a libertine but neither, as he himself said, was he a monk. He only turned to this, however, in so far as was necessary for physical health and to have his mind free, as he used to say. This had begun when he was 16 and had gone on satisfactorily, in the sense that he had never given himself up to debauchery, never once been infatuated, and had never contracted a disease. At first he had a seamstress in Petersburg, then she got spoilt and he made other arrangements, and that side of his affairs was so well secured that it did not trouble him. But now he was living in the country for the second month and did not at all know what he was to do. Compulsory self-restraint was beginning to have a bad effect on him. Must he really go to town for that purpose? And where to? How? That was the only thing that disturbed him. But as he was convinced that the thing was necessary and that he needed it, it really became a necessity, and he felt that he was not free and that his eyes involuntarily followed every young woman. He did not approve of having relations with a married woman or a maid in his own village. He knew by report that both his father and grandfather had been quite different in this matter from other landowners of that time. At home they had never had any entanglements with peasant women, and he had decided that he would not do so either. But afterwards, feeling himself ever more and more under compulsion and imagining with horror what might happen to him in the neighboring country town, and reflecting on the fact that the days of serfdom were now over, he decided that it might be done on the spot. Only it must be done so that no one should know of it, and not for the sake of debauchery but merely for health's sake, as he said to himself. And when he had decided this he became still more restless. When talking to the village elder, the peasants, or the carpenters, he involuntarily brought the conversation round to women, and when it turned to women he kept it on that theme. He noticed the women more and more. Chapter 3. To settle the matter in his own mind was one thing but to carry it out was another. To approach a woman himself was impossible. Which one? Where? It must be done through someone else, but to whom should he speak about it? He happened to go into a watchman's hut in the forest to get a drink of water. The watchman had been his father's huntsman, and Eugene Ivanych chatted with him, and the man began telling some strange tales of hunting sprees. It occurred to Eugene Ivanych that it would be convenient to arrange matters in this hut, or in the wood, only he did not know how to manage it and whether old Daniel would undertake the arrangement. Perhaps he will be horrified at such a proposal and I shall have disgraced myself, but perhaps he will agree to it quite simply. So he thought while listening to Daniel's stories. Daniel was telling how once when they had been stopping at the hut of the sexton's wife in an outlying field, he had brought a woman for Fedor Zakharich Pryonishnikov. It will be all right, thought Eugene. Your father, may the kingdom of heaven be his, did not go in for nonsense of that kind. It won't do, thought Eugene. But to test the matter he said, how was it you engaged on such bad things? But what was there bad in it? She was glad, and Fedor Zakharich was satisfied, very satisfied. I got a ruble. Why, what was he to do? He too is a lively limb apparently, and drinks wine. Yes, I may speak, thought Eugene, and at once proceeded to do so. And do you know, Daniel, I don't know how to endure it, he felt himself going scarlet. Daniel smiled. I am not a monk, I have been accustomed to it. He felt that what he was saying was stupid, but was glad to see that Daniel approved. Why, of course, you should have told me long ago. It can all be arranged, said he, only tell me which one you want. Oh, it is really all the same to me. Of course not an ugly one, and she must be healthy. I understand, said Daniel briefly. He reflected. Ah. There is a tasty morsel, he began. Again Eugene went red. A tasty morsel. See here, she was married last autumn. Daniel whispered, and he hasn't been able to do anything. Think what that is worth to one who wants it. Eugene even frowned with shame. No, no, he said. I don't want that at all. I want, on the contrary, what could the contrary be? On the contrary, I only want that she should be healthy and that there should be as little fuss as possible, a woman whose husband is away in the army or something of that kind. I know. It's Stepanida I must bring you. Her husband is away in town, just the same as a soldier. And she is a fine woman, and clean. You will be satisfied. As it is, I was saying to her the other day, you should go, but she. Well then, when is it to be? Tomorrow if you like. I shall be going to get some tobacco and I will call in, and at the dinner hour come here, or to the bathhouse behind the kitchen garden. There will be nobody about. Besides, after dinner everybody takes a nap. All right then. A terrible excitement seized Eugene as he rode home. What will happen? What is a peasant woman like? Suppose it turns out that she is hideous, horrible? No, she is handsome, he told himself, remembering some he had been noticing. But what shall I say? What shall I do? He was not himself all that day. Next day at noon he went to the forester's hut. Daniel stood at the door and silently and significantly nodded towards the wood. The blood rushed to Eugene's heart, he was conscious of it and went to the kitchen garden. No one was there. He went to the bathhouse, there was no one about, he looked in, came out, and suddenly heard the crackling of a breaking twig. He looked round, and she was standing in the thicket beyond the little ravine. He rushed there across the ravine. There were nettles in it which he had not noticed. They stung him and, losing the pince-nez from his nose, he ran up the slope on the farther side. She stood there, in a white embroidered apron, a red-brown skirt, and a bright red kerchief, barefoot, fresh, firm, and handsome, and smiling shyly. There is a path leading round, you should have gone round, she said. I came long ago, ever so long. He went up to her and, looking her over, touched her. A quarter of an hour later they separated, he found his pince-nez, called in to see Daniel, and in reply to his question, "Are you satisfied, master?" gave him a ruble and went home. He was satisfied. Only at first had he felt ashamed, then it had passed off. And everything had gone well. The best thing was that he now felt at ease, tranquil and vigorous. As for her, he had not even seen her thoroughly. He remembered that she was clean, fresh, not bad-looking, and simple, without any pretense. Whose wife is she? Said he to himself. Peknikov's, Daniel said. What Peknikov is that? There are 2 households of that name. Probably she is old Michael's daughter-in-law. Yes, that must be it. His son does live in Moscow. I'll ask Daniel about it some time. From then onward that previously important drawback to country life, enforced self-restraint, was eliminated. Eugene's freedom of mind was no longer disturbed and he was able to attend freely to his affairs. And the matter Eugene had undertaken was far from easy. Before he had time to stop up one hole a new one would unexpectedly show itself. And it sometimes seemed to him that he would not be able to go through with it and that it would end in his having to sell the estate after all. Which would mean that all his efforts would be wasted and that he had failed to accomplish what he had undertaken. That prospect disturbed him most of all. All this time more and more debts of his father's unexpectedly came to light. It was evident that towards the end of his life he had borrowed right and left. At the time of the settlement in May, Eugene had thought he at least knew everything. But in the middle of the summer he suddenly received a letter from which it appeared that there was still a debt of 12,000 rubles to the widow Esipova. There was no promissory note, but only an ordinary receipt which his lawyer told him could be disputed. But it did not enter Eugene's head to refuse to pay a debt of his father's merely because the document could be challenged. He only wanted to know for certain whether there had been such a debt. "Mama, who is Kalerina Vladimirovna Esipova?" he asked his mother when they met as usual for dinner. "Esipova? She was brought up by your grandfather." "Why?" Eugene told his mother about the letter. "I wonder she is not ashamed to ask for it. Your father gave her so much. But do we owe her this? Well now, how shall I put it? It is not a debt. Papa, out of his unbounded kindness." "Yes, but did Papa consider it a debt?" "I cannot say. I don't know. I only know it is hard enough for you without that." Eugene saw that Mary Pavlovna did not know what to say, and was as it were sounding him. "I see from what you say that it must be paid," said he. "I will go to see her tomorrow and have a chat, and see if it cannot be deferred." "Ah, how sorry I am for you, but you know that will be best." "Tell her she must wait," said Mary Pavlovna, evidently tranquilized and proud of her son's decision. Eugene's position was particularly hard because his mother, who was living with him, did not at all realize his position. She had been accustomed all her life long to live extravagantly that she could not even imagine to herself the position her son was in, that is to say, that today or tomorrow matters might shape themselves so that they would have nothing left and he would have to sell everything and live and support his mother on what salary he could earn. Which at the very most would be 2,000 rubles. She did not understand that they could only save themselves from that position by cutting down expense in everything, and so she could not understand why Eugene was so careful about trifles. In expenditure on gardeners, coachmen, servants, even on food. Also, like most widows, she nourished feelings of devotion to the memory of her departed spouse quite different from those she had felt for him while he lived. And she did not admit the thought that anything the departed had done or arranged could be wrong or could be altered. Eugene by great efforts managed to keep up the garden and the conservatory with 2 gardeners, and the stables with 2 coachmen. And Mary Pavlovna naively thought that she was sacrificing herself for her son and doing all a mother could do, by not complaining of the food which the old man cook prepared. Of the fact that the paths in the park were not all swept clean, and that instead of footmen they had only a boy. So, too, concerning this new debt, in which Eugene saw an almost crushing blow to all his undertakings, Mary Pavlovna only saw an incident displaying Eugene's noble nature. Moreover, she did not feel much anxiety about Eugene's position, because she was confident that he would make a brilliant marriage which would put everything right. And he could make a very brilliant marriage. She knew a dozen families who would be glad to give their daughters to him. And she wished to arrange the matter as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Eugene himself dreamt of marriage, but not in the same way as his mother. The idea of using marriage as a means of putting his affairs in order was repulsive to him. He wished to marry honorably, for love. He observed the girls whom he met and those he knew, and compared himself with them, but no decision had yet been taken. Meanwhile, contrary to his expectations, his relations with Stepanida continued, and even acquired the character of a settled affair. Eugene was so far from debauchery, it was so hard for him secretly to do this thing which he felt to be bad, that he could not arrange these meetings himself, and even after the first one hoped not to see Stepanida again. But it turned out that after some time the same restlessness, due he believed to that cause, again overcame him. And his restlessness this time was no longer impersonal, but suggested just those same bright, black eyes, and that deep voice, saying, ever so long, that same scent of something fresh and strong. And that same full breast lifting the bib of her apron, and all this in that hazel and maple thicket, bathed in bright sunlight. Though he felt ashamed, he again approached Daniel. And again a rendezvous was fixed for midday in the wood. This time Eugene looked her over more carefully, and everything about her seemed attractive. He tried talking to her and asked about her husband. He really was Michael's son and lived as a coachman in Moscow. Well, then, how is it Eugene wanted to ask how it was she was untrue to him. What about, how is it, asked she. Evidently she was clever and quick-witted. Well, how is it you come to me? There now, said she merrily. I bet he goes on the spree there. Why shouldn't I? Evidently she was putting on an air of sauciness and assurance, and this seemed charming to Eugene. But all the same he did not himself fix a rendezvous with her. Even when she proposed that they should meet without the aid of Daniel, to whom she seemed not very well disposed, he did not consent. He hoped that this meeting would be the last. He liked her. He thought such intercourse was necessary for him and that there was nothing bad about it. But in the depth of his soul there was a stricter judge who did not approve of it and hoped that this would be the last time, or if he did not hope that, at any rate did not wish to participate in arrangements to repeat it another time. So the whole summer passed, during which they met a dozen times and always by Daniel's help. It happened once that she could not be there because her husband had come home, and Daniel proposed another woman, but Eugene refused with disgust. Then the husband went away and the meetings continued as before, at first through Daniel, but afterwards he simply fixed the time and she came with another woman. Prokhorova, as it would not do for a peasant woman to go about alone. Once at the very time fixed for the rendezvous a family came to call on Mary Pavlovna, with the very girl she wished Eugene to marry, and it was impossible for Eugene to get away. As soon as he could do so, he went out as though to the thrashing floor, and round by the path to their meeting place in the wood. She was not there, but at the accustomed spot everything within reach had been broken, the black alder, the hazel twigs, and even a young maple the thickness of a stake. She had waited, had become excited and angry, and had skittishly left him a remembrance. He waited, and then went to Daniel to ask him to call her for tomorrow. She came and was just as usual. So the summer passed. The meetings are always arranged in the wood, and only once, when it grew towards autumn, in the shed that stood in her backyard. It did not enter Eugene's head that these relations of his had any importance for him. About her he did not even think. He gave her money and nothing more. At first he did not know and did not think that the affair was known and that she was envied throughout the village, or that her relations took money from her and encouraged her. And that her conception of any sin in the matter had been quite obliterated by the influence of the money and her family's approval. It seemed to her that if people envied her, then what she was doing was good. It is simply necessary for my health, thought Eugene. I grant it is not right, and though no one says anything, everybody, or many people, know of it. The woman who comes with her knows. And once she knows she is sure to have told others. But what's to be done? I am acting badly, thought Eugene, but what's one to do? Anyhow it is not for long. What chiefly disturbed Eugene was the thought of the husband. At first for some reason it seemed to him that the husband must be a poor sort, and this as it were partly justified his conduct. But he saw the husband and was struck by his appearance. He was a fine fellow and smartly dressed, in no way a worse man than himself, but surely better. At their next meeting he told her he had seen her husband and had been surprised to see that he was such a fine fellow. "There's not another man like him in the village," said she proudly. This surprised Eugene, and the thought of the husband tormented him still more after that. He happened to be at Daniel's one day and Daniel, having begun chatting, said to him quite openly, "And Michael asked me the other day, is it true that the master is living with my wife?" I said I did not know. Anyway, I said, better with the master than with a peasant. Well, and what did he say? He said, wait a bit. I'll get to know and I'll give it her all the same. Yes, if the husband returned to live here I would give her up, thought Eugene. But the husband lived in town and for the present their intercourse continued. When necessary I will break it off, and there will be nothing left of it, thought he. And this seemed to him certain, especially as during the whole summer many different things occupied him very fully, the erection of the new farmhouse, and the harvest and building. And above all meeting the debts and selling the wasteland. All these were affairs that completely absorbed him and on which he spent his thoughts when he lay down and when he got up. All that was real life. His intercourse, he did not even call it connection, with Stepanida he paid no attention to. It is true that when the wish to see her arose it came with such strength that he could think of nothing else. But this did not last long. A meeting was arranged, and he again forgot her for a week or even for a month. In autumn Eugene often rode to town, and there became friendly with the Anenskys. They had a daughter who had just finished the institute. 287 and then, to Mary Pavlovna's great grief, it happened that Eugene cheapened himself, as she expressed it, by falling in love with Liza Annenskaya and proposing to her. From that time his relations with Stepanida ceased. Chapter 5. It is impossible to explain why Eugene chose Liza Annenskaya, as it is always impossible to explain why a man chooses this and not that woman. There were many reasons, positive and negative. One reason was that she was not a very rich heiress such as his mother sought for him, another that she was naive and to be pitied in her relations with her mother. Another that she was not a beauty who attracted general attention to herself, and yet she was not bad-looking. But the chief reason was that his acquaintance with her began at the time when he was ripe for marriage. He fell in love because he knew that he would marry. Liza Annenskaya was at first merely pleasing to Eugene, but when he decided to make her his wife his feelings for her became much stronger. He felt that he was in love. Liza was tall, slender, and long. Everything about her was long, her face, and her nose, not prominently but downwards, and her fingers, and her feet. The color of her face was very delicate, creamy white and delicately pink. She had long, soft, and curly, light brown hair, and beautiful eyes, clear, mild, and confiding. Those eyes especially struck Eugene, and when he thought of Liza he always saw those clear, mild, confiding eyes. Such was she physically. He knew nothing of her spiritually, but only saw those eyes. And those eyes seemed to tell him all he needed to know. The meaning of their expression was this. While still in the institute, when she was 15, Liza used continually to fall in love with all the attractive men she met and was animated and happy only when she was in love. After leaving the institute she continued to fall in love in just the same way with all the young men she met, and of course fell in love with Eugene as soon as she made his acquaintance. It was this being in love which gave her eyes that particular expression which so captivated Eugene. Already that winter she had been in love with two young men at one and the same time, and blushed and became excited not only when they entered the room but whenever their names were mentioned. But afterwards, when her mother hinted to her that Erdenev seemed to have serious intentions, her love for him increased so that she became almost indifferent to the two previous attractions. And when Erdenev began to come to their balls and parties and danced with her more than with others and evidently only wished to know whether she loved him, her love for him became painful. She dreamed of him in her sleep and seemed to see him when she was awake in a dark room, and everyone else vanished from her mind. But when he proposed and they were formally engaged, and when they had kissed one another and were a betrothed couple, then she had no thoughts but of him, no desire but to be with him, to love him. And to be loved by him. She was also proud of him and felt emotional about him and herself and her love, and quite melted and felt faint from love of him. The more he got to know her, the more he loved her. He had not at all expected to find such love, and it strengthened his own feeling more. Chapter 6. Toward spring he went to his estate at Semenovsko to have a look at it and to give directions about the management, and especially about the house which was being done up for his wedding. Mary Pavlovna was dissatisfied with her son's choice, not only because the match was not as brilliant as it might have been, but also because she did not like Varvara Alexeyevna, his future mother-in-law. Whether she was good-natured or not she did not know and could not decide, but that she was not well-bred. Not comme il faut, not a lady, as Mary Pavlovna said to herself, she saw from their first acquaintance, and this distressed her. Distressed her because she was accustomed to value breeding and knew that Eugene was sensitive to it, and she foresaw that he would suffer much annoyance on this account. But she liked the girl. Liked her chiefly because Eugene did. One could not help loving her, and Mary Pavlovna was quite sincerely ready to do so. Eugene found his mother contented and in good spirits. She was getting everything straight in the house and preparing to go away herself as soon as he brought his young wife. Eugene persuaded her to stay for the time being, and the future remained undecided. In the evening after tea Mary Pavlovna played patience as usual. Eugene sat by, helping her. This was the hour of their most intimate talks. Having finished one game and while preparing to begin another, she looked up at him and, with a little hesitation, began thus. I wanted to tell you, Genya, of course I do not know. But in general I wanted to suggest to you, that before your wedding it is absolutely necessary to have finished with all your bachelor affairs so that nothing may disturb either you or your wife. God forbid that it should. You understand me? And indeed Eugene at once understood that Mary Pavlovna was hinting at his relations with Stepanida which had ended in the previous autumn. And that she attributed much more importance to those relations than they deserved, as solitary women always do. Eugene blushed, not from shame so much as from vexation that good-natured Mary Pavlovna was bothering, out of affection no doubt. But still was bothering, about matters that were not her business and that she did not and could not understand. He answered that there was nothing that needed concealment, and that he had always conducted himself so that there should be nothing to hinder his marrying. Well, dear, that is excellent. Only, Genya, don't be vexed with me, said Mary Pavlovna, and broke off in confusion. Eugene saw that she had not finished and had not said what she wanted to. And this was confirmed, when a little later she began to tell him how, in his absence, she had been asked to stand godmother at the Peknikovs'. Eugene flushed again, not with vexation or shame this time, but with some strange consciousness of the importance of what was about to be told him, an involuntary consciousness quite at variance with his conclusions. And what he expected happened. Mary Pavlovna, as if merely by way of conversation, mentioned that this year only boys were being born, evidently a sign of a coming war. Both at the Vasins and the Peknikovs the young wife had a first child, at each house a boy. Mary Pavlovna wanted to say this casually, but she herself felt ashamed when she saw the color mount to her son's face and saw him nervously removing, tapping, and replacing his pince-nez and hurriedly lighting a cigarette. She became silent. He too was silent and could not think how to break that silence. So they both understood that they had understood one another. Yes, the chief thing is that there should be justice and no favoritism in the village, as under your grandfather. Mamma, said Eugene suddenly, I know why you are saying this. You have no need to be disturbed. My future family life is so sacred to me that I should not infringe it in any case. And as to what occurred in my bachelor days, that is quite ended. I never formed any union and no one has any claims on me. Well, I am glad, said his mother. I know how noble your feelings are. Eugene accepted his mother's words as a tribute due to him, and did not reply. Next day he drove to town thinking of his fiancée and of anything in the world except of Stepanida. But, as if purposely to remind him, on approaching the church he met people walking and driving back from it. He met old Matvey with Simon, some lads and girls, and then 2 women, one elderly, the other, who seemed familiar, smartly dressed and wearing a bright red kerchief. This woman was walking lightly and boldly, carrying a child in her arms. He came up to them, and the elder woman bowed, stopping in the old-fashioned way, but the young woman with the child only bent her head, and from under the kerchief gleamed familiar, merry, smiling eyes. Yes, this was she, but all that was over and it was no use looking at her, and the child may be mine, flashed through his mind. No, what nonsense. There was her husband, she used to see him. He did not even consider the matter further, so settled in his mind was it that it had been necessary for his health, he had paid her money and there was no more to be said. There had been, and there could be, no question of any union between them. It was not that he stifled the voice of conscience, no, his conscience simply said nothing to him. And he thought no more about her after the conversation with his mother and this meeting. Nor did he meet her again. Eugene was married in town the week after Easter, and left at once with his young wife for his country estate. The house had been arranged as usual for a young couple. Mary Pavlovna wished to leave, but Eugene begged her to remain, and Liza still more strongly, and she only moved into a detached wing of the house. And so a new life began for Eugene. Chapter 7. The first year of his marriage was a hard one for Eugene. It was hard because affairs he had managed to put off during the time of his courtship now, after his marriage, all came upon him at once. To escape from debts was impossible. An outlying part of the estate was sold and the most pressing obligations met, but others remained, and he had no money. The estate yielded a good revenue, but he had to send payments to his brother and to spend on his own marriage. So that there was no ready money and the factory could not carry on and would have to be closed down. The only way of escape was to use his wife's money, and Liza, having realized her husband's position, insisted on this herself. Eugene agreed, but only on condition that he should give her a mortgage on half his estate, which he did. Of course this was done not for his wife's sake, who felt offended at it, but to appease his mother-in-law. These affairs with various fluctuations of success and failure helped to poison Eugene's life that first year. Another thing was his wife's ill health. That same first year, 7 months after their marriage, a misfortune befell Liza. She was driving out to meet her husband on his return from town, and the quiet horse became rather playful and she was frightened and jumped out. Her jump was comparatively fortunate, she might have been caught by the wheel, but she was pregnant. And that same night the pains began and she had a miscarriage from which she was long in recovering. The loss of the expected child and his wife's illness, together with the disorder in his affairs, and above all the presence of his mother-in-law, who arrived as soon as Liza fell ill, all this together made the year still harder for Eugene. But notwithstanding these difficult circumstances, towards the end of the first year Eugene felt very well. First of all, his cherished hope of restoring his fallen fortune and renewing his grandfather's way of life in a new form, was approaching accomplishment, though slowly and with difficulty. There was no longer any question of having to sell the whole estate to meet the debts. The chief estate, thus transferred to his wife's name, was saved, and if only the beet crop succeeded and the price kept up, by next year his position of want and stress might be replaced by one of complete prosperity. That was one thing. Another was that however much he had expected from his wife, he had never expected to find in her what he actually found. He found not what he had expected, but something much better. Raptures of love, though he tried to produce them, did not take place or were very slight, but he discovered something quite different. Namely that he was not merely more cheerful and happier but that it had become easier to live. He did not know why this should be so, but it was. And it was so because immediately after marriage his wife decided that Eugene Erdenev was superior to anyone else in the world, wiser, purer, and nobler than they. And that therefore it was right for everyone to serve him and please him. But that as it was impossible to make everyone do this, she must do it herself to the limit of her strength. And she did. Directing all her strength of mind towards learning and guessing what he liked, and then doing just that thing, whatever it was and however difficult it might be. She had the gift which furnishes the chief delight of intercourse with a loving woman. Thanks to her love of her husband, she penetrated into his soul. She knew his every state and his every shade of feeling, better it seemed to him than he himself, and she behaved correspondingly and therefore never hurt his feelings, but always lessened his distresses and strengthened his joys. And she understood not only his feelings but also his joys. Things quite foreign to her, concerning the farming, the factory, or the appraisement of others, she immediately understood, so that she could not merely converse with him, but could often, as he himself said, be a useful and irreplaceable counselor. She regarded affairs and people and everything in the world only through his eyes. She loved her mother, but having seen that Eugene disliked his mother-in-law's interference in their life, she immediately took her husband's side, and did so with such decision that he had to restrain her. Besides all this, she had very good taste, much tact, and above all she had repose. All that she did unnoticed. Only the results of what she did were observable, namely, that always and in everything there was cleanliness, order, and elegance. Liza had at once understood in what her husband's ideal of life consisted, and she tried to attain, and in the arrangement and order of the house did attain, what he wanted. Children, it is true, were lacking, but there was hope of that also. In winter she went to Petersburg to see a specialist, and he assured them that she was quite well and could have children. And this desire was accomplished. By the end of the year she was again pregnant. The one thing that threatened, not to say poisoned, their happiness was her jealousy, a jealousy she restrained and did not exhibit, but from which she often suffered. Not only might Eugene not love any other woman, because there was not a woman on earth worthy of him, as to whether she herself was worthy or not she never asked herself, but not a single woman might therefore dare to love him. Chapter 13. This was how they lived. He rose early, as he always had done, and went to see to the farm or the factory where work was going on, or sometimes to the fields. Towards 10 o'clock he would come back for his coffee, which they had on the veranda, Mary Pavlovna, an uncle who lived with them, and Liza. After a conversation which was often very animated while they drank their coffee, they dispersed till dinner time. At 2 o'clock they dined and then went for a walk or a drive. In the evening when he returned from the office they drank their evening tea, and sometimes he read aloud while she worked, or when there were guests they had music or conversation. When he went away on business he wrote to his wife and received letters from her every day. Sometimes she accompanied him, and then they were particularly merry. On his name day and on hers guests assembled, and it pleased him to see how well she managed to arrange things so that everybody enjoyed coming. He saw and heard that they all admired her, the young, agreeable hostess, and he loved her still more for this. All went excellently. She bore her pregnancy easily and, though they were afraid, they both began making plans as to how they would bring the child up. The system of education and the arrangements were all decided by Eugene, and her only wish was to carry out his desires obediently. Eugene on his part read up medical works and intended to bring the child up according to all the precepts of science. She of course agreed to everything and made preparations, making warm and also cool envelopes, 288 and preparing a cradle. Thus the second year of their marriage arrived and the second spring. Chapter 9. It was just before Trinity Sunday. Liza was in her 5th month, and though careful she was still brisk and active. Both his mother and hers were living in the house, but under the pretext of watching and safeguarding her only upset her by their tiffs. Eugene was specially engrossed with a new experiment for the cultivation of sugar beet on a large scale. Just before Trinity Liza decided it was necessary to have a thorough house cleaning as it had not been done since Easter. And she hired 2 women by the day to help the servants wash the floors and windows, beat the furniture and the carpets, and put covers on them. These women came early in the morning, heated the coppers, and set to work. One of the 2 was Stepanida, who had just weaned her baby boy and had begged for the job of washing the floors through the office clerk, whom she now carried on with. She wanted to have a good look at the new mistress. Stepanida was living by herself as formerly, her husband being away, and she was up to tricks as she had formerly been, first with old Daniel, who had once caught her taking some logs of firewood. Afterwards with the master, and now with the young clerk. She was not concerning herself any longer about her master. He has a wife now, she thought. But it would be good to have a look at the lady and at her establishment. Folk said it was well arranged. Eugene had not seen her since he had met her with the child. Having a baby to attend to, she had not been going out to work, and he seldom walked through the village. That morning, on the eve of Trinity Sunday, he got up at 5 o'clock and rode to the fallow land which was to be sprinkled with phosphates, and had left the house before the women were about. And while they were still engaged lighting the copper fires, he returned to breakfast merry, contented, and hungry, dismounting from his mare at the gate and handing her over to the gardener. Flicking the high grass with his whip and repeating a phrase he had just uttered, as one often does, he walked towards the house. The phrase was, "Phosphates justify," what or to whom, he neither knew nor reflected. They were beating a carpet on the grass. The furniture had been brought out. There now. What a housecleaning Liza has undertaken. Phosphates justify. What a manageress she is. Yes, a manageress, said he to himself, vividly imagining her in her white wrapper and with her smiling joyful face, as it nearly always was when he looked at her. Yes, I must change my boots, or else phosphates justify, that is, smell of manure, and the manageress in such a condition. Why, in such a condition? Because a new little Erdenev is growing there inside her, he thought. Yes, phosphates justify, and smiling at his thoughts he put his hand to the door of his room. But he had not time to push the door before it opened of itself and he came face to face with a woman coming towards him carrying a pail, barefoot and with sleeves turned up high. He stepped aside to let her pass and she too stepped aside, adjusting her kerchief with a wet hand. Go on, I won't go in, if you," began Eugene and suddenly stopped, recognizing her. She glanced merrily at him with smiling eyes, and pulling down her skirt went out at the door. What nonsense! It is impossible, said Eugene to himself, frowning and waving his hand as though to get rid of a fly, displeased at having noticed her. He was vexed that he had noticed her and yet he could not take his eyes from her strong body, swayed by her agile strides, from her bare feet, or from her arms and shoulders. And the pleasing folds of her shirt and the handsome skirt tucked up high above her white calves. But why am I looking, said he to himself, lowering his eyes so as not to see her. And anyhow I must go in to get some other boots. And he turned back to go into his own room, but had not gone 5 steps before he again glanced round to have another look at her without knowing why or wherefore. She was just going round the corner and also glanced at him. Ah, what am I doing, said he to himself. She may think. It is even certain that she already does think. He entered his damp room. Another woman, an old and skinny one, was there, and was still washing it. Eugene passed on tiptoe across the floor, wet with dirty water, to the wall where his boots stood, and he was about to leave the room when the woman herself went out. This one has gone and the other, Stepanida, will come here alone, someone within him began to reflect. My God, what am I thinking of and what am I doing? He seized his boots and ran out with them into the hall, put them on there, brushed himself, and went out onto the veranda where both the mammas were already drinking coffee. Liza had evidently been expecting him and came onto the veranda through another door at the same time. My God! If she, who considers me so honorable, pure, and innocent, if she only knew! Thought he. Liza as usual met him with shining face. But today somehow she seemed to him particularly pale, yellow, long, and weak. Chapter 10. During coffee, as often happened, a peculiarly feminine kind of conversation went on which had no logical sequence but which evidently was connected in some way, for it went on uninterruptedly. The two old ladies were pinpricking one another, and Liza was skillfully maneuvering between them. "I am so vexed that we had not finished washing your room before you got back," she said to her husband. "But I do so want to get everything arranged." "Well, did you sleep well after I got up?" "Yes, I slept well and I fell well." "How can a woman be well in her condition during this intolerable heat, when her windows face the sun?" said Varvara Alexeyevna, her mother. "And they have no Venetian blinds or awnings." "I always had awnings." "But you know we are in the shade after 10 o'clock, said Mary Pavlovna. "That's what causes fever." "It comes of dampness," said Varvara Alexeyevna, not noticing that what she was saying did not agree with what she had just said. "My doctor always says that it is impossible to diagnose an illness unless one knows the patient. And he certainly knows, for he is the leading physician and we pay him 100 rubles a visit. My late husband did not believe in doctors, but he did not grudge me anything. How can a man grudge anything to a woman when perhaps her life and the child's depend? Yes, when she has means a wife need not depend on her husband." "A good wife submits to her husband," said Varvara Alexeyevna, "only Liza is too weak after her illness." "Oh no, Mama, I feel quite well." "But why have they not brought you any boiled cream?" "I don't want any. I can do with raw cream." "I offered some to Varvara Alexeyevna, but she declined," said Mary Pavlovna, as if justifying herself. "No, I don't want any today." And as if to terminate an unpleasant conversation and yield magnanimously, Varvara Alexeyevna turned to Eugene and said, "Well, and have you sprinkled the phosphates?" Liza ran to fetch the cream. "But I don't want it. I don't want it." "Liza, Liza, go gently," said Mary Pavlovna. "Such rapid movements do her harm." "Nothing does harm if one's mind is at peace," said Varvara Alexeyevna as if referring to something, though she knew that there was nothing her words could refer to. Liza returned with the cream and Eugene drank his coffee and listened morosely. He was accustomed to these conversations, but today he was particularly annoyed by its lack of sense. He wanted to think over what had happened to him, but this chatter disturbed him. Having finished her coffee, Varvara Alexeyevna went away in a bad humor. Liza, Eugene, and Mary Pavlovna stayed behind, and their conversation was simple and pleasant. But Liza, being sensitive, at once noticed that something was tormenting Eugene, and she asked him whether anything unpleasant had happened. He was not prepared for this question and hesitated a little before replying that there had been nothing. This reply made Liza think all the more. That something was tormenting him, and greatly tormenting, was as evident to her as that a fly had fallen into the milk, yet he would not speak of it. What could it be? Chapter 11. After breakfast they all dispersed. Eugene as usual went to his study, but instead of beginning to read or write his letters, he sat smoking one cigarette after another and thinking. He was terribly surprised and disturbed by the unexpected recrudescence within him of the bad feeling from which he had thought himself free since his marriage. Since then he had not once experienced that feeling either for her, the woman he had known, or for any other woman except his wife. He had often felt glad of this emancipation, and now suddenly a chance meeting, seemingly so unimportant, revealed to him the fact that he was not free. What now tormented him was not that he was yielding to that feeling and desired her, he did not dream of so doing, but that the feeling was awake within him and he had to be on his guard against it. He had not doubt but that he would suppress it. He had a letter to answer and a paper to write, and sat down at his writing table and began to work. Having finished it and quite forgotten what had disturbed him, he went out to go to the stables. And again, as ill luck would have it, either by unfortunate chance or intentionally, as soon as he stepped from the porch a red skirt and a red kerchief appeared from round the corner. And she went past him swinging her arms and swaying her body. She not only went past him, but on passing him ran, as if playfully, to overtake her fellow servant. Again the bright midday, the nettles, the back of Daniel's hut, and in the shade of the plane trees her smiling face biting some leaves, rose in his imagination. No, it is impossible to let matters continue so, he said to himself, and waiting till the women had passed out of sight he went to the office. It was just the dinner hour and he hoped to find the steward still there, and so it happened. The steward was just waking up from his after-dinner nap, and stretching himself and yawning was standing in the office, looking at the herdsman who was telling him something. "Vasily Nikolaich," said Eugene to the steward. "What is your pleasure?" "I want to speak to you." "What is your pleasure?" "Just finish what you are saying." "Aren't you going to bring it in?" said Vasily Nikolaich to the herdsman. "It's heavy, Vasily Nikolaich." "What is it?" asked Eugene. "Why, a cow has calved in the meadow." "Well, all right, I'll order them to harness a horse at once. Tell Nicholas Lysak to get out the dray cart." The herdsman went out. "Do you know," began Eugene, flushing and conscious that he was doing so, "do you know, Vasily Nikolaich, while I was a bachelor I went off the track a bit. You may have heard." Vasily Nikolaich, evidently sorry for his master, said with smiling eyes, "Is it about Stepanida?" "Why, yes. Look here. Please do not engage her to help in the house. You understand, it is very awkward for me." "Yes, it must have been Vanya the clerk who arranged it." "Yes, please, and hadn't the rest of the phosphate better be strewn?" said Eugene, to hide his confusion. "Yes, I am just going to see to it." So the matter ended, and Eugene calmed down, hoping that as he had lived for a year without seeing her, so things would go on now. Besides, Vasily Nikolaich will speak to Ivan the clerk. "Ivan will speak to her, and she will understand that I don't want it," said Eugene to himself, and he was glad he had forced himself to speak to Vasily Nikolaich, hard as it had been to do so. Yes, it is better, much better, than that feeling of doubt, that feeling of shame. He shuddered at the mere remembrance of his sin in thought. Chapter 12. The moral effort he had made to overcome his shame and speak to Vasily Nikolaich tranquilized Eugene. It seemed to him that the matter was all over now. Liza at once noticed that he was quite calm, and even happier than usual. "No doubt he was upset by our mothers pinpricking one another. It really is disagreeable, especially for him who is so sensitive and noble, always to hear such unfriendly and ill-mannered insinuations," thought she. The next day was Trinity Sunday. It was a beautiful day, and the peasant women, on their way into the woods to plait wreaths, came, according to custom, to the landowner's home and began to sing and dance. Mary Pavlovna and Varvara Alexeyevna came out onto the porch in smart clothes, carrying sunshades, and went up to the ring of singers. With them, in a jacket of Chinese silk, came out the uncle, a flabby libertine and drunkard, who was living that summer with Eugene. As usual there was a bright, many-colored ring of young women and girls, the center of everything. And around these from different sides like attendant planets that had detached themselves and were circling round, went girls hand in hand, rustling in their new print gowns. Young lads giggling and running backwards and forwards after one another, full-grown lads in dark blue or black coats and caps and with red shirts, who unceasingly spat out sunflower seed shells. And the domestic servants or other outsiders watching the dance circle from aside. Both the old ladies went close up to the ring, and Liza accompanied them in a light blue dress, with light blue ribbons on her head. And with wide sleeves under which her long white arms and angular elbows were visible. Eugene did not wish to come out, but it was ridiculous to hide, and he too came out onto the porch smoking a cigarette, bowed to the men and lads, and talked with one of them. The women meanwhile shouted a dance song with all their might, snapping their fingers, clapping their hands, and dancing. "They are calling for the master," said a youngster coming up to Eugene's wife, who had not noticed the call. Liza called Eugene to look at the dance and at one of the women dancers who particularly pleased her. This was Stepanida. She wore a yellow skirt, a velveteen sleeveless jacket and a silk kerchief, and was broad, energetic, ruddy, and merry. No doubt she danced well. He saw nothing. Yes, yes, he said, removing and replacing his pince-nez. Yes, yes, he repeated. So it seems I cannot be rid of her, he thought. He did not look at her, fearing her attraction, and just on that account what his passing glance caught of her seemed to him especially attractive. Besides this, he saw by her sparkling look that she saw him and saw that he admired her. He stood there as long as propriety demanded, and seeing that Varvara Alexeyevna had called her "my dear" senselessly and insincerely and was talking to her, he turned aside and went away. He went into the house in order not to see her, but on reaching the upper story he approached the window, without knowing how or why. And as long as the women remained at the porch he stood there and looked at her, feasting his eyes on her. He ran, while there was no one to see him, and then went with quiet steps onto the veranda, and from there, smoking a cigarette, he passed through the garden as if going for a stroll. And followed the direction she had taken. He had not gone 2 steps along the alley before he noticed behind the trees a velveteen sleeveless jacket, with a pink and yellow skirt and a red kerchief. She was going somewhere with another woman. Where are they going? And suddenly a terrible desire scorched him as though a hand were seizing his heart. As if by someone else's wish he looked round and went towards her. Eugene Ivanych, Eugene Ivanych. I have come to see your honor, said a voice behind him, and Eugene, seeing old Samakin who was digging a well for him, roused himself and turning quickly round went to meet Samakin. While speaking with him he turned sideways and saw that she and the woman who was with her went down the slope, evidently to the well or making an excuse of the well. And having stopped there a little while ran back to the dance circle. Chapter 13. After talking to Samakin, Eugene returned to the house as depressed as if he had committed a crime. In the first place she had understood him, believed that he wanted to see her, and desired it herself. Secondly, that other woman, Anna Prokhorova, evidently knew of it. Above all he felt that he was conquered, that he was not master of his own will but that there was another power moving him, that he had been saved only by good fortune. And that if not today then tomorrow or a day later, he would perish all the same. Yes, perish, he did not understand it otherwise, to be unfaithful to his young and loving wife with a peasant woman in the village, in the sight of everyone, what was it but to perish? Perish utterly, so that it would be impossible to live? No, something must be done. My God, my God! What am I to do? Can it be that I shall perish like this? Said he to himself. Is it not possible to do anything? Yet something must be done. Do not think about her, he ordered himself. Do not think, and immediately he began thinking and seeing her before him, and seeing also the shade of the plane tree. He remembered having read of a hermit who, to avoid the temptation he felt for a woman on whom he had to lay his hand to heal her, thrust his other hand into a brazier and burnt his fingers. He called that to mind. Yes, I am ready to burn my fingers rather than to perish. He looked round to make sure that there was no one in the room, lit a candle, and put a finger into the flame. There, now think about her, he said to himself ironically. It hurt him and he withdrew his smoke-stained finger, threw away the match, and laughed at himself. What nonsense! That was not what had to be done. But it was necessary to do something, to avoid seeing her, either to go away himself or to send her away. Yes, send her away. Offer her husband money to remove to town or to another village. People would hear of it and would talk about it. Well, what of that? At any rate it was better than this danger. Yes, that must be done, he said to himself, and at that very moment he was looking at her without moving his eyes. Where is she going? He suddenly asked himself. She, it seemed to him, had seen him at the window and now, having glanced at him and taken another woman by the hand, was going towards the garden swinging her arm briskly. Without knowing why or wherefore, merely in accord with what he had been thinking, he went to the office. Vasily Nikolaich in holiday costume and with oiled hair was sitting at tea with his wife and a guest who was wearing an oriental kerchief. I want a word with you, Vasily Nikolaich. Please say what you want to. We have finished tea. No. I'd rather you came out with me. Directly, only let me get my cap. Tanya, put out the samovar, said Vasily Nikolaich, stepping outside cheerfully. It seemed to Eugene that Vasily had been drinking, but what was to be done? It might be all the better, he would sympathize with him in his difficulties the more readily. I have come again to speak about that same matter, Vasily Nikolaich, said Eugene, about that woman. Well, what of her? I told them not to take her again on any account. No, I have been thinking in general, and this is what I wanted to take your advice about. Isn't it possible to get them away, to send the whole family away? Where can they be sent? Said Vasily, disapprovingly and ironically as it seemed to Eugene. Well, I thought of giving them money, or even some land in Koltovsky, so that she should not be here. But how can they be sent away? Where is he to go, torn up from his roots? And why should you do it? What harm can she do you? Ah, Vasily Nikolaich, you must understand that it would be dreadful for my wife to hear of it. But who will tell her? How can I live with this dread? The whole thing is very painful for me. But really, why should you distress yourself? Whoever stirs up the past, out with his eye. Who is not a sinner before God and to blame before the Tsar, as the saying is? All the same it would be better to get rid of them. Can't you speak to the husband? But it is no use speaking. Eugene Ivanovich, what is the matter with you? It is all past and forgotten. All sorts of things happen. Who is there that would now say anything bad of you? Everybody sees you. But all the same go and have a talk with him. All right, I will speak to him. Though he knew that nothing would come of it, this talk somewhat calmed Eugene. Above all, it made him feel that through excitement he had been exaggerating the danger. Had he gone to meet her by appointment? It was impossible. He had simply gone to stroll in the garden and she had happened to run out at the same time. Chapter 14. After dinner that very Trinity Sunday, Liza, while walking from the garden to the meadow, where her husband wanted to show her the clover, took a false step and fell when crossing a little ditch. She fell gently, on her side, but she gave an exclamation, and her husband saw an expression in her face not only of fear but of pain. He was about to help her up, but she motioned him away with her hand. No, wait a bit, Eugene, she said, with a weak smile, and looked up guiltily as it seemed to him. My foot only gave way under me. There, I always say, remarked Varvara Alexeyevna, can anyone in her condition possibly jump over ditches? But it is all right, Mamma. I shall get up directly. With her husband's help she did get up, but she immediately turned pale, and looked frightened. Yes, I am not well, and she whispered something to her mother. Oh, my God, what have you done? I said you ought not to go there, cried Varvara Alexeyevna. Wait, I will call the servants. She must not walk. She must be carried. Don't be afraid, Liza, I will carry you, said Eugene, putting his left arm round her. Hold me by the neck. Like that. And stopping down he put his right arm under her knees and lifted her. He could never afterwards forget the suffering and yet beatific expression of her face. I am too heavy for you, dear, she said with a smile. Mamma is running, tell her. And she bent towards him and kissed him. She evidently wanted her mother to see how he was carrying her. Eugene shouted to Varvara Alexeyevna not to hurry, and that he would carry Liza home. Varvara Alexeyevna stopped and began to shout still louder. You will drop her, you'll be sure to drop her. You want to destroy her. You have no conscience. But I am carrying her excellently. I do not want to watch you killing my daughter, and I can't. And she ran round the bend in the alley. Never mind, it will pass, said Liza, smiling. Yes, if only it does not have consequences like last time. No. I am not speaking of that. That is all right. I mean, Mama. You are tired. Rest a bit. But though he found it heavy, Eugene carried his burden proudly and gladly to the house and did not hand her over to the housemaid and the man-cook whom Varvara Alexeyevna had found and sent to meet them. He carried her to the bedroom and put her on the bed. "Now go away," she said, and drawing his hand to her she kissed it. "Anushka and I will manage all right." Mary Pavlovna also ran in from her rooms in the wing. They undressed Liza and laid her on the bed. Eugene sat in the drawing-room with a book in his hand, waiting. Varvara Alexeyevna went past him with such a reproachfully gloomy air that he felt alarmed. "Well, how is it?" he asked. "How is it? What's the good of asking? It is probably what you wanted when you made your wife jump over the ditch." "Varvara Alexeyevna," he cried. "This is impossible. If you want to torment people and to poison their life," he wanted to say, "then go elsewhere to do it," but restrained himself. "How is it that it does not hurt you? It is too late now." And shaking her cap in a triumphant manner she passed out by the door. The fall had really been a bad one. Liza's foot had twisted awkwardly and there was danger of her having another miscarriage. Everyone knew that there was nothing to be done but that she must just lie quietly, yet all the same they decided to send for a doctor. "Dear Nikolai Semenich," wrote Eugene to the doctor, "you have always been so kind to us that I hope you will not refuse to come to my wife's assistance." She, and so on. Having written the letter he went to the stables to arrange about the horses and the carriage. Horses had to be got ready to bring the doctor and others to take him back. When an estate is not run on a large scale, such things cannot be quickly decided but have to be considered. Having arranged it all and dispatched the coachman, it was past 9 before he got back to the house. His wife was lying down, and said that she felt perfectly well and had no pain. But Varvara Alexeyevna was sitting with a lamp screened from Liza by some sheets of music and knitting a large red coverlet, with a mien that said that after what had happened peace was impossible. But that she at any rate would do her duty no matter what anyone else did. Eugene noticed this, but, to appear as if he had not done so, tried to assume a cheerful and tranquil air and told how he had chosen the horses and how capitally the mare, Kabushka, had galloped as left trace horse in the troika. "Yes, of course, it is just the time to exercise the horses when help is needed. Probably the doctor will also be thrown into the ditch," remarked Varvara Alexeyevna, examining her knitting from under her pince-nez and moving it close up to the lamp. "But you know we had to send one way or another, and I made the best arrangement I could." "Yes, I remember very well how your horses galloped with me under the arch of the gateway." This was a long-standing fancy of hers, and Eugene now was injudicious enough to remark that that was not quite what had happened. "It is not for nothing that I have always said, and have often remarked to the prince, that it is hardest of all to live with people who are untruthful and insincere. I can endure anything except that." "Well, if anyone has to suffer more than another, it is certainly I," said Eugene. "But you?" "Yes, it is evident." "What?" "Nothing, I am only counting my stitches." Eugene was standing at the time by the bed and Liza was looking at him, and one of her moist hands outside the coverlet caught his hand and pressed it. "Bear with her for my sake. You know she cannot prevent our loving one another," was what her look said. "I won't do so again." "It's nothing," he whispered, and he kissed her damp, long hand and then her affectionate eyes, which closed while he kissed them. "Can it be the same thing over again?" he asked. "How are you feeling?" "I am afraid to say for fear of being mistaken, but I feel that he is alive and will live," said she, glancing at her stomach. "Ah, it is dreadful, dreadful to think of." Notwithstanding Liza's insistence that he should go away, Eugene spent the night with her, hardly closing an eye and ready to attend on her. But she passed the night well, and had they not sent for the doctor she would perhaps have got up. By dinner time the doctor arrived and of course said that though if the symptoms recurred there might be cause for apprehension, yet actually there were no positive symptoms. But as there were also no contrary indications, one might suppose on the one hand that, and on the other hand that. And therefore she must lie still, and that, though I do not like prescribing, yet all the same she should take this mixture and should lie quiet. Besides this, the doctor gave Varvara Alexeyevna a lecture on woman's anatomy, during which Varvara Alexeyevna nodded her head significantly. Having received his fee, as usual into the backmost part of his palm, the doctor drove away and the patient was left to lie in bed for a week. Chapter 15. Eugene spent most of his time by his wife's bedside, talking to her, reading to her, and what was hardest of all, enduring without murmur Varvara Alexeyevna's attacks. And even contriving to turn these into jokes. But he could not stay at home all the time. In the first place his wife sent him away, saying that he would fall ill if he always remained with her. And secondly, the farming was progressing in a way that demanded his presence at every step. He could not stay at home, but had to be in the fields, in the wood, in the garden, at the thrashing floor. And everywhere he was pursued not merely by the thought but by the vivid image of Stepanida, and he only occasionally forgot her. But that would not have mattered, he could perhaps have mastered his feeling. What was worst of all was that, whereas he had previously lived for months without seeing her, he now continually came across her. She evidently understood that he wished to renew relations with her and tried to come in his way. Nothing was said either by him or by her, and therefore neither he nor she went directly to a rendezvous, but only sought opportunities of meeting. The most possible place for them to meet was in the forest, where peasant women went with sacks to collect grass for their cows. Eugene knew this and therefore went there every day. Every day he told himself that he would not go, and every day it ended by his making his way to the forest and, on hearing the sound of voices, standing behind the bushes with sinking heart looking to see if she was there. Why he wanted to know whether it was she who was there, he did not know. If it had been she and she had been alone, he would not have gone to her, so he believed, he would have run away. But he wanted to see her. Once he met her. As he was entering the forest she came out of it with two other women, carrying a heavy sack full of grass on her back. A little earlier he would perhaps have met her in the forest. Now, with the other women there, she could not go back to him. But though he realized this impossibility, he stood for a long time behind a hazel bush, at the risk of attracting the other women's attention. Of course she did not return, but he stayed there a long time. And, great heavens, how delightful his imagination made her appear to him. And this not only once, but 5 or 6 times, and each time more intensely. Never had she seemed so attractive, and never had he been so completely in her power. He felt that he had lost control of himself and had become almost insane. His strictness with himself had not weakened a jog. On the contrary, he saw all the abomination of his desire and even of his action, for his going to the wood was an action. He knew that he only need come near her anywhere in the dark, and if possible touch her, and he would yield to his feelings. He knew that it was only shame before people, before her, and no doubt before himself that restrained him. And he knew too that he had sought conditions in which that shame would not be apparent, darkness or proximity, in which it would be stifled by animal passion. And therefore he knew that he was a wretched criminal, and despised and hated himself with all his soul. He hated himself because he still had not surrendered. Every day he prayed God to strengthen him, to save him from perishing. Every day he determined that from today onward he would not take a step to see her, and would forget her. Every day he devised means of delivering himself from this enticement, and he made use of those means. But it was all in vain. One of the means was continual occupation. Another was intense physical work and fasting. A third was imagining to himself the shame that would fall upon him when everybody knew of it, his wife, his mother-in-law, and the folk around. He did all this and it seemed to him that he was conquering, but midday came, the hour of their former meetings and the hour when he had met her carrying the grass, and he went to the forest. Thus 5 days of torment passed. He only saw her from a distance, and did not once encounter her. Chapter 16. Liza was gradually recovering, she could move about and was only uneasy at the change that had taken place in her husband, which she did not understand. Varvara Alexeyevna had gone away for a while, and the only visitor was Eugene's uncle. Mary Pavlovna was as usual at home. Eugene was in his semi-insane condition when there came 2 days of pouring rain, as often happens after thunder in June. The rain stopped all work. They even ceased carting manure on account of the dampness and dirt. The peasants remained at home. The herdsmen wore themselves out with the cattle, and eventually drove them home. The cows and sheep wandered about in the pastureland and ran loose in the grounds. The peasant women, barefoot and wrapped in shawls, splashing through the mud, rushed about to seek the runaway cows. Streams flowed everywhere along the paths, all the leaves and all the grass were saturated with water, and streams flowed unceasingly from the spouts into the bubbling puddles. Eugene sat at home with his wife, who was particularly wearisome that day. She questioned Eugene several times as to the cause of his discontent, and he replied with vexation that nothing was the matter. She ceased questioning him but was still distressed. They were sitting after breakfast in the drawing-room. His uncle for the 100th time was recounting fabrications about his society acquaintances. Liza was knitting a jacket and sighed, complaining of the weather and of a pain in the small of her back. The uncle advised her to lie down, and asked for vodka for himself. It was terribly dull for Eugene in the house. Everything was weak and dull. He read a book and a magazine, but understood nothing of them. "I must go out and look at the rasping machine they brought yesterday," said he, and got up and went out. "Take an umbrella with you." "Oh, no, I have a leather coat. And I am only going as far as the boiling room." He put on his boots and his leather coat and went to the factory. And he had not gone 20 steps before he met her coming towards him, with her skirts tucked up high above her white calves. She was walking, holding down the shawl in which her head and shoulders were wrapped. "Where are you going?" said he, not recognizing her the first instant. When he recognized her it was already too late. She stopped, smiling, and looked long at him. "I am looking for a calf." "Where are you off to in such weather?" said she, as if she were seeing him every day. "Come to the shed," said he suddenly, without knowing how he said it. It was as if someone else had uttered the words. She bit her shawl, winked, and ran in the direction which led from the garden to the shed, and he continued his path, intending to turn off beyond the lilac bush and go there too. "Master," he heard a voice behind him. "The mistress is calling you, and wants you to come back for a minute." This was Misha, his manservant. "My God! This is the second time you have saved me," thought Eugene, and immediately turned back. His wife reminded him that he had promised to take some medicine at the dinner hour to a sick woman, and he had better take it with him. While they were getting the medicine some 5 minutes elapsed, and then, going away with the medicine, he hesitated to go direct to the shed lest he should be seen from the house. But as soon as he was out of sight he promptly turned and made his way to it. He already saw her in imagination inside the shed smiling gaily. But she was not there, and there was nothing in the shed to show that she had been there. He was already thinking that she had not come, had not heard or understood his words, he had muttered them through his nose as if afraid of her hearing them, or perhaps she had not wanted to come. And why did I imagine that she would rush to me? She has her own husband, it is only I who am such a wretch as to have a wife, and a good one, and to run after another. Thus he thought sitting in the shed, the thatch of which had a leak and dripped from its straw. But how delightful it would be if she did come, alone here in this rain. If only I could embrace her once again, then let happen what may. But I could tell if she has been here by her footprints, he reflected. He looked at the trodden ground near the shed and at the path overgrown by grass, and the fresh print of bare feet, and even of one that had slipped, was visible. Yes, she has been here. Well, now it is settled. Wherever I may see her I shall go straight to her. I will go to her at night. He sat for a long time in the shed and left it exhausted and crushed. He delivered the medicine, returned home, and lay down in his room to wait for dinner. Chapter 17. Before dinner Liza came to him and, still wondering what could be the cause of his discontent, began to say that she was afraid he did not like the idea of her going to Moscow for her confinement. And that she had decided that she would remain at home and on no account go to Moscow. He knew how she feared both her confinement itself and the risk of not having a healthy child. And therefore he could not help being touched at seeing how ready she was to sacrifice everything for his sake. All was so nice, so pleasant, so clean, in the house, and in his soul it was so dirty, despicable, and foul. The whole evening Eugene was tormented by knowing that notwithstanding his sincere repulsion at his own weakness, notwithstanding his firm intention to break off, the same thing would happen again tomorrow. No, this is impossible, he said to himself, walking up and down in his room. There must be some remedy for it. My God! What am I to do? Someone knocked at the door as foreigners do. He knew this must be his uncle. Come in, he said. The uncle had come as a self-appointed ambassador from Liza. Do you know, I really do notice that there is a change in you, he said, and Liza, I understand how it troubles her. I understand that it must be hard for you to leave all the business you have so excellently started, but que veux-tu, 289 I should advise you to go away. It will be more satisfactory both for you and for her. And do you know, I should advise you to go to the Crimea. The climate is beautiful and there is an excellent couture there, and you would be just in time for the best of the grape season. Uncle, Eugene suddenly exclaimed. Can you keep a secret? A secret that is terrible to me, a shameful secret. Oh, come, do you really feel any doubt of me? Uncle, you can help me. Not only help, but save me, said Eugene. And the thought of disclosing his secret to his uncle whom he did not respect, the thought that he should show himself in the worst light and humiliate himself before him, was pleasant. He felt himself to be despicable and guilty, and wished to punish himself. Speak, my dear fellow, you know how fond I am of you, said the uncle, evidently well content that there was a secret and that it was a shameful one, and that it would be communicated to him. And that he could be of use. First of all I must tell you that I am a wretch, a good-for-nothing, a scoundrel, a real scoundrel. Now what are you saying? Began his uncle, as if he were offended. What? Not a wretch when I, Liza's husband, Liza's. One has only to know her purity, her love, and that I, her husband, want to be untrue to her with a peasant woman. What is this? Why do you want to? You have not been unfaithful to her. Yes, at least just the same as being untrue, for it did not depend on me. I was ready to do so. I was hindered, or else I should, now. I do not know what I should have done. But please, explain to me. Well, it is like this. When I was a bachelor I was stupid enough to have relations with a woman here in our village. That is to say, I used to have meetings with her in the forest, in the field. Was she pretty? Asked his uncle. Eugene frowned at this question, but he was in such need of external help that he made as if he did not hear it, and continued. Well, I thought this was just casual and that I should break it off and have done with it. And I did break it off before my marriage. For nearly a year I did not see her or think about her. It seemed strange to Eugene himself to hear the description of his own condition. Then suddenly, I don't myself know why, really one sometimes believes in witchcraft, I saw her, and a worm crept into my heart, and it gnaws. I reproach myself, I understand the full horror of my action, that is to say, of the act I may commit any moment, and yet I myself turn to it, and if I have not committed it, it is only because God preserved me. Yesterday I was on my way to see her when Liza sent for me. What, in the rain? Yes. I am worn out, uncle, and have decided to confess to you and to ask your help. Yes, of course, it's a bad thing on your own estate. People will get to know. I understand that Liza is weak and that it is necessary to spare her, but why on your own estate? Again Eugene tried not to hear what his uncle was saying, and hurried on to the core of the matter. Yes, save me from myself. That is what I ask of you. Today I was hindered by chance. But tomorrow or next time no one will hinder me. And she knows now. Don't leave me alone. Yes, all right, said his uncle, but are you really so much in love? Oh, it is not that at all. It is not that, it is some kind of power that has seized me and holds me. I do not know what to do. Perhaps I shall gain strength, and then. Well, it turns out as I suggested, said his uncle. Let us be off to the Crimea. Yes, yes, let us go, and meanwhile you will be with me and will talk to me. Chapter 18. The fact that Eugene had confided his secret to his uncle, and still more the sufferings of his conscience and the feeling of shame he experienced after that rainy day, sobered him. It was settled that they would start for Yalta in a week's time. During that week Eugene drove to town to get money for the journey, gave instructions from the house and from the office concerning the management of the estate. Again became gay and friendly with his wife, and began to awaken morally. So without having once seen Stepanida after that rainy day he left with his wife for the Crimea. There he spent an excellent 2 months. He received so many new impressions that it seemed to him that the past was obliterated from his memory. In the Crimea they met former acquaintances and became particularly friendly with them, and they also made new acquaintances. Life in the Crimea was a continual holiday for Eugene, besides being instructive and beneficial. They became friendly there with the former marshal of the nobility of their province, a clever and liberal-minded man who became fond of Eugene and coached him, and attracted him to his party. At the end of August Liza gave birth to a beautiful, healthy daughter, and her confinement was unexpectedly easy. In September they returned home, the 4 of them, including the baby and its wet nurse, as Liza was unable to nurse it herself. Eugene returned home entirely free from the former horrors and quite a new and happy man. Having gone through all that a husband goes through when his wife bears a child, he loved her more than ever. His feeling for the child when he took it in his arms was a funny, new, very pleasant and, as it were, a tickling feeling. Another new thing in his life now was that, besides his occupation with the estate, thanks to his acquaintance with Dumchin, the ex-marshal, a new interest occupied his mind. That of the Zemstvo, partly an ambitious interest, partly a feeling of duty. In October there was to be a special assembly, at which he was to be elected. After arriving home he drove once to town and another time to Dumchin. Of the torments of his temptation and struggle he had forgotten even to think, and could with difficulty recall them to mind. It seemed to him something like an attack of insanity he had undergone. To such an extent did he now feel free from it that he was not even afraid to make inquiries on the first occasion when he remained alone with the steward. As he had previously spoken to him about the matter he was not ashamed to ask. Well, and is Sidor Peknikov still away from home? He inquired. Yes, he is still in town. And his wife? Oh, she is a worthless woman. She is now carrying on with Zinovy. She has gone quite on the loose. Well, that is all right, thought Eugene. How wonderfully indifferent to it I am. How I have changed. Chapter 19. All that Eugene had wished had been realized. He had obtained the property, the factory was working successfully, the beet crops were excellent, and he expected a large income. His wife had borne a child satisfactorily, his mother-in-law had left, and he had been unanimously elected to the Zemstvo. He was returning home from town after the election. He had been congratulated and had had to return thanks. He had had dinner and had drunk some 5 glasses of champagne. Quite new plans of life now presented themselves to him, and he was thinking about these as he drove home. It was the Indian summer, an excellent road and a hot sun. As he approached his home Eugene was thinking of how, as a result of this election, he would occupy among the people the position he had always dreamed of. That is to say, one in which he would be able to serve them not only by production, which gave employment, but also by direct influence. He imagined what his own and the other peasants would think of him in 3 years' time. For instance, this one, he thought, drifting just then through the village and glancing at a peasant who with a peasant woman was crossing the street in front of him carrying a full water tub. They stopped to let his carriage pass. The peasant was old Peknikov, and the woman was Stepanida. Eugene looked at her, recognized her, and was glad to feel that he remained quite tranquil. She was still as good-looking as ever, but this did not touch him at all. He drove home. "Well, may we congratulate you?" said his uncle. "Yes, I was elected." "Capital. We must drink to it." Next day Eugene drove about to see to the farming which he had been neglecting. At the outlying farmstead a new thrashing machine was at work. While watching it Eugene stepped among the women, trying not to take notice of them. But try as he would, he once or twice noticed the black eyes and red kerchief of Stepanida, who was carrying away the straw. Once or twice he glanced sideways at her and felt that something was happening, but could not account for it to himself. Only next day, when he again drove to the thrashing floor and spent 2 hours there quite unnecessarily, without ceasing to caress with his eyes the familiar, handsome figure of the young woman, did he feel that he was lost, irremediably lost. Again those torments. Again all that horror and fear, and there was no saving himself. What he expected happened to him. The evening of the next day, without knowing how, he found himself at her backyard, by her hay shed, where in autumn they had once had a meeting. As though having a stroll, he stopped there lighting a cigarette. A neighboring peasant woman saw him, and as he turned back he heard her say to someone, "Go, he is waiting for you, on my dying word he is standing there. Go, you fool." He saw how a woman, she, ran to the hay shed, but as a peasant had met him it was no longer possible for him to turn back, and so he went home. Chapter 20. When he entered the drawing-room everything seemed strange and unnatural to him. He had risen that morning vigorous, determined to fling it all aside, to forget it and not allow himself to think about it. But without noticing how it occurred he had all the morning not merely not interested himself in the work, but tried to avoid it. What had formerly cheered him and been important was now insignificant. Unconsciously he tried to free himself from business. It seemed to him that he had to do so in order to think and to plan. And he freed himself and remained alone. But as soon as he was alone he began to wander about in the garden and the forest. And all those spots were besmirched in his recollection by memories that gripped him. He felt that he was walking in the garden and pretending to himself that he was thinking out something, but that really he was not thinking out anything, but insanely and unreasonably expecting her. Expecting that by some miracle she would be aware that he was expecting her, and would come here at once and go somewhere where no one would see them. Or would come at night when there would be no moon, and no one, not even she herself, would see. On such a night she would come and he would touch her body. "There now, talking of breaking off when I wish to," he said to himself. "Yes, and that is having a clean healthy woman for one's health's sake. No, it seems one can't play with her like that. I thought I had taken her, but it was she who took me and does not let me go. Why, I thought I was free, but I was not free and was deceiving myself when I married. It was all nonsense, fraud. From the time I had her I experienced a new feeling, the real feeling of a husband. Yes, I ought to have lived with her. One of 2 lives is possible for me, that which I began with Liza, service, estate management, the child, and people's respect. If that is life, it is necessary that she, Stepanida, should not be there. She must be sent away, as I said, or destroyed so that she shall not exist. And the other life, is this, for me to take her away from her husband, pay him money, disregard the shame and disgrace, and live with her. But in that case it is necessary that Liza should not exist, nor Mimi, the baby. No, that is not so, the baby does not matter, but it is necessary that there should be no Liza, that she should go away, that she should know, curse me, and go away. That she should know that I have exchanged her for a peasant woman, that I am a deceiver and a scoundrel, no, that is too terrible. It is impossible. But it might happen, he went on thinking, it might happen that Liza might fall ill and die. Die, and then everything would be capital. Capital. Oh, scoundrel. No, if someone must die it should be Stepanida. If she were to die, how good it would be. Yes, that is how men come to poison or kill their wives or lovers. Take a revolver and go and call her, and instead of embracing her, shoot her in the breast and have done with it. Really she is, a devil. Simply a devil. She has possessed herself of me against my own will. Kill? Yes. There are only two ways out, to kill my wife or her. For it is impossible to live like this. 290 It is impossible. I must consider the matter and look ahead. If things remain as they are, what will happen? I shall again be saying to myself that I do not wish it and that I will throw her off, but it will be merely words. In the evening I shall be at her backyard, and she will know it and will come out. And if people know of it and tell my wife, or if I tell her myself, for I can't lie, I shall not be able to live so. I cannot. People will know. They will all know, Parasha and the blacksmith. Well, is it possible to live so? Impossible. There are only two ways out, to kill my wife, or to kill her. Yes, or else. Ah, yes, there is a third way, to kill myself, said he softly, and suddenly a shudder ran over his skin. Yes, kill myself, then I shall not need to kill them. He became frightened, for he felt that only that way was possible. He had a revolver. Shall I really kill myself? It is something I never thought of, how strange it will be. He returned to his study and at once opened the cupboard where the revolver lay. But before he had taken it out of its case his wife entered the room. Chapter 21. He threw a newspaper over the revolver. Again the same, said she aghast when she had looked at him. What is the same? The same terrible expression that you had before and would not explain to me. Genya, dear one, tell me about it. I see that you are suffering. Tell me and you will feel easier. Whatever it may be, it will be better than for you to suffer so. Don't I know that it is nothing bad? You know? While. Tell me, tell me, tell me. I won't let you go. He smiled a piteous smile. Shall I? No, it is impossible. And there is nothing to tell. Perhaps he might have told her, but at that moment the wet nurse entered to ask if she should go for a walk. Liza went out to dress the baby. Then you will tell me? I will be back directly. Yes, perhaps. She never could forget the piteous smile with which he said this. She went out. Hurriedly, stealthily like a robber, he seized the revolver and took it out of its case. It was loaded, yes, but long ago, and one cartridge was missing. Well, how will it be? He put it to his temple and hesitated a little, but as soon as he remembered Stepanida, his decision not to see her, his struggle, temptation, fall, and renewed struggle, he shuddered with horror. No, this is better, and he pulled the trigger. When Liza ran into the room, she had only had time to step down from the balcony. He was lying face downwards on the floor, black. Warm blood was gushing from the wound, and his corpse was twitching. There was an inquest. No one could understand or explain the suicide. It never even entered his uncle's head that its cause could be anything in common with the confession Eugene had made to him 2 months previously. Varvara Alexeyevna assured them that she had always foreseen it. It had been evident from his way of disputing. Neither Liza nor Mary Pavlovna could at all understand why it had happened, but still they did not believe what the doctors said, namely, that he was mentally deranged, a psychopath. They were quite unable to accept this, for they knew he was saner than hundreds of their acquaintances. And indeed if Eugene Erdenev was mentally deranged everyone is in the same case. The most mentally deranged people are certainly those who see in others indications of insanity they do not notice in themselves. Variation of the conclusion of The Devil. To kill, yes. There are only two ways out, to kill my wife, or to kill her. For it is impossible to live like this, said he to himself, and going up to the table he took from it a revolver and, having examined it, one cartridge was wanting, he put it in his trouser pocket. My God! What am I doing? He suddenly exclaimed, and folding his hands he began to pray. O God, help me and deliver me. Thou knowest that I do not desire evil, but by myself am powerless. Help me, said he, making the sign of the cross on his breast before the icon. Yes, I can control myself. I will go out, walk about and think things over. He went to the entrance hall, put on his overcoat and went out onto the porch. Unconsciously his steps took him past the garden along the field path to the outlying farmstead. There the thrashing machine was still droning and the cries of the driver lads were heard. He entered the barn. She was there. He saw her at once. She was raking up the corn, and on seeing him she ran briskly and merrily about, with laughing eyes, raking up the scattered corn with agility. Eugene could not help watching her though he did not wish to do so. He only recollected himself when she was no longer in sight. The clerk informed him that they were now finishing thrashing the corn that had been beaten down, that was why it was going slower and the output was less. Eugene went up to the drum, which occasionally gave a knock as sheaves not evenly fed in passed under it, and he asked the clerk if there were many such sheaves of beaten-down corn. There will be 5 cartloads of it. Then look here, began Eugene, but he did not finish the sentence. She had gone close up to the drum and was raking the corn from under it, and she scorched him with her laughing eyes. That look spoke of a merry, careless love between them, of the fact that she knew he wanted her and had come to her shed. And that she as always was ready to live and be merry with him regardless of all conditions or consequences. Eugene felt himself to be in her power but did not wish to yield. He remembered his prayer and tried to repeat it. He began saying it to himself, but at once felt that it was useless. A single thought now engrossed him entirely, how to arrange a meeting with her so that the others should not notice it. If we finish this lot today, are we to start on a fresh stack or leave it till tomorrow? Asked the clerk. Yes, yes, replied Eugene, involuntarily following her to the heap to which with the other women she was raking the corn. But can I really not master myself? Said he to himself. Have I really perished? O God! But there is no God. There is only a devil. And it is she. She has possessed me. But I won't. A devil, yes, a devil. Again he went up to her, drew the revolver from his pocket and shot her, once, twice, thrice, in the back. She ran a few steps and fell on the heap of corn. My God, my God! What is that? Cried the women. No, it was not an accident. I killed her on purpose, cried Eugene. Send for the police officer. He went home and went to his study and locked himself in, without speaking to his wife. Do not come to me, he cried to her through the door. You will know all about it. An hour later he rang, and bade the manservant who answered the bell, go and find out whether Stepanida is alive. The servant already knew all about it, and told him she had died an hour ago. Well, all right. Now leave me alone. When the police officer or the magistrate comes, let me know. The police officer and magistrate arrived next morning, and Eugene, having bidden his wife and baby farewell, was taken to prison. He was tried. It was during the early days of trial by jury 291 and the verdict was one of temporary insanity, and he was sentenced only to perform church penance. He had been kept in prison for 9 months and was then confined in a monastery for 1 month. He had begun to drink while still in prison, continued to do so in the monastery, and returned home an enfeebled, irresponsible drunkard. Varvara Alexeyevna assured them that she had always predicted this. It was, she said, evident from the way he disputed. Neither Liza nor Mary Pavlovna could understand how the affair had happened, but for all that, they did not believe what the doctors said, namely, that he was mentally deranged, a psychopath. They could not accept that, for they knew that he was saner than hundreds of their acquaintances. And indeed, if Eugene Erdenev was mentally deranged when he committed this crime, then everyone is similarly insane. The most mentally deranged people are certainly those who see in others indications of insanity they do not notice in themselves. November 19, 1889. Françoise. Tolstoy's adaptation of a story by Guy de Maupassant. Chapter 1. On the 3rd of May 1882 a three-masted sailing vessel, Notre Dame de Vence, left Havre for the China seas. After discharging her cargo in China, she took on board a fresh freight for Buenos Aires, from whence she carried other goods to Brazil. Apart from these long voyages, the vessel was so much delayed by damages, repairs, calms that continued for months, gales which drove her far out of her course, adventures at sea, and various accidents, that it was 4 years before she returned to France. At last, however, on the 8th of May 1886, she reached Marseilles with a cargo of American tinned fruit. When the ship left Havre she had on board a captain, a mate, and 14 sailors. During the voyage 1 sailor died, for were lost in various adventures, and of those that had sailed from France only 9 returned home. In place of these men struck off the list, 2 Americans had been engaged, besides 1 Negro, and a Swede who had been picked up in a drink shop at Singapore. The sails were furled and all the rigging made taut. A tug took them in tow and, steaming noisily, drew the vessel to the line of ships moored at the quay. The sea was calm, only a slight swell plashed on the shore. The vessel took her place in the line of those ranged along the quay, where cheek by jowl stood ships large and small, of all sizes, shapes, and kinds, from every country in the world. Notre Dame de Vence lay between an Italian brig and an English schooner, which had both crowded up to make room for their new companion. As soon as the captain had got rid of the custom-house officers and port officials, he gave leave to the greater part of the crew to go ashore for the night. It was a warm summer night. The streets of Marseilles were lighted up and were pervaded by the smell of food, the buzz of conversation, and the noise of traffic interspersed by sounds of gaiety. The sailors from Notre Dame de Vence had not been on shore for 4 months and now on landing went about timidly in pairs, like strangers unused to a town. They wandered about the streets nearest the quay, looking around them like dogs sniffing about in search of something. It was 4 months since they had seen a woman. In front walked Célestin Duclos, a strong and agile fellow who always took the lead when they went ashore. He knew how to find the right places and how to get out of a scrape when necessary. He avoided such broils as sailors frequently engage in when they go ashore, but he went the pace with his comrades and could stand up for himself. For some time the sailors strolled about those streets which run down to the sea like sewers, filled with an oppressive smell rising from their damp cellars and musty attics. At last Célestin chose a narrow side street where large, prominent lamps shone over the doors of the houses, and into this he turned. The others followed him, grinning and singing. Numbers were painted in huge figures on the colored glass of these lamps. In the low doorways, on straw-platted chairs, sat women in aprons. They rushed out at the sight of the sailors, and running into the street threw themselves in their way, enticing them each to her own lair. At times a door unexpectedly opened at the end of a passage, through which one saw a half-naked woman wearing very short skirts and a very low-cut velvet bodice trimmed with gilt lace. "Ah! Lads, come here," such a one would cry from a distance, or even ran out herself and catching hold of a sailor dragged him with all her strength towards her den. She stuck to him like a spider seizing a fly stronger than itself. The fellow resisted feebly and the others stopped to see the result, but Célestin Duclos shouted, "Not there, don't go in there, come farther." The fellow obeyed, tearing himself from the woman by force, and the sailors went on, followed by the abuse of the enraged woman. At the noise of the encounter, other women along the street rushed out and fell upon them, shouting the praises of their wares in hoarse voices, but the sailors went on farther and farther. Occasionally they met a soldier with jingling spurs or a solitary clerk or tradesman making his way to some accustomed haunt. In other side streets shone other lamps of the same kind, but the sailors went farther and farther, tramping through the foul-smelling slush that oozed from the yards. At last Duclos stopped at a house of better appearance than the others, and led his comrades in. Chapter 2. The sailors were sitting in the chief room of the establishment. Each of them had chosen a woman companion from whom he did not part the whole evening, such was the custom of the place. 3 tables had been placed together, and first of all the sailors drank, each with his lass. Then they rose and went upstairs with them. Long and loud clattered their 20 feet in their thick boots on the wooden stairs before they had all tumbled through the narrow doors into their separate rooms. From there they came down again to drink, and then returned once more upstairs. The carouse was kept up recklessly. The whole half-year's pay went in a 4 hours' debauch. By 11 o'clock they were all drunk, and with bloodshot eyes were shouting disconnected phrases, not knowing what they said. They sang, shouted, beat with their fists on the table, or poured wine down their throats. Célestin Duclos was there among his comrades, and with him sat a large, stout, red-cheeked woman. He had had as much to drink as the others, but was not yet quite drunk. Some more or less connected thoughts still flickered through his brain. He grew tender, and tried to think of something to say to his lass, but the thoughts that came into his head vanished again at once and he was unable to remember or express them. "Yes," said he, laughing. "Just so. Just so. And have you lived here long?" "6 months," replied the woman. He nodded his head, as if to show his approval of this. "And are you comfortable here?" She thought a moment. "I have got accustomed to it," she said. "One has to live somehow. It is not so bad as being in service or working in a laundry." He nodded his head approvingly, as if to commend her for this also. "Were you born in these parts?" said he. She shook her head. "Do you come from far away?" he continued. She nodded. "Where from?" She paused, as if to remember. "I am from Perpignan," said she. "Yes, yes," said he and ceased questioning her. "And what are you, a sailor?" asked the woman in her turn. "Yes, we are sailors." "And have you been on long voyages?" "Yes, long enough. We have seen places of all sorts." "Have you been round the world?" "Oh yes," said he, "not once only, we have been nearly twice round." She again paused, as if remembering something. "I suppose you have met many ships," said she. "Of course we have." "Have you ever met the Notre Dame de Vence?" "There is a ship of that name." He was surprised at her naming his vessel, and thought he would play a trick on her. "Why, certainly," said he. "We met her only last week." "Is that the truth?" she said, growing pale. "The solemn truth. You are not telling me a lie?" "So help me God," swore he, "I am telling the truth." "And did you not meet a man on board named Célestin Duclos?" asked she. "Célestin Duclos?" he repeated, astonished and even alarmed. How did this woman know his name? "Why? Do you know him?" he asked. It was evident that she too was alarmed. "No, not I, but there is a woman here that knows him." "What woman?" "Here in this house." "No, but near here." "Tell me where." "Oh, not very far away." "Who is she?" "Oh, just a woman, like myself." "What has she to do with him?" "How should I know? Perhaps they come from the same parts." They looked searchingly into each other's eyes. "I should like to see that woman," he said. "Why?" she asked. "Have you anything to tell her?" "I want to tell her." "To tell her, what?" "That I have seen Célestin Duclos." You have seen Célestin Duclos. Is he alive and well? He is quite well. But what is that to you? She was silent, again collecting her thoughts. Then she said softly. What port is the Notre Dame de Vence bound for? What port? Why, Marseilles. Is that true? Cried she. Quite true. And you know Duclos? I have already told you that I know him. She thought a while. Yes, yes, it is well, said she softly. What do you want with him? If you should see him, tell him. No, better not. What shall I tell him? No, never mind. As he looked at her he became more and more agitated. Do you know him yourself? Asked he. No, I don't know him myself. Then what does he matter to you? She did not answer, but jumping up ran to the counter, behind which the hostess sat. Taking a lemon, she cut it in half and squeezed the juice into a glass which she filled with water, and this she gave to Célestin. There, drink that, she said, sitting down as before on his knees. What is this for? He asked, taking the glass from her. To clear your head. Then I will tell you something. Drink it. He drank it, and wiped his lips with the back of his hand. Well, now tell me. I am attending. But you must not let him know that you have seen me, nor tell him whom you heard it from. Very well, I will not tell. Swear it. He swore. So help you God. So help me God. Well then, tell him his father and mother are both dead and his brother also. A fever broke out and they all died in one and the same month. Duclos felt the blood rushing to his heart. For some minutes he sat in silence, not knowing what to say. Presently he uttered the words. Are you sure it is so? Quite sure. Who told you? She put her hands on his shoulders and looked him straight in the eyes. Swear you will not let it out. He swore it, so help me God. I am his sister. Françoise, he shrieked. She looked intently at him, and softly moved her lips, hardly letting the words escape. So you are Célestin. They did not stir, but remained as though benumbed, gazing into each other's eyes. Around them the others shouted with drunken voices. The ringing of glasses, the beating of hands and heels, and the piercing screams of women, intermingled with the singing and the shouting. How can it have happened? Said he, so gently that even she could hardly catch the words. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. They died, she continued. All three in 1 month. What was I to do? I was left alone. The chemist, the doctor, the 3 funerals. I had to sell everything to pay the debts. Nothing was left but the clothes I wore. I went as servant to Monsieur Cachot's. Do you remember him? A lame man. I was only just 15. I was scarcely 14 when you left home, and I went wrong with him. You know how stupid we peasant girls are. Then I went as nurse in a notary's family, and it was the same with him. For a time he made me his mistress and I had a lodging of my own, but that did not last long. He left me, and for 3 days I was without food. No one would take me, so I came here like the rest of them. And as she spoke the water flowed in streams from her eyes and nose, wetting her cheeks and trickling into her mouth. What have we done? Said he. I thought you were dead also. How could I have helped it? Whispered she through her tears. How was it you did not know me? He answered, also in a whisper. I do not know. It was not my fault, continued she, weeping yet more bitterly. How could I know you? He said again. You were so different when I left home. But you should have known me. She threw up her hands in despair. Ah! I see so many of them, these men. They all look alike to me now. His heart contracted so painfully and so strongly that he wanted to cry aloud, as a little boy does when he is beaten. He rose and held her at arm's length. Then, seizing her head in his great sailor paws, he gazed intently into her face. Little by little he recognized in her the small, slender, merry maiden he had left at home with those others whose eyes it had been her lot to close. "Yes, you are Françoise. My sister," he exclaimed. And suddenly sobs, the sobs of a strong man, sounding like the hiccups of a drunkard, rose in his throat. He let go of her head, and striking the table so that the glasses upset and broke to atoms, he cried out in a wild voice. His comrades, astonished, turned towards him. "See how he's swaggering," said one. "Stop that shouting," said another. Duclos. What are you bawling about?" "Let's get upstairs again," said a third, plucking Celestin by the sleeve with one hand while his other arm encircled a flushed, laughing, black-eyed lass, in a rose-colored, low-cut, silk dress. Duclos suddenly became quiet, and holding his breath looked at his comrades. Then, with the same strange and resolute expression with which he used to enter on a fight, he staggered up to the sailor who was embracing the girl. And struck down with his hand, dividing them apart. "Away! Do you not see that she is your sister? Each of them is someone's sister. See, here is my sister, Françoise. Ha, ha, ha," and he broke into sobs that almost sounded like laughter. Then he staggered, raised his hands, and fell with a crash to the floor, where he rolled about, striking the floor with his hands and feet and choking as though about to die. "He must be put to bed," said one of his comrades. "We shall be having him taken up if we go out into the streets." So they lifted Celestin and dragged him upstairs to Françoise's room, where they laid him on her bed. The Empty Drum. A folktale long current in the region of the Volga. Emelian was a laborer and worked for a master. Crossing the meadows one day on his way to work, he nearly trod on a frog that jumped right in front of him, but he just managed to avoid it. Suddenly he heard someone calling to him from behind. Emelian looked round and saw a lovely lassie, who said to him, "Why don't you get married, Emelian?" "How can I marry, my lass?" said he. "I have but the clothes I stand up in, nothing more, and no one would have me for a husband." "Take me for a wife," said she. Emelian liked the maid. "I should be glad to," said he, "but where and how could we live?" "Why trouble about that?" said the girl. "One only has to work more and sleep less, and one can clothe and feed oneself anywhere." "Very well then, let us marry," said Emelian. "Where shall we go to?" "Let us go to town." So Emelian and the lass went to town, and she took him to a small hut on the very edge of the town, and they married and began housekeeping. One day the king, driving through the town, passed by Emelian's hut. Emelian's wife came out to see the king. The king noticed her and was quite surprised. "Where did such a beauty come from?" said he, and stopping his carriage he called Emelian's wife and asked her, "Who are you?" "The peasant Emelian's wife," said she. "Why did you, who are such a beauty, marry a peasant?" said the king. "You ought to be a queen." "Thank you for your kind words," said she, "but a peasant husband is good enough for me." The king talked to her a while and then drove on. He returned to the palace, but could not get Emelian's wife out of his head. All night he did not sleep, but kept thinking how to get her for himself. He could think of no way of doing it, so he called his servants and told them they must find a way. The king's servants said, "Command Emelian to come to the palace to work, and we will work him so hard that he will die. His wife will be left a widow, and then you can take her for yourself." The king followed their advice. He sent an order that Emelian should come to the palace as a workman, and that he should live at the palace, and his wife with him. The messengers came to Emelian and gave him the king's message. His wife said, "Go, Emelian, work all day, but come back home at night." So Emelian went, and when he got to the palace the king's steward asked him, "Why have you come alone, without your wife?" "Why should I drag her about?" said Emelian. "She has a house to live in. At the king's palace they gave Emelian work enough for 2. He began the job not hoping to finish it, but when evening came, lo and behold, it was all done. The steward saw that it was finished, and set him 4 times as much for next day. Emelian went home. Everything there was swept and tidy. The oven was heated, his supper was cooked and ready, and his wife sat by the table sewing and waiting for his return. She greeted him, laid the table, gave him to eat and drink, and then began to ask him about his work. "Ah," said he, "it's a bad business. They give me tasks beyond my strength, and want to kill me with work." "Don't fret about the work," said she, "don't look either before or behind to see how much you have done or how much there is left to do, only keep on working and all will be right." So Emelian lay down and slept. Next morning he went to work again and worked without once looking round. And, lo and behold, by the evening it was all done, and before dark he came home for the night. Again and again they increased Emelian's work, but he always got through it in good time and went back to his hut to sleep. A week passed, and the king's servants saw they could not crush him with rough work, so they tried giving him work that required skill. But this, also, was of no avail. Carpentering, and masonry, and roofing, whatever they set him to do, Emelian had it ready in time, and went home to his wife at night. So a second week passed. Then the king called his servants and said, "Am I to feed you for nothing? 2 weeks have gone, and I don't see that you have done anything. You were going to tire Emelian out with work, but I see from my windows how he goes home every evening, singing cheerfully. Do you mean to make a fool of me?" The king's servants began to excuse themselves. "We tried our best to wear him out with rough work," they said, "but nothing was too hard for him. He cleared it all off as though he had swept it away with a broom. There was no tiring him out. Then we set him to tasks needing skill, which we did not think he was clever enough to do, but he managed them all. No matter what one sets him, he does it all, no one knows how. Either he or his wife must know some spell that helps them. We ourselves are sick of him, and wish to find a task he cannot master. We have now thought of setting him to build a cathedral in a single day. Send for Emelian, and order him to build a cathedral in front of the palace in a single day. Then, if he does not do it, let his head be cut off for disobedience." The king sent for Emelian. "Listen to my command," said he, "build me a new cathedral on the square in front of my palace, and have it ready by tomorrow evening. If you have it ready I will reward you, but if not I will have your head cut off." When Emelian heard the king's command he turned away and went home. "My end is near," thought he. And coming to his wife, he said, "Get ready, wife, we must fly from here, or I shall be lost by no fault of my own." "What has frightened you so?" said she, "and why should we run away?" "How can I help being frightened? The king has ordered me, tomorrow, in a single day, to build him a cathedral. If I fail he will cut my head off. There is only one thing to be done, we must fly while there is yet time." But his wife would not hear of it. "The king has many soldiers," said she. "They would catch us anywhere. We cannot escape from him, but must obey him as long as strength holds out. How can I obey him when the task is beyond my strength? Goodman, don't be downhearted. Eat your supper now, and go to sleep. Rise early in the morning and all will get done." So Emelian lay down and slept. His wife roused him early next day. "Go quickly," said she, "and finish the cathedral. Here are nails and a hammer, there is still enough work there for a day." Emelian went into the town, reached the palace square, and there stood a large cathedral not quite finished. Emelian set to work to do what was needed, and by the evening all was ready. When the king awoke he looked out from his palace, and saw the cathedral, and Emelian going about driving in nails here and there. And the king was not pleased to have the cathedral, he was annoyed at not being able to condemn Emelian and take his wife. Again he called his servants. "Emelian has done this task also," said the king, and there is no excuse for putting him to death. Even this work was not too hard for him. You must find a more cunning plan, or I will cut off your heads as well as his. So his servants planned that Emelian should be ordered to make a river round the palace, with ships sailing on it. And the king sent for Emelian and set him this new task. If, said he, you could build a cathedral in one night, you can also do this. Tomorrow all must be ready. If not, I will have your head off. Emelian was more downcast than before, and returned to his wife sad at heart. Why are you so sad? Said his wife. Has the king set you a fresh task? Emelian told her about it. We must fly, said he. But his wife replied, there is no escaping the soldiers, they will catch us wherever we go. There is nothing for it but to obey. How can I do it? Groaned Emelian. Goodman, said she, don't be downhearted. Eat your supper now, and go to sleep. Rise early, and all will get done in good time. So Emelian lay down and slept. In the morning his wife woke him. Go, said she, to the palace, all is ready. Only, near the wharf in front of the palace, there is a mound left. Take a spade and level it. When the king awoke he saw a river where there had not been one, ships were sailing up and down, and Emelian was leveling a mound with a spade. The king wondered, but was pleased neither with the river nor with the ships, so vexed was he at not being able to condemn Emelian. There is no task, thought he, that he cannot manage. What is to be done? And he called his servants and again asked their advice. Find some task, said he, which Emelian cannot compass. For whatever we plan he fulfills, and I cannot take his wife from him. The king's servants thought, and at last devised a plan. They came to the king and said, send for Emelian and say to him, go to there, don't know where, and bring back that, don't know what. Then he will not be able to escape you. No matter where he goes, you can say that he has not gone to the right place, and no matter what he brings, you can say it is not the right thing. Then you can have him beheaded and can take his wife. The king was pleased. That is well thought of, said he. So the king sent for Emelian and said to him, go to, there, don't know where, and bring back that, don't know what. If you fail to bring it, I will have you beheaded. Emelian returned to his wife and told her what the king had said. His wife became thoughtful. Well, said she, they have taught the king how to catch you. Now we must act warily. So she sat and thought, and at last said to her husband, you must go far, to our grandam, the old peasant woman, the mother of soldiers, and you must ask her aid. If she helps you to anything, go straight to the palace with it, I shall be there, I cannot escape them now. They will take me by force, but it will not be for long. If you do everything as grandam directs, you will soon save me. So the wife got her husband ready for the journey. She gave him a wallet, and also a spindle. Give her this, said she. By this token she will know that you are my husband. And his wife showed him his road. Emelian set off. He left the town behind, and came to where some soldiers were being drilled. Emelian stood and watched them. After drill the soldiers sat down to rest. Then Emelian went up to them and asked, do you know, brothers, the way to, there, don't know where? And how I can get, that, don't know what? The soldiers listened to him with surprise. Who sent you on this errand? Said they. The king, said he. We ourselves, said they, from the day we became soldiers, go we don't know where, and never yet have we got there, and we seek we don't know what, and cannot find it. We cannot help you. Emelian sat a while with the soldiers and then went on again. He trudged many a mile, and at last came to a wood. In the wood was a hut, and in the hut sat an old woman, the mother of peasant soldiers, spinning flax and weeping. And as she spun she did not put her fingers to her mouth to wet them with spittle, but to her eyes to wet them with tears. When the old woman saw Emelian she cried out at him, why have you come here? Then Emelian gave her the spindle, and said his wife had sent it. The old woman softened at once, and began to question him. And Emelian told her his whole life, how he married the lass, how they went to live in the town, how he had worked, and what he had done at the palace, how he built the cathedral, and made a river with ships on it, and how the king had now told him to go to, there, don't know where, and bring back, that, don't know what. The grandam listened to the end, and ceased weeping. She muttered to herself, the time has surely come, and said to him, all right, my lad. Sit down now, and I will give you something to eat. Emelian ate, and then the grandam told him what to do. Here, said she, is a ball of thread, roll it before you, and follow where it goes. You must go far till you come right to the sea. When you get there, you will see a great city. Enter the city and ask for a night's lodging at the furthest house. There look out for what you are seeking. How shall I know it when I see it, Granny, said he. When you see something men obey more than father or mother, that is it. Seize that, and take it to the king. When you bring it to the king, he will say it is not right, and you must answer, if it is not the right thing it must be smashed, and you must beat it and carry it to the river. Break it in pieces, and throw it into the water. Then you will get your wife back and my tears will be dried. Emelian bade farewell to the grandam and began rolling his ball before him. It rolled and rolled until at last it reached the sea. By the sea stood a great city, and at the further end of the city was a big house. There Emelian begged for a night's lodging, and was granted it. He lay down to sleep, and in the morning awoke and heard a father rousing his son to go and cut wood for the fire. But the son did not obey. It is too early, said he, there is time enough. Then Emelian heard the mother say, go, my son, your father's bones ache, would you have him go himself? It is time to be up. But the son only murmured some words and fell asleep again. Hardly was he asleep when something thundered and rattled in the street. Up jumped the son and quickly putting on his clothes ran out into the street. Up jumped Emelian, too, and ran after him to see what it was that a son obeys more than father or mother. What he saw was a man walking along the street carrying, tied to his stomach, a thing which he beat with sticks, and that it was that rattled and thundered so, and that the son had obeyed. Emelian ran up and had a look at it. He saw it was round, like a small tub, with a skin stretched over both ends, and he asked what it was called. He was told, a drum. And is it empty? Yes, it is empty. Emelian was surprised. He asked them to give the thing to him, but they would not. So Emelian left off asking, and followed the drummer. All day he followed, and when the drummer at last lay down to sleep, Emelian snatched the drum from him and ran away with it. He ran, till at last he got back to his own town. He went to see his wife, but she was not at home. The day after he went away, the king had taken her. So Emelian went to the palace, and sent in a message to the king, he has returned who went to, there, don't know where, and he has brought with him, that, don't know what. They told the king, and the king said he was to come again next day. But Emelian said, tell the king I am here today, and have brought what the king wanted. Let him come out to me, or I will go in to him. The king came out. Where have you been? Said he. Emelian told him. That's not the right place, said the king. What have you brought? Emelian pointed to the drum, but the king did not look at it. That is not it. If it is not the right thing, said Emelian, it must be smashed, and may the devil take it. And Emelian left the palace, carrying the drum and beating it. And as he beat it all the king's army ran out to follow Emelian, and they saluted him and waited his commands. The king, from his window, began to shout at his army telling them not to follow Emelian. They did not listen to what he said, but all followed Emelian. When the king saw that, he gave orders that Emelian's wife should be taken back to him, and he sent to ask Emelian to give him the drum. It can't be done, said Emelian. I was told to smash it and to throw the splinters into the river. So Emelian went down to the river carrying the drum, and the soldiers followed him. When he reached the river bank, Emelian smashed the drum to splinters, and threw the splinters into the stream. And then all the soldiers ran away. Emelian took his wife and went home with her. And after that the king ceased to trouble him, and so they lived happily ever after. 1891. A dialogue among clever people. 1892. Once some guests were gathered in a rich man's home, and it happened that a serious conversation about life arose. They talked about persons absent and persons present, and they could not hit upon a single one contented with his life. Not only did each one find something to complain of in his fortune, but there was not one who would consider that he was living as a Christian ought to live. All confessed that they were living worldly lives, concerned only about themselves and their families, thinking little about their neighbors, and still less about God. Thus talked the guests, and all agreed in blaming themselves for their godless, unchristian lives. "Then why do we live so?" cried one youth. "Why do we do what we ourselves do not approve? Have we not the power over our own lives? We ourselves are conscious that our luxury, our effeminacy, our wealth, and especially our pride, our separation from our brethren, are our ruin. In order to be important and rich we must deprive ourselves of everything that gives man joy in living, we crowd ourselves into cities, we make ourselves effeminate, we ruin our constitutions. And notwithstanding all our diversion, we die of ennui and of disgust because our lives are not what they ought to be. Why live so? Why destroy our lives so, and all the good which God has bestowed on us? I mean to give up living as I have. I will give up the studies I have begun. For, don't you see, they would lead me to no other than that tormenting life which all of us are now complaining of. I will renounce my property, and I will go and live with the poor in the country. I will work with them. I will learn to labor with my hands, and if my culture is necessary to the poor, I will share it with them, but not through institutions and books, but directly. Living with them as if I were their brother. Yes, I have made up my mind," he added, looking inquiringly at his father, who was also present. "Your desire is a worthy one," said his father, "but foolish and ill-considered. Everything seems to you quite easy because you don't know life. How beautiful it seems to us! But the truth is, the accomplishment of this beautiful ideal is very difficult and complicated. It is hard enough to go well on a beaten track, but still more to trace out new paths. They can be traced out only by men who have arrived at full maturity and have assimilated all that is in the power of man to absorb. It seems to you easy to break out new paths in life, because, as yet, you have had no experience of life. This is all the heedlessness and pride of youth. We old people are needed to curb your impulses and to guide you by our experience, while you young people must obey us so as to profit by our experience. Your active life is still before you. Now you are growing and developing. Get your education, and all the culture you can. Stand on your own legs, have your own firm convictions, and then begin your new life, if you feel you have the strength for it. But now you must obey those that are guiding you for your own good, and you must not strike out into new paths in life." The youth made no reply, and the older persons present agreed with what his father said. "You are right," said a middle-aged, married man, addressing the youth's father. "It is true that a youth having no experience of life may blunder in trying new paths of life, and his resolution may not be deeply settled. But, you see, we are all agreed on this point, that our lives are contrary to our consciences, and do not make us happy. And so we can't help regarding your desire to enter upon this new life as laudable. The young man may adopt his ideal through reason, but I am not a young man, and I am going to speak to you about myself. As I listened to our talk this evening, the same thought entered my mind. The life which I am leading, it is plain to me, cannot give me a serene conscience and happiness. Both experience and reason prove this. Then what am I waiting for? You struggle from morning till night for your family, and the result is that both you and your family continue to live ungodly lives, and you are all the while worse and worse entangled in your sins. You work for your family, and it seems your family are not better off or happier because you work for them. And so I often think it would be better if I changed my whole life and did exactly what this young man proposed, ceased to bother about wife and children, and only thought about my soul. Not without reason does it say in St. Paul, "He that is married takes thought about his wife, but he that is unmarried about God." Before this married man had finished his remarks, all the women present, including his wife, fell upon him. "You ought to have thought about all this earlier," said one of the elderly ladies. "Once harnessed, you must work. According to your plan every man will be saying, 'I want to be saved,' when it seems to him hard to maintain and feed a family. It is all deception and baseness. No, a man ought to be able to live in a godly way even if he has a family. It is easy enough for him to save himself alone. And then the main thing, to act so is to act contrary to the teaching of Christ. God has commanded us to love others, but in this way you would offend others as if it were for God. No. A married man has his definite obligations, and he ought not to shirk them. It is another thing when your family has already been established. Then you may do as you please for yourself, but no one has any right to do violence to his family." The married man did not agree with this. He said, "I have no wish to give up my family. All I say that it is not necessary to maintain one's family and children in a worldly fashion, or to teach them to live for their own pleasures as we were just saying. But we ought to train them so that children in their early days may be accustomed to poverty, to labor, to help others, and, above all, to lead a fraternal life with all men. And to do this it is necessary to renounce all wealth and distinction. There is no sense in breaking in others while you yourself are not living a godly life," retorted his wife, with some heat. "Ever since your earliest youth you have lived for your own gratification. Why, then, should you wish to torment your children and family? Let them grow up in peace, and then they will do as they themselves are inclined, but don't you coerce them." The married man held his peace, but an elderly man who was present took up the cudgels in his defense. "Let us admit," said he. "It is impossible for a married man who has accustomed his family to a certain degree of luxury, suddenly to deprive them of it all. It is true that if you have begun to educate your children, you had better carry out your plans than break them off. All the more, because the children, when they are grown up, will themselves choose the path which they think best. I admit that it is difficult, if not impossible, for a family man to change his life without working injury. But to us old men God has given this as a command. I will say of myself, I am living now without any responsibilities. I am living, to tell the truth, merely for my belly. I eat, I drink, I take my ease, and it is disgusting and repulsive to my nature. So then it is time for me to give up this life, to distribute my property, and to live the rest of my days as God has commanded a Christian to live." The rest did not agree with the old man. His niece and goddaughter was present, all of whose children he had stood as sponsor for, always providing them with holiday gifts, and so was his son. All protested against his views. "No," said his son, "you have worked hard in your day, you deserve to rest, and you have no right to torment yourself. You have lived 60 years in your own habits. It would be impossible for you to change them. You would only torment yourself for nothing." "Yes, yes," exclaimed his niece, in confirmation of this, "you would be in want, you would be out of sorts, you would grumble, and you would commit worse sin. But God is merciful and pardons all sinners, much more such a good kind uncle as you are." "Yes, and why should we?" asked another old man, a contemporary of the old uncle. "You and I may not have 2 days longer to live. So what is the use of beginning?" "What a marvelous thing," exclaimed one of the guests, he had not spoken before, "what a marvelous thing. All of us confess that it is good to live a godly life, and that we live ill and suffer in soul and body. But as soon as it comes to the point, then it seems that it is impossible to break in the children, but they must be educated, not in the godlike way, but in the old-fashioned way. It is impossible for a young man to escape from his parents' will, but he must live, not in the godlike way, but in the old way. A married man cannot restrain his wife and children, but must live the ungodlike life, in the old way. The old men cannot begin, they are not accustomed to it. And besides this, they may not live 2 days longer. So the upshot is that it is impossible for anyone to live well, but only to talk about it. The Coffeehouse of Surat. After Bernardine de Saint-Pierre. In the town of Surat, in India, was a coffeehouse where many travelers and foreigners from all parts of the world met and conversed. One day a learned Persian theologian visited this coffeehouse. He was a man who had spent his life studying the nature of the deity, and reading and writing books upon the subject. He had thought, read, and written so much about God, that eventually he lost his wits, became quite confused, and ceased even to believe in the existence of a god. The Shah, hearing of this, had banished him from Persia. After having argued all his life about the first cause, this unfortunate theologian had ended by quite perplexing himself, and instead of understanding that he had lost his own reason, he began to think that there was no higher reason controlling the universe. This man had an African slave who followed him everywhere. When the theologian entered the coffeehouse, the slave remained outside, near the door, sitting on a stone in the glare of the sun, and driving away the flies that buzzed around him. The Persian, having settled down on a divan in the coffeehouse, ordered himself a cup of opium. When he had drunk it and the opium had begun to quicken the workings of his brain, he addressed his slave through the open door. "Tell me, wretched slave," said he, "do you think there is a God? Or not?" "Of course there is," said the slave, and immediately drew from under his girdle a small idol of wood. "There," said he, "that is the God who has guarded me from the day of my birth. Everyone in our country worships the fetish tree, from the wood of which this God was made." This conversation between the theologian and his slave was listened to with surprise by the other guests in the coffeehouse. They were astonished at the master's question, and yet more so at the slave's reply. One of them, a Brahmin, on hearing the words spoken by the slave, turned to him and said, "Miserable fool! Is it possible you believe that God can be carried under a man's girdle? There is one God, Brahma, and he is greater than the whole world, for he created it. Brahma is the one, the mighty God, and in his honor are built the temples on the Ganges banks, where his true priests, the Brahmins, worship him. They know the true God, and none but they. 1,000 score of years have passed, and yet through revolution after revolution these priests have held their sway, because Brahma, the one true God, has protected them." So spoke the Brahmin, thinking to convince everyone, but a Jewish broker who was present replied to him, and said, "No. The temple of the true God is not in India. Neither does God protect the Brahmin caste. The true God is not the God of the Brahmins, but of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. None does he protect but his chosen people, the Israelites. From the commencement of the world, our nation has been beloved of him, and ours alone. If we are now scattered over the whole earth, it is but to try us. For God has promised that he will one day gather his people together in Jerusalem. Then, with the temple of Jerusalem, the wonder of the ancient world, restored to its splendor, shall Israel be established a ruler over all nations." So spoke the Jew, and burst into tears. He wished to say more, but an Italian missionary who was there interrupted him. "What you are saying is untrue," said he to the Jew. "You attribute injustice to God. He cannot love your nation above the rest. Nay, rather, even if it be true that of old he favored the Israelites, it is now 1900 years since they angered him, and caused him to destroy their nation and scatter them over the earth. So that their faith makes no converts and has died out except here and there. God shows preference to no nation, but calls all who wish to be saved to the bosom of the Catholic Church of Rome, the one outside whose borders no salvation can be found." So spoke the Italian. But a Protestant minister, who happened to be present, growing pale, turned to the Catholic missionary and exclaimed, how can you say that salvation belongs to your religion? Those only will be saved, who serve God according to the gospel, in spirit and in truth, as bidden by the word of Christ. Then a Turk, an officeholder in the custom house at Surat, who was sitting in the coffeehouse smoking a pipe, turned with an air of superiority to both the Christians. Your belief in your Roman religion is vain, said he. It was superseded 1200 years ago by the true faith, that of Muhammad. You cannot but observe how the true Mohammedan faith continues to spread both in Europe and Asia, and even in the enlightened country of China. You say yourselves that God has rejected the Jews. And, as a proof, you quote the fact that the Jews are humiliated and their faith does not spread. Confess then the truth of Mohammedanism, for it is triumphant and spreads far and wide. None will be saved but the followers of Muhammad, God's latest prophet, and of them, only the followers of Omar, and not of Ali, for the latter are false to the faith. To this the Persian theologian, who was of the sect of Ali, wished to reply, but by this time a great dispute had arisen among all the strangers of different faiths and creeds present. There were Abyssinian Christians, Lamas from Tibet, Ismailians and fire worshippers. They all argued about the nature of God, and how he should be worshipped. Each of them asserted that in his country alone was the true God known and rightly worshipped. Everyone argued and shouted, except a Chinaman, a student of Confucius, who sat quietly in one corner of the coffee-house, not joining in the dispute. He sat there drinking tea and listening to what the others said, but did not speak himself. The Turk noticed him sitting there, and appealed to him, saying, "You can confirm what I say, my good Chinaman. You hold your peace, but if you spoke I know you would uphold my opinion. Traders from your country, who come to me for assistance, tell me that though many religions have been introduced into China, you Chinese consider Mohammedanism the best of all. And adopt it willingly. Confirm, then, my words, and tell us your opinion of the true God and of his prophet." "Yes, yes," said the rest, turning to the Chinaman, "let us hear what you think on the subject." The Chinaman, the student of Confucius, closed his eyes, and thought a while. Then he opened them again, and drawing his hands out of the wide sleeves of his garment, and folding them on his breast, he spoke as follows, in a calm and quiet voice. "Sirs, it seems to me that it is chiefly pride that prevents men agreeing with one another on matters of faith. If you care to listen to me, I will tell you a story which will explain this by an example. I came here from China on an English steamer which had been round the world. We stopped for fresh water, and landed on the east coast of the island of Sumatra. It was midday, and some of us, having landed, sat in the shade of some coconut palms by the seashore, not far from a native village. We were a party of men of different nationalities. As we sat there, a blind man approached us. We learnt afterwards that he had gone blind from gazing too long and too persistently at the sun, trying to find out what it is, in order to seize its light. He strove a long time to accomplish this, constantly looking at the sun, but the only result was that his eyes were injured by its brightness, and he became blind. Then he said to himself, "The light of the sun is not a liquid, for if it were a liquid it would be possible to pour it from one vessel into another, and it would be moved, like water, by the wind. Neither is it fire, for if it were fire, water would extinguish it. Neither is light a spirit, for it is seen by the eye, nor is it matter, for it cannot be moved. Therefore, as the light of the sun is neither liquid, nor fire, nor spirit, nor matter, it is nothing." So he argued, and, as a result of always looking at the sun and always thinking about it, he lost both his sight and his reason. And when he went quite blind, he became fully convinced that the sun did not exist. With this blind man came a slave, who after placing his master in the shade of a coconut tree, picked up a coconut from the ground, and began making it into a nightlight. He twisted a wick from the fiber of the coconut, squeezed oil from the nut into the shell, and soaked the wick in it. As the slave sat doing this, the blind man sighed and said to him, "Well, slave, was I not right when I told you there is no sun? Do you not see how dark it is? Yet people say there is a sun. But if so, what is it? I do not know what the sun is, said the slave. That is no business of mine. But I know what light is. Here I have made a night light, by the help of which I can serve you and find anything I want in the hut. And the slave picked up the coconut shell, saying, This is my son. A lame man with crutches, who was sitting nearby, heard these words, and laughed. You have evidently been blind all your life, said he to the blind man, not to know what the sun is. I will tell you what it is. The sun is a ball of fire, which rises every morning out of the sea and goes down again among the mountains of our island each evening. We have all seen this, and if you had had your eyesight you too would have seen it. A fisherman, who had been listening to the conversation, said, It is plain enough that you have never been beyond your own island. If you were not lame, and if you had been out as I have in a fishing boat, you would know that the sun does not set among the mountains of our island. But as it rises from the ocean every morning, so it sets again in the sea every night. What I am telling you is true, for I see it every day with my own eyes. Then an Indian who was of our party, interrupted him by saying, I am astonished that a reasonable man should talk such nonsense. How can a ball of fire possibly descend into the water and not be extinguished? The sun is not a ball of fire at all, it is the deity named Deva, who rides forever in a chariot round the golden mountain, Meru. Sometimes the evil serpents Ragu and Ketu attack Deva and swallow him, and then the earth is dark. But our priests pray that the deity may be released, and then he is set free. Only such ignorant men as you, who have never been beyond their own island, can imagine that the sun shines for their country alone. Then the master of an Egyptian vessel, who was present, spoke in his turn. No, said he, you also are wrong. The sun is not a deity, and does not move only round India and its golden mountain. I have sailed much on the Black Sea, and along the coasts of Arabia, and have been to Madagascar and to the Philippines. The sun lights the whole earth, and not India alone. It does not circle round one mountain, but rises far in the east, beyond the Isles of Japan, and sets far, far away in the west, beyond the islands of England. That is why the Japanese call their country Nippon, that is, the birth of the sun. I know this well, for I have myself seen much, and heard more from my grandfather, who sailed to the very ends of the sea. He would have gone on, but an English sailor from our ship interrupted him. There is no country, he said, where people know so much about the sun's movements as in England. The sun, as everyone in England knows, rises nowhere and sets nowhere. It is always moving round the earth. We can be sure of this, for we have just been round the world ourselves, and nowhere knocked up against the sun. Wherever we went, the sun showed itself in the morning and hid itself at night, just as it does here. And the Englishman took a stick and, drawing circles on the sand, tried to explain how the sun moves in the heavens and goes round the world. But he was unable to explain it clearly, and pointing to the ship's pilot said, This man knows more about it than I do. He can explain it properly. The pilot, who was an intelligent man, had listened in silence to the talk till he was asked to speak. Now everyone turned to him, and he said, You are all misleading one another, and are yourselves deceived. The sun does not go round the earth, but the earth goes round the sun, revolving as it goes, and turning towards the sun in the course of each 24 hours, not only Japan, and the Philippines, and Sumatra where we now are, but Africa, and Europe, and America, and many lands besides. The sun does not shine for some one mountain, or for some one island, or for some one sea, nor even for one earth alone, but for other planets as well as our earth. If you would only look up at the heavens, instead of at the ground beneath your own feet, you might all understand this, and would then no longer suppose that the sun shines for you, or for your country alone. Thus spoke the wise pilot, who had voyaged much about the world, and had gazed much upon the heavens above. So on matters of faith, continued the Chinaman, the student of Confucius, it is pride that causes error and discord among men. As with the sun, so it is with God. Each man wants to have a special god of his own, or at least a special god for his native land. Each nation wishes to confine in its own temples him, whom the world cannot contain. Can any temple compare with that which God himself has built to unite all men in one faith and one religion? All human temples are built on the model of this temple, which is God's own world. Every temple has its fonts, its vaulted roof, its lamps, its pictures or sculptures, its inscriptions, its books of the law, its offerings, its altars and its priests. But in what temple is there such a font as the ocean, such a vault as that of the heavens, such lamps as the sun, moon, and stars? Or any figures to be compared with living, loving, mutually helpful men? Where are there any records of God's goodness so easy to understand as the blessings which God has strewn abroad for man's happiness? Where is there any book of the law so clear to each man as that written in his heart? What sacrifices equal the self-denials which loving men and women make for one another? And what altar can be compared with the heart of a good man, on which God himself accepts the sacrifice? The higher a man's conception of God, the better will he know him. And the better he knows God, the nearer will he draw to him, imitating his goodness, his mercy, and his love of man. Therefore, let him who sees the sun's whole light filling the world, refrain from blaming or despising the superstitious man, who in his own idol sees one ray of that same light. Let him not despise even the unbeliever who is blind and cannot see the sun at all. So spoke the Chinaman, the student of Confucius. And all who were present in the coffee-house were silent, and disputed no more as to whose faith was the best. 1893. The Young Tsar. The young Tsar had just ascended the throne. For 5 weeks he had worked without ceasing, in the way that Tsars are accustomed to work. He had been attending to reports, signing papers, receiving ambassadors and high officials who came to be presented to him, and reviewing troops. He was tired, and as a traveler exhausted by heat and thirst longs for a draught of water and for rest, so he longed for a respite of just one day at least from receptions, from speeches, from parades, a few free hours to spend like an ordinary human being with his young, clever, and beautiful wife, to whom he had been married only a month before. It was Christmas Eve. The young Tsar had arranged to have a complete rest that evening. The night before he had worked till very late at documents which his ministers of state had left for him to examine. In the morning he was present at the Te Deum, and then at a military service. In the afternoon he received official visitors, and later he had been obliged to listen to the reports of 3 ministers of state, and had given his assent to many important matters. In his conference with the Minister of Finance he had agreed to an increase of duties on imported goods, which should in the future add many millions to the state revenues. Then he sanctioned the sale of brandy by the crown in various parts of the country, and signed a decree permitting the sale of alcohol in villages having markets. This was also calculated to increase the principal revenue to the state, which was derived from the sale of spirits. He had also approved of the issuing of a new gold loan required for a financial negotiation. The Minister of Justice having reported on the complicated case of the succession of the Baron Snyders, the young Tsar confirmed the decision by his signature, and also approved the new rules relating to the application of Article 1830 of the Penal Code, providing for the punishment of tramps. In his conference with the Minister of the Interior he ratified the order concerning the collection of taxes in arrears, signed the order settling what measures should be taken in regard to the persecution of religious dissenters, and also one providing for the continuance of martial law in those provinces where it had already been established. With the Minister of War he arranged for the nomination of a new corps commander for the raising of recruits, and for punishment of breach of discipline. These things kept him occupied till dinner time, and even then his freedom was not complete. A number of high officials had been invited to dinner, and he was obliged to talk to them, not in the way he felt disposed to do, but according to what he was expected to say. At last the tiresome dinner was over, and the guests departed. The young Tsar heaved a sigh of relief, stretched himself and retired to his apartments to take off his uniform with the decorations on it. and to don the jacket he used to wear before his accession to the throne. His young wife had also retired to take off her dinner dress, remarking that she would join him presently. When he had passed the row of footmen who were standing erect before him, and reached his room. When he had thrown off his heavy uniform and put on his jacket, the young Tsar felt glad to be free from work. And his heart was filled with a tender emotion which sprang from the consciousness of his freedom, of his joyous, robust young life, and of his love. He threw himself on the sofa, stretched out his legs upon it, leaned his head on his hand, fixed his gaze on the dull glass shade of the lamp. And then a sensation which he had not experienced since his childhood, the pleasure of going to sleep, and a drowsiness that was irresistible, suddenly came over him. My wife will be here presently and will find me asleep. No, I must not go to sleep, he thought. He let his elbow drop down, laid his cheek in the palm of his hand, made himself comfortable, and was so utterly happy that he only felt a desire not to be aroused from this delightful state. And then what happens to all of us every day happened to him. He fell asleep without knowing himself when or how. He passed from one state into another without his will having any share in it, without even desiring it, and without regretting the state out of which he had passed. He fell into a heavy sleep which was like death. How long he had slept he did not know, but he was suddenly aroused by the soft touch of a hand upon his shoulder. It is my darling, it is she, he thought. What a shame to have dozed off. But it was not she. Before his eyes, which were wide open and blinking at the light, she, that charming and beautiful creature whom he was expecting, did not stand, but he stood. Who he was the young Tsar did not know, but somehow it did not strike him that he was a stranger whom he had never seen before. It seemed as if he had known him for a long time and was fond of him, and as if he trusted him as he would trust himself. He had expected his beloved wife, but in her stead that man whom he had never seen before had come. Yet to the young Tsar, who was far from feeling regret or astonishment, it seemed not only a most natural, but also a necessary thing to happen. "Come," said the stranger. "Yes, let us go," said the young Tsar, not knowing where he was to go, but quite aware that he could not help submitting to the command of the stranger. "But how shall we go?" he asked. "In this way." The stranger laid his hand on the Tsar's head, and the Tsar for a moment lost consciousness. He could not tell whether he had been unconscious a long or a short time, but when he recovered his senses he found himself in a strange place. The first thing he was aware of was a strong and stifling smell of sewage. The place in which he stood was a broad passage lit by the red glow of two dim lamps. Running along one side of the passage was a thick wall with windows protected by iron gratings. On the other side were doors secured with locks. In the passage stood a soldier, leaning up against the wall, asleep. Through the doors the young Tsar heard the muffled sound of living human beings, not of one alone, but of many. He was standing at the side of the young Tsar, and pressing his shoulder slightly with his soft hand, pushed him to the first door, unmindful of the sentry. The young Tsar felt he could not do otherwise than yield, and approached the door. To his amazement the sentry looked straight at him, evidently without seeing him, as he neither straightened himself up nor saluted, but yawned loudly and, lifting his hand, scratched the back of his neck. The door had a small hole, and in obedience to the pressure of the hand that pushed him, the young Tsar approached a step nearer and put his eye to the small opening. Close to the door, the foul smell that stifled him was stronger, and the young Tsar hesitated to go nearer, but the hand pushed him on. He leaned forward, put his eye close to the opening, and suddenly ceased to perceive the odor. The sight he saw deadened his sense of smell. In a large room, about 10 yards long and 6 yards wide, there walked unceasingly from one end to the other, 6 men in long grey coats, some in felt boots, some barefoot. There were over 20 men in all in the room, but in that first moment the young Tsar only saw those who were walking with quick, even, silent steps. It was a horrid sight to watch the continual, quick, aimless movements of the men who passed and overtook each other, turning sharply when they reached the wall, never looking at one another. and evidently concentrated each on his own thoughts. The young Tsar had observed a similar sight one day when he was watching a tiger in a menagerie pacing rapidly with noiseless tread from one end of his cage to the other, waving its tail, silently turning when it reached the bars, and looking at nobody. Of these men one, apparently a young peasant, with curly hair, would have been handsome were it not for the unnatural pallor of his face, and the concentrated, wicked, scarcely human look in his eyes. Another was a Jew, hairy and gloomy. The third was a lean old man, bald, with a beard that had been shaven and had since grown like bristles. The fourth was extraordinarily heavily built, with well-developed muscles, a low receding forehead and a flat nose. The fifth was hardly more than a boy, long, thin, obviously consumptive. The sixth was small and dark, with nervous, convulsive movements. He walked as if he were skipping, and muttered continuously to himself. They were all walking rapidly backwards and forwards past the hole through which the young Tsar was looking. He watched their faces and their gait with keen interest. Having examined them closely, he presently became aware of a number of other men at the back of the room, standing round, or lying on the shelf that served as a bed. Standing close to the door he also saw the pail which caused such an unbearable stench. On the shelf about 10 men, entirely covered with their cloaks, were sleeping. A red-haired man with a huge beard was sitting sideways on the shelf, with his shirt off. He was examining it, lifting it up to the light, and evidently catching the vermin on it. Another man, aged and white as snow, stood with his profile turned towards the door. He was praying, crossing himself, and bowing low, apparently so absorbed in his devotions as to be oblivious of all around him. "I see, this is a prison," thought the young Tsar. "They certainly deserve pity. It is a dreadful life. But it cannot be helped. It is their own fault." But this thought had hardly come into his head before he, who was his guide, replied to it. "They are all here under lock and key by your order. They have all been sentenced in your name. But far from meriting their present condition which is due to your human judgment, the greater part of them are far better than you or those who were their judges and who keep them here. This 1 inch, he pointed to the handsome, curly-headed fellow, is a murderer. I do not consider him more guilty than those who kill in war or in dueling, and are rewarded for their deeds. He had neither education nor moral guidance, and his life had been cast among thieves and drunkards. This lessens his guilt, but he has done wrong, nevertheless, in being a murderer. He killed a merchant, to rob him. The other man, the Jew, is a thief, one of a gang of thieves. That uncommonly strong fellow is a horse stealer, and guilty also, but compared with others not as culpable. Look!" And suddenly the young Tsar found himself in an open field on a vast frontier. On the right were potato fields. The plants had been rooted out, and were lying in heaps, blackened by the frost. In alternate streaks were rows of winter corn. In the distance a little village with its tiled roofs was visible. On the left were fields of winter corn, and fields of stubble. No one was to be seen on any side, save a black human figure in front at the borderline, a gun slung on his back, and at his feet a dog. On the spot where the young Tsar stood, sitting beside him, almost at his feet, was a young Russian soldier with a green band on his cap, and with his rifle slung over his shoulders, who was rolling up a paper to make a cigarette. The soldier was obviously unaware of the presence of the young Tsar and his companion, and had not heard them. He did now turn round when the Tsar, who was standing directly over the soldier, asked, "Where are we?" "On the Prussian frontier," his guide answered. Suddenly, far away in front of them, a shot was fired. The soldier jumped to his feet, and seeing 2 men running, bent low to the ground, hastily put his tobacco into his pocket, and ran after one of them. "Stop, or I'll shoot," cried the soldier. The fugitive, without stopping, turned his head and called out something evidently abusive or blasphemous. "Damn you!" shouted the soldier, who put one foot a little forward and stopped, after which, bending his head over his rifle, and raising his right hand, he rapidly adjusted something, took aim, and, pointing the gun in the direction of the fugitive, probably fired, although no sound was heard. Smokeless powder, no doubt, thought the young Tsar, and looking after the fleeing man saw him take a few hurried steps, and bending lower and lower, fall to the ground and crawl on his hands and knees. At last he remained lying and did not move. The other fugitive, who was ahead of him, turned round and ran back to the man who was lying on the ground. He did something for him and then resumed his flight. "What does all this mean?" asked the Tsar. "These are the guards on the frontier, enforcing the revenue laws. That man was killed to protect the revenues of the state." "Has he actually been killed?" The guide again laid his hand upon the head of the young Tsar, and again the Tsar lost consciousness. When he had recovered his senses he found himself in a small room, the customs office. The dead body of a man, with a thin grizzled beard, an aquiline nose, and big eyes with the eyelids closed, was lying on the floor. His arms were thrown asunder, his feet bare, and his thick, dirty toes were turned up at right angles and stuck out straight. He had a wound in his side, and on his ragged cloth jacket, as well as on his blue shirt, were stains of clotted blood, which had turned black save for a few red spots here and there. A woman stood close to the wall, so wrapped up in shawls that her face could scarcely be seen. Motionless she gazed at the aquiline nose, the upturned feet, and the protruding eyeballs. Sobbing and sighing, and drying her tears at long, regular intervals. A pretty girl of 13 was standing at her mother's side, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A boy of 8 clung to his mother's skirt, and looked intensely at his dead father without blinking. From a door near them an official, an officer, a doctor, and a clerk with documents, entered. After them came a soldier, the one who had shot the man. He stepped briskly along behind his superiors, but the instant he saw the corpse he went suddenly pale, and quivered. And dropping his head stood still. When the official asked him whether that was the man who was escaping across the frontier, and at whom he had fired, he was unable to answer. His lips trembled, and his face twitched. "The S, he began, but could not get out the words which he wanted to say. "The same, Your Excellency." The officials looked at each other and wrote something down. "You see the beneficial results of that same system." In a room of sumptuous vulgarity 2 men sat drinking wine. One of them was old and grey, the other a young Jew. The young Jew was holding a roll of banknotes in his hand, and was bargaining with the old man. He was buying smuggled goods. "You've got 'em cheap," he said, smiling. "Yes, but the risk." "This is indeed terrible," said the young Tsar, "but it cannot be avoided. Such proceedings are necessary." His companion made no response, saying merely, "Let us move on," and laid his hand again on the head of the Tsar. When the Tsar recovered consciousness, he was standing in a small room lit by a shaded lamp. A woman was sitting at the table sewing. A boy of 8 was bending over the table, drawing, with his feet doubled up under him in the armchair. A student was reading aloud. The father and daughter of the family entered the room noisily. "You signed the order concerning the sale of spirits," said the guide to the Tsar. "Well," said the woman. "He's not likely to live." "What's the matter with him?" "They've kept him drunk all the time." "It's not possible," exclaimed the wife. "It's true. And the boy's only 9 years old, that Vanya Morishkine. What did you do to try to save him?" asked the wife. "I tried everything that could be done. I gave him an emetic and put a mustard plaster on him. He has every symptom of delirium tremens. It's no wonder, the whole family are drunkards. Anisia is only a little better than the rest, and even she is generally more or less drunk," said the daughter. "And what about your temperance society?" the student asked his sister. "What can we do when they are given every opportunity of drinking? Father tried to have the public house shut up, but the law is against him. And, besides, when I was trying to convince Vasily Ermelin that it was disgraceful to keep a public house and ruin the people with drink, he answered very haughtily. And indeed got the better of me before the crowd, but I have a license with the imperial eagle on it. If there was anything wrong in my business, the Tsar wouldn't have issued a decree authorizing it. Isn't it terrible? The whole village has been drunk for the last 3 days. And as for feast days, it is simply horrible to think of. It has been proved conclusively that alcohol does no good in any case, but invariably does harm, and it has been demonstrated to be an absolute poison. Then, 99% of the crimes in the world are committed through its influence. We all know how the standard of morality and the general welfare improved at once in all the countries where drinking has been suppressed, like Sweden and Finland. And we know that it can be suppressed by exercising a moral influence over the masses. But in our country the class which could exert that influence, the government, the Tsar and his officials, simply encourage drink. Their main revenues are drawn from the continual drunkenness of the people. They drink themselves, they are always drinking the health of somebody, gentlemen, the regiment. The preachers drink, the bishops drink. Again the guide touched the head of the young Tsar, who again lost consciousness. This time he found himself in a peasant's cottage. The peasant, a man of 40, with red face and bloodshot eyes, was furiously striking the face of an old man, who tried in vain to protect himself from the blows. The younger peasant seized the beard of the old man and held it fast. For shame! To strike your father! I don't care, I'll kill him. Let them send me to Siberia, I don't care. The women were screaming. Drunken officials rushed into the cottage and separated father and son. The father had an arm broken and the son's beard was torn out. In the doorway a drunken girl was making violent love to an old besotted peasant. They are beasts, said the young Tsar. Another touch of his guide's hand and the young Tsar awoke in a new place. It was the office of the Justice of the Peace. A fat, bald-headed man, with a double chin and a chain round his neck, had just risen from his seat, and was reading the sentence in a loud voice, while a crowd of peasants stood behind the grating. There was a woman in rags in the crowd who did not rise. The guard gave her a push. Asleep. I tell you to stand up. The woman rose. According to the decree of His Imperial Majesty, the judge began reading the sentence. The case concerned that very woman. She had taken away half a bundle of oats as she was passing the thrashing floor of a landowner. The Justice of the Peace sentenced her to 2 months' imprisonment. The landowner whose oats had been stolen was among the audience. When the judge adjourned the court, the landowner approached, and shook hands, and the judge entered into conversation with him. The next case was about a stolen samovar. Then there was a trial about some timber which had been cut, to the detriment of the landowner. Some peasants were being tried for having assaulted the constable of the district. When the young Tsar again lost consciousness, he awoke to find himself in the middle of a village, where he saw hungry, half-frozen children and the wife of the man who had assaulted the constable broken down from overwork. Then came a new scene. In Siberia, a tramp is being flogged with the lash, the direct result of an order issued by the Minister of Justice. Again oblivion, and another scene. The family of a Jewish watchmaker is evicted for being too poor. The children are crying, and the Jew, Isaacs, is greatly distressed. At last they come to an arrangement, and he is allowed to stay on in the lodgings. The chief of police takes a bribe. The governor of the province also secretly accepts a bribe. Taxes are being collected. In the village, while a cow is sold for payment, the police inspector is bribed by a factory owner, who thus escapes taxes altogether. And again a village court scene, and a sentence carried into execution, the lash. Ilya Vasilievich, could you not spare me that? No. The peasant burst into tears. Well, of course, Christ suffered, and he bids us suffer too. Then other scenes. The Stundists, a sect, being broken up and dispersed, the clergy refusing first to marry, then to bury a Protestant. Orders given concerning the passage of the imperial railway train. Soldiers kept sitting in the mud, cold, hungry, and cursing. Decrees issued relating to the educational institutions of the Empress Mary Department. Corruption rampant in the foundling homes. An undeserved monument. Thieving among the clergy. The reinforcement of the political police. A woman being searched. A prison for convicts who are sentenced to be deported. A man being hanged for murdering a shop assistant. Then the result of military discipline, soldiers wearing uniform and scoffing at it. A gypsy encampment. The son of a millionaire exempted from military duty, while the only support of a large family is forced to serve. The university, a teacher relieved of military service, while the most gifted musicians are compelled to perform it. Soldiers and their debauchery, and the spreading of disease. Then a soldier who has made an attempt to desert. He is being tried. Another is on trial for striking an officer who has insulted his mother. He is put to death. Others, again, are tried for having refused to shoot. The runaway soldier sent to a disciplinary battalion and flogged to death. Another, who is guiltless, flogged, and his wound sprinkled with salt till he dies. One of the superior officers stealing money belonging to the soldiers. Nothing but drunkenness, debauchery, gambling, and arrogance on the part of the authorities. What is the general condition of the people? The children are half-starving and degenerate. The houses are full of vermin, an everlasting dull round of labor, of submission, and of sadness. On the other hand, ministers, governors of provinces, covetous, ambitious, full of vanity, and anxious to inspire fear. But where are men with human feelings? I will show you where they are. Here is the cell of a woman in solitary confinement at Schlüsselburg. She is going mad. Here is another woman, a girl, indisposed, violated by soldiers. A man in exile, alone, embittered, half dead. A prison for convicts condemned to hard labor, and women flogged. They are many. Tens of thousands of the best people. Some shut up in prisons, others ruined by false education, by the vain desire to bring them up as we wish. But not succeeding in this, whatever might have been is ruined as well, for it is made impossible. It is as if we were trying to make buckwheat out of corn sprouts by splitting the ears. One may spoil the corn, but one could never change it to buckwheat. Thus all the youth of the world, the entire younger generation, is being ruined. But woe to those who destroy one of these little ones, woe to you if you destroy even one of them. On your soul, however, are hosts of them, who have been ruined in your name, all of those over whom your power extends. But what can I do? Exclaimed the Tsar in despair. I do not wish to torture, to flog, to corrupt, to kill anyone. I only want the welfare of all. Just as I yearn for happiness myself, so I want the world to be happy as well. Am I actually responsible for everything that is done in my name? What can I do? What am I to do to rid myself of such a responsibility? What can I do? I do not admit that the responsibility for all this is mine. If I felt myself responsible for 1/100th part of it, I would shoot myself on the spot. It would not be possible to live if that were true. But how can I put an end to all this evil? It is bound up with the very existence of the state. I am the head of the state. What am I to do? Kill myself? Or abdicate? But that would mean renouncing my duty. O God, God, help me. He burst into tears and awoke. How glad I am that it was only a dream, was his first thought. But when he began to recollect what he had seen in his dream, and to compare it with actuality, he realized that the problem propounded to him in dream remained just as important and as insoluble now that he was awake. For the first time the young Tsar became aware of the heavy responsibility weighing on him, and was aghast. His thoughts no longer turned to the young queen and to the happiness he had anticipated for that evening, but became centered on the unanswerable question which hung over him: what was to be done? In a state of great agitation he arose and went into the next room. An old courtier, a co-worker and friend of his father's, was standing there in the middle of the room in conversation with the young queen, who was on her way to join her husband. The young Tsar approached them, and addressing his conversation principally to the old courtier, told him what he had seen in his dream and what doubts the dream had left in his mind. "That is a noble idea. It proves the rare nobility of your spirit," said the old man. "But forgive me for speaking frankly, you are too kind to be an emperor, and you exaggerate your responsibility. In the first place, the state of things is not as you imagine it to be. The people are not poor. They are well-to-do. Those who are poor through their own fault. Only the guilty are punished, and if an unavoidable mistake does sometimes occur, it is like a thunderbolt, an accident, or the will of God. You have but one responsibility: to fulfill your task courageously and to retain the power that is given to you. You wish the best for your people and God sees that. As for the errors which you have committed unwittingly, you can pray for forgiveness, and God will guide you and pardon you. All the more because you have done nothing that demands forgiveness, and there never have been and never will be men possessed of such extraordinary qualities as you and your father. Therefore all we implore you to do is to live, and to reward our endless devotion and love with your favor, and everyone, save scoundrels who deserve no happiness, will be happy." "What do you think about that?" the young Tsar asked his wife. "I have a different opinion," said the clever young woman, who had been brought up in a free country. "I am glad you had that dream, and I agree with you that there are grave responsibilities resting upon you. I have often thought about it with great anxiety, and I think there is a simple means of casting off a part of the responsibility you are unable to bear, if not all of it. A large proportion of the power which is too heavy for you, you should delegate to the people, to its representatives, reserving for yourself only the supreme control, that is, the general direction of the affairs of state." The queen had hardly ceased to expound her views, when the old courtier began eagerly to refute her arguments, and they started a polite but very heated discussion. For a time the young Tsar followed their arguments, but presently he ceased to be aware of what they said, listening only to the voice of him who had been his guide in the dream, and who was now speaking audibly in his heart. "You are not only the Tsar," said the voice, "but more. You are a human being, who only yesterday came into this world, and will perchance tomorrow depart out of it. Apart from your duties as a Tsar, of which that old man is now speaking, you have more immediate duties not by any means to be disregarded. Human duties, not the duties of a Tsar towards his subjects, which are only accidental, but an eternal duty, the duty of a man in his relation to God, the duty toward your own soul, which is to save it, and also, to serve God in establishing his kingdom on earth. You are not to be guarded in your actions either by what has been or what will be, but only by what it is your own duty to do." He opened his eyes, his wife was awakening him. Which of the three courses the young Tsar chose, will be told in 50 years. Master and Man. Chapter 1. It happened in the 70s in winter, on the day after St. Nicholas's Day. There was a fete in the parish, and the innkeeper, Vasily Andreevich Brekhanov, a second guild merchant, being a church elder, had to go to church, and had also to entertain his relatives and friends at home. But when the last of them had gone, he at once began to prepare to drive over to see a neighboring proprietor about a grove which he had been bargaining over for a long time. He was now in a hurry to start, lest buyers from the town might forestall him in making a profitable purchase. The youthful landowner was asking 10,000 rubles for the grove simply because Vasily Andreevich was offering 7,000. 7,000 was, however, only a third of its real value. Vasily Andreevich might perhaps have got it down to his own price. For the woods were in his district, and he had a long-standing agreement with the other village dealers that no one should run up the price in another's district. But he had now learnt that some timber dealers from town meant to bid for the Goryakin grove, and he resolved to go at once and get the matter settled. So as soon as the feast was over, he took 700 rubles from his strong box, added to them 2,300 rubles of church money he had in his keeping, so as to make up the sum to 3,000. Carefully counted the notes, and having put them into his pocketbook made haste to start. Nikita, the only one of Vasily Andreevich's laborers who was not drunk that day, ran to harness the horse. Nikita, though an habitual drunkard, was not drunk that day because since the last day before the fast, when he had drunk his coat and leather boots, he had sworn off drink and had kept his vow for 2 months, and was still keeping it despite the temptation of the vodka that had been drunk everywhere during the first 2 days of the feast. Nikita was a peasant of about 50 from a neighboring village, not a manager, as the peasant said of him. Meaning that he was not the thrifty head of a household but lived most of his time away from home as a laborer. He was valued everywhere for his industry, dexterity, and strength at work, and still more for his kindly and pleasant temper. But he never settled down anywhere for long because about twice a year, or even oftener, he had a drinking bout. And then besides spending all his clothes on drink he became turbulent and quarrelsome. Vasily Andreevich himself had turned him away several times, but had afterwards taken him back again, valuing his honesty, his kindness to animals, and especially his cheapness. Vasily Andreevich did not pay Nikita the 80 rubles a year such a man was worth, but only about 40, which he gave him haphazard, in small sums. And even that mostly not in cash but in goods from his own shop and at high prices. Nikita's wife Martha, who had once been a handsome vigorous woman, managed the homestead with the help of her son and 2 daughters. And did not urge Nikita to live at home, first because she had been living for some 20 years already with a cooper, a peasant from another village who lodged in their house. And secondly because though she managed her husband as she pleased when he was sober, she feared him like fire when he was drunk. Once when he had got drunk at home, Nikita, probably to make up for his submissiveness when sober, broke open her box, took out her best clothes, snatched up an axe, and chopped all her undergarments and dresses to bits. All the wages Nikita earned went to his wife, and he raised no objection to that. So now, 2 days before the holiday, Martha had been twice to see Vasily Andreevich and had got from him wheat flour, tea, sugar, and a quart of vodka, the lot costing 3 rubles. And also 5 rubles in cash, for which she thanked him as for a special favor, though he owed Nikita at least 20 rubles. "What agreement did we ever draw up with you?" said Vasily Andreevich to Nikita. "If you need anything, take it, you will work it off. I'm not like others to keep you waiting, and making up accounts and reckoning fines. We deal straightforwardly. You serve me and I don't neglect you." And when saying this Vasily Andreevich was honestly convinced that he was Nikita's benefactor, and he knew how to put it so plausibly that all those who depended on him for their money, beginning with Nikita, confirmed him in the conviction that he was their benefactor and did not overreach them. "Yes, I understand, Vasily Andreevich. You know that I serve you and take as much pains as I would for my own father." "I understand very well," Nikita would reply. He was quite aware that Vasily Andreevich was cheating him, but at the same time he felt that it was useless to try to clear up his accounts with him or explain his side of the matter. And that as long as he had nowhere to go he must accept what he could get. Now, having heard his master's order to harness, he went as usual cheerfully and willingly to the shed, stepping briskly and easily on his rather turned-in feet. Took down from a nail the heavy tasseled leather bridle, and jingling the rings of the bit went to the closed stable where the horse he was to harness was standing by himself. "What, feeling lonely, little silly?" said Nikita in answer to the low whinny with which he was greeted by the good-tempered, medium-sized bay stallion, with a rather slanting crupper, who stood alone in the shed. Now then, there's time enough. Let me water you first," he went on, speaking to the horse just as to someone who understood the words he was using, and having whisked the dusty, grooved back of the well-fed young stallion with the skirt of his coat, he put a bridle on his handsome head, straightened his ears and forelock, and having taken off his halter led him out to water. Picking his way out of the dung-strewn stable, Mukurty frisked, and making play with his hind leg pretended that he meant to kick Nikita, who was running at a trot beside him to the pump. Now then, you rascal!" Nikita called out, well knowing how carefully Mukherjee threw out his hind leg just to touch his greasy sheepskin coat but not to strike him, a trick Nikita much appreciated. After a drink of the cold water the horse sighed, moving his strong wet lips, from the hairs of which transparent drops fell into the trough. Then standing still as if in thought, he suddenly gave a loud snort. "If you don't want any more, you needn't. But don't go asking for any later," said Nikita quite seriously and fully explaining his conduct to Mukherjee. Then he ran back to the shed pulling the playful young horse, who wanted to gambol all over the yard, by the rein. There was no one else in the yard except a stranger, the cook's husband, who had come for the holiday. "Go and ask which sledge is to be harnessed, the wide one or the small one, there's a good fellow." The cook's husband went into the house, which stood on an iron foundation and was iron-roofed, and soon returned saying that the little one was to be harnessed. By that time Nikita had put the collar and brass-studded bellyband on Mukherjee and, carrying a light, painted shaft bow in one hand, was leading the horse with the other up to two sledges that stood in the shed. "All right, let it be the little one," he said, backing the intelligent horse, which all the time kept pretending to bite him, into the shafts, and with the aid of the cook's husband he proceeded to harness. When everything was nearly ready and only the reins had to be adjusted, Nikita sent the other man to the shed for some straw and to the barn for a drugget. "There, that's all right. Now, don't bristle up," said Nikita, pressing down into the sledge the freshly threshed oat straw the cook's husband had brought. "And now let's spread the sacking like this, and the drugget over it. There, like that it will be comfortable sitting," he went on, suiting the action to the words and tucking the drugget all round over the straw to make a seat. "Thank you, dear man. Things always go quicker with two working at it," he added. And gathering up the leather reins fastened together by a brass ring, Nikita took the driver's seat and started the impatient horse over the frozen manure which lay in the yard, towards the gate. "Uncle Nikita! I say, uncle!" A high-pitched voice shouted, and a 7-year-old boy in a black sheepskin coat, new white felt boots, and a warm cap, ran hurriedly out of the house into the yard. "Take me with you," he cried, fastening up his coat as he ran. "All right, come along, darling," said Nikita, and stopping the sledge he picked up the master's pale thin little son, radiant with joy, and drove out into the road. It was past 2 o'clock and the day was windy, dull, and cold, with more than 20 degrees Fahrenheit of frost. Half the sky was hidden by a lowering dark cloud. In the yard it was quiet, but in the street the wind was felt more keenly. The snow swept down from a neighboring shed and whirled about in the corner near the bathhouse. Hardly had Nikita driven out of the yard and turned the horse's head to the house, before Vasily Andreevich emerged from the high porch in front of the house with a cigarette in his mouth and wearing a cloth-covered sheepskin coat tightly girdled low at his waist, and stepped onto the hard-trodden snow which squeaked under the leather soles of his felt boots, and stopped. Taking a last whiff of his cigarette he threw it down, stepped on it, and letting the smoke escape through his mustache and looking askance at the horse that was coming up, began to tuck in his sheepskin collar on both sides of his ruddy face, clean-shaven except for the mustache, so that his breath should not moisten the collar. "See now. The young scamp is there already," he exclaimed when he saw his little son in the sledge. Vasily Andreevich was excited by the vodka he had drunk with his visitors, and so he was even more pleased than usual with everything that was his and all that he did. The sight of his son, whom he always thought of as his heir, now gave him great satisfaction. He looked at him, screwing up his eyes and showing his long teeth. His wife, pregnant, thin and pale, with her head and shoulders wrapped in a shawl so that nothing of her face could be seen but her eyes, stood behind him in the vestibule to see him off. "Now really, you ought to take Nikita with you," she said timidly, stepping out from the doorway. Vasily Andreevich did not answer. Her words evidently annoyed him and he frowned angrily and spat. "You have money on you," she continued in the same plaintive voice. "What if the weather gets worse? Do take him, for goodness sake." "Why? Don't I know the road that I must needs take a guide?" exclaimed Vasily Andreevich, uttering every word very distinctly and compressing his lips unnaturally, as he usually did when speaking to buyers and sellers. "Really you ought to take him." "I beg you in God's name," his wife repeated, wrapping her shawl more closely round her head. "There, she sticks to it like a leech. Where am I to take him?" "I'm quite ready to go with you, Vasily Andreevich," said Nikita cheerfully. "But they must feed the horses while I am away," he added, turning to his master's wife. "I'll look after them, Nikita dear." "I'll tell Simon," replied the mistress. "Well, Vasily Andreevich, am I to come with you?" said Nikita, awaiting a decision. "It seems I must humor my old woman." "But if you're coming you'd better put on a warmer cloak," said Vasily Andreevich, smiling again as he winked at Nikita's short sheepskin coat, which was torn under the arms and at the back. Was greasy and out of shape, frayed to a fringe round the skirt, and had endured many things in its lifetime. "Hey, dear man, come and hold the horse," shouted Nikita to the cook's husband, who was still in the yard. "No, I will myself, shrieked the little boy, pulling his hands, red with cold, out of his pockets, and seizing the cold leather reins. "Only don't be too long dressing yourself up. Look alive," shouted Vasily Andreevich, grinning at Nikita. "Only a moment, father, Vasily Andreevich," replied Nikita, and running quickly with his inturned toes in his felt boots with their soles patched with felt, he hurried across the yard and into the workman's hut. "Aranushka, get my coat down from the stove. I'm going with the master," he said, as he ran into the hut and took down his girdle from the nail on which it hung. The workman's cook, who had had a sleep after dinner and was now getting the samovar ready for her husband, turned cheerfully to Nikita, and infected by his hurry began to move as quickly as he did. Got down his miserable worn-out cloth coat from the stove where it was drying, and began hurriedly shaking it out and smoothing it down. "There now, you'll have a chance of a holiday with your good man," said Nikita, who from kind-hearted politeness always said something to anyone he was alone with. Then, drawing his worn narrow girdle round him, he drew in his breath, pulling in his lean stomach still more, and girdled himself as tightly as he could over his sheepskin. "There now," he said, addressing himself no longer to the cook but the girdle, as he tucked the ends in at the waist, "now you won't come undone." And working his shoulders up and down to free his arms, he put the coat over his sheepskin, arched his back more strongly to ease his arms, poked himself under the armpits, and took down his leather-covered mittens from the shelf. "Now we're all right. You ought to wrap your feet up, Nikita. Your boots are very bad." Nikita stopped as if he had suddenly realized this. "Yes, I ought to. But they'll do like this. It isn't far," and he ran out into the yard. "Won't you be cold, Nikita?" said the mistress as he came up to the sledge. "Cold? No, I'm quite warm," answered Nikita as he pushed some straw up to the forepart of the sledge so that it should cover his feet, and stowed away the whip, which the good horse would not need, at the bottom of the sledge. Vasily Andreevich, who was wearing two fur-lined coats one over the other, was already in the sledge, his broad back filling nearly its whole rounded width. And taking the reins he immediately touched the horse. Nikita jumped in just as the sledge started, and seated himself in front on the left side, with one leg hanging over the edge. Chapter 2. The good stallion took the sledge along at a brisk pace over the smooth frozen road through the village, the runners squeaking slightly as they went. "Look at him hanging on there. Hand me the whip, Nikita," shouted Vasily Andreevich, evidently enjoying the sight of his heir, who standing on the runners was hanging on at the back of the sledge. "I'll give it you. Be off to mama, you dog." The boy jumped down. The horse increased his amble and, suddenly changing foot, broke into a fast trot. The Crosses, the village where Vasily Andreevich lived, consisted of 6 houses. As soon as they had passed the blacksmith's hut, the last in the village, they realized that the wind was much stronger than they had thought. The road could hardly be seen. The tracks left by the sledge runners were immediately covered by snow, and the road was only distinguished by the fact that it was higher than the rest of the ground. There was a swirl of snow over the fields, and the line where sky and earth met could not be seen. The Toliatan forest, usually clearly visible, now only loomed up occasionally and dimly through the driving snowy dust. The wind came from the left, insistently blowing over to one side the mane on Mukurty's sleek neck and carrying aside even his fluffy tail, which was tied in a simple knot. Nikita's wide coat collar, as he sat on the windy side, pressed close to his cheek and nose. "This road doesn't give him a chance, it's too snowy," said Vasily Andreevich, who prided himself on his good horse. "I once drove to Pashutino with him in half an hour." "What?" asked Nikita, who could not hear on account of his collar. "I say I once went to Pashutino in half an hour," shouted Vasily Andreevich. "It goes without saying that he's a good horse," replied Nikita. They were silent for a while. But Vasily Andreevich wished to talk. "Well, did you tell your wife not to give the cooper any vodka?" He began in the same loud tone, quite convinced that Nikita must feel flattered to be talking with so clever and important a person as himself. And he was so pleased with his jest that it did not enter his head that the remark might be unpleasant to Nikita. The wind again prevented Nikita's hearing his master's words. Vasily Andreevich repeated the jest about the cooper in his loud, clear voice. "That's their business, Vasily Andreevich. I don't pry into their affairs. As long as she doesn't ill-treat our boy, God be with them." "That's so," said Vasily Andreevich. "Well, and will you be buying a horse in spring?" he went on, changing the subject. "Yes, I can't avoid it," answered Nikita, turning down his collar and leaning back towards his master. The conversation now became interesting to him and he did not wish to lose a word. The lad's growing up. He must begin to plow for himself, but till now we've always had to hire someone, he said. "Well, why not have the lean cruppered one?" "I won't charge much for it," shouted Vasily Andreevich, feeling animated, and consequently starting on his favorite occupation, that of horse dealing, which absorbed all his mental powers. "Or you might let me have 15 rubles and I'll buy one at the horse market," said Nikita, who knew that the horse Vasily Andreevich wanted to sell him would be dear at 7 rubles. But that if he took it from him it would be charged at 25, and then he would be unable to draw any money for half a year. "It's a good horse. I think of your interest as of my own, according to conscience. Brekhanov isn't a man to wrong anyone. Let the loss be mine. I'm not like others. Honestly," he shouted in the voice in which he hypnotized his customers and dealers. "It's a real good horse." "Quite so," said Nikita with a sigh, and convinced that there was nothing more to listen to, he again released his collar, which immediately covered his ear and face. They drove on in silence for about half an hour. The wind blew sharply onto Nikita's side and arm where his sheepskin was torn. He huddled up and breathed into the collar which covered his mouth, and was not wholly cold. "What do you think, shall we go through Karamyshevo or by the straight road?" asked Vasily Andreevich. The road through Karamyshevo was more frequented and was well marked with a double row of high stakes. The straight road was nearer but little used and had no stakes, or only poor ones covered with snow. Nikita thought a while. "Though Karamyshevo is farther, it is better going," he said. "But by the straight road, when once we get through the hollow by the forest, it's good going, sheltered," said Vasily Andreevich, who wished to go the nearest way. "Just as you please," said Nikita, and again let go of his collar. Vasily Andreevich did as he had said, and having gone about half a verst came to a tall oak stake which had a few dry leaves still dangling on it, and there he turned to the left. On turning they faced directly against the wind, and snow was beginning to fall. Vasily Andreevich, who was driving, inflated his cheeks, blowing the breath out through his mustache. Nikita dozed. So they went on in silence for about 10 minutes. Suddenly Vasily Andreevich began saying something. What? Asked Nikita, opening his eyes. Vasily Andreevich did not answer, but bent over, looking behind them and then ahead of the horse. The sweat had curled Mukurty's coat between his legs and on his neck. He went at a walk. What is it? Nikita asked again. What is it? What is it? Vasily Andreevich mimicked him angrily. There are no stakes to be seen. We must have got off the road. Well, pull up then, and I'll look for it, said Nikita, and jumping down lightly from the sledge and taking the whip from under the straw, he went off to the left from his own side of the sledge. The snow was not deep that year, so that it was possible to walk anywhere, but still in places it was knee-deep and got into Nikita's boots. He went about feeling the ground with his feet and the whip, but could not find the road anywhere. Well, how is it? Asked Vasily Andreevich when Nikita came back to the sledge. There is no road this side. I must go to the other side and try there, said Nikita. There's something there in front. Go and have a look. Nikita went to what had appeared dark, but found that it was earth which the wind had blown from the bare fields of winter oats and had strewn over the snow, coloring it. Having searched to the right also, he returned to the sledge, brushed the snow from his coat, shook it out of his boots, and seated himself once more. We must go to the right, he said decidedly. The wind was blowing on our left before, but now it is straight in my face. Drive to the right, he repeated with decision. Vasily Andreevich took his advice and turned to the right, but still there was no road. They went on in that direction for some time. The wind was as fierce as ever and it was snowing lightly. It seems, Vasily Andreevich, that we have gone quite astray, Nikita suddenly remarked, as if it were a pleasant thing. What is that? He added, pointing to some potato vines that showed up from under the snow. Vasily Andreevich stopped the perspiring horse, whose deep sides were heaving heavily. What is it? Why, we are on the Zakharov lands. See where we've got to. Nonsense, retorted Vasily Andreevich. It's not nonsense, Vasily Andreevich. It's the truth, replied Nikita. You can feel that the sledge is going over a potato field, and there are the heaps of vines which have been carted here. It's the Zakharov factory land. Dear me, how we have gone astray, said Vasily Andreevich. What are we to do now? We must go straight on, that's all. We shall come out somewhere, if not at Zakharova, then at the proprietor's farm, said Nikita. Vasily Andreevich agreed, and drove as Nikita had indicated. So they went on for a considerable time. At times they came on to bare fields and the sledge runners rattled over frozen lumps of earth. Sometimes they got onto a winter rye field, or a fallow field on which they could see stalks of wormwood, and straws sticking up through the snow and swaying in the wind. Sometimes they came on to deep and even white snow, above which nothing was to be seen. The snow was falling from above and sometimes rose from below. The horse was evidently exhausted, his hair had all curled up from sweat and was covered with hoarfrost, and he went at a walk. Suddenly he stumbled and sat down in a ditch or watercourse. Vasily Andreevich wanted to stop, but Nikita cried to him. Why stop? We've got in and must get out. Hey, pet. Hey, darling. Gee up, old fellow. He shouted in a cheerful tone to the horse, jumping out of the sledge and himself getting stuck in the ditch. The horse gave a start and quickly climbed out onto the frozen bank. It was evidently a ditch that had been dug there. Where are we now? Asked Vasily Andreevich. We'll soon find out. Nikita replied. Go on, we'll get somewhere. Why, this must be the Goryakin forest, said Vasily Andreevich, pointing to something dark that appeared amid the snow in front of them. We'll see what forest it is when we get there, said Nikita. He saw that beside the black thing they had noticed, dry, oblong willow leaves were fluttering, and so he knew it was not a forest but a settlement, but he did not wish to say so. And in fact they had not gone 25 yards beyond the ditch before something in front of them, evidently trees, showed up black, and they heard a new and melancholy sound. Nikita had guessed right, it was not a wood, but a row of tall willows with a few leaves still fluttering on them here and there. They had evidently been planted along the ditch round a threshing floor. Coming up to the willows, which moaned sadly in the wind, the horse suddenly planted his forelegs above the height of the sledge, drew up his hind legs also, pulling the sledge onto higher ground, and turned to the left, no longer sinking up to his knees in snow. They were back on a road. "Well, here we are, but heaven only knows where," said Nikita. The horse kept straight along the road through the drifted snow, and before they had gone another 100 yards the straight line of the dark wattle wall of a barn showed up black before them, its roof heavily covered with snow which poured down from it. After passing the barn the road turned to the wind and they drove into a snowdrift. But ahead of them was a lane with houses on either side, so evidently the snow had been blown across the road and they had to drive through the drift. And so in fact it was. Having driven through the snow they came out into a street. At the end house of the village some frozen clothes hanging on a line, shirts, one red and one white, trousers, leg bands, and a petticoat, fluttered wildly in the wind. The white shirt in particular struggled desperately, waving its sleeves about. "There now, either a lazy woman or a dead one has not taken her clothes down before the holiday," remarked Nikita, looking at the fluttering shirts. Chapter 3. At the entrance to the street the wind still raged and the road was thickly covered with snow, but well within the village it was calm, warm, and cheerful. At one house a dog was barking, at another a woman, covering her head with her coat, came running from somewhere and entered the door of a hut, stopping on the threshold to have a look at the passing sledge. In the middle of the village girls could be heard singing. Here in the village there seemed to be less wind and snow, and the frost was less keen. "Why, this is Grishkino," said Vasily Andreevich. "So it is," responded Nikita. It really was Grishkino, which meant that they had gone too far to the left and had traveled some 6 miles, not quite in the direction they aimed at, but towards their destination for all that. From Grishkino to Goryakin was about another 4 miles. In the middle of the village they almost ran into a tall man walking down the middle of the street. "Who are you?" shouted the man, stopping the horse, and recognizing Vasily Andreevich he immediately took hold of the shaft, went along it hand over hand till he reached the sledge, and placed himself on the driver's seat. He was Isay, a peasant of Vasily Andreevich's acquaintance, and well known as the principal horse thief in the district. "Ah, Vasily Andreevich. Where are you off to?" said Isay, enveloping Nikita in the odor of the vodka he had drunk. "We were going to Goryakin. And look where you've got to. You should have gone through Molchanovka." "Should have, but didn't manage it," said Vasily Andreevich, holding in the horse. "That's a good horse," said Isay, with a shrewd glance at Mukurty, and with a practiced hand he tightened the loosened knot high in the horse's bushy tail. "Are you going to stay the night?" "No, friend. I must get on. Your business must be pressing." "And who is this?" "Ah, Nikita Stepanik." "Who else?" replied Nikita. "But I say, good friend, how are we to avoid going astray again?" "Where can you go astray here? Turn back straight down the street and then when you come out keep straight on. Don't take to the left. You will come out onto the high road, and then turn to the right." "And where do we turn off the high road?" "As in summer, or the winter way?" asked Nikita. "The winter way. As soon as you turn off you'll see some bushes, and opposite them there is a waymark, a large oak, one with branches, and that's the way." Vasily Andreevich turned the horse back and drove through the outskirts of the village. "Why not stay the night?" Isay shouted after them. But Vasily Andreevich did not answer and touched up the horse. For miles of good road, 2 of which lay through the forest, seemed easy to manage, especially as the wind was apparently quieter and the snow had stopped. Having driven along the trodden village street, darkened here and there by fresh manure. Past the yard where the clothes hung out and where the white shirt had broken loose and was now attached only by one frozen sleeve, they again came within sound of the weird moan of the willows. And again emerged on the open fields. The storm, far from ceasing, seemed to have grown yet stronger. The road was completely covered with drifting snow, and only the stakes showed that they had not lost their way. But even the stakes ahead of them were not easy to see, since the wind blew in their faces. Vasily Andreevich screwed up his eyes, bent down his head, and looked out for the waymarks, but trusted mainly to the horse's sagacity, letting it take its own way. And the horse really did not lose the road but followed its windings, turning now to the right and now to the left and sensing it under his feet. So that though the snow fell thicker and the wind strengthened, they still continued to see waymarks now to the left and now to the right of them. So they traveled on for about 10 minutes, when suddenly, through the slanting screen of wind-driven snow, something black showed up which moved in front of the horse. This was another sledge with fellow travelers. Mukurty overtook them, and struck his hoofs against the back of the sledge in front of them. "Pass on, hey there, get in front!" cried voices from the sledge. Vasily Andreevich swerved aside to pass the other sledge. In it sat 3 men and a woman, evidently visitors returning from a feast. One peasant was whacking the snow-covered croup of their little horse with a long switch, and the other 2 sitting in front waved their arms and shouted something. The woman, completely wrapped up and covered with snow, sat drowsing and bumping at the back. "Who are you?" shouted Vasily Andreevich. "From AAA," was all that could be heard. "I say, where are you from?" "From AAA," one of the peasants shouted with all his might, but still it was impossible to make out who they were. "Get along. Keep up," shouted another, ceaselessly beating his horse with the switch. "So you're from a feast, it seems. Go on, go on. Faster, Simon. Get in front. Faster." The wings of the sledges bumped against one another, almost got jammed but managed to separate, and the peasant's sledge began to fall behind. Their shaggy, big-bellied horse, all covered with snow, breathed heavily under the low shaft bow and, evidently using the last of its strength, vainly endeavored to escape from the switch. Hobbling with its short legs through the deep snow which it threw up under itself. Its muzzle, young-looking, with the nether lip drawn up like that of a fish, nostrils distended and ears pressed back from fear, kept up for a few seconds near Nikita's shoulder and then began to fall behind. "Just see what liquor does," said Nikita. "They've tired that little horse to death. What pagans!" For a few minutes they heard the panting of the tired little horse and the drunken shouting of the peasants. Then the panting and the shouts died away. And around them nothing could be heard but the whistling of the wind in their ears and now and then the squeak of their sledge runners over a windswept part of the road. This encounter cheered and enlivened Vasily Andreevich, and he drove on more boldly without examining the waymarks, urging on the horse and trusting to him. Nikita had nothing to do, and as usual in such circumstances he drowsed, making up for much sleepless time. Suddenly the horse stopped and Nikita nearly fell forward onto his nose. "You know we're off the track again," said Vasily Andreevich. "How's that?" "Why, there are no waymarks to be seen. We must have got off the road again." "Well, if we've lost the road we must find it," said Nikita curtly, and getting out and stepping lightly on his pigeon-toed feet he started once more going about on the snow. He walked about for a long time, now disappearing and now reappearing, and finally he came back. "There is no road here." "There may be farther on," he said, getting into the sledge. It was already growing dark. The snowstorm had not increased but had also not subsided. "If we could only hear those peasants," said Vasily Andreevich. "Well, they haven't caught us up. We must have gone far astray." Or maybe they have lost their way too. Where are we to go then? Asked Vasily Andreevich. Why, we must let the horse take its own way, said Nikita. He will take us right. Let me have the reins. Vasily Andreevich gave him the reins, the more willingly because his hands were beginning to feel frozen in his thick gloves. Nikita took the reins, but only held them, trying not to shake them and rejoicing at his favorite sagacity. And indeed the clever horse, turning first one ear and then the other, now to one side and then to the other, began to wheel round. The one thing he can't do is to talk, Nikita kept saying. See what he is doing. Go on, go on. You know best. That's it, that's it. The wind was now blowing from behind and it felt warmer. Yes, he's clever, Nikita continued, admiring the horse. A Kyrgyz horse is strong but stupid. But this one, just see what he's doing with his ears. He doesn't need any telegraph. He can scent a mile off. Before another half-hour had passed they saw something dark ahead of them, a wood or a village, and stakes again appeared to the right. They had evidently come out onto the road. Why, that's Grishkino again! Nikita suddenly exclaimed. And indeed, there on their left was that same barn with the snow flying from it, and farther on the same line with the frozen washing, shirts and trousers, which still fluttered desperately in the wind. Again they drove into the street and again it grew quiet, warm, and cheerful, and again they could see the manure-stained street and hear voices and songs and the barking of a dog. It was already so dark that there were lights in some of the windows. Halfway through the village Vasily Andreevich turned the horse towards a large double-fronted brick house and stopped at the porch. Nikita went to the lighted snow-covered window, in the rays of which flying snowflakes glittered, and knocked at it with his whip. Who is there? A voice replied to his knock. From Kresty, the Brekhanovs, dear fellow, answered Nikita. Just come out for a minute. Someone moved from the window, and a minute or two later there was the sound of the passage door as it came unstuck, then the latch of the outside door clicked and a tall white-bearded peasant, with a sheepskin coat thrown over his white holiday shirt, pushed his way out holding the door firmly against the wind, followed by a lad in a red shirt and high leather boots. Is that you, Andreevich? Asked the old man. Yes, friend, we've gone astray, said Vasily Andreevich. We wanted to get to Goryakin but found ourselves here. We went a second time but lost our way again. Just see how you have gone astray, said the old man. Petrushka, go and open the gate, he added, turning to the lad in the red shirt. All right, said the lad in a cheerful voice, and ran back into the passage. But we're not staying the night, said Vasily Andreevich. Where will you go in the night? You'd better stay. I'd be glad to, but I must go on. It's business, and it can't be helped. Well, warm yourself at least. The samovar is just ready. Warm myself? Yes, I'll do that, said Vasily Andreevich. It won't get darker. The moon will rise and it will be lighter. Let's go in and warm ourselves, Nikita. Well, why not? Let us warm ourselves, replied Nikita, who was stiff with cold and anxious to warm his frozen limbs. Vasily Andreevich went into the room with the old man, and Nikita drove through the gate opened for him by Petrushka, by whose advice he backed the horse under the penthouse. The ground was covered with manure and the tall bough over the horse's head caught against the beam. The hens and the cock had already settled to roost there, and clucked peevishly, clinging to the beam with their claws. The disturbed sheep shied and rushed aside, trampling the frozen manure with their hooves. The dog yelped desperately with fright and anger and then burst out barking like a puppy at the stranger. Nikita talked to them all, excused himself to the fowls and assured them that he would not disturb them again, rebuked the sheep for being frightened without knowing why, and kept soothing the dog, while he tied up the horse. Now that will be all right, he said, knocking the snow off his clothes. Just hear how he barks, he added, turning to the dog. Be quiet, stupid. Be quiet. You are only troubling yourself for nothing. We're not thieves, we're friends. And these are, it said, the 3 domestic counselors, remarked the lad, and with his strong arms he pushed under the pent roof the sledge that had remained outside. Why counselors? Asked Nikita. That's what is printed in Porcelain. A thief creeps to a house, the dog barks, that means, be on your guard. The cock crows, that means, get up. The cat licks herself, that means, a welcome guest is coming. Get ready to receive him, said the lad with a smile. Petrushka could read and write and knew Paulson's primer, his only book, almost by heart, and he was fond of quoting sayings from it that he thought suited the occasion. Especially when he had had something to drink, as today. That's so, said Nikita. You must be chilled through and through, said Petrushka. Yes, I am rather, said Nikita, and they went across the yard and the passage into the house. Chapter 4. The household to which Vasily Andreevich had come was one of the richest in the village. The family had 5 allotments, besides renting other land. They had 6 horses, 3 cows, 2 calves, and some 20 sheep. There were 22 members belonging to the homestead, 4 married sons, 6 grandchildren, one of whom, Petrushka, was married, 2 great-grandchildren, 3 orphans, and 4 daughters-in-law with their babies. It was one of the few homesteads that remained still undivided, but even here the dull internal work of disintegration which would inevitably lead to separation had already begun. Starting as usual among the women. 2 sons were living in Moscow as water carriers, and 1 was in the army. At home now were the old man and his wife, their second son who managed the homestead, the eldest who had come from Moscow for the holiday, and all the women and children. Besides these members of the family there was a visitor, a neighbor who was godfather to one of the children. Over the table in the room hung a lamp with a shade, which brightly lit up the tea things, a bottle of vodka, and some refreshments, besides illuminating the brick walls, which in the far corner were hung with icons on both sides of which were pictures. At the head of the table sat Vasily Andreevich in a black sheepskin coat, sucking his frozen mustache and observing the room and the people around him with his prominent hawk-like eyes. With him sat the old, bald, white-bearded master of the house in a white homespun shirt. And next him the son home from Moscow for the holiday, a man with a sturdy back and powerful shoulders and clad in a thin print shirt, then the second son, also broad-shouldered, who acted as head of the house, and then a lean red-haired peasant, the neighbor. Having had a drink of vodka and something to eat, they were about to take tea, and the samovar standing on the floor beside the brick oven was already humming. The children could be seen in the top bunks and on the top of the oven. A woman sat on a lower bunk with a cradle beside her. The old housewife, her face covered with wrinkles which wrinkled even her lips, was waiting on Vasily Andreevich. As Nikita entered the house she was offering her guest a small tumbler of thick glass which she had just filled with vodka. Don't refuse, Vasily Andreevich, you mustn't. Wish us a merry feast. Drink it, dear, she said. The sight and smell of vodka, especially now when he was chilled through and tired out, much disturbed Nikita's mind. He frowned, and having shaken the snow off his cap and coat, stopped in front of the icons as if not seeing anyone, crossed himself 3 times, and bowed to the icons. Then, turning to the old master of the house and bowing first to him, then to all those at table, then to the women who stood by the oven, and muttering, "A merry holiday," he began taking off his outer things without looking at the table. "Why, you're all covered with hoarfrost, old fellow," said the eldest brother, looking at Nikita's snow-covered face, eyes, and beard. Nikita took off his coat, shook it again, hung it up beside the oven, and came up to the table. He too was offered vodka. He went through a moment of painful hesitation and nearly took up the glass and emptied the clear fragrant liquid down his throat, but he glanced at Vasily Andreevich. Remembered his oath and the boots that he had sold for drink, recalled the cooper, remembered his son for whom he had promised to buy a horse by spring, sighed, and declined it. "I don't drink, thank you kindly," he said frowning, and sat down on a bench near the second window. "How's that?" asked the eldest brother. "I just don't drink," replied Nikita without lifting his eyes but looking askance at his scanty beard and mustache and getting the icicles out of them. "It's not good for him," said Vasily Andreevich, munching a cracknel after emptying his glass. "Well, then, have some tea," said the kindly old hostess. "You must be chilled through, good soul. Why are you women dawdling so with the samovar?" "It is ready," said one of the young women, and after flicking with her apron the top of the samovar which was now boiling over, she carried it with an effort to the table, raised it, and set it down with a thud. Meanwhile Vasily Andreevich was telling how he had lost his way, how they had come back twice to this same village, and how they had gone astray and had met some drunken peasants. Their hosts were surprised, explained where and why they had missed their way, said who the tipsy people they had met were, and told them how they ought to go. "A little child could find the way to Molchanovka from here. All you have to do is to take the right turning from the high road. There's a bush you can see just there." "But you didn't even get that far," said the neighbor. "You'd better stay the night. The women will make up beds for you," said the old woman persuasively. "You could go on in the morning and it would be pleasanter," said the old man, confirming what his wife had said. "I can't, friend." "Business," said Vasily Andreevich. "Lose an hour and you can't catch it up in a year," he added, remembering the grove and the dealers who might snatch that deal from him. "We shall get there, shan't we?" he said, turning to Nikita. Nikita did not answer for some time, apparently still intent on thawing out his beard and mustache. "If only we don't go astray again," he replied gloomily. He was gloomy because he passionately longed for some vodka, and the only thing that could assuage that longing was tea and he had not yet been offered any. "But we have only to reach the turning and then we shan't go wrong. The road will be through the forest the whole way," said Vasily Andreevich. "It's just as you please, Vasily Andreevich. If we're to go, let us go," said Nikita, taking the glass of tea he was offered. "We'll drink our tea and be off." Nikita said nothing but only shook his head, and carefully pouring some tea into his saucer began warming his hands, the fingers of which were always swollen with hard work, over the steam. Then, biting off a tiny bit of sugar, he bowed to his hosts, said, "Your health," and drew in the steaming liquid. "If somebody would see us as far as the turning," said Vasily Andreevich. "Well, we can do that," said the eldest son. "Petrushka will harness and go that far with you." "Well, then, put in the horse, lad, and I shall be thankful to you for it." "Oh, what for, dear man?" said the kindly old woman. "We are heartily glad to do it." "Petrushka, go and put in the mare," said the eldest brother. "All right," replied Petrushka with a smile, and promptly snatching his cap down from a nail he ran away to harness. While the horse was being harnessed the talk returned to the point at which it had stopped when Vasily Andreevich drove up to the window. The old man had been complaining to his neighbor, the village elder, about his third son who had not sent him anything for the holiday though he had sent a French shawl to his wife. "The young people are getting out of hand," said the old man. "And how they do," said the neighbor. "There's no managing them. They know too much. There's Demotchkin now, who broke his father's arm. It's all from being too clever, it seems." Nikita listened, watched their faces, and evidently would have liked to share in the conversation, but he was too busy drinking his tea and only nodded his head approvingly. He emptied one tumbler after another and grew warmer and more comfortable. The talk continued on the same subject for a long time, the harmfulness of a household dividing up, and it was clearly not an abstract discussion but concerned the question of a separation in that house. A separation demanded by the second son who sat there morosely silent. It was evidently a sore subject and absorbed them all, but out of propriety they did not discuss their private affairs before strangers. At last, however, the old man could not restrain himself, and with tears in his eyes declared that he would not consent to a break-up of the family during his lifetime, that his house was prospering. Thank God, but that if they separated they would all have to go begging. Just like the Matveevs, said the neighbor. They used to have a proper house, but now they've split up, none of them has anything. And that is what you want to happen to us, said the old man, turning to his son. The son made no reply and there was an awkward pause. The silence was broken by Petrushka, who having harnessed the horse had returned to the hut a few minutes before this and had been listening all the time with a smile. There's a fable about that in Porcelain, he said. A father gave his sons a broom to break. At first they could not break it, but when they took it twig by twig they broke it easily. And it's the same here, and he gave a broad smile. I'm ready, he added. If you're ready, let's go, said Vasily Andreevich. And as to separating, don't you allow it, grandfather. You got everything together and you're the master. Go to the justice of the peace. He'll say how things should be done. He carries on so, the old man continued in a whining tone. There's no doing anything with him. It's as if the devil possessed him. Nikita, having meanwhile finished his 5th tumbler of tea, laid it on its side instead of turning it upside down, hoping to be offered a 6th glass. But there was no more water in the samovar, so the hostess did not fill it up for him. Besides, Vasily Andreevich was putting his things on, so there was nothing for it but for Nikita to get up too, put back into the sugar basin the lump of sugar he had nibbled all round, wipe his perspiring face with the skirt of his sheepskin, and go to put on his overcoat. Having put it on he sighed deeply, thanked his hosts, said goodbye, and went out of the warm bright room into the cold dark passage, through which the wind was howling and where snow was blowing through the cracks of the shaking door, and from there into the yard. Petrushka stood in his sheepskin in the middle of the yard by his horse, repeating some lines from Paulson's primer. He said with a smile. Storms with mist the sky conceal. Snowy circles wheeling wild. Now like savage beast, 'twill howl. And now 'tis wailing like a child. Nikita nodded approvingly as he arranged the reins. The old man, seeing Vasily Andreevich off, brought a lantern into the passage to show him a light, but it was blown out at once. And even in the yard it was evident that the snowstorm had become more violent. Well, this is weather, thought Vasily Andreevich. Perhaps we may not get there after all. But there is nothing to be done. Business. Besides, we have got ready, our host's horse has been harnessed, and we'll get there with God's help. Their aged host also thought they ought not to go, but he had already tried to persuade them to stay and had not been listened to. It's no use asking them again. Maybe my age makes me timid. They'll get there all right, and at least we shall get to bed in good time and without any fuss, he thought. Petrushka did not think of danger. He knew the road and the whole district so well, and the lines about snowy circles wheeling wild described what was happening outside so aptly that it cheered him up. Nikita did not wish to go at all, but he had been accustomed not to have his own way and to serve others for so long that there was no one to hinder the departing travelers. Chapter 5. Vasily Andreevich went over to his sledge, found it with difficulty in the darkness, climbed in and took the reins. Go on in front, he cried. Petrushka, kneeling in his low sledge, started his horse. Mukurty, who had been neighing for some time past, now scenting a mare ahead of him, started after her, and they drove out into the street. They drove again through the outskirts of the village and along the same road, past the yard where the frozen linen had hung, which, however, was no longer to be seen, past the same barn, which was now snowed up almost to the roof and from which the snow was still endlessly pouring, past the same dismally moaning, whistling, and swaying willows, and again entered into the sea of blustering snow raging from above and below. The wind was so strong that when it blew from the side and the travelers steered against it, it tilted the sledges and turned the horses to one side. Petrushka drove his good mare in front at a brisk trot and kept shouting lustily. Mukurty pressed after her. After traveling so for about 10 minutes, Petrushka turned round and shouted something. Neither Vasily Andreevich nor Nikita could hear anything because of the wind, but they guessed that they had arrived at the turning. In fact, Petrushka had turned to the right, and now the wind that had blown from the side blew straight in their faces, and through the snow they saw something dark on their right. It was the bush at the turning. "Well now, God speed you." "Thank you, Petrushka." "Storms with mist the sky conceal," shouted Petrushka as he disappeared. "There's a poet for you," muttered Vasily Andreevich, pulling at the reins. "Yes, a fine lad, a true peasant," said Nikita. They drove on. Nikita, wrapping his coat closely about him and pressing his head down so close to his shoulders that his short beard covered his throat, sat silently, trying not to lose the warmth he had obtained while drinking tea in the house. Before him he saw the straight lines of the shafts which constantly deceived him into thinking they were on a well-traveled road. And the horse's swaying crupper with his knotted tail blown to one side, and farther ahead the high shaft bow and the swaying head and neck of the horse with its waving mane. Now and then he caught sight of a way sign, so that he knew they were still on a road and that there was nothing for him to be concerned about. Vasily Andreevich drove on, leaving it to the horse to keep to the road. But Mukurty, though he had had a breathing space in the village, ran reluctantly, and seemed now and then to get off the road, so that Vasily Andreevich had repeatedly to correct him. "Here's a stake to the right, and another, and here's a third," Vasily Andreevich counted, "and here in front is the forest," thought he, as he looked at something dark in front of him. But what had seemed to him a forest was only a bush. They passed the bush and drove on for another 100 yards, but there was no fourth waymark nor any forest. "We must reach the forest soon," thought Vasily Andreevich, and animated by the vodka and the tea he did not stop but shook the reins, and the good obedient horse responded, now ambling, now slowly trotting in the direction in which he was sent, though he knew that he was not going the right way. 10 minutes went by, but there was still no forest. "There now, we must be astray again," said Vasily Andreevich, pulling up. Nikita silently got out of the sledge and holding his coat, which the wind now wrapped closely about him and now almost tore off, started to feel about in the snow, going first to one side and then to the other. 3 or 4 times he was completely lost to sight. At last he returned and took the reins from Vasily Andreevich's hand. "We must go to the right," he said sternly and peremptorily, as he turned the horse. "Well, if it's to the right, go to the right," said Vasily Andreevich, yielding up the reins to Nikita and thrusting his freezing hands into his sleeves. Nikita did not reply. "Now then, friend, stir yourself," he shouted to the horse, but in spite of the shake of the reins Mukurty moved only at a walk. The snow in places was up to his knees, and the sledge moved by fits and starts with his every movement. Nikita took the whip that hung over the front of the sledge and struck him once. The good horse, unused to the whip, sprang forward and moved at a trot, but immediately fell back into an amble and then to a walk. So they went on for 5 minutes. It was dark and the snow whirled from above and rose from below, so that sometimes the shaft bow could not be seen. At times the sledge seemed to stand still and the field to run backwards. Suddenly the horse stopped abruptly, evidently aware of something close in front of him. Nikita again sprang lightly out, throwing down the reins, and went ahead to see what had brought him to a standstill. But hardly had he made a step in front of the horse before his feet slipped and he went rolling down an incline. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he said to himself as he fell, and he tried to stop his fall but could not, and only stopped when his feet plunged into a thick layer of snow that had drifted to the bottom of the hollow. The fringe of a drift of snow that hung on the edge of the hollow, disturbed by Nikita's fall, showered down on him and got inside his collar. "What a thing to do," said Nikita reproachfully, addressing the drift and the hollow and shaking the snow from under his collar. "Nikita! Hey, Nikita!" shouted Vasily Andreevich from above. But Nikita did not reply. He was too occupied in shaking out the snow and searching for the whip he had dropped when rolling down the incline. Having found the whip, he tried to climb straight up the bank where he had rolled down, but it was impossible to do so. He kept rolling down again. And so he had to go along at the foot of the hollow to find a way up. About 7 yards farther on he managed with difficulty to crawl up the incline on all fours, then he followed the edge of the hollow back to the place where the horse should have been. He could not see either horse or sledge, but as he walked against the wind he heard Vasily Andreevich's shouts and Mukurty's neighing, calling him. "I'm coming! I'm coming! What are you cackling for?" he muttered. Only when he had come up to the sledge could he make out the horse, and Vasily Andreevich standing beside it and looking gigantic. "Where the devil did you vanish to?" "We must go back, if only to Grishkino," he began reproaching Nikita. "I'd be glad to get back, Vasily Andreevich, but which way are we to go? There is such a ravine here that if we once get in it we shan't get out again. I got stuck so fast there myself that I could hardly get out. What shall we do, then? We can't stay here. We must go somewhere," said Vasily Andreevich. Nikita said nothing. He seated himself in the sledge with his back to the wind, took off his boots, shook out the snow that had got into them, and taking some straw from the bottom of the sledge, carefully plugged with it a hole in his left boot. Vasily Andreevich remained silent, as though now leaving everything to Nikita. Having put his boots on again, Nikita drew his feet into the sledge, put on his mittens and took up the reins, and directed the horse along the side of the ravine. But they had not gone 100 yards before the horse again stopped short. The ravine was in front of him again. Nikita again climbed out and again trudged about in the snow. He did this for a considerable time and at last appeared from the opposite side to that from which he had started. "Vasily Andreevich, are you alive?" he called out. "Here," replied Vasily Andreevich. "Well, what now? I can't make anything out. It's too dark. There's nothing but ravines. We must drive against the wind again." They set off once more. Again Nikita went stumbling through the snow, again he fell in, again climbed out and trudged about, and at last quite out of breath he sat down beside the sledge. "Well, how now?" asked Vasily Andreevich. "Why, I am quite worn out and the horse won't go." "Then what's to be done?" "Why, wait a minute." Nikita went away again but soon returned. "Follow me," he said, going in front of the horse. Vasily Andreevich no longer gave orders but implicitly did what Nikita told him. "Here, follow me," Nikita shouted, stepping quickly to the right, and seizing the rein he led Mukurty down towards a snowdrift. At first the horse held back, then he jerked forward, hoping to leap the drift, but he had not the strength and sank into it up to his collar. "Get out!" Nikita called to Vasily Andreevich who still sat in the sledge, and taking hold of one shaft he moved the sledge closer to the horse. "It's hard, brother," he said to Mukurty, "but it can't be helped. Make an effort. Now, just a little one," he shouted. The horse gave a tug, then another, but failed to clear himself and settled down again as if considering something. "Now, brother, this won't do," Nikita admonished him. "Now once more." Again Nikita tugged at the shaft on his side, and Vasily Andreevich did the same on the other. Mukurty lifted his head and then gave a sudden jerk. "That's it! That's it!" cried Nikita. "Don't be afraid, you won't sink." One plunge, another, and a third, and at last Mukurty was out of the snowdrift, and stood still, breathing heavily and shaking the snow off himself. Nikita wished to lead him farther, but Vasily Andreevich, in his 2 fur coats, was so out of breath that he could not walk farther and dropped into the sledge. "Let me get my breath," he said, unfastening the kerchief with which he had tied the collar of his fur coat at the village. "It's all right here." "You lie there," said Nikita. "I will lead him along." And with Vasily Andreevich in the sledge he led the horse by the bridle about 10 paces down and then up a slight rise, and stopped. The place where Nikita had stopped was not completely in the hollow where the snow sweeping down from the hillocks might have buried them altogether. But still it was partly sheltered from the wind by the side of the ravine. There were moments when the wind seemed to abate a little. But that did not last long, and as if to make up for that respite the storm swept down with tenfold vigor and tore and whirled the more fiercely. Such a gust struck them at the moment when Vasily Andreevich, having recovered his breath, got out of the sledge and went up to Nikita to consult him as to what they should do. They both bent down involuntarily and waited till the violence of the squall should have passed. Mukurty too laid back his ears and shook his head discontentedly. As soon as the violence of the blast had abated a little, Nikita took off his mittens, stuck them into his belt, breathed onto his hands, and began to undo the straps of the shaft bow. "What's that you are doing there?" asked Vasily Andreevich. "Unharnessing. What else is there to do?" "I have no strength left," said Nikita as though excusing himself. "Can't we drive somewhere?" "No, we can't. We shall only kill the horse." "Why, the poor beast is not himself now," said Nikita, pointing to the horse, which was standing submissively waiting for what might come, with his steep wet sides heaving heavily. "We shall have to stay the night here," he said, as if preparing to spend the night at an inn, and he proceeded to unfasten the collar straps. The buckles came undone. "But shan't we be frozen?" remarked Vasily Andreevich. "Well, if we are we can't help it," said Nikita. Chapter 6. Although Vasily Andreevich felt quite warm in his 2 fur coats, especially after struggling in the snowdrift, a cold shiver ran down his back on realizing that he must really spend the night where they were. To calm himself he sat down in the sledge and got out his cigarettes and matches. Nikita meanwhile unharnessed Mukurty. He unstrapped the bellyband and the backband, took away the reins, loosened the collar strap, and removed the shaft bow, talking to him all the time to encourage him. "Now come out. Come out," he said, leading him clear of the shafts. "Now we'll tie you up here and I'll put down some straw and take off your bridle. When you've had a bite you'll feel more cheerful." But Mukurty was restless and evidently not comforted by Nikita's remarks. He stepped now on one foot and now on another, and pressed close against the sledge, turning his back to the wind and rubbing his head on Nikita's sleeve. Then, as if not to pain Nikita by refusing his offer of the straw he put before him, he hurriedly snatched a wisp out of the sledge. But immediately decided that it was now no time to think of straw and threw it down, and the wind instantly scattered it, carried it away, and covered it with snow. "Now we will set up a signal," said Nikita, and turning the front of the sledge to the wind he tied the shafts together with a strap and set them up on end in front of the sledge. "There now, when the snow covers us up, good folk will see the shafts and dig us out," he said, slapping his mittens together and putting them on. "That's what the old folk taught us." Vasily Andreevich meanwhile had unfastened his coat, and holding its skirts up for shelter, struck one sulphur match after another on the steel box. But his hands trembled, and one match after another either did not kindle or was blown out by the wind just as he was lifting it to the cigarette. At last a match did burn up, and its flame lit up for a moment the fur of his coat, his hand with the gold ring on the bent forefinger, and the snow-sprinkled oat straw that stuck out from under the drugget. The cigarette lighted, he eagerly took a whiff or two, inhaled the smoke, let it out through his mustache, and would have inhaled again. But the wind tore off the burning tobacco and whirled it away as it had done the straw. But even these few puffs had cheered him. "If we must spend the night here, we must," he said with decision. "Wait a bit, I'll arrange a flag as well," he added, picking up the kerchief which he had thrown down in the sledge after taking it from round his collar. And drawing off his gloves and standing up on the front of the sledge and stretching himself to reach the strap, he tied the handkerchief to it with a tight knot. The kerchief immediately began to flutter wildly, now clinging round the shaft, now suddenly streaming out, stretching and flapping. "Just see what a fine flag. said Vasily Andreevich, admiring his handiwork and letting himself down into the sledge. We should be warmer together, but there's not room enough for two, he added. I'll find a place, said Nikita. But I must cover up the horse first, he sweated so, poor thing. Let go, he added, drawing the drugget from under Vasily Andreevich. Having got the drugget he folded it in two, and after taking off the breech band and pad, covered Mukurty with it. Anyhow it will be warmer, silly, he said, putting back the breech band and the pad on the horse over the drugget. Then having finished that business he returned to the sledge, and addressing Vasily Andreevich, said, You won't need the sackcloth, will you? And let me have some straw. And having taken these things from under Vasily Andreevich, Nikita went behind the sledge, dug out a hole for himself in the snow, put straw into it, wrapped his coat well round him, covered himself with the sackcloth, and pulling his cap well down seated himself on the straw he had spread, and leant against the wooden back of the sledge to shelter himself from the wind and the snow. Vasily Andreevich shook his head disapprovingly at what Nikita was doing, as in general he disapproved of the peasant's stupidity and lack of education. And he began to settle himself down for the night. He smoothed the remaining straw over the bottom of the sledge, putting more of it under his side. Then he thrust his hands into his sleeves and settled down, sheltering his head in the corner of the sledge from the wind in front. He did not wish to sleep. He lay and thought ever of the one thing that constituted the sole aim, meaning, pleasure, and pride of his life, of how much money he had made and might still make. Of how much other people he knew had made and possessed, and of how those others had made and were making it, and how he, like them, might still make much more. The purchase of the Goryakin Grove was a matter of immense importance to him. By that one deal he hoped to make perhaps 10,000 rubles. He began mentally to reckon the value of the wood he had inspected in autumn, and on 5 acres of which he had counted all the trees. The oaks will go for sledge runners. The undergrowth will take care of itself, and there'll still be some 30 sazines of firewood left on each desiatin, said he to himself. That means there will be at least 225 rubles worth left on each desiatin. 56 deciations means 56 hundreds, and 56 hundreds, and 56 tens, and another 56 tens, and then 56 fives. He saw that it came out to more than 12,000 rubles, but could not reckon it up exactly without a counting frame. But I won't give 10,000, anyhow. I'll give about 8,000 with a deduction on account of the glades. I'll grease the surveyor's palm, give him 100 rubles, or 150, and he'll reckon that there are some 5 desiatins of glade to be deducted. And he'll let it go for 8,000. 3,000 cash down. That'll move him, no fear, he thought, and he pressed his pocketbook with his forearm. God only knows how we missed the turning. The forest ought to be there, and a watchman's hut, and dogs barking. But the damned things don't bark when they're wanted. He turned his collar down from his ear and listened, but as before only the whistling of the wind could be heard, the flapping and fluttering of the kerchief tied to the shafts, and the pelting of the snow against the woodwork of the sledge. He again covered up his ear. If I had known I would have stayed the night. Well, no matter, we'll get there tomorrow. It's only one day lost. And the others won't travel in such weather. Then he remembered that on the 9th he had to receive payment from the butcher for his oxen. He meant to come himself, but he won't find me, and my wife won't know how to receive the money. She doesn't know the right way of doing things, he thought, recalling how at their party the day before she had not known how to treat the police officer who was their guest. Of course she's only a woman. Where could she have seen anything? In my father's time what was our house like? Just a rich peasant's house, just an oat mill and an inn, that was the whole property. But what have I done in these 15 years? A shop, 2 taverns, a flour mill, a grain store, 2 farms leased out, and a house with an iron-roofed barn, he thought proudly. Not as it was in father's time. Who is talked of in the whole district now? Brekhanov. And why? Because I stick to business. I take trouble, not like others who lie abed or waste their time on foolishness while I don't sleep of nights. Blizzard or no blizzard I start out. So business gets done. They think money-making is a joke. No, take pains and rack your brains. You get overtaken out of doors at night, like this, or keep awake night after night till the thoughts whirling in your head make the pillow turn, he meditated with pride. They think people get on through luck. After all, the Mironovs are now millionaires. And why? Take pains and God gives. If only he grants me health. The thought that he might himself be a millionaire like Mironov, who began with nothing, so excited Vasily Andreevich that he felt the need of talking to somebody. But there was no one to talk to. If only he could have reached Goryakin, he would have talked to the landlord and shown him a thing or two. Just see how it blows. It will snow us up so deep that we shan't be able to get out in the morning. He thought, listening to a gust of wind that blew against the front of the sledge, bending it and lashing the snow against it. He raised himself and looked round. All he could see through the whirling darkness was Mukurty's dark head, his back covered by the fluttering drugget, and his thick knotted tail. While all round, in front and behind, was the same fluctuating whitey darkness, sometimes seeming to get a little lighter and sometimes growing denser still. A pity I listened to Nikita, he thought. We ought to have driven on. We should have come out somewhere, if only back to Grishkino, and stayed the night at Teresa's. As it is, we must sit here all night. But what was I thinking about? Yes, that God gives to those who take trouble, but not to loafers, lyabeds, or fools. I must have a smoke. He sat down again, got out his cigarette case, and stretched himself flat on his stomach, screening the matches with the skirt of his coat. But the wind found its way in and put out match after match. At last he got one to burn and lit a cigarette. He was very glad that he had managed to do what he wanted, and though the wind smoked more of the cigarette than he did, he still got 2 or 3 puffs and felt more cheerful. He again leant back, wrapped himself up, started reflecting and remembering, and suddenly and quite unexpectedly lost consciousness and fell asleep. Suddenly something seemed to give him a push and awoke him. Whether it was Mukurty who had pulled some straw from under him, or whether something within him had startled him, at all events it woke him. And his heart began to beat faster and faster so that the sledge seemed to tremble under him. He opened his eyes. Everything around him was just as before. It looks lighter, he thought. I expect it won't be long before dawn. But he at once remembered that it was lighter because the moon had risen. He sat up and looked first at the horse. Mukurty still stood with his back to the wind, shivering all over. One side of the drugget, which was completely covered with snow, had been blown back, the breeching had slipped down, and the snow-covered head with its waving forelock and mane were now more visible. Vasily Andreevich leant over the back of the sledge and looked behind. Nikita still sat in the same position in which he had settled himself. The sacking with which he was covered, and his legs, were thickly covered with snow. If only that peasant doesn't freeze to death. His clothes are so wretched. I may be held responsible for him. What shiftless people they are, such a want of education, thought Vasily Andreevich, and he felt like taking the drugget off the horse and putting it over Nikita. But it would be very cold to get out and move about, and, moreover, the horse might freeze to death. Why did I bring him with me? It was all her stupidity, he thought, recalling his unloved wife, and he rolled over into his old place at the front part of the sledge. My uncle once spent a whole night like this, he reflected, and was all right. But another case came at once to his mind. But when they dug Sebastian out, he was dead, stiff like a frozen carcass. If I'd only stopped the night in Grishkino, all this would not have happened. And wrapping his coat carefully round him so that none of the warmth of the fur should be wasted but should warm him all over, neck, knees, and feet, he shut his eyes and tried to sleep again. But try as he would, he could not get drowsy. On the contrary, he felt wide awake and animated. Again he began counting his gains and the debts due to him, again he began bragging to himself and feeling pleased with himself and his position. But all this was continually disturbed by a stealthily approaching fear and by the unpleasant regret that he had not remained in Grishkino. How different it would be to be lying warm on a bench. He turned over several times in his attempts to get into a more comfortable position more sheltered from the wind. He wrapped up his legs closer, shut his eyes, and lay still. But either his legs in their strong felt boots began to ache from being bent in one position, or the wind blew in somewhere. And after lying still for a short time he again began to recall the disturbing fact that he might now have been lying quietly in the warm hut at Grishkino. He again sat up, turned about, muffled himself up, and settled down once more. Once he fancied that he heard a distant cockcrow. He felt glad, turned down his coat collar and listened with strained attention, but in spite of all his efforts nothing could be heard but the wind whistling between the shafts, the flapping of the kerchief, and the snow pelting against the frame of the sledge. Nikita sat just as he had done all the time, not moving and not even answering Vasily Andreevich, who had addressed him a couple of times. He doesn't care a bit, he's probably asleep, thought Vasily Andreevich with vexation, looking behind the sledge at Nikita, who was covered with a thick layer of snow. Vasily Andreevich got up and lay down again some 20 times. It seemed to him that the night would never end. It must be getting near morning, he thought, getting up and looking around. Let's have a look at my watch. It will be cold to unbutton, but if I only know that it's getting near morning I shall at any rate feel more cheerful. We could begin harnessing. In the depth of his heart Vasily Andreevich knew that it could not yet be near morning, but he was growing more and more afraid, and wished both to get to know and yet to deceive himself. He carefully undid the fastening of his sheepskin, pushed in his hand, and felt about for a long time before he got to his waistcoat. With great difficulty he managed to draw out his silver watch with its enameled flower design, and tried to make out the time. He could not see anything without a light. Again he went down on his knees and elbows as he had done when he lighted a cigarette, got out his matches, and proceeded to strike one. This time he went to work more carefully, and feeling with his fingers for a match with the largest head and the greatest amount of phosphorus, lit it at the first try. Bringing the face of the watch under the light he could hardly believe his eyes. It was only 10 minutes past 12. Almost the whole night was still before him. Oh, how long the night is! He thought, feeling a cold shudder run down his back, and having fastened his fur coats again and wrapped himself up, he snuggled into a corner of the sledge intending to wait patiently. Suddenly, above the monotonous roar of the wind, he clearly distinguished another new and living sound. It steadily strengthened, and having become quite clear diminished just as gradually. Beyond all doubt it was a wolf, and he was so near that the movement of his jaws as he changed his cry was brought down the wind. Vasily Andreevich turned back the collar of his coat and listened attentively. Mukurty too strained to listen, moving his ears, and when the wolf had ceased its howling he shifted from foot to foot and gave a warning snort. After this Vasily Andreevich could not fall asleep again or even calm himself. The more he tried to think of his accounts, his business, his reputation, his worth and his wealth, the more and more was he mastered by fear. And regrets that he had not stayed the night at Grishkino dominated and mingled in all his thoughts. Devil take the forest. Things were all right without it, thank God. Ah, if we had only put up for the night, he said to himself. They say it's drunkards that freeze, he thought, and I have had some drink. And observing his sensations he noticed that he was beginning to shiver, without knowing whether it was from cold or from fear. He tried to wrap himself up and lie down as before, but could no longer do so. He could not stay in one position. He wanted to get up, to do something to master the gathering fear that was rising in him and against which he felt himself powerless. He again got out his cigarettes and matches, but only 3 matches were left and they were bad ones. The phosphorus rubbed off them all without lighting. The devil take you. Damn thing. Curse you, he muttered, not knowing whom or what he was cursing, and he flung away the crushed cigarette. He was about to throw away the matchbox too, but checked the movement of his hand and put the box in his pocket instead. He was seized with such unrest that he could no longer remain in one spot. He climbed out of the sledge and standing with his back to the wind began to shift his belt again, fastening it lower down in the waist and tightening it. What's the use of lying and waiting for death? Better mount the horse and get away. The thought suddenly occurred to him. The horse will move when he has someone on his back. As for him, he thought of Nikita, it's all the same to him whether he lives or dies. What is his life worth? He won't grudge his life, but I have something to live for, thank God. He untied the horse, threw the reins over his neck and tried to mount, but his coats and boots were so heavy that he failed. Then he clambered up in the sledge and tried to mount from there, but the sledge tilted under his weight, and he failed again. At last he drew Mukherjee nearer to the sledge, cautiously balanced on one side of it, and managed to lie on his stomach across the horse's back. After lying like that for a while he shifted forward once and again, threw a leg over, and finally seated himself, supporting his feet on the loose breeching straps. The shaking of the sledge awoke Nikita. He raised himself, and it seemed to Vasily Andreevich that he said something. Listen to such fools as you. Am I to die like this for nothing? Exclaimed Vasily Andreevich. And tucking the loose skirts of his fur coat in under his knees, he turned the horse and rode away from the sledge in the direction in which he thought the forest and the forester's hut must be. Chapter 7. From the time he had covered himself with the sackcloth and seated himself behind the sledge, Nikita had not stirred. Like all those who live in touch with nature and have known want, he was patient and could wait for hours, even days, without growing restless or irritable. He heard his master call him, but did not answer because he did not want to move or talk. Though he still felt some warmth from the tea he had drunk and from his energetic struggle when clambering about in the snowdrift. He knew that this warmth would not last long and that he had no strength left to warm himself again by moving about. For he felt as tired as a horse when it stops and refuses to go further in spite of the whip, and its master sees that it must be fed before it can work again. The foot in the boot with a hole in it had already grown numb, and he could no longer feel his big toe. Besides that, his whole body began to feel colder and colder. The thought that he might, and very probably would, die that night occurred to him, but did not seem particularly unpleasant or dreadful. It did not seem particularly unpleasant, because his whole life had been not a continual holiday, but on the contrary an unceasing round of toil of which he was beginning to feel weary. And it did not seem particularly dreadful, because besides the masters he had served here, like Vasily Andreevich, he always felt himself dependent on the chief master, who had sent him into this life, and he knew that when dying he would still be in that master's power and would not be ill-used by him. It seems a pity to give up what one is used to and accustomed to. But there's nothing to be done, I shall get used to the new things. Sins? He thought, and remembered his drunkenness, the money that had gone on drink, how he had offended his wife, his cursing, his neglect of church and of the fasts. And all the things the priest blamed him for at confession. Of course they are sins. But then, did I take them on of myself? That's evidently how God made me. Well, and the sins? Where am I to escape to? So at first he thought of what might happen to him that night, and then did not return to such thoughts but gave himself up to whatever recollections came into his head of themselves. Now he thought of Martha's arrival, of the drunkenness among the workers and his own renunciation of drink. Then of their present journey and of Teresa's house and the talk about the breaking up of the family, then of his own lad, and of Mukherjee now sheltered under the drugget. And then of his master who made the sledge creak as he tossed about in it. I expect you're sorry yourself that you started out, dear man, he thought. It would seem hard to leave a life such as his. It's not like the likes of us. Then all these recollections began to grow confused and got mixed in his head, and he fell asleep. But when Vasily Andreevich, getting on the horse, jerked the sledge, against the back of which Nikita was leaning, and it shifted away and hit him in the back with one of its runners. He awoke and had to change his position whether he liked it or not. Straightening his legs with difficulty and shaking the snow off them, he got up, and an agonizing cold immediately penetrated his whole body. On making out what was happening, he called to Vasily Andreevich to leave him the drug which the horse no longer needed, so that he might wrap himself in it. But Vasily Andreevich did not stop, but disappeared amid the powdery snow. Left alone, Nikita considered for a moment what he should do. He felt that he had not the strength to go off in search of a house. It was no longer possible to sit down in his old place, it was by now all filled with snow. He felt that he could not get warmer in the sledge either, for there was nothing to cover himself with, and his coat and sheepskin no longer warmed him at all. He felt as cold as though he had nothing on but a shirt. He became frightened. "Lord, Heavenly Father," he muttered, and was comforted by the consciousness that he was not alone but that there was one who heard him and would not abandon him. He gave a deep sigh, and keeping the sackcloth over his head, he got inside the sledge and lay down in the place where his master had been. But he could not get warm in the sledge either. At first he shivered all over, then the shivering ceased and little by little he began to lose consciousness. He did not know whether he was dying or falling asleep, but felt equally prepared for the one as for the other. Chapter 8. Meanwhile Vasily Andreevich, with his feet and the ends of the reins, urged the horse on in the direction in which for some reason he expected the forest and forester's hut to be. The snow covered his eyes and the wind seemed intent on stopping him. But bending forward and constantly lapping his coat over and pushing it between himself and the cold harness pad which prevented him from sitting properly, he kept urging the horse on. Mukurty ambled on obediently, though with difficulty, in the direction in which he was driven. Vasily Andreevich rode for about 5 minutes straight ahead, as he thought, seeing nothing but the horse's head and the white waist, and hearing only the whistle of the wind about the horse's ears and his coat collar. Suddenly a dark patch showed up in front of him. His heart beat with joy, and he rode towards the object, already seeing in imagination the walls of village houses. But the dark patch was not stationary, it kept moving. And it was not a village but some tall stalks of wormwood sticking up through the snow on the boundary between two fields, and desperately tossing about under the pressure of the wind which beat it all to one side and whistled through it. The sight of that wormwood tormented by the pitiless wind made Vasily Andreevich shudder, he knew not why, and he hurriedly began urging the horse on. Not noticing that when riding up to the wormwood he had quite changed his direction and was now heading the opposite way, though still imagining that he was riding towards where the hut should be. But the horse kept making towards the right, and Vasily Andreevich kept guiding it to the left. Again something dark appeared in front of him. Again he rejoiced, convinced that now it was certainly a village. But once more it was the same boundary line overgrown with wormwood, once more the same wormwood desperately tossed by the wind and carrying unreasoning terror to his heart. But its being the same wormwood was not all, for beside it there was a horse's track partly snowed over. Vasily Andreevich stopped, stooped down and looked carefully. It was a horse track only partially covered with snow, and could be none but his own horse's hoofprints. He had evidently gone round in a small circle. "I shall perish like that," he thought, and not to give way to his terror he urged on the horse still more, peering into the snowy darkness in which he saw only flitting and fitful points of light. Once he thought he heard the barking of dogs or the howling of wolves, but the sounds were so faint and indistinct that he did not know whether he heard them or merely imagined them. And he stopped and began to listen intently. Suddenly some terrible, deafening cry resounded near his ears, and everything shivered and shook under him. He seized Mukurty's neck, but that too was shaking all over and the terrible cry grew still more frightful. For some seconds Vasily Andreevich could not collect himself or understand what was happening. It was only that Mukurty, whether to encourage himself or to call for help, had neighed loudly and resonantly. "Ugh, you wretch! How you frightened me, damn you," thought Vasily Andreevich. But even when he understood the cause of his terror he could not shake it off. "I must calm myself and think things over," he said to himself, but yet he could not stop, and continued to urge the horse on, without noticing that he was now going with the wind instead of against it. His body, especially between his legs where it touched the pad of the harness and was not covered by his overcoats, was getting painfully cold, especially when the horse walked slowly. His legs and arms trembled and his breathing came fast. He saw himself perishing amid this dreadful snowy waste, and could see no means of escape. Suddenly the horse under him tumbled into something and, sinking into a snowdrift, began to plunge and fell on his side. Vasily Andreevich jumped off, and in so doing dragged to one side the breech band on which his foot was resting, and twisted round the pad to which he held as he dismounted. As soon as he had jumped off, the horse struggled to his feet, plunged forward, gave one leap and another, neighed again, and dragging the drugget and the breech band after him, disappeared, leaving Vasily Andreevich alone on the snowdrift. The latter pressed on after the horse, but the snow lay so deep and his coats were so heavy that, sinking above his knees at each step, he stopped breathless after taking not more than 20 steps. The copse, the oxen, the leasehold, the shop, the tavern, the house with the iron-roofed barn, and my heir, thought he. How can I leave all that? What does this mean? It cannot be. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he thought of the wormwood tossed by the wind, which he had twice ridden past, and he was seized with such terror that he did not believe in the reality of what was happening to him. Can this be a dream, he thought, and tried to wake up but could not. It was real snow that lashed his face and covered him and chilled his right hand from which he had lost the glove, and this was a real desert in which he was now left alone like that wormwood, awaiting an inevitable, speedy, and meaningless death. Queen of Heaven! Holy Father Nicholas, teacher of temperance! He thought, recalling the service of the day before and the holy icon with its black face and gilt frame, and the tapers which he sold to be set before that icon and which were almost immediately brought back to him scarcely burnt at all, and which he put away in the store chest. He began to pray to that same Nicholas the wonder-worker to save him, promising him a thanksgiving service and some candles. But he clearly and indubitably realized that the icon, its frame, the candles, the priest, and the thanksgiving service, though very important and necessary in church, could do nothing for him here. And that there was and could be no connection between those candles and services and his present disastrous plight. I must not despair, he thought. I must follow the horse's track before it is snowed under. He will lead me out, or I may even catch him. Only I must not hurry, or I shall stick fast and be more lost than ever. But in spite of his resolution to go quietly, he rushed forward and even ran, continually falling, getting up and falling again. The horse's track was already hardly visible in places where the snow did not lie deep. I am lost, thought Vasily Andreevich. I shall lose the track and not catch the horse. But at that moment he saw something black. It was Mukherjee, and not only Mukherjee, but the sledge with the shafts and the kerchief. Mukherjee, with the sacking and the breech band twisted round to one side, was standing not in his former place but nearer to the shafts, shaking his head which the reins he was stepping on drew downwards. It turned out that Vasily Andreevich had sunk in the same ravine Nikita had previously fallen into, and that Mukherjee had been bringing him back to the sledge and he had got off his back no more than 50 paces from where the sledge was. Chapter 9. Having stumbled back to the sledge, Vasily Andreevich caught hold of it and for a long time stood motionless, trying to calm himself and recover his breath. Nikita was not in his former place, but something, already covered with snow, was lying in the sledge, and Vasily Andreevich concluded that this was Nikita. His terror had now quite left him. And if he felt any fear, it was lest the dreadful terror should return that he had experienced when on the horse, and especially when he was left alone in the snowdrift. At any cost he had to avoid that terror, and to keep it away he must do something, occupy himself with something. And the first thing he did was to turn his back to the wind and open his fur coat. Then, as soon as he recovered his breath a little, he shook the snow out of his boots and out of his left-hand glove. The right-hand glove was hopelessly lost and by this time probably lying somewhere under a dozen inches of snow. Then, as was his custom when going out of his shop to buy grain from the peasants, he pulled his girdle low down and tightened it and prepared for action. The first thing that occurred to him was to free Mukurty's leg from the rein. Having done that, and tethered him to the iron cramp at the front of the sledge where he had been before, he was going round the horse's quarters to put the breech band and pad straight and cover him with the cloth. But at that moment he noticed that something was moving in the sledge and Nikita's head rose up out of the snow that covered it. Nikita, who was half frozen, rose with great difficulty and sat up, moving his hand before his nose in a strange manner just as if he were driving away flies. He waved his hand and said something, and seemed to Vasily Andreevich to be calling him. Vasily Andreevich left the cloth unadjusted and went up to the sledge. "What is it?" he asked. "What are you saying?" "I'm dying, that's what," said Nikita brokenly and with difficulty. "Give what is owing to me to my lad, or to my wife, no matter." "Why, are you really frozen?" asked Vasily Andreevich. "I feel it's my death." "Forgive me for Christ's sake," said Nikita in a tearful voice, continuing to wave his hand before his face as if driving away flies. Vasily Andreevich stood silent and motionless for half a minute. Then suddenly, with the same resolution with which he used to strike hands when making a good purchase, he took a step back and turning up his sleeves began raking the snow off Nikita and out of the sledge. Having done this he hurriedly undid his girdle, opened out his fur coat, and having pushed Nikita down, lay down on top of him, covering him not only with his fur coat but with the whole of his body, which glowed with warmth. After pushing the skirts of his coat between Nikita and the sides of the sledge, and holding down its hem with his knees, Vasily Andreevich lay like that face down, with his head pressed against the front of the sledge. Here he no longer heard the horse's movements or the whistling of the wind, but only Nikita's breathing. At first and for a long time Nikita lay motionless, then he sighed deeply and moved. "There, and you say you are dying. Lie still and get warm, that's our way," began Vasily Andreevich. But to his great surprise he could say no more, for tears came to his eyes and his lower jaw began to quiver rapidly. He stopped speaking and only gulped down the risings in his throat. "Seems I was badly frightened and have gone quite weak," he thought. But this weakness was not only unpleasant, but gave him a peculiar joy such as he had never felt before. "That's our way," he said to himself, experiencing a strange and solemn tenderness. He lay like that for a long time, wiping his eyes on the fur of his coat and tucking under his knee the right skirt, which the wind kept turning up. But he longed so passionately to tell somebody of his joyful condition that he said, "Nikita, it's comfortable, warm," came a voice from beneath. "There, you see, friend, I was going to perish. And you would have been frozen, and I should have." But again his jaws began to quiver and his eyes to fill with tears, and he could say no more. "Well, never mind," he thought. "I know about myself what I know." He remained silent and lay like that for a long time. Nikita kept him warm from below and his fur coats from above. Only his hands, with which he kept his coat skirts down round Nikita's sides, and his legs which the wind kept uncovering, began to freeze, especially his right hand which had no glove. But he did not think of his legs or of his hands but only of how to warm the peasant who was lying under him. He looked out several times at Mukurty and could see that his back was uncovered and the drugget and breeching lying on the snow, and that he ought to get up and cover him. But he could not bring himself to leave Nikita and disturb even for a moment the joyous condition he was in. He no longer felt any kind of terror. "No fear, we shan't lose him this time," he said to himself, referring to his getting the peasant warm with the same boastfulness with which he spoke of his buying and selling. Vasily Andreevich lay in that way for 1 hour, another, and a third, but he was unconscious of the passage of time. At first impressions of the snowstorm, the sledge shafts, and the horse with the shaft bow shaking before his eyes, kept passing through his mind. Then he remembered Nikita lying under him. Then recollections of the festival, his wife, the police officer, and the box of candles, began to mingle with these. Then again Nikita, this time lying under that box, then the peasants, customers and traders, and the white walls of his house with its iron roof with Nikita lying underneath, presented themselves to his imagination. Afterwards all these impressions blended into one nothingness. As the colors of the rainbow unite into one white light, so all these different impressions mingled into one, and he fell asleep. For a long time he slept without dreaming, but just before dawn the visions recommenced. It seemed to him that he was standing by the box of tapers and that Tikhonov's wife was asking for a 5-kopeck taper for the church fete. He wished to take one out and give it to her, but his hands would not lift, being held tight in his pockets. He wanted to walk round the box but his feet would not move and his new clean galoshes had grown to the stone floor, and he could neither lift them nor get his feet out of the galoshes. Then the taper box was no longer a box but a bed, and suddenly Vasily Andreevich saw himself lying in his bed at home. He was lying in his bed and could not get up. Yet it was necessary for him to get up because Ivan Matveyevich, the police officer, would soon call for him and he had to go with him, either to bargain for the forest or to put Mukurty's breeching straight. He asked his wife, Nikolaevna, hasn't he come yet? No, he hasn't, she replied. He heard someone drive up to the front steps. It must be him. No, he's gone past. Nikolaevna. I say, Nikolaevna, isn't he here yet? No, he was still lying on his bed and could not get up, but was always waiting. And this waiting was uncanny and yet joyful. Then suddenly his joy was completed. He whom he was expecting came, not Ivan Matveyevich the police officer, but someone else, yet it was he whom he had been waiting for. He came and called him. And it was he who had called him and told him to lie down on Nikita. And Vasily Andreevich was glad that that one had come for him. I'm coming. He cried joyfully, and that cry awoke him, but woke him up not at all the same person he had been when he fell asleep. He tried to get up but could not, tried to move his arm and could not, to move his leg and also could not, to turn his head and could not. He was surprised but not at all disturbed by this. He understood that this was death, and was not at all disturbed by that either. He remembered that Nikita was lying under him and that he had got warm and was alive, and it seemed to him that he was Nikita and Nikita was he, and that his life was not in himself but in Nikita. He strained his ears and heard Nikita breathing and even slightly snoring. Nikita is alive, so I too am alive, he said to himself triumphantly. And he remembered his money, his shop, his house, the buying and selling, and Miranov's millions, and it was hard for him to understand why that man, called Vasily Brekhanov, had troubled himself with all those things with which he had been troubled. Well, it was because he did not know what the real thing was, he thought, concerning that Vasily Brekhanov. He did not know, but now I know and know for sure. Now I know. And again he heard the voice of the one who had called him before. I'm coming. Coming, he responded gladly, and his whole being was filled with joyful emotion. He felt himself free and that nothing could hold him back any longer. After that Vasily Andreevich neither saw, heard, nor felt anything more in this world. All around the snow still eddied. The same whirlwinds of snow circled about, covering the dead Vasily Andreevich's fur coat, the shivering Mukurty, the sledge, now scarcely to be seen, and Nikita lying at the bottom of it, kept warm beneath his dead master. Chapter 10. Nikita awoke before daybreak. He was aroused by the cold that had begun to creep down his back. He had dreamt that he was coming from the mill with a load of his master's flour and when crossing the stream had missed the bridge and let the cart get stuck. And he saw that he had crawled under the cart and was trying to lift it by arching his back. But strange to say the cart did not move, it stuck to his back and he could neither lift it nor get out from under it. It was crushing the whole of his loins. And how cold it felt. Evidently he must crawl out. Have done, he exclaimed to whoever was pressing the cart down on him. Take out the sacks. But the cart pressed down colder and colder, and then he heard a strange knocking, awoke completely, and remembered everything. The cold cart was his dead and frozen master lying upon him. And the knock was produced by Mukurty, who had twice struck the sledge with his hoof. Andreevich! Andreevich! Nikita called cautiously, beginning to realize the truth, and straightening his back. But Vasily Andreevich did not answer, and his stomach and legs were stiff and cold and heavy like iron weights. He must have died. May the kingdom of heaven be his, thought Nikita. He turned his head, dug with his hand through the snow about him and opened his eyes. It was daylight. The wind was whistling as before between the shafts, and the snow was falling in the same way. Except that it was no longer driving against the frame of the sledge but silently covered both sledge and horse deeper and deeper. And neither the horse's movements nor his breathing were any longer to be heard. He must have frozen too, thought Nikita of Mukurty, and indeed those hoof knocks against the sledge, which had awakened Nikita, were the last efforts the already numbed Mukurty had made to keep on his feet before dying. O Lord God, it seems thou art calling me too, said Nikita. Thy holy will be done. But it's uncanny. Still, a man can't die twice and must die once. If only it would come soon. And he again drew in his head, closed his eyes, and became unconscious, fully convinced that now he was certainly and finally dying. It was not till noon that day that peasants dug Vasily Andreevich and Nikita out of the snow with their shovels. Not more than 70 yards from the road and less than half a mile from the village. The snow had hidden the sledge, but the shafts and the kerchief tied to them were still visible. Mukurty, buried up to his belly in snow, with the breeching and drugget hanging down, stood all white, his dead head pressed against his frozen throat, icicles hung from his nostrils. His eyes were covered with hoarfrost as though filled with tears, and he had grown so thin in that one night that he was nothing but skin and bone. Vasily Andreevich was stiff as a frozen carcass, and when they rolled him off Nikita his legs remained apart and his arms stretched out as they had been. His bulging hawk eyes were frozen, and his open mouth under his clipped mustache was full of snow. But Nikita, though chilled through, was still alive. When he had been brought to, he felt sure that he was already dead and that what was taking place with him was no longer happening in this world but in the next. When he heard the peasants shouting as they dug him out and rolled the frozen body of Vasily Andreevich from off him, he was at first surprised that in the other world peasants should be shouting in the same old way and had the same kind of body. And then when he realized that he was still in this world he was sorry rather than glad, especially when he found that the toes on both his feet were frozen. Nikita lay in hospital for 2 months. They cut off 3 of his toes, but the others recovered so that he was still able to work and went on living for another 20 years, first as a farm laborer, then in his old age as a watchman. He died at home as he had wished, only this year, under the icons with a lighted taper in his hands. Before he died he asked his wife's forgiveness and forgave her for the cooper. He also took leave of his son and grandchildren, and died sincerely glad that he was relieving his son and daughter-in-law of the burden of having to feed him. And that he was now really passing from this life of which he was weary into that other life which every year and every hour grew clearer and more desirable to him. Whether he is better or worse off there where he awoke after his death, whether he was disappointed or found there what he expected, we shall all soon learn. 1895. 3 Parables. Chapter 1. Parable the First. A weed had spread over a beautiful meadow. And in order to get rid of it the tenants of the meadow mowed it, but the weed only increased in consequence. And now the kind, wise master came to visit the tenants of the meadow, and among the other good counsels which he gave them, he told them they ought not to mow the weed, since that only made it grow the more luxuriantly, but that they must pull it up by the roots. But either because the tenants of the meadow did not, amongst the other prescriptions of the good master, take heed of his advice not to mow down the weed, but to pull it up. Or because they did not understand him, or because, according to their calculations, it seemed foolish to obey, the result was that his advice not to mow the weed but to pull it up was not followed. Just as if he had never proffered it, and the men went on mowing the weed and spreading it. And although, during the succeeding years, there were men that reminded the tenants of the meadow of the advice of the kind, wise master, they did not heed them, and continued to do as before. So that mowing of the weed as soon as it began to appear became not only a custom but even a sacred tradition, and the meadow grew more and more infested. And the matter went so far that the meadow grew nothing but weeds, and men lamented this and invented all kinds of means to correct the evil. But the only one they did not use was that which had long ago been prescribed by their kind, wise master. And now, as time went on, it occurred to one man who saw the wretched condition into which the meadow had fallen, and who found among the master's forgotten prescriptions the rule not to mow the weed, but to pull it up by the root, it occurred to the man, I say, to remind the tenants of the meadow that they were acting foolishly, and that their folly had long ago been pointed out by the kind, wise master. But what do you think? Instead of putting credence in the correctness of this man's recollections, and in case they proved to be reliable ceasing to mow the weed, and in case he were mistaken proving to him the incorrectness of his recollections, or stigmatizing the good, wise master's recommendations as impracticable and not obligatory upon them, the tenants of the meadow did nothing of the sort. But they took exception to this man's recollections and began to abuse him. Some called him a conceited fool who imagined that he was the only one to understand the master's regulations. Others called him a malicious false interpreter and slanderer. Still others, forgetting that he was not giving them his own opinions, but was only reminding them of the prescriptions of the wise master whom they all revered, called him a dangerous man because he wished to pull up the weed and deprive them of their meadow. He says we ought not to mow the meadow, said they, purposely suppressing the fact that the man did not say that it was not necessary to destroy the weed, but said that they should pull it up by the roots instead of mowing it, but if we do not destroy the weed, then it will spread and wholly ruin our meadow. And why was the meadow granted to us if we must train the weed in it? And the general impression that this man was either a fool or a false interpreter, or had the purpose of injuring the people, became so deeply grounded that everyone cast reproaches and ridicule upon him. And however earnestly he asseverated that he not only did not desire to spread the weed, but on the contrary considered that the destruction of the weed was one of the chief duties of the agriculturist, just as it was meant by the good, wise master whose words he merely repeated. Still they would not listen to him because they had definitely made up their minds that he was either a conceited fool misinterpreting the good, wise master's words, or a villain trying to induce men not to destroy the weeds but to protect and spread them more widely. The same thing took place in my own case when I pointed out the injunction of the evangelical teaching about the non-resistance of evil by violence. This rule was laid down by Christ and after him in all times by all his true disciples. But either because they did not notice this rule, or because they did not understand it, or because its fulfillment seemed to them too difficult, as time went the more completely this rule was forgotten, the farther the manner of men's lives departed from this rule. And finally it came to the pass to which it has now come that this rule has already begun to seem to people something new, strange, unheard of, and even foolish. And I, also, have the same experience as the man had who reminded men of the good, wise master's prescription to refrain from mowing the weed, but to pull it up by the roots. As the tenants of the meadow purposely shut their eyes to the fact that the counsel was not to give up destroying the weed, but to destroy it by a different method, and said, "We will not listen to this man, he is a fool. He forbids us to mow down the weeds and tells us to pull them up," so in reply to my reminder that according to Christ's teaching in order to annihilate evil we must not employ violence against it, but must destroy it from the root with love, men said, "We will not listen to him, he is a fool. He advises not to oppose evil to evil so that evil may overwhelm us." I said that, according to Christ's teaching, evil cannot be eradicated by evil. That all resistance of evil by violence only intensifies the evil, that according to Christ's teaching evil is eradicated by good. Bless them that curse you, pray for them that abuse you, do good to them that hate you, love your enemies, and you will have no enemies. 292. I said that, according to Christ's teaching, the whole life of man is a battle with evil, a resistance of evil by reason and love. But that out of all the methods of resisting evil Christ accepted only the one unreasonable method of resisting evil with violence, which is equivalent to fighting evil with evil. And I was misunderstood as saying that Christ taught that we must not resist evil. And all those whose lives were based on violence, and to whom in consequence violence was dear, were glad to take such a misconstruction of my words, and at the same time of Christ's words. And it was avowed that the teaching of non-resistance of evil was incredible, stupid, godless, and dangerous. And men calmly continue under the guise of destroying evil to make it more widely spread. Chapter 2. Parable the Second. Men were trafficking in flour, butter, milk, and all kinds of foodstuffs. And as each one was desirous of receiving the greatest profit and becoming rich as soon as possible, all these men got more and more into the habit of adulterating their goods with cheap and injurious mixtures. With the flour they mixed bran and lime, they put oleomargarine into their butter. They put water and chalk into their milk. And until these goods reached the consumers all went well. The wholesale traders sold them to the retailers, and the retailers distributed them in small quantities. There were many stores and shops, and the wares, it seemed, went off very rapidly. And the tradesmen were satisfied. But the city consumers, those that did not raise their own produce and were therefore obliged to buy it, found it very harmful and disagreeable. The flour was bad, the butter and milk were bad, but as there were no other wares except those adulterated to be had in the city markets, the city consumers continued to buy them. And they complained because the food tasted bad and was unwholesome. They blamed themselves, and ascribed it to the wretched way in which the food was prepared. Meantime the tradespeople continued more and more flagrantly to adulterate their foodstuffs with cheap foreign ingredients. Thus passed a sufficiently long time. The city people were all suffering, and no one had the resolution to express his dissatisfaction. And it happened that a housekeeper who had always given her family food and drink of her own make came to the city. This woman had spent her whole life in the preparation of food, and though she was not a famous cook, still she knew very well how to bake bread and to cook good dinners. This woman bought various articles in the city and began to bake and cook. Her loaves did not rise, but fell. Her cakes, owing to the oleomargarine butter, seemed tasteless. She set her milk, but there was no cream. The housekeeper instantly came to the conclusion that her purchases were poor. She examined them, and her surmises were confirmed. She found lime in the flour, oleomargarine in the butter, chalk in the milk. Finding that all the materials she had bought were adulterated, the housekeeper went to the bazaars and began in a loud voice to accuse the tradesmen, and to demand that they should either stock their shops with good, nutritious, unadulterated articles, or else cease to trade, and shut up shop. But the tradesmen paid no attention to the housekeeper, but told her that their goods were first class, that the whole city had been buying of them for so many years, and that they even had medals. And they showed her their medals on their signs. But the housekeeper did not give in. "I don't need any medals," said she, "but wholesome food, so that I and my children may not have stomach troubles from it." "Apparently, my good woman, you have never seen genuine flour and butter," said the tradesman, showing her the white, pure-looking flour in varnished bins. The wretched imitation of butter lying in neat dishes, and the white fluid in glittering transparent jars. "Of course I know them," replied the housekeeper, "because all my life long I have had to do with them, and I have cooked with them and have eaten them, I and my children. Your goods are adulterated. Here is the proof of it," said she, displaying the spoilt bread, the oleomargarine in the cakes, and the sediment in the milk. "You ought to throw all this stuff of yours into the river or burn it, and get unadulterated goods instead." And the woman, standing in front of the shops, kept incessantly crying her one message to the purchasers who came by, and the purchasers began to be troubled. Then perceiving that this audacious housekeeper was likely to injure their wares, the tradesmen said to the purchasers, "Look here, gentlemen, what a lunatic this woman is. She wants people to perish of starvation. She insists on our burning up and destroying all our provisions. What would you have to eat if we should heed her and refuse to sell you our goods? Do not listen to her, she is a coarse countrywoman, and she is no judge of provisions, and it is nothing but envy which makes her attack us. She is poor, and wants everyone else to be as poor as she is." Thus spoke the tradesman to the gathering throng, purposely blinking the fact that the woman wanted, not that all provisions should be destroyed, but that good ones should be substituted for bad. And thereupon the throng fell upon the woman and began to beat her. And though she assured them all that she had no wish to destroy the foodstuffs, that, on the contrary, she had all her life been occupied in feeding others and herself. But that she only wanted that those men that took upon themselves the feeding of the people should not poison them with deleterious adulterations pretending to be edible. Though she pleaded her cause eloquently, they refused to hear her because their minds were made up that she wanted to deprive people of the food which they needed. The same thing has happened to me in regard to the art and science of our day. All my life long I have been fed on this food, and to the best of my ability I have attempted to feed others on it. And as this for me is a food and not an object of traffic or luxury, I know beyond a question when food is food and when it is only a counterfeit. And now when I made trial of the food which in our time began to be offered for sale in the intellectual bazaar under the guise of art and science, and attempted to feed those dear to me with it, I discovered that a large part of this food was not genuine. And when I declared that the art and the science on sale in the intellectual bazaar are margarined or at least contain great mixtures of what is foreign to true art and true science, and that I know this because the produce I have bought in the intellectual bazaar has been proved to be, not merely disadvantageous to me and those near and dear to me, but positively deleterious. Then I was hooted at and abused, and it was insinuated that I did this because I was untrained and could not properly treat of such lofty objects. When I began to show that the dealers themselves in these intellectual wares were all the time charging one another of cheating. When I called to mind that in all times under the name of art and science much that was bad and harmful was offered to men, and that consequently in our time also the same danger was threatening. That this was no joke, that the poison for the soul was many times more dangerous than a poison for the body. And that therefore these spiritual products ought to be examined with the greatest attention when they are offered to us in the form of food. And everything counterfeit and deleterious ought to be rejected. When I began to say this, no one, not a single man in a single article or book made reply to these arguments. But from all the shops there was a chorus of cries against me as against the woman. He is a fool. He wants to destroy art and science which we live by. Beware of him and do not heed him. Hear us, hear us. We have the very latest foreign wares. Chapter 3. Parable the Third. Travelers were making a journey. And they happened to lose their way, so that they found themselves proceeding, not on a smooth road, but across a bog, among clumps of bushes, briars, and fallen trees, which blocked their progress. And even to move grew more and more difficult. Then the travelers divided into two parties. One decided not to stop, but to keep going in the direction that they had been going, assuring themselves and the others that they had not wandered from the right road, and were sure to reach their journey's end. The other party decided that, as the direction in which they were now going was evidently not the right one, otherwise they would long ago have reached the journey's end, it was necessary to find the road. And in order to find it, it was requisite that without delay they should move as rapidly as possible in all directions. All the travelers were divided between these two opinions. Some decided to keep going straight ahead, the others decided to make trials in all directions. But there was one man who, without sharing either opinion, declared that before continuing in the direction in which they had been going, or beginning to move rapidly in all directions, Hoping that by this means they might find the right way, it was necessary first of all to pause and deliberate on their situation, and then after due deliberation to decide on one thing or the other. But the travelers were so excited by the disturbance, were so alarmed at their situation, they were so desirous of flattering themselves with the hope that they had not lost their way, but had only temporarily wandered from the road, and would soon find it again, and, above all, they had such a desire to forget their terror by moving about, that this opinion was met with universal indignation, with reproaches, and with the ridicule of those of both parties. It is the advice of weakness, cowardice, sloth, they said. It is a fine way to reach the end of our journey, sitting down and not moving from the place, cried others. For this are we men, and for this is strength given us, to struggle and labor, conquering obstacles, and not pusillanimously giving in to them, exclaimed still others. And in spite of what was said by the man that differed from the rest, how if we proceeded in a wrong direction without changing it, we should never attain our goal, but go farther from it. And how we should never attain it either if we kept flying from one direction to another. And how the only means of attaining our goal was by taking observation from the sun or the stars and thus finding what direction we must take to reach it. And having chosen it to stick to it, and how to do this it was necessary first of all to halt, and to halt not for the purpose of stopping, but to find the right way and then unfalteringly to go in it, and how for either case it was necessary to stop and consider. In spite of all this argument, they refused to heed him. And the first division of the travelers went off in the direction in which they had been going, and the second division kept changing their course. But neither division succeeded in attaining their journey's end, but up to the present time, moreover, they have not yet escaped from the bushes and the briars, but are still lost. Exactly the same thing happened to me when I attempted to express my doubts as to whether the road which we have taken through the dark forest of the labor question and through the all-swallowing bog of the endless armament of the nations is exactly the right route by which we ought to go. That it is very possible that we have lost our way, and that, therefore, it might be well for us for a time to stop moving in that direction which is evidently wrong, and first of all to consider, by means of the universal and eternal laws of truth revealed to us, what the direction is by which we intend to go. No one replied to this, not a person said, "We are not mistaken in our direction and we are not gone astray, we are sure of this for this reason and for that." Not a person said, "Possibly we are mistaken, but we have an infallible means of correcting our error without ceasing to move." No one said either the one thing or the other. But all were indignant, took offense, and hastened to quench my solitary voice with a simultaneous outburst. We are so indolent and backward. And this is the advice of indolence, sluggishness, inefficiency. Some even went so far as to add, "It's all nonsense. Don't listen to him. Follow us." And they shouted like those that reckon that salvation is to be found in unchangedly traveling a once selected road, whatever it may have been. Like those also that expect to find salvation in flying about in all directions. Why wait? Why consider? Push forward. Everything will come out of itself. Men have lost their way and are suffering in consequence. It would seem that the first main application of energy which should be put forth ought to be directed, not to the confirmation of the movement that has seduced us into the false position where we are, but to the cessation of it. It would seem clear that as soon as we stopped we might, in a measure, comprehend our situation, and discover the direction in which we ought to go in order to attain true happiness, not for one man, not for one class of men, but that general good of humanity toward which all men are striving and every human heart by itself. But how is it? Men invent everything possible, but do not hit upon the one thing that might prove their salvation, or if it did not do that, might at least ameliorate their condition. I mean, that they should pause for a moment and not go on increasing their misfortunes by their fallacious activity. Men are conscious of the wretchedness of their condition, and are doing all they can to avoid it, but the one thing that would assuredly ameliorate it they are unwilling to do. And the advice given them to do it, more than anything else, rouses their indignation. If there were any possibility of doubting the fact that we have gone astray, then this treatment of the advice to think it over proves more distinctly than anything else how hopelessly astray we have gone and how great is our despair. 1895. Too dear. Tolstoy's adaptation of a story by Guy de Maupassant. Near the borders of France and Italy, on the shore of the Mediterranean Sea, lies a tiny little kingdom called Monaco. Many a small country town can boast more inhabitants than this kingdom, for there are only about 7,000 of them all told. And if all the land in the kingdom were divided, there would not be an acre for each inhabitant. But in this toy kingdom there is a real kinglet, and he has a palace, and courtiers, and ministers, and a bishop, and generals, and an army. It is not a large army, only 60 men in all, but still it is an army. There were also taxes in this kingdom, as elsewhere, a tax on tobacco, and on wine and spirits, and a poll tax. But though the people there drink and smoke as people do in other countries, there are so few of them that the king would have been hard put to it to feed his courtiers and officials and to keep himself, if he had not found a new and special source of revenue. This special revenue comes from a gaming house, where people play roulette. People play, and whether they win or lose, the keeper always gets a percentage on the turnover. And out of his profits he pays a large sum to the king. The reason he pays so much is that it is the only such gambling establishment left in Europe. Some of the little German sovereigns used to keep gaming houses of the same kind, but some years ago they were forbidden to do so. The reason they were stopped was because these gaming houses did so much harm. A man would come and try his luck, then he would risk all he had and lose it, then he would even risk money that did not belong to him and lose that too, and then, in despair, he would drown or shoot himself. So the Germans forbade their rulers to make money in this way, but there was no one to stop the king of Monaco, and he remained with a monopoly of the business. So now everyone who wants to gamble goes to Monaco. Whether they win or lose, the king gains by it. You can't earn stone palaces by honest labor, as the proverb says. And the kinglet of Monaco knows it is a dirty business, but what is he to do? He has to live, and to draw a revenue from drink and from tobacco is also not a nice thing. So he lives and reigns, and rakes in the money, and holds his court with all the ceremony of a real king. He has his coronation, his levees. He rewards, sentences, and pardons, and he also has his reviews, councils, laws, and courts of justice, just like other kings, only all on a smaller scale. Now it happened a few years ago that a murder was committed in this toy king's domains. The people of that kingdom are peaceable, and such a thing had not happened before. The judges assembled with much ceremony and tried the case in the most judicial manner. There were judges, and prosecutors, and jurymen, and barristers. They argued and judged, and at last they condemned the criminal to have his head cut off as the law directs. So far so good. Next they submitted the sentence to the king. The king read the sentence and confirmed it. If the fellow must be executed, execute him. There was only one hitch in the matter. And that was that they had neither a guillotine for cutting heads off, nor an executioner. The ministers considered the matter, and decided to address an inquiry to the French government, asking whether the French could not lend them a machine and an expert to cut off the criminal's head. And if so, would the French kindly inform them what the cost would be? The letter was sent. A week later the reply came, a machine and an expert could be supplied, and the cost would be 16,000 francs. This was laid before the king. He thought it over. 16,000 francs. The wretch is not worth the money, said he. Can't it be done, somehow, cheaper? Why 16,000 francs is more than 2 francs a head on the whole population. The people won't stand it, and it may cause a riot. So a council was called to consider what could be done, and it was decided to send a similar inquiry to the King of Italy. The French government is republican, and has no proper respect for kings, but the King of Italy was a brother monarch, and might be induced to do the thing cheaper. So the letter was written, and a prompt reply was received. The Italian government wrote that they would have pleasure in supplying both a machine and an expert. And the whole cost would be 12,000 francs, including traveling expenses. This was cheaper, but still it seemed too much. The rascal was really not worth the money. It would still mean nearly 2 francs more per head on the taxes. Another council was called. They discussed and considered how it could be done with less expense. Could not one of the soldiers perhaps be got to do it in a rough and homely fashion? The general was called and was asked, "Can't you find us a soldier who would cut the man's head off? In war they don't mind killing people. In fact, that is what they are trained for." So the general talked it over with the soldiers to see whether one of them would not undertake the job. But none of the soldiers would do it. "No," they said, "we don't know how to do it, it is not a thing we have been taught." What was to be done? Again the ministers considered and reconsidered. They assembled a commission, and a committee, and a subcommittee, and at last they decided that the best thing would be to alter the death sentence to one of imprisonment for life. This would enable the king to show his mercy, and it would come cheaper. The king agreed to this, and so the matter was arranged. The only hitch now was that there was no suitable prison for a man sentenced for life. There was a small lockup where people were sometimes kept temporarily, but there was no strong prison fit for permanent use. However, they managed to find a place that would do, and they put the young fellow there and placed a guard over him. The guard had to watch the criminal, and had also to fetch his food from the palace kitchen. The prisoner remained there month after month till a year had passed. But when a year had passed, the kinglet, looking over the account of his income and expenditure one day, noticed a new item of expenditure. This was for the keep of the criminal. Nor was it a small item either. There was a special guard, and there was also the man's food. It came to more than 600 francs a year. And the worst of it was that the fellow was still young and healthy, and might live for 50 years. When one came to reckon it up, the matter was serious. It would never do. So the king summoned his ministers and said to them, "You must find some cheaper way of dealing with this rascal. The present plan is too expensive." And the ministers met and considered and reconsidered, till one of them said, "Gentlemen, in my opinion we must dismiss the guard." "But then," rejoined another minister, "the fellow will run away." "Well," said the first speaker, "let him run away, and be hanged to him." So they reported the result of their deliberations to the kinglet, and he agreed with them. The guard was dismissed, and they waited to see what would happen. All that happened was that at dinner time the criminal came out, and, not finding his guard, he went to the king's kitchen to fetch his own dinner. He took what was given him, returned to the prison, shut the door on himself, and stayed inside. Next day the same thing occurred. He went for his food at the proper time. But as for running away, he did not show the least sign of it. What was to be done? They considered the matter again. "We shall have to tell him straight out," said they, "that we do not want to keep him." So the minister of justice had him brought before him. "Why do you not run away?" said the minister. "There is no guard to keep you. You can go where you like, and the king will not mind." "I dare say the king would not mind," replied the man, "but I have nowhere to go. What can I do? You have ruined my character by your sentence, and people will turn their backs on me. Besides, I have got out of the way of working. You have treated me badly. It is not fair. In the first place, when once you sentenced me to death you ought to have executed me, but you did not do it. That is one thing. I did not complain about that. Then you sentenced me to imprisonment for life and put a guard to bring me my food, but after a time you took him away again and I had to fetch my own food. Again I did not complain. But now you actually want me to go away. I can't agree to that. You may do as you like, but I won't go away." What was to be done? Once more the council was summoned. What course could they adopt? The man would not go. They reflected and considered. The only way to get rid of him was to offer him a pension. And so they reported to the king. "There is nothing else for it," said they. "We must get rid of him somehow." The sum fixed was 600 francs, and this was announced to the prisoner. "Well," said he, "I don't mind, so long as you undertake to pay it regularly. On that condition I am willing to go." So the matter was settled. He received 1/3 of his annuity in advance, and left the king's dominions. It was only a quarter of an hour by rail. And he emigrated, and settled just across the frontier, where he bought a bit of land, started market gardening, and now lives comfortably. He always goes at the proper time to draw his pension. Having received it, he goes to the gaming tables, stakes 2 or 3 francs, sometimes wins and sometimes loses, and then returns home. He lives peaceably and well. It is a good thing that he did not commit his crime in a country where they do not grudge expense to cut a man's head off, or to keeping him in prison for life. 1897. Father Sergius. Chapter 1. In Petersburg in the 1840s a surprising event occurred. An officer of the Cuirassier Life Guards, a handsome prince who everyone predicted would become aide-de-camp to the Emperor Nicholas I and have a brilliant career, left the service. Broke off his engagement to a beautiful maid of honor, a favorite of the empress's, gave his small estate to his sister, and retired to a monastery to become a monk. This event appeared extraordinary and inexplicable to those who did not know his inner motives. But for Prince Stepan Kasatsky himself it all occurred so naturally that he could not imagine how he could have acted otherwise. His father, a retired colonel of the guards, had died when Stepan was 12, and sorry as his mother was to part from her son. She entered him at the military college as her deceased husband had intended. The widow herself, with her daughter, Varvara, moved to Petersburg to be near her son and have him with her for the holidays. The boy was distinguished both by his brilliant ability and by his immense self-esteem. He was first both in his studies, especially in mathematics, of which he was particularly fond, and also in drill and in riding. Though of more than average height, he was handsome and agile, and he would have been an altogether exemplary cadet had it not been for his quick temper. He was remarkably truthful, and was neither dissipated nor addicted to drink. The only faults that marred his conduct were fits of fury to which he was subject and during which he lost control of himself and became like a wild animal. He once nearly threw out of the window another cadet who had begun to tease him about his collection of minerals. On another occasion he came almost completely to grief by flinging a whole dish of cutlets at an officer who was acting as steward, attacking him and, it was said, striking him for having broken his word and told a bare-faced lie. He would certainly have been reduced to the ranks had not the director of the college hushed up the whole matter and dismissed the steward. By the time he was 18 he had finished his college course and received a commission as lieutenant in an aristocratic regiment of the Guards. The Emperor Nicholas Pavlovich, Nicholas I, had noticed him while he was still at the college, and continued to take notice of him in the regiment. And it was on this account that people predicted for him an appointment as aide-de-camp to the emperor. Kasatsky himself strongly desired it, not from ambition only but chiefly because since his cadet days he had been passionately devoted to Nicholas Pavlovich. The emperor had often visited the military college and every time Kasatsky saw that tall erect figure, with breast expanded in its military overcoat, entering with brisk step, saw the cropped side whiskers, the mustache, the aquiline nose, and heard the sonorous voice exchanging greetings with the cadets. He was seized by the same rapture that he experienced later on when he met the woman he loved. Indeed, his passionate adoration of the emperor was even stronger. He wished to sacrifice something, everything, even himself, to prove his complete devotion. And the Emperor Nicholas was conscious of evoking this rapture and deliberately aroused it. He played with the cadets, surrounded himself with them, treating them sometimes with childish simplicity, sometimes as a friend, and then again with majestic solemnity. After that affair with the officer, Nicholas Pavlovich said nothing to Kasatsky, but when the latter approached he waved him away theatrically, frowned, shook his finger at him. And afterwards when leaving, said, remember that I know everything. There are some things I would rather not know, but they remain here," and he pointed to his heart. When on leaving college the cadets were received by the emperor, he did not again refer to Kasatsky's offense, but told them all, as was his custom, that they should serve him and the fatherland loyally, that he would always be their best friend, and that when necessary they might approach him direct. All the cadets were as usual greatly moved, and Kasatsky even shed tears, remembering the past, and vowed that he would serve his beloved Tsar with all his soul. When Kasatsky took up his commission, his mother moved with her daughter first to Moscow and then to their country estate. Kasatsky gave half his property to his sister and kept only enough to maintain himself in the expensive regiment he had joined. To all appearance he was just an ordinary, brilliant young officer of the Guards making a career for himself, but intense and complex strivings went on within him. From early childhood his efforts had seemed to be very varied, but essentially they were all one and the same. He tried in everything he took up to attain such success and perfection as would evoke praise and surprise. Whether it was his studies or his military exercises, he took them up and worked at them till he was praised and held up as an example to others. Mastering one subject he took up another, and obtained first place in his studies. For example, while still at college he noticed in himself an awkwardness in French conversation, and contrived to master French till he spoke it as well as Russian. And then he took up chess and became an excellent player. Apart from his main vocation, which was the service of his Tsar and the fatherland, he always set himself some particular aim, and however unimportant it was, devoted himself completely to it and lived for it until it was accomplished. And as soon as it was attained another aim would immediately present itself, replacing its predecessor. This passion for distinguishing himself, or for accomplishing something in order to distinguish himself, filled his life. On taking up his commission he set himself to acquire the utmost perfection in knowledge of the service, and very soon became a model officer. Though still with the same fault of ungovernable irascibility, which here in the service again led him to commit actions inimical to his success. Then he took to reading, having once in conversation in society felt himself deficient in general education, and again achieved his purpose. Then, wishing to secure a brilliant position in high society, he learnt to dance excellently and very soon was invited to all the balls in the best circles, and to some of their evening gatherings. But this did not satisfy him. He was accustomed to being first, and in this society was far from being so. The highest society then consisted, and I think always consist, of four sorts of people: rich people who are received at court, people not wealthy but born and brought up in court circles, rich people who ingratiate themselves into the court set, and people neither rich nor belonging to the court but who ingratiate themselves into the first and second sets. Kasatsky did not belong to the first two sets, but was readily welcomed in the others. On entering society he determined to have relations with some society lady, and to his own surprise quickly accomplished this purpose. He soon realized, however, that the circles in which he moved were not the highest, and that though he was received in the highest spheres he did not belong to them. They were polite to him, but showed by their whole manner that they had their own set and that he was not of it. And Kasatsky wished to belong to that inner circle. To attain that end it would be necessary to be an aide-de-camp to the emperor, which he expected to become, or to marry into that exclusive set, which he resolved to do. And his choice fell on a beauty belonging to the court, who not merely belonged to the circle into which he wished to be accepted, but whose friendship was coveted by the very highest people and those most firmly established in that highest circle. This was Countess Korotkova. Kasatsky began to pay court to her, and not merely for the sake of his career. She was extremely attractive and he soon fell in love with her. At first she was noticeably cool towards him, but then suddenly changed and became gracious, and her mother gave him pressing invitations to visit them. Kasatsky proposed and was accepted. He was surprised at the facility with which he attained such happiness. But though he noticed something strange and unusual in the behavior towards him of both mother and daughter, he was blinded by being so deeply in love, and did not realize what almost the whole town knew, namely, that his fiancée had been the Emperor Nicholas's mistress the previous year. 2 weeks before the day arranged for the wedding, Kosatsky was at Tsarskoe Selo at his fiancée's country place. It was a hot day in May. He and his betrothed had walked about the garden and were sitting on a bench in a shady linden alley. Mary's white muslin dress suited her particularly well, and she seemed the personification of innocence and love as she sat, now bending her head, now gazing up at the very tall and handsome man who was speaking to her with particular tenderness and self-restraint, as if he feared by word or gesture to offend or sully her angelic purity. Kosatsky belonged to those men of the 1840s, they are now no longer to be found, who while deliberately and without any conscientious scruples condoning impurity in themselves, required ideal and angelic purity in their women, regarded all unmarried women of their circle as possessed of such purity, and treated them accordingly. There was much that was false and harmful in this outlook, as concerning the laxity the men permitted themselves. But in regard to the women, that old-fashioned view, sharply differing from that held by young people today who see in every girl merely a female seeking a mate, was, I think, of value. The girls, perceiving such adoration, endeavored with more or less success to be goddesses. Such was the view Kosatsky held of women, and that was how he regarded his fiancée. He was particularly in love that day, but did not experience any sensual desire for her. On the contrary, he regarded her with tender adoration as something unattainable. He rose to his full height, standing before her with both hands on his saber. I have only now realized what happiness a man can experience. And it is you, my darling, who have given me this happiness, he said with a timid smile. Endearments had not yet become usual between them, and feeling himself morally inferior, he felt terrified at this stage to use them to such an angel. It is thanks to you that I have come to know myself. I have learnt that I am better than I thought. I have known that for a long time. That was why I began to love you. Nightingales trilled nearby and the fresh leafage rustled, moved by a passing breeze. He took her hand and kissed it, and tears came into his eyes. She understood that he was thanking her for having said she loved him. He silently took a few steps up and down, and then approached her again and sat down. You know, I have to tell you. I was not disinterested when I began to make love to you. I wanted to get into society. But later, how unimportant that became in comparison with you, when I got to know you. You are not angry with me for that? She did not reply but merely touched his hand. He understood that this meant, no, I am not angry. You said, he hesitated. It seemed too bold to say. You said that you began to love me. I believe it, but there is something that troubles you and checks your feeling. What is it? Yes, now or never, thought she. He is bound to know of it anyway. But now he will not forsake me. Ah, if he should, it would be terrible. And she threw a loving glance at his tall, noble, powerful figure. She loved him now more than she had loved the Tsar, and apart from the imperial dignity would not have preferred the emperor to him. Listen. I cannot deceive you. I have to tell you. You ask what it is? It is that I have loved before. She again laid her hand on his with an imploring gesture. He was silent. You want to know who it was? It was, the emperor. We all love him. I can imagine you, a schoolgirl at the institute. No, it was later. I was infatuated, but it passed. I must tell you. Well, what of it? No, it was not simply, she covered her face with her hands. What? You gave yourself to him? She was silent. His mistress? She did not answer. He sprang up and stood before her with trembling jaws, pale as death. He now remembered how the emperor, meeting him on the Nevsky, had amiably congratulated him. Oh God, what have I done? Stiva. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Oh, how it pains. He turned away and went to the house. There he met her mother. "What is the matter, Prince?" She became silent on seeing his face. The blood had suddenly rushed to his head. "You knew it, and used me to shield them. If you weren't a woman," he cried, lifting his enormous fist, and turning aside he ran away. Had his fiancée's lover been a private person he would have killed him, but it was his beloved Tsar. Next day he applied both for furlough and his discharge, and professing to be ill, so as to see no one, he went away to the country. He spent the summer at his village arranging his affairs. When summer was over he did not return to Petersburg, but entered a monastery and there became a monk. His mother wrote to try to dissuade him from this decisive step, but he replied that he felt God's call which transcended all other considerations. Only his sister, who was as proud and ambitious as he, understood him. She understood that he had become a monk in order to be above those who considered themselves his superiors. And she understood him correctly. By becoming a monk he showed contempt for all that seemed most important to others and had seemed so to him while he was in the service. And he now ascended a height from which he could look down on those he had formerly envied. But it was not this alone, as his sister Varvara supposed, that influenced him. There was also in him something else, a sincere religious feeling which Varvara did not know, which intertwined itself with the feeling of pride and the desire for preeminence, and guided him. His disillusionment with Mary, whom he had thought of angelic purity, and his sense of injury, were so strong that they brought him to despair, and the despair led him, to what? To God, to his childhood's faith which had never been destroyed in him. Chapter 2. Kasatsky entered the monastery on the feast of the Intercession of the Blessed Virgin. 293 The abbot of that monastery was a gentleman by birth, a learned writer and a starets, that is. He belonged to that succession of monks originating in Wallachia who each choose a director and teacher whom they implicitly obey. This superior had been a disciple of the starets Ambrose, who was a disciple of Macarius, who was a disciple of the starets Leonid, who was a disciple of Paisy Velichkovsky. To this abbot Kasatsky submitted himself as to his chosen director. Here in the monastery, besides the feeling of ascendancy over others that such a life gave him, he felt much as he had done in the world. He found satisfaction in attaining the greatest possible perfection outwardly as well as inwardly. As in the regiment he had been not merely an irreproachable officer but had even exceeded his duties and widened the borders of perfection, so also as a monk he tried to be perfect. And was always industrious, abstemious, submissive, and meek, as well as pure both in deed and in thought, and obedient. This last quality in particular made life far easier for him. If many of the demands of life in the monastery, which was near the capital and much frequented, did not please him and were temptations to him, they were all nullified by obedience. It is not for me to reason. My business is to do the task set me, whether it be standing beside the relics, singing in the choir, or making up accounts in the monastery guest-house. All possibility of doubt about anything was silenced by obedience to the starets. Had it not been for this, he would have been oppressed by the length and monotony of the church services, the bustle of the many visitors, and the bad qualities of the other monks. As it was, he not only bore it all joyfully but found in it solace and support. I don't know why it is necessary to hear the same prayers several times a day, but I know that it is necessary. And knowing this I find joy in them. His director told him that as material food is necessary for the maintenance of the life of the body, so spiritual food, the church prayers, is necessary for the maintenance of the spiritual life. He believed this, and though the church services, for which he had to get up early in the morning, were a difficulty, they certainly calmed him and gave him joy. This was the result of his consciousness of humility, and the certainty that whatever he had to do, being fixed by the starets, was right. The interest of his life consisted not only in an ever greater and greater subjugation of his will, but in the attainment of all the Christian virtues, which at first seemed to him easily attainable. He had given his whole estate to his sister and did not regret it. He had no personal claims. Humility towards his inferiors was not merely easy for him but afforded him pleasure. Even victory over the sins of the flesh, greed and lust, was easily attained. His director had specially warned him against the latter sin, but Kosatsky felt free from it and was glad. One thing only tormented him, the remembrance of his fiancée, and not merely the remembrance but the vivid image of what might have been. Involuntarily he recalled a lady he knew who had been a favorite of the emperor's, but had afterwards married and become an admirable wife and mother. The husband had a high position, influence and honor, and a good and penitent wife. In his better hours Kosatsky was not disturbed by such thoughts, and when he recalled them at such times he was merely glad to feel that the temptation was past. But there were moments when all that made up his present life suddenly grew dim before him, moments when, if he did not cease to believe in the aims he had set himself, he ceased to see them and could evoke no confidence in them but was seized by a remembrance of, and, terrible to say, a regret for, the change of life he had made. The only thing that saved him in that state of mind was obedience and work, and the fact that the whole day was occupied by prayer. He went through the usual forms of prayer, he bowed in prayer, he even prayed more than usual, but it was lip service only and his soul was not in it. This condition would continue for a day, or sometimes for 2 days, and would then pass of itself. But those days were dreadful. Kosatsky felt that he was neither in his own hands nor in God's, but was subject to something else. All he could do then was to obey the Staryets, to restrain himself, to undertake nothing, and simply to wait. In general all this time he lived not by his own will but by that of the Staryets, and in this obedience he found a special tranquility. So he lived in his first monastery for 7 years. At the end of the 3rd year he received the tonsure and was ordained to the priesthood by the name of Sergius. The profession was an important event in his inner life. He had previously experienced a great consolation and spiritual exaltation when receiving communion, and now when he himself officiated. The performance of the preparation filled him with ecstatic and deep emotion. But subsequently that feeling became more and more deadened, and once when he was officiating in a depressed state of mind he felt that the influence produced on him by the service would not endure. And it did in fact weaken till only the habit remained. In general in the 7th year of his life in the monastery Sergius grew weary. He had learnt all there was to learn and had attained all there was to attain, there was nothing more to do and his spiritual drowsiness increased. During this time he heard of his mother's death and his sister Varvara's marriage, but both events were matters of indifference to him. His whole attention and his whole interest were concentrated on his inner life. In the 4th year of his priesthood, during which the bishop had been particularly kind to him, the Staryets told him that he ought not to decline it if he were offered an appointment to higher duties. Then monastic ambition, the very thing he had found so repulsive in other monks, arose within him. He was assigned to a monastery near the metropolis. He wished to refuse but the Staryets ordered him to accept the appointment. He did so, and took leave of the Staryets and moved to the other monastery. The exchange into the metropolitan monastery was an important event in Sergius's life. There he encountered many temptations, and his whole willpower was concentrated on meeting them. In the first monastery, women had not been a temptation to him, but here that temptation arose with terrible strength and even took definite shape. There was a lady known for her frivolous behavior who began to seek his favor. She talked to him and asked him to visit her. Sergius sternly declined, but was horrified by the definiteness of his desire. He was so alarmed that he wrote about it to the Staryets. And in addition, to keep himself in hand, he spoke to a young novice and, conquering his sense of shame, confessed his weakness to him, asking him to keep watch on him and not let him go anywhere except to service and to fulfill his duties. Besides this, a great pitfall for Sergius lay in the fact of his extreme antipathy to his new abbot, a cunning worldly man who was making a career for himself in the church. Struggle with himself as he might, he could not master that feeling. He was submissive to the abbot, but in the depths of his soul he never ceased to condemn him. And in the 2nd year of his residence at the new monastery that ill feeling broke out. The vigil service was being performed in the large church on the eve of the feast of the Intercession of the Blessed Virgin, and there were many visitors. The abbot himself was conducting the service. Father Sergius was standing in his usual place and praying, that is, he was in that condition of struggle which always occupied him during the service. Especially in the large church when he was not himself conducting the service. This conflict was occasioned by his irritation at the presence of fine folk, especially ladies. He tried not to see them or to notice all that went on, how a soldier conducted them, pushing the common people aside. How the ladies pointed out the monks to one another, especially himself and a monk noted for his good looks. He tried as it were to keep his mind in blinkers, to see nothing but the light of the candles on the altar screen, the icons, and those conducting the service. He tried to hear nothing but the prayers that were being chanted or read. To feel nothing but self-oblivion in consciousness of the fulfillment of duty, a feeling he always experienced when hearing or reciting in advance the prayers he had so often heard. So he stood, crossing and prostrating himself when necessary, and struggled with himself, now giving way to cold condemnation and now to a consciously evoked obliteration of thought and feeling. Then the sacristan, Father Nicodemus, also a great stumbling block to Sergius who involuntarily reproached him for flattering and fawning on the abbot, approached him and, bowing low, requested his presence behind the holy gates. Father Sergius straightened his mantle, put on his biretta, and went circumspectly through the crowd. "Lise, regarde à droite, c'est Louis, 294." he heard a woman's voice say. "Oh, oh. Il n'est pas tellement beau, 295. He knew that they were speaking of him. He heard them and, as always at moments of temptation, he repeated the words, "Lead us not into temptation," and bowing his head and lowering his eyes went past the ambo and in by the north door. Avoiding the canons in their cassocks who were just then passing the altar screen. On entering the sanctuary he bowed, crossing himself as usual and bending double before the icons. Then, raising his head but without turning, he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the abbot, whom he saw standing beside another glittering figure. The abbot was standing by the wall in his vestments. Having freed his short plump hands from beneath his chasuble he had folded them over his fat body and protruding stomach. And fingering the cords of his vestments was smilingly saying something to a military man in the uniform of a general of the imperial suite. With its insignia and shoulder knots which Father Sergius's experienced eye at once recognized. This general had been the commander of the regiment in which Sergius had served. He now evidently occupied an important position, and Father Sergius at once noticed that the abbot was aware of this and that his red face and bald head beamed with satisfaction and pleasure. This vexed and disgusted Father Sergius, the more so when he heard that the abbot had only sent for him to satisfy the general's curiosity to see a man who had formerly served with him. As he expressed it, "Very pleased to see you in your angelic guise," said the general, holding out his hand. "I hope you have not forgotten an old comrade." The whole thing, the abbot's red, smiling face amid its fringe of grey, the general's words. His well-cared-for face with its self-satisfied smile and the smell of wine from his breath and of cigars from his whiskers, revolted Father Sergius. He bowed again to the abbot and said, "Your reverence deigned to send for me?" And stopped, the whole expression of his face and eyes asking why. "Yes, to meet the general," replied the abbot. "Your reverence, I left the world to save myself from temptation," said Father Sergius, turning pale and with quivering lips. "Why do you expose me to it during prayers and in God's house? You may go." "Go," said the abbot, flaring up and frowning. Next day Father Sergius asked pardon of the abbot and of the brethren for his pride, but at the same time, after a night spent in prayer, he decided that he must leave this monastery. And he wrote to the Stariots begging permission to return to him. He wrote that he felt his weakness and incapacity to struggle against temptation without his help and penitently confessed his sin of pride. By return of post came a letter from the Stariots, who wrote that Sergius's pride was the cause of all that had happened. The old man pointed out that his fits of anger were due to the fact that in refusing all clerical honors he humiliated himself not for the sake of God but for the sake of his pride. There now, am I not a splendid man not to want anything? That was why he could not tolerate the abbot's action. I have renounced everything for the glory of God, and here I am exhibited like a wild beast. Had you renounced vanity for God's sake you would have borne it. Worldly pride is not yet dead in you. I have thought about you, Sergius my son, and prayed also, and this is what God has suggested to me. At the Tambov hermitage the anchorite Hilary, a man of saintly life, has died. He had lived there 18 years. The Tambov abbot is asking whether there is not a brother who would take his place. And here comes your letter. Go to Father Pacy of the Tambov monastery. I will write to him about you, and you must ask for Hilary's cell. Not that you can replace Hilary, but you need solitude to quell your pride. May God bless you. Sergius obeyed the starets, showed his letter to the abbot, and having obtained his permission, gave up his cell, handed all his possessions over to the monastery, and set out for the Tambov hermitage. There the abbot, an excellent manager of merchant origin, received Sergius simply and quietly and placed him in Hilary's cell. At first assigning to him a lay brother but afterwards leaving him alone, at Sergius's own request. The cell was a dual cave, dug into the hillside, and in it Hilary had been buried. In the back part was Hilary's grave, while in the front was a niche for sleeping, with a straw mattress, a small table, and a shelf with icons and books. Outside the outer door, which fastened with a hook, was another shelf on which, once a day, a monk placed food from the monastery. And so Sergius became a hermit. Chapter 3. At carnival time, in the 6th year of Sergius's life at the hermitage, a merry company of rich people, men and women from a neighboring town, made up a troika party. After a meal of carnival pancakes and wine. The company consisted of 2 lawyers, a wealthy landowner, an officer, and 4 ladies. One lady was the officer's wife, another the wife of the landowner, the third his sister, a young girl, and the fourth a divorcee, beautiful, rich, and eccentric, who amazed and shocked the town by her escapades. The weather was excellent and the snow-covered road smooth as a floor. They drove some 7 miles out of town, and then stopped and consulted as to whether they should turn back or drive farther. "But where does this road lead to?" asked Makovkina, the beautiful divorcee. "To Tambov, 8 miles from here," replied one of the lawyers, who was having a flirtation with her. "And then where?" "Then on to L, past the monastery." "Where that Father Sergius lives?" "Yes." "Kasatsky, the handsome hermit?" "Yes." "Mesdames et messieurs, let us drive on and see Kasatsky. We can stop at Tambov and have something to eat. But we shouldn't get home tonight." "Never mind, we will stay at Kasatsky's." "Well, there is a very good hostelry at the monastery. I stayed there when I was defending Makin." "No, I shall spend the night at Kasatsky's." "Impossible. Even your omnipotence could not accomplish that." "Impossible? Will you bet?" "All right. If you spend the night with him, the stake shall be whatever you like." "A discretion. But on your side too." "Yes, of course. Let us drive on." Vodka was handed to the drivers, and the party got out a box of pies, wine, and sweets for themselves. The ladies wrapped up in their white dogskins. The drivers disputed as to whose troika should go ahead, and the youngest, seating himself sideways with a dashing air, swung his long knout and shouted to the horses. The troika bells tinkled and the sledge runners squeaked over the snow. The sledge swayed hardly at all. The shaft horse, with his tightly bound tail under his decorated breechband, galloped smoothly and briskly. The smooth road seemed to run rapidly backwards, while the driver dashingly shook the reins. One of the lawyers and the officer sitting opposite talked nonsense to Makovkina's neighbor, but Makovkina herself sat motionless and in thought, tightly wrapped in her fur. Always the same and always nasty. The same red shiny faces smelling of wine and cigars. The same talk, the same thoughts, and always about the same things. And they are all satisfied and confident that it should be so, and will go on living like that till they die. But I can't. It bores me. I want something that would upset it all and turn it upside down. Suppose it happened to us as to those people, at Saratov was it, who kept on driving and froze to death. What would our people do? How would they behave? Basely, for certain. Each for himself. And I too should act badly. But I at any rate have beauty. They all know it. And how about that monk? Is it possible that he has become indifferent to it? No. That is the one thing they all care for, like that cadet last autumn. What a fool he was. Ivan Nikolaevich, she said aloud. What are your commands? How old is he? Who? Kasatsky. Over 40, I should think. And does he receive all visitors? Yes, everybody, but not always. Cover up my feet. Not like that, how clumsy you are. No. More, like that. But you need not squeeze them. So they came to the forest where the cell was. Makovkina got out of the sledge, and told them to drive on. They tried to dissuade her, but she grew irritable and ordered them to go on. When the sledges had gone she went up the path in her white dogskin coat. The lawyer got out and stopped to watch her. It was Father Sergius's 6th year as a recluse, and he was now 49. His life in solitude was hard, not on account of the fasts and the prayers, they were no hardship to him, but on account of an inner conflict he had not at all anticipated. The sources of that conflict were two, doubts, and the lust of the flesh. And these two enemies always appeared together. It seemed to him that they were two foes, but in reality they were one and the same. As soon as doubt was gone so was the lustful desire. But thinking them to be two different fiends he fought them separately. Oh my God, thought he. Why dost thou not grant me faith? There is lust, of course, even the saints had to fight that, Saint Anthony and others. But they had faith, while I have moments, hours, and days, when it is absent. Why does the whole world, with all its delights, exist if it is sinful and must be renounced? Why hast thou created this temptation? Temptation? Is it not rather a temptation that I wish to abandon all the joys of earth and prepare something for myself there where perhaps there is nothing? And he became horrified and filled with disgust at himself. Vile creature! And it is you who wish to become a saint, he upbraided himself, and he began to pray. But as soon as he started to pray he saw himself vividly as he had been at the monastery, in a majestic post in biretta and mantle, and he shook his head. No, that is not right. It is deception. I may deceive others, but not myself or God. I am not a majestic man, but a pitiable and ridiculous one. And he threw back the folds of his cassock and smiled as he looked at his thin legs in their underclothing. Then he dropped the folds of the cassock again and began reading the prayers, making the sign of the cross and prostrating himself. Can it be that this couch will be my bier? He read. And it seemed as if a devil whispered to him, a solitary couch is itself a bier. Falsehood. And in imagination he saw the shoulders of a widow with whom he had lived. He shook himself, and went on reading. Having read the precepts he took up the Gospels, opened the book, and happened on a passage he often repeated and knew by heart, Lord, I believe. Help thou my unbelief. And he put away all the doubts that had arisen. As one replaces an object of insecure equilibrium, so he carefully replaced his belief on its shaky pedestal and carefully stepped back from it so as not to shake or upset it. The blinkers were adjusted again and he felt tranquilized, and repeating his childhood's prayer, Lord, receive me, he felt not merely at ease, but thrilled and joyful. He crossed himself and lay down on the bedding on his narrow bench, tucking his summer cassock under his head. He fell asleep at once, and in his light slumber he seemed to hear the tinkling of sledge bells. He did not know whether he was dreaming or awake, but a knock at the door aroused him. He sat up, distrusting his senses, but the knock was repeated. Yes, it was a knock close at hand, at his door, and with it the sound of a woman's voice. My God! Can it be true, as I have read in the lives of the saints, that the devil takes on the form of a woman? Yes, it is a woman's voice. And a tender, timid, pleasant voice. Pfui! And he spat to exorcise the devil. No, it was only my imagination, he assured himself, and he went to the corner where his lectern stood. Falling on his knees in the regular and habitual manner which of itself gave him consolation and satisfaction. He sank down, his hair hanging over his face, and pressed his head, already going bald in front, to the cold damp strip of drugget on the draughty floor. He read the psalm old Father Pieman had told him warded off temptation. He easily raised his light and emaciated body on his strong sinewy legs and tried to continue saying his prayers, but instead of doing so he involuntarily strained his hearing. He wished to hear more. All was quiet. From the corner of the roof regular drops continued to fall into the tub below. Outside was a mist and fog eating into the snow that lay on the ground. It was still, very still. And suddenly there was a rustling at the window and a voice, that same tender, timid voice, which could only belong to an attractive woman, said, "Let me in, for Christ's sake." It seemed as though his blood had all rushed to his heart and settled there. He could hardly breathe. Let God arise and let his enemies be scattered. But I am not a devil. It was obvious that the lips that uttered this were smiling. I am not a devil, but only a sinful woman who has lost her way, not figuratively but literally. She laughed. I am frozen and beg for shelter. He pressed his face to the window, but the little icon lamp was reflected by it and shone on the whole pane. He put his hands to both sides of his face and peered between them. Fog, mist, a tree, and, just opposite him, she herself. Yes, there, a few inches from him, was the sweet, kindly frightened face of a woman in a cap and a coat of long white fur, leaning towards him. Their eyes met with instant recognition, not that they had ever known one another, they had never met before. But by the look they exchanged and he particularly, felt that they knew and understood one another. After that glance to imagine her to be a devil and not a simple, kindly, sweet, timid woman, was impossible. Who are you? Why have you come? He asked. Do please open the door. She replied, with capricious authority. I am frozen. I tell you I have lost my way. But I am a monk, a hermit. Oh, do please open the door, or do you wish me to freeze under your window while you say your prayers? But how have you? I shan't eat you. For God's sake let me in. I am quite frozen. She really did feel afraid, and said this in an almost tearful voice. He stepped back from the window and looked at an icon of the Savior in his crown of thorns. Lord, help me. Lord, help me. He exclaimed, crossing himself and bowing low. Then he went to the door, and opening it into the tiny porch, felt for the hook that fastened the outer door and began to lift it. He heard steps outside. She was coming from the window to the door. Ah! She suddenly exclaimed, and he understood that she had stepped into the puddle that the dripping from the roof had formed at the threshold. His hands trembled, and he could not raise the hook of the tightly closed door. Oh, what are you doing? Let me in. I am all wet. I am frozen. You are thinking about saving your soul and are letting me freeze to death. He jerked the door towards him, raised the hook, and without considering what he was doing, pushed it open with such force that it struck her. Oh, pardon, he suddenly exclaimed, reverting completely to his old manner with ladies. She smiled on hearing that pardon. He is not quite so terrible, after all, she thought. It's all right. It is you who must pardon me, she said, stepping past him. I should never have ventured, but such an extraordinary circumstance. If you please, he uttered, and stood aside to let her pass him. A strong smell of fine scent, which he had long not encountered, struck him. She went through the little porch into the cell where he lived. He closed the outer door without fastening the hook, and stepped in after her. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me a sinner. Lord, have mercy on me a sinner. He prayed unceasingly, not merely to himself but involuntarily moving his lips. If you please, he said to her again. She stood in the middle of the room, moisture dripping from her to the floor as she looked him over. Her eyes were laughing. Forgive me for having disturbed your solitude. But you see what a position I am in. It all came about from our starting from town for a sledge drive, and my making a bet that I would walk back by myself from the Vorobevka to the town. But then I lost my way, and if I had not happened to come upon your cell, she began lying, but his face confused her so that she could not continue, but became silent. She had not expected him to be at all such as he was. He was not as handsome as she had imagined, but was nevertheless beautiful in her eyes, his grayish hair and beard, slightly curling, his fine, regular nose. And his eyes like glowing coal when he looked at her, made a strong impression on her. He saw that she was lying. Yes, so, said he, looking at her and again lowering his eyes. I will go in there, and this place is at your disposal. And taking down the little lamp, he lit a candle, and bowing low to her went into the small cell beyond the partition, and she heard him begin to move something about there. Probably he is barricading himself in from me. She thought with a smile, and throwing off her white dogskin cloak she tried to take off her cap, which had become entangled in her hair and in the woven kerchief she was wearing under it. She had not got it all wet when standing under the window, and had said so only as a pretext to get him to let her in. But she really had stepped into the puddle at the door, and her left foot was wet up to the ankle and her overshoe full of water. She sat down on his bed, a bench only covered by a bit of carpet, and began to take off her boots. The little cell seemed to her charming. The narrow little room, some 7 feet by 9, was as clean as glass. There was nothing in it but the bench on which she was sitting, the bookshelf above it, and a lectern in the corner. A sheepskin coat and a cassock hung on nails by the door. Above the lectern was the little lamp and an icon of Christ in his crown of thorns. The room smelt strangely of perspiration and of earth. It all pleased her, even that smell. Her wet feet, especially one of them, were uncomfortable, and she quickly began to take off her boots and stockings without ceasing to smile. Pleased not so much at having achieved her object as because she perceived that she had abashed that charming, strange, striking, and attractive man. He did not respond, but what of that, she said to herself. Father Sergius. Father Sergius. Or how does one call you? What do you want? Replied a quiet voice. Please forgive me for disturbing your solitude, but really I could not help it. I should simply have fallen ill. And I don't know that I shan't now. I am all wet and my feet are like ice. Pardon me, replied the quiet voice. I cannot be of any assistance to you. I would not have disturbed you if I could have helped it. I am only here till daybreak. He did not reply and she heard him muttering something, probably his prayers. You will not be coming in here? She asked, smiling. For I must undress to dry myself. He did not reply, but continued to read his prayers. Yes, that is a man, thought she, getting her dripping boot off with difficulty. She tugged at it, but could not get it off. The absurdity of it struck her and she began to laugh almost inaudibly. But knowing that he would hear her laughter and would be moved by it just as she wished him to be, she laughed louder, and her laughter, gay, natural, and kindly, really acted on him just in the way she wished. Yes, I could love a man like that, such eyes and such a simple noble face, and passionate too despite all the prayers he mutters, thought she. You can't deceive a woman in these things. As soon as he put his face to the window and saw me, he understood and knew. The glimmer of it was in his eyes and remained there. He began to love me and desired me. Yes, desired, said she, getting her overshoe and her boot off at last and starting to take off her stockings. To remove those long stockings fastened with elastic it was necessary to raise her skirts. She felt embarrassed and said, "Don't come in." But there was no reply from the other side of the wall. The steady muttering continued and also a sound of moving. He is prostrating himself to the ground, no doubt, thought she. But he won't bow himself out of it. He is thinking of me just as I am thinking of him. He is thinking of these feet of mine with the same feeling that I have. And she pulled off her wet stockings and put her feet up on the bench, pressing them under her. She sat a while like that with her arms round her knees and looking pensively before her. But it is a desert, here in this silence. No one would ever know. She rose, took her stockings over to the stove, and hung them on the damper. It was a queer damper, and she turned it about, and then, stepping lightly on her bare feet, returned to the bench and sat down there again with her feet up. There was complete silence on the other side of the partition. She looked at the tiny watch that hung round her neck. It was 2 o'clock. Our party should return about 3. She had not more than an hour before her. Well, am I to sit like this all alone? What nonsense! I don't want to. I will call him at once. Father Sergius, Father Sergius. Sergei Dmitrich. Prince Kasatsky. Beyond the partition all was silent. Listen. This is cruel. I would not call you if it were not necessary. I am ill. I don't know what is the matter with me. She exclaimed in a tone of suffering. Oh! Oh, she groaned, falling back on the bench. And strange to say she really felt that her strength was failing, that she was becoming faint, that everything in her ached, and that she was shivering with fever. Listen. Help me. I don't know what is the matter with me. Oh. Oh. She unfastened her dress, exposing her breast, and lifted her arms, bare to the elbow. Oh. Oh. All this time he stood on the other side of the partition and prayed. Having finished all the evening prayers, he now stood motionless, his eyes looking at the end of his nose, and mentally repeated with all his soul, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God. Have mercy upon me. But he had heard everything. He had heard how the silk rustled when she took off her dress, how she stepped with bare feet on the floor, and had heard how she rubbed her feet with her hand. He felt his own weakness, and that he might be lost at any moment. That was why he prayed unceasingly. He felt rather as the hero in the fairy tale must have felt when he had to go on and on without looking round. So Sergius heard and felt that danger and destruction were there, hovering above and around him, and that he could only save himself by not looking in that direction for an instant. But suddenly the desire to look seized him. At the same instant she said, "This is inhuman. I may die. Yes, I will go to her, but like the saint who laid one hand on the adulteress and thrust his other into the brazier. But there is no brazier here." He looked round. The lamp. He put his finger over the flame and frowned, preparing himself to suffer. And for a rather long time, as it seemed to him, there was no sensation, but suddenly, he had not yet decided whether it was painful enough, he writhed all over, jerked his hand away, and waved it in the air. "No, I can't stand that. For God's sake, come to me. I am dying." "Oh. Well, shall I perish?" "No, not so. I will come to you directly," he said, and having opened his door, he went without looking at her through the cell into the porch where he used to chop wood. There he felt for the block and for an axe which leant against the wall. "Immediately," he said, and taking up the axe with his right hand he laid the forefinger of his left hand on the block, swung the axe, and struck with it below the second joint. The finger flew off more lightly than a stick of similar thickness, and bounding up, turned over on the edge of the block and then fell to the floor. He heard it fall before he felt any pain, but before he had time to be surprised he felt a burning pain and the warmth of flowing blood. He hastily wrapped the stump in the skirt of his cassock, and pressing it to his hip went back into the room, and standing in front of the woman, lowered his eyes and asked in a low voice, "What do you want?" She looked at his pale face and his quivering left cheek, and suddenly felt ashamed. She jumped up, seized her fur cloak, and throwing it round her shoulders, wrapped herself up in it. "I was in pain. I have caught cold. Father Sergius. He let his eyes, shining with a quiet light of joy, rest upon her, and said, "Dear sister, why did you wish to ruin your immortal soul? Temptations must come into the world, but woe to him by whom temptation comes. Pray that God may forgive us." She listened and looked at him. Suddenly she heard the sound of something dripping. She looked down and saw that blood was flowing from his hand and down his cassock. "What have you done to your hand?" She remembered the sound she had heard, and seizing the little lamp ran out into the porch. There on the floor she saw the bloody finger. She returned with her face paler than his and was about to speak to him, but he silently passed into the back cell and fastened the door. "Forgive me," she said. "How can I atone for my sin? Go away. Let me tie up your hand. Go away from here." She dressed hurriedly and silently, and when ready sat waiting in her furs. The sledge bells were heard outside. "Father Sergius, forgive me. Go away. God will forgive. Father Sergius. I will change my life. Do not forsake me. Go away. Forgive me, and give me your blessing. In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost." She heard his voice from behind the partition. "Go." She burst into sobs and left the cell. The lawyer came forward to meet her. "Well, I see I have lost the bet. It can't be helped. Where will you sit? It is all the same to me." She took a seat in the sledge, and did not utter a word all the way home. A year later she entered a convent as a novice, and lived a strict life under the direction of the hermit Arseny, who wrote letters to her at long intervals. Chapter 4. Father Sergius lived as a recluse for another 7 years. At first he accepted much of what people brought him: tea, sugar, white bread, milk, clothing, and firewood. But as time went on he led a more and more austere life, refusing everything superfluous, and finally he accepted nothing but rye bread once a week. Everything else that was brought to him he gave to the poor who came to him. He spent his entire time in his cell, in prayer or in conversation with callers, who became more and more numerous as time went on. Only 3 times a year did he go out to church, and when necessary he went out to fetch water and wood. The episode with Makivkina had occurred after 5 years of his hermit life. That occurrence soon became generally known: her nocturnal visit, the change she underwent, and her entry into a convent. From that time Father Sergius's fame increased. More and more visitors came to see him, other monks settled down near his cell, and a church was erected there and also a hostelry. His fame, as usual exaggerating his feats, spread ever more and more widely. People began to come to him from a distance, and began bringing invalids to him whom they declared he cured. His first cure occurred in the 8th year of his life as a hermit. It was the healing of a 14-year-old boy, whose mother brought him to Father Sergius insisting that he should lay his hand on the child's head. It had never occurred to Father Sergius that he could cure the sick. He would have regarded such a thought as a great sin of pride. But the mother who brought the boy implored him insistently, falling at his feet and saying, "Why do you, who heal others, refuse to help my son?" She besought him in Christ's name. When Father Sergius assured her that only God could heal the sick, she replied that she only wanted him to lay his hands on the boy and pray for him. Father Sergius refused and returned to his cell. But next day, it was in autumn and the nights were already cold. On going out for water he saw the same mother with her son, a pale boy of 14, and was met by the same petition. He remembered the parable of the unjust judge, and though he had previously felt sure that he ought to refuse, he now began to hesitate and, having hesitated, took to prayer and prayed until a decision formed itself in his soul. This decision was, that he ought to accede to the woman's request and that her faith might save her son. As for himself, he would in this case be but an insignificant instrument chosen by God. And going out to the mother he did what she asked, laid his hand on the boy's head and prayed. The mother left with her son, and a month later the boy recovered, and the fame of the holy healing power of the Starite Sergius, as they now called him, spread throughout the whole district. After that, not a week passed without sick people coming, riding or on foot, to Father Sergius. And having acceded to one petition he could not refuse others, and he laid his hands on many and prayed. Many recovered, and his fame spread more and more. So 7 years passed in the monastery and 13 in his hermit's cell. He now had the appearance of an old man, his beard was long and grey, but his hair, though thin, was still black and curly. Chapter 5. For some weeks Father Sergius had been living with one persistent thought, whether he was right in accepting the position in which he had not so much placed himself as been placed by the archimandrite and the abbot. That position had begun after the recovery of the 14-year-old boy. From that time, with each month, week, and day that passed, Sergius felt his own inner life wasting away and being replaced by external life. It was as if he had been turned inside out. Sergius saw that he was a means of attracting visitors and contributions to the monastery, and that therefore the authorities arranged matters in such a way as to make as much use of him as possible. For instance, they rendered it impossible for him to do any manual work. He was supplied with everything he could want, and they only demanded of him that he should not refuse his blessing to those who came to seek it. For his convenience they appointed days when he would receive. They arranged a reception room for men, and a place was railed in so that he should not be pushed over by the crowds of women visitors, and so that he could conveniently bless those who came. They told him that people needed him, and that fulfilling Christ's law of love he could not refuse their demand to see him, and that to avoid them would be cruel. He could not but agree with this, but the more he gave himself up to such a life the more he felt that what was internal became external, and that the fount of living water within him dried up. And that what he did now was done more and more for men and less for God. Whether he admonished people, or simply blessed them, or prayed for the sick, or advised people about their lives, or listened to expressions of gratitude from those he had helped by precepts, or alms, or healing, as they assured him, he could not help being pleased at it, and could not be indifferent to the results of his activity and to the influence he exerted. He thought himself a shining light, and the more he felt this the more was he conscious of a weakening, a dying down of the divine light of truth that shone within him. In how far is what I do for God and in how far is it for men? That was the question that insistently tormented him and to which he was not so much unable to give himself an answer as unable to face the answer. In the depth of his soul he felt that the devil had substituted an activity for men in place of his former activity for God. He felt this because, just as it had formerly been hard for him to be torn from his solitude, so now that solitude itself was hard for him. He was oppressed and wearied by visitors, but at the bottom of his heart he was glad of their presence and glad of the praise they heaped upon him. There was a time when he decided to go away and hide. He even planned all that was necessary for that purpose. He prepared for himself a peasant's shirt, trousers, coat, and cap. He explained that he wanted these to give to those who asked. And he kept these clothes in his cell, planning how he would put them on, cut his hair short, and go away. First he would go some 300 versts by train, then he would leave the train and walk from village to village. He asked an old man who had been a soldier how he tramped, what people gave him, and what shelter they allowed him. The soldier told him where people were most charitable, and where they would take a wanderer in for the night, and Father Sergius intended to avail himself of this information. He even put on those clothes one night in his desire to go, but he could not decide what was best, to remain or to escape. At first he was in doubt, but afterwards this indecision passed. He submitted to custom and yielded to the devil, and only the peasant garb reminded him of the thought and feeling he had had. Every day more and more people flocked to him and less time was left him for prayer and for renewing his spiritual strength. Sometimes in lucid moments he thought he was like a place where there had once been a spring. There used to be a feeble spring of living water which flowed quietly from me and through me. That was true life, the time when she tempted me. He always thought with ecstasy of that night and of her who was now Mother Agnes. She had tasted of that pure water, but since then there had not been time for it to collect before thirsty people came crowding in and pushing one another aside. And they had trampled everything down and nothing was left but mud. So he thought in rare moments of lucidity, but his usual state of mind was one of weariness and a tender pity for himself because of that weariness. It was in spring, on the eve of the mid-Pentecostal feast. Father Sergius was officiating at the vigil service in his hermitage church, where the congregation was as large as the little church could hold, about 20 people. They were all well-to-do proprietors or merchants. Father Sergius admitted anyone, but a selection was made by the monk in attendance and by an assistant who was sent to the hermitage every day from the monastery. A crowd of some 80 people, pilgrims and peasants, and especially peasant women, stood outside waiting for Father Sergius to come out and bless them. Meanwhile he conducted the service, but at the point at which he went out to the tomb of his predecessor, he staggered and would have fallen had he not been caught by a merchant standing behind him and by the monk acting as deacon. "What is the matter, Father Sergius?" "Dear man." "O Lord," exclaimed the women. "He is as white as a sheet." But Father Sergius recovered immediately, and though very pale, he waved the merchant and the deacon aside and continued to chant the service. Father Seraphim, the deacon, the acolytes, and Sophia Ivanovna, a lady who always lived near the hermitage and tended Father Sergius, begged him to bring the service to an end. "No, there's nothing the matter," said Father Sergius, slightly smiling from beneath his mustache and continuing the service. "Yes, that is the way the saints behave," thought he. A holy man, an angel of God, he heard just then the voice of Sophia Ivanovna behind him, and also of the merchant who had supported him. He did not heed their entreaties, but went on with the service. Again crowding together they all made their way by the narrow passages back into the little church, and there, though abbreviating it slightly, Father Sergius completed Vespers. Immediately after the service Father Sergius, having pronounced the benediction on those present, went over to the bench under the elm tree at the entrance to the cave. He wished to rest and breathe the fresh air, he felt in need of it. But as soon as he left the church the crowd of people rushed to him soliciting his blessing, his advice, and his help. There were pilgrims who constantly tramped from one holy place to another and from one starets to another, and were always entranced by every shrine and every starets. Father Sergius knew this common, cold, conventional, and most irreligious type. There were pilgrims, for the most part discharged soldiers, unaccustomed to a settled life, poverty-stricken, and many of them drunken old men, who tramped from monastery to monastery merely to be fed. And there were rough peasants and peasant women who had come with their selfish requirements, seeking cures or to have doubts about quite practical affairs solved for them, about marrying off a daughter, or hiring a shop, or buying a bit of land, or how to atone for having overlaid a child or having an illegitimate one. All this was an old story and not in the least interesting to him. He knew he would hear nothing new from these folk, that they would arouse no religious emotion in him. But he liked to see the crowd to which his blessing and advice was necessary and precious, so while that crowd oppressed him it also pleased him. Father Seraphim began to drive them away, saying that Father Sergius was tired. But Father Sergius, remembering the words of the Gospel, Forbid them, children, not to come unto me, and feeling tenderly towards himself at this recollection, said they should be allowed to approach. He rose, went to the railing beyond which the crowd had gathered, and began blessing them and answering their questions, but in a voice so weak that he was touched with pity for himself. Yet despite his wish to receive them all he could not do it. Things again grew dark before his eyes, and he staggered and grasped the railings. He felt a rush of blood to his head and first went pale and then suddenly flushed. I must leave the rest till tomorrow. I cannot do more today, and, pronouncing a general benediction, he returned to the bench. The merchant again supported him, and leading him by the arm helped him to be seated. Father! Came voices from the crowd. Dear Father! Do not forsake us. Without you we are lost. The merchant, having seated Father Sergius on the bench under the elm, took on himself police duties and drove the people off very resolutely. It is true that he spoke in a low voice so that Father Sergius might not hear him, but his words were incisive and angry. Be off, be off. He has blessed you, and what more do you want? Get along with you, or I'll wring your necks. Move on there. Get along, you old woman with your dirty leg bands. Go, go. Where are you shoving to? You've been told that it is finished. Tomorrow will be as God wills, but for today he has finished. Father! Only let my eyes have a glimpse of his dear face, said an old woman. I'll glimpse you. Where are you shoving to? Father Sergius noticed that the merchant seemed to be acting roughly, and in a feeble voice told the attendant that the people should not be driven away. He knew that they would be driven away all the same, and he much desired to be left alone and to rest, but he sent the attendant with that message to produce an impression. All right, all right. I am not driving them away. I am only remonstrating with them, replied the merchant. You know they wouldn't hesitate to drive a man to death. They have no pity, they only consider themselves. You've been told you cannot see him. Go away. Tomorrow. And he got rid of them all. He took all these pains because he liked order and liked to domineer and drive the people away, but chiefly because he wanted to have Father Sergius to himself. He was a widower with an only daughter who was an invalid and unmarried, and whom he had brought 1,400 versts to Father Sergius to be healed. For 2 years past he had been taking her to different places to be cured, first to the university clinic in the chief town of the province, but that did no good. Then to a peasant in the province of Samara, where she got a little better, then to a doctor in Moscow to whom he paid much money, but this did no good at all. Now he had been told that Father Sergius wrought cures, and had brought her to him. So when all the people had been driven away he approached Father Sergius, and suddenly falling on his knees loudly exclaimed, Holy Father! Bless my afflicted offspring that she may be healed of her malady. I venture to prostrate myself at your holy feet. And he placed one hand on the other, cupwise. He said and did all this as if he were doing something clearly and firmly appointed by law and usage, as if one must and should ask for a daughter to be cured in just this way and no other. He did it with such conviction that it seemed even to Father Sergius that it should be said and done in just that way, but nevertheless he bade him rise and tell him what the trouble was. The merchant said that his daughter, a girl of 22, had fallen ill 2 years ago, after her mother's sudden death. She had moaned, as he expressed it, and since then had not been herself. And now he had brought her 1,400 versts and she was waiting in the hostelry till Father Sergius should give orders to bring her. She did not go out during the day, being afraid of the light, and could only come after sunset. Is she very weak? Asked Father Sergius. No, she has no particular weakness. She is quite plump, and is only neurasthenic, the doctors say. If you will only let me bring her this evening, Father Sergius, I'll fly like a spirit to fetch her. Holy Father! Revive a parent's heart, restore his line, save his afflicted daughter by your prayers. And the merchant again threw himself on his knees and bending sideways, with his head resting on his clenched fists, remained stock still. Father Sergius again told him to get up, and thinking how heavy his activities were and how he went through with them patiently notwithstanding, he sighed heavily and after a few seconds of silence, said, "Well, bring her this evening. I will pray for her, but now I am tired," and he closed his eyes. "I will send for you." The merchant went away, stepping on tiptoe, which only made his boots creak the louder, and Father Sergius remained alone. His whole life was filled by church services and by people who came to see him, but today had been a particularly difficult one. In the morning an important official had arrived and had had a long conversation with him. After that a lady had come with her son. This son was a skeptical young professor whom the mother, an ardent believer and devoted to Father Sergius, had brought that he might talk to him. The conversation had been very trying. The young man, evidently not wishing to have a controversy with a monk, had agreed with him in everything as with someone who was mentally inferior. Father Sergius saw that the young man did not believe but yet was satisfied, tranquil, and at ease, and the memory of that conversation now disquieted him. "Have something to eat, father," said the attendant. "All right, bring me something." The attendant went to a hut that had been arranged some 10 paces from the cave, and Father Sergius remained alone. The time was long past when he had lived alone doing everything for himself and eating only rye bread, or rolls prepared for the church. He had been advised long since that he had no right to neglect his health, and he was given wholesome, though Lenten, food. He ate sparingly, though much more than he had done, and often he ate with much pleasure, and not as formerly with aversion and a sense of guilt. So it was now. He had some gruel, drank a cup of tea, and ate half a white roll. The attendant went away, and Father Sergius remained alone under the elm tree. It was a wonderful May evening, when the birches, aspens, elms, wild cherries, and oaks, had just burst into foliage. The bush of wild cherries behind the elm tree was in full bloom and had not yet begun to shed its blossoms. And the nightingales, one quite near at hand and 2 or 3 others in the bushes down by the river, burst into full song after some preliminary twitters. From the river came the far-off songs of peasants returning, no doubt, from their work. The sun was setting behind the forest, its last rays glowing through the leaves. All that side was brilliant green, the other side with the elm tree was dark. The cockchafers flew clumsily about, falling to the ground when they collided with anything. After supper Father Sergius began to repeat a silent prayer, "O Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon us." And then he read a psalm, and suddenly in the middle of the psalm a sparrow flew out from the bush, alighted on the ground, and hopped towards him chirping as it came. But then it took fright at something and flew away. He said a prayer which referred to his abandonment of the world, and hastened to finish it in order to send for the merchant with the sick daughter. She interested him in that she presented a distraction, and because both she and her father considered him a saint whose prayers were efficacious. Outwardly he disavowed that idea, but in the depths of his soul he considered it to be true. He was often amazed that this had happened, that he, Stepan Kasatsky, had come to be such an extraordinary saint and even a worker of miracles. But of the fact that he was such there could not be the least doubt. He could not fail to believe in the miracles he himself witnessed, beginning with the sick boy and ending with the old woman who had recovered her sight when he had prayed for her. Strange as it might be, it was so. Accordingly the merchant's daughter interested him as a new individual who had faith in him, and also as a fresh opportunity to confirm his healing powers and enhance his fame. They bring people 1,000 versts and write about it in the papers. The emperor knows of it, and they know of it in Europe, in unbelieving Europe, thought he. And suddenly he felt ashamed of his vanity and again began to pray. "Lord, King of heaven, Comforter, Soul of truth. Come and enter into me and cleanse me from all sin and save and bless my soul. Cleanse me from the sin of worldly vanity that troubles me," he repeated, and he remembered how often he had prayed about this and how vain till now his prayers had been in that respect. His prayers worked miracles for others, but in his own case God had not granted him liberation from this petty passion. He remembered his prayers at the commencement of his life at the hermitage, when he prayed for purity, humility, and love, and how it seemed to him then that God heard his prayers. He had retained his purity and had chopped off his finger. And he lifted the shriveled stump of that finger to his lips and kissed it. It seemed to him now that he had been humble then when he had always seemed loathsome to himself on account of his sinfulness. And when he remembered the tender feelings with which he had then met an old man who was bringing a drunken soldier to him to ask alms, and how he had received her, it seemed to him that he had then possessed love also. But now? And he asked himself whether he loved anyone, whether he loved Sofia Ivanovna, or Father Seraphim. Whether he had any feeling of love for all who had come to him that day, for that learned young man with whom he had had that instructive discussion in which he was concerned only to show off his own intelligence and that he had not lagged behind the times in knowledge. He wanted and needed their love, but felt none towards them. He now had neither love nor humility nor purity. He was pleased to know that the merchant's daughter was 22, and he wondered whether she was good-looking. When he inquired whether she was weak, he really wanted to know if she had feminine charm. Can I have fallen so low? He thought. Lord, help me. Restore me, my Lord and God. And he clasped his hands and began to pray. The nightingales burst into song, a cockchafer knocked against him and crept up the back of his neck. He brushed it off. But does he exist? What if I am knocking at a door fastened from outside? The bar is on the door for all to see. Nature, the nightingales and the cockchafers, is that bar. Perhaps the young man was right. And he began to pray aloud. He prayed for a long time till these thoughts vanished and he again felt calm and confident. He rang the bell and told the attendant to say that the merchant might bring his daughter to him now. The merchant came, leading his daughter by the arm. He led her into the cell and immediately left her. She was a very fair girl, plump and very short, with a pale, frightened, childish face and a much developed feminine figure. Father Sergius remained seated on the bench at the entrance, and when she was passing and stopped beside him for his blessing he was aghast at himself for the way he looked at her figure. As she passed by him he was acutely conscious of her femininity, though he saw by her face that she was sensual and feeble-minded. He rose and went into the cell. She was sitting on a stool waiting for him, and when he entered she rose. "I want to go back to Papa," she said. "Don't be afraid," he replied. "What are you suffering from?" "I am in pain all over," she said, and suddenly her face lit up with a smile. "You will be well," said he. "Pray." "What is the use of praying?" "I have prayed and it does no good," and she continued to smile. "I want you to pray for me and lay your hands on me. I saw you in a dream." "How did you see me?" "I saw you put your hands on my breast like that." She took his hand and pressed it to her breast. "Just here." He yielded his right hand to her. "What is your name?" he asked, trembling all over and feeling that he was overcome and that his desire had already passed beyond control. "Marie." "Why?" She took his hand and kissed it, and then put her arm round his waist and pressed him to herself. "What are you doing?" he said. "Marie, you are a devil." "Oh, perhaps. What does it matter?" And embracing him she sat down with him on the bed. At dawn he went out into the porch. Can this all have happened? Her father will come and she will tell him everything. She is a devil. What am I to do? Here is the axe with which I chopped off my finger. He snatched up the axe and moved back towards the cell. The attendant came up. "Do you want some wood chopped?" "Let me have the axe." Sergius yielded up the axe and entered the cell. She was lying there asleep. He looked at her with horror, and passed on beyond the partition, where he took down the peasant clothes and put them on. Then he seized a pair of scissors, cut off his long hair, and went out along the path down the hill to the river, where he had not been for more than 3 years. A road ran beside the river and he went along it and walked till noon. Then he went into a field of rye and lay down there. Towards evening he approached a village, but without entering it went towards the cliff that overhung the river. There he again lay down to rest. It was early morning, half an hour before sunrise. All was damp and gloomy and a cold early wind was blowing from the west. Yes, I must end it all. There is no God. But how am I to end it? Throw myself into the river? I can swim and should not drown. Hang myself? Yes, just throw this sash over a branch. This seemed so feasible and so easy that he felt horrified. As usual at moments of despair he felt the need of prayer. But there was no one to pray to. There was no God. He lay down resting on his arm, and suddenly such a longing for sleep overcame him that he could no longer support his head on his hand, but stretched out his arm, laid his head upon it, and fell asleep. But that sleep lasted only for a moment. He woke up immediately and began not to dream but to remember. He saw himself as a child in his mother's home in the country. A carriage drives up, and out of it steps Uncle Nicholas Sergeyevich, with his long, spade-shaped, black beard, and with him Pashenka. A thin little girl with large mild eyes and a timid pathetic face. And into their company of boys Pashenka is brought and they have to play with her, but it is dull. She is silly, and it ends by their making fun of her and forcing her to show how she can swim. She lies down on the floor and shows them, and they all laugh and make a fool of her. She sees this and blushes red in patches and becomes more pitiable than before, so pitiable that he feels ashamed and can never forget that crooked, kindly, submissive smile. And Sergius remembered having seen her since then. Long after, just before he became a monk, she had married a landowner who squandered all her fortune and was in the habit of beating her. She had had 2 children, a son and a daughter, but the son had died while still young. And Sergius remembered having seen her very wretched. Then again he had seen her in the monastery when she was a widow. She had been still the same, not exactly stupid, but insipid, insignificant, and pitiable. She had come with her daughter and her daughter's fiancé. They were already poor at that time, and later on he had heard that she was living in a small provincial town and was very poor. Why am I thinking about her, he asked himself, but he could not cease doing so. Where is she? How is she getting on? Is she still as unhappy as she was then when she had to show us how to swim on the floor? But why should I think about her? What am I doing? I must put an end to myself. And again he felt afraid, and again, to escape from that thought, he went on thinking about Pashenka. So he lay for a long time, thinking now of his unavoidable end and now of Pashenka. She presented herself to him as a means of salvation. At last he fell asleep, and in his sleep he saw an angel who came to him and said, "Go to Pashenka and learn from her what you have to do, what your sin is, and wherein lies your salvation." He awoke, and having decided that this was a vision sent by God, he felt glad, and resolved to do what had been told him in the vision. He knew the town where she lived. It was some 300 versts 296 away, and he set out to walk there. Chapter 6. Pashenka had already long ceased to be Pashenka and had become old, withered, wrinkled Praskovia Mikhailovna 297, mother-in-law of that failure, the drunken official Mavrikyef. She was living in the country town where he had had his last appointment, and there she was supporting the family, her daughter, her ailing neurasthenic son-in-law, and her 5 grandchildren. She did this by giving music lessons to tradesmen's daughters, giving 4 and sometimes 5 lessons a day of an hour each, and earning in this way some 60 rubles 298 a month. So they lived for the present, in expectation of another appointment. She had sent letters to all her relations and acquaintances asking them to obtain a post for her son-in-law, and among the rest she had written to Sergius, but that letter had not reached him. It was a Saturday, and Praskovia Mikhailovna was herself mixing dough for currant bread such as the serf cook on her father's estate used to make so well. She wished to give her grandchildren a treat on the Sunday. Masha, her daughter, was nursing her youngest child, the eldest boy and girl were at school, and her son-in-law was asleep, not having slept during the night. Praskovia Mikhailovna had remained awake too for a great part of the night, trying to soften her daughter's anger against her husband. She saw that it was impossible for her son-in-law, a weak creature, to be other than he was. And realized that his wife's reproaches could do no good, so she used all her efforts to soften those reproaches and to avoid recrimination and anger. Unkindly relations between people caused her actual physical suffering. It was so clear to her that bitter feelings do not make anything better, but only make everything worse. She did not in fact think about this, she simply suffered at the sight of anger as she would from a bad smell, a harsh noise, or from blows on her body. She had, with a feeling of self-satisfaction, just taught Lukeria how to mix the dough, when her 6-year-old grandson Misha, wearing an apron and with darned stockings on his crooked little legs, ran into the kitchen with a frightened face. "Grandma, a dreadful old man wants to see you." Lukeria looked out at the door. "There is a pilgrim of some kind, a man." Praskovia Mikhailovna rubbed her thin elbows against one another, wiped her hands on her apron and went upstairs to get a 5-kopeck piece 2.99 out of her purse for him. But remembering that she had nothing less than a 10-kopeck piece, she decided to give him some bread instead. She returned to the cupboard, but suddenly blushed at the thought of having grudged the 10-kopeck piece, and telling Lukeria to cut a slice of bread, went upstairs again to fetch it. "It serves you right," she said to herself. "You must now give twice over." She gave both the bread and the money to the pilgrim, and when doing so, far from being proud of her generosity, she excused herself for giving so little. The man had such an imposing appearance. Though he had tramped 200 versts as a beggar, though he was tattered and had grown thin and weather-beaten, though he had cropped his long hair and was wearing a peasant's cap and boots, and though he bowed very humbly, Sergius still had the impressive appearance that made him so attractive. But Praskovia Mikhailovna did not recognize him. She could hardly do so, not having seen him for almost 20 years. "Don't think ill of me, father. Perhaps you want something to eat?" He took the bread and the money, and Praskovia Mikhailovna was surprised that he did not go, but stood looking at her. "Pashenka, I have come to you. Take me in." His beautiful black eyes, shining with the tears that started in them, were fixed on her with imploring insistence. And under his grayish mustache his lips quivered piteously. Praskovia Mikhailovna pressed her hands to her withered breast, opened her mouth, and stood petrified, staring at the pilgrim with dilated eyes. "It can't be. Stipa. Sergei. Father Sergius." "Yes, it is I," said Sergius in a low voice. "Only not Sergius, or Father Sergius, but a great sinner, Stepan Kasatsky, a great and lost sinner. Take me in and help me." "It's impossible. How have you so humbled yourself? But come in." She reached out her hand, but he did not take it and only followed her in. But where was she to take him? The lodging was a small one. Formerly she had had a tiny room, almost a closet, for herself, but later she had given it up to her daughter, and Masha was now sitting there rocking the baby. "Sit here for the present," she said to Sergius, pointing to a bench in the kitchen. He sat down at once, and with an evidently accustomed movement slipped the straps of his wallet first off one shoulder and then off the other. My God, how you have humbled yourself, father. Such great fame, and now like this." Sergius did not reply, but only smiled meekly, placing his wallet under the bench on which he sat. "Masha, do you know who this is?" And in a whisper Praskovia Mikhailovna told her daughter who he was, and together they then carried the bed and the cradle out of the tiny room and cleared it for Sergius. Praskovia Mikhailovna led him into it. "Here you can rest. Don't take offense, but I must go out." "Where to?" "I have to go to a lesson. I am ashamed to tell you, but I teach music." "Music? But that is good." Only just one thing, Praskovia Mikhailovna, I have come to you with a definite object. When can I have a talk with you? I shall be very glad. Will this evening do? Yes. But one thing more. Don't speak about me, or say who I am. I have revealed myself only to you. No one knows where I have gone to. It must be so. Oh, but I have told my daughter. Well, ask her not to mention it. And Sergius took off his boots, lay down, and at once fell asleep after a sleepless night and a walk of nearly 30 miles. When Praskovia Mikhailovna returned, Sergius was sitting in the little room waiting for her. He did not come out for dinner, but had some soup and gruel which Lukeria brought him. "How is it that you have come back earlier than you said?" asked Sergius. "Can I speak to you now? How is it that I have the happiness to receive such a guest? I have missed one of my lessons. That can wait. I had always been planning to go to see you. I wrote to you, and now this good fortune has come. Pashenka, please listen to what I am going to tell you as to a confession made to God at my last hour. Pashenka, I am not a holy man, I am not even as good as a simple ordinary man. I am a loathsome, vile, and proud sinner who has gone astray, and who, if not worse than everyone else, is at least worse than most very bad people." Pashenka looked at him at first with staring eyes. But she believed what he said, and when she had quite grasped it she touched his hand, smiling pityingly, and said, "Perhaps you exaggerate, Stiva?" "No, Pashenka. I am an adulterer, a murderer, a blasphemer, and a deceiver." "My God! How is that?" exclaimed Praskovia Mikhailovna. "But I must go on living. And I, who thought I knew everything, who taught others how to live, I know nothing and ask you to teach me. What are you saying, Stiva? You are laughing at me. Why do you always make fun of me? Well, if you think I am jesting you must have it as you please. But tell me all the same how you live, and how you have lived your life." I have lived a very nasty, horrible life, and now God is punishing me as I deserve. I live so wretchedly, so wretchedly. How was it with your marriage? How did you live with your husband? It was all bad. I married because I fell in love in the nastiest way. Papa did not approve. But I would not listen to anything and just got married. Then instead of helping my husband I tormented him by my jealousy, which I could not restrain. I heard that he drank. Yes, but I did not give him any peace. I always reproached him, though you know it is a disease. He could not refrain from it. I now remember how I tried to prevent his having it, and the frightful scenes we had. And she looked at Kasatsky with beautiful eyes, suffering from the remembrance. Kasatsky remembered how he had been told that Pashenka's husband used to beat her, and now, looking at her thin withered neck with prominent veins behind her ears, and her scanty coil of hair, half grey half auburn, he seemed to see just how it had occurred. Then I was left with 2 children and no means at all. But you had an estate. Oh, we sold that while Vasílyef was still alive, and the money was all spent. We had to live, and like all our young ladies I did not know how to earn anything. I was particularly useless and helpless. So we spent all we had. I taught the children and improved my own education a little. And then Mitya fell ill when he was already in the 4th form, and God took him. Masha fell in love with Vanya, my son-in-law. And, well, he is well-meaning but unfortunate. He is ill. Mama. Her daughter's voice interrupted her, "Take Mitya. I can't be in 2 places at once." Praskovia Mikhailovna shuddered, but rose and went out of the room, stepping quickly in her patched shoes. She soon came back with a boy of 2 in her arms, who threw himself backwards and grabbed at her shawl with his little hands. Where was I? Oh yes, he had a good appointment here, and his chief was a kind man too. But Vanya could not go on, and had to give up his position. What is the matter with him? Neurasthenia, it is a dreadful complaint. We consulted a doctor, who told us he ought to go away, but we had no means. I always hope it will pass of itself. He has no particular pain, but... Luceria, cried an angry and feeble voice. She is always sent away when I want her. Mamma. I'm coming. Praskovia Mikhailovna again interrupted herself. He has not had his dinner yet. He can't eat with us. She went out and arranged something, and came back wiping her thin dark hands. So that is how I live. I always complain and am always dissatisfied, but thank God the grandchildren are all nice and healthy, and we can still live. But why talk about me? But what do you live on? Well, I earn a little. How I used to dislike music, but how useful it is to me now. Her small hand lay on the chest of drawers beside which she was sitting, and she drummed an exercise with her thin fingers. How much do you get for a lesson? Sometimes a ruble, sometimes 50 kopecks, or sometimes 30.300. They are all so kind to me. And do your pupils get on well? Asked Kasatsky with a slight smile. Praskovia Mikhailovna did not at first believe that he was asking seriously, and looked inquiringly into his eyes. Some of them do. One of them is a splendid girl, the butcher's daughter, such a good kind girl. If I were a clever woman I ought, of course, with the connections Papa had, to be able to get an appointment for my son-in-law. But as it is I have not been able to do anything, and have brought them all to this, as you see. Yes, yes, said Kasatsky, lowering his head. And how is it, Pashenka, do you take part in church life? Oh, don't speak of it. I am so bad that way, and have neglected it so. I keep the fasts with the children and sometimes go to church, and then again sometimes I don't go for months. I only send the children. But why don't you go yourself? To tell the truth, she blushed, I am ashamed, for my daughter's sake and the children's, to go there in tattered clothes, and I haven't anything else. Besides, I am just lazy. And do you pray at home? I do. But what sort of prayer is it? Only mechanical. I know it should not be like that, but I lack real religious feeling. The only thing is that I know how bad I am. Yes, yes, that's right, said Kasatsky, as if approvingly. I'm coming. I'm coming. She replied to a call from her son-in-law, and tidying her scanty plate she left the room. But this time it was long before she returned. When she came back, Kasatsky was sitting in the same position, his elbows resting on his knees and his head bowed. But his wallet was strapped on his back. When she came in, carrying a small tin lamp without a shade, he raised his fine weary eyes and sighed very deeply. I did not tell them who you are, she began timidly. I only said that you are a pilgrim, a nobleman, and that I used to know you. Come into the dining room for tea. No. Well then, I'll bring some to you here. No, I don't want anything. God bless you, Pashenka. I am going now. If you pity me, don't tell anyone that you have seen me. For the love of God, don't tell anyone. Thank you. I would bow to your feet, but I know it would make you feel awkward. Thank you, and forgive me for Christ's sake. Give me your blessing. God bless you. Forgive me for Christ's sake. He rose, but she would not let him go until she had given him bread and butter and rusks. He took it all and went away. It was dark, and before he had passed the second house he was lost to sight. She only knew he was there because the dog at the priest's house was barking. So that is what my dream meant. Pashenka is what I ought to have been but failed to be. I lived for men on the pretext of living for God, while she lived for God imagining that she lives for men. Yes, one good deed, a cup of water given without thought of reward, is worth more than any benefit I imagined I was bestowing on people. But after all, was there not some share of sincere desire to serve God, he asked himself, and the answer was, yes, there was, but it was all soiled and overgrown by desire for human praise. Yes, there is no God for the man who lives, as I did, for human praise. I will now seek him. And he walked from village to village as he had done on his way to Pashenka, meeting and parting from other pilgrims, men and women, and asking for bread and a night's rest in Christ's name. Occasionally some angry housewife scolded him, or a drunken peasant reviled him, but for the most part he was given food and drink and even something to take with him. His noble bearing disposed some people in his favor, while others on the contrary seemed pleased at the sight of a gentleman who had come to beggary. But his gentleness prevailed with everyone. Often, finding a copy of the Gospels in a hut, he would read it aloud, and when they heard him the people were always touched and surprised, as at something new yet familiar. When he succeeded in helping people, either by advice, or by his knowledge of reading and writing, or by settling some quarrel, he did not wait to see their gratitude but went away directly afterwards. And little by little God began to reveal himself within him. Once he was walking along with 2 old women and a soldier. They were stopped by a party consisting of a lady and gentleman in a gig and another lady and gentleman on horseback. The husband was on horseback with his daughter, while in the gig his wife was driving with a Frenchman, evidently a traveler. The party stopped to let the Frenchman see the pilgrims who, in accord with a popular Russian superstition, tramped about from place to place instead of working. They spoke French, thinking that the others would not understand them. Demandez-leur, said the Frenchman, sales sont bien sûr de ce que leur pèlerinage est agréable à Dieu. 301. The question was asked, and one old woman replied, as God takes it. Our feet have reached the holy places, but our hearts may not have done so. They asked the soldier. He said that he was alone in the world and had nowhere else to go. They asked Kasatsky who he was. A servant of God. Tu est ce tu il dit? Il ne répond pas. 302. Il dit tu il est un serviteur de Dieu. Cela doit être un fils de prêtre. Il a de la race. Avez-vous de la petite monnaie? 303. The Frenchman found some small change and gave 20 kopecks to each of the pilgrims. Mais dites-leur que ce n'est pas pour les Sergius que je leur donne, mais pour tu ilsse réglant de the. Che pour vous, mon vieux, 304 he said with a smile. And he patted Kasatsky on the shoulder with his gloved hand. May Christ bless you, replied Kasatsky without replacing his cap and bowing his bald head. He rejoiced particularly at this meeting, because he had disregarded the opinion of men and had done the simplest, easiest thing, humbly accepted 20 kopecks and given them to his comrade. A blind beggar. The less importance he attached to the opinion of men, the more did he feel the presence of God within him. For 8 months Kasatsky tramped on in this manner, and in the 9th month he was arrested for not having a passport. This happened at a night refuge in a provincial town where he had passed the night with some pilgrims. He was taken to the police station, and when asked who he was and where was his passport, he replied that he had no passport and that he was a servant of God. He was classed as a tramp, sentenced, and sent to live in Siberia. In Siberia he has settled down as the hired man of a well-to-do peasant, in which capacity he works in the kitchen garden, teaches children, and attends to the sick. Written in 1890, 1891, and 1898. The Overthrow of Hell and its Restoration. Chapter 1. It was at the time when Jesus was revealing his teaching to men. This teaching was so clear, it was so easy to follow, and delivered men from evil so obviously, that it seemed impossible not to accept it, or that anything could arrest its spread. Beelzebub, the father and ruler of all the devils, was alarmed. He clearly saw that if only Jesus did not renounce his teaching, the power of Beelzebub over men would cease forever. He was alarmed, yet did not lose heart, but incited the Pharisees and scribes, obedient to him, to insult and torture Jesus to the utmost of their power. And also counseled the disciples of Jesus to fly and abandon him to himself. Beelzebub hoped that the condemnation of Jesus to infamous execution and his being reviled and deserted by all the disciples, and also that the sufferings themselves and the execution would cause Jesus at the last moment to renounce his teaching. And a recantation would destroy all its power. This was being decided on the cross. When Jesus cried out, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Beelzebub was overjoyed. He snatched up the fetters prepared for Jesus, and, trying them on his own legs, proceeded to adjust them, so that when he should apply them to Jesus, they could not be undone. Then, suddenly, from the cross came the words, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Then Jesus cried out, "It is finished," and gave up the ghost. Beelzebub understood that all was lost. He wished to take the fetters from his legs and to flee, but he could not move from his place. The fetters had become welded on him and bound his own limbs. He wished to use his wings, but could not unfold them. And Beelzebub saw how Jesus, enveloped in a shining light, appeared at the gates of hell. He saw how sinners from Adam to Judas came out of hell. He saw how all the devils fled in affright. He saw the very walls of hell silently fall to pieces on all sides. He could endure this no longer, and with a piercing shriek he fell through the rent floor to the basement. Chapter 2. 100, 200, 300 years passed. Beelzebub did not count the time. Around him spread black darkness and dead silence. He lay immovable, trying not to think of what had happened, yet he could not help thinking, and he helplessly hated him who had caused his ruin. Then suddenly, and he did not remember, nor know how many 100 years elapsed, he heard above his head sounds resembling the trampling of feet, groans, cries, and the gnashing of teeth. Beelzebub lifted his head and listened. That hell could be re-established after the victory of Jesus, Beelzebub could not believe. And yet the trampling, the groans, the cries and gnashing of teeth grew louder and louder. Beelzebub raised his body and doubled up his hairy legs with their overgrown hoofs. To his astonishment the fetters fell off of themselves, and flapping his liberated wings he gave that signal whistle by which in former times he gathered his servants and helpers around him. He had hardly time to draw breath, when from an opening overhead red flames glared, and a crowd of devils hustling each other rushed through the hole into the basement and seated themselves round Beelzebub like birds of prey round carrion. These devils were big and small, stout and thin, with long and with short tails, with horns pointed straight and crooked. One of them, naked, but for a cape thrown over his shoulders, of a shining black color, with a round hairless face, and with an enormous pendulous belly, sat on his heels in front of Beelzebub and turned up and down his fiery eyeballs, continuously smiling and regularly wagging his long thin tail from side to side. Chapter 3. "What does this noise signify?" said Beelzebub, pointing upwards. "What's going on there?" "Just the same as has always gone on," answered the shining devil in the cape. "But are there really any sinners now?" asked Beelzebub. "Many," answered the shining one. "But how about the teaching of him whom I do not wish to name?" asked Beelzebub. The devil in the cape grinned, disclosing his sharp teeth, while suppressed laughter was heard amongst all the devils. "This teaching does not hinder us. Men do not believe in it," said the devil in the cape. "But this teaching obviously saves them from us, and he sealed it by his death," said Beelzebub. "I have transformed it," said the devil in the cape, thumping his tail on the floor. "How have you transformed it?" "So that men do not believe in his teaching but in mine, which they call by his name." "How didst thou do this?" asked Beelzebub. "It was done of itself. I only helped." "Tell me about it quickly," said Beelzebub. The devil in the cape bent down his head and was silent a while, as if leisurely considering, then he said, "When that dreadful event happened, that hell was overthrown and our father and ruler departed from us," said he, "I went to those places where that very teaching which so nearly destroyed us was taught. I wished to see how those people lived who fulfilled it, and I saw that the people who lived according to this teaching were perfectly happy and quite out of our reach. They did not quarrel with each other, they did not give way to women's charms, and either they did not marry, or if they married they kept to one wife. They had no property, holding all as common, and they did not defend themselves against attacks, but repaid evil by good. Their life was so good that many were attracted to them more and more. When I saw this I thought that all was lost, and was just going to quit. But then occurred a circumstance, in itself insignificant, yet which appeared to me to deserve attention, and I remained. Amongst these people some regarded it as necessary that all should undergo circumcision, and that none should eat meat offered to idols. Whereas others were of opinion that these matters were not essential, and that one might abstain from circumcision and eat anything. So I began to instill into all their minds that this difference of opinion was very important, and that as the question concerned the service of God, neither side could possibly give way. They believed me, and the disputes became more obdurate. On both sides they began to be angry, and then I proceeded to instill into each of them that they might prove the truth of their teaching by miracles. Evident as it is that miracles cannot prove the truth of a teaching, yet they so desired to be in the right that they believed me, and I arranged miracles for them. It was not difficult to do this. They believed anything which supported their desire to prove that they only held the truth. Some said that tongues of fire descended upon them. Others said that they had seen the risen body of the Master himself, and much else. They kept inventing what had never taken place, and lied in the name of him who called us liars, worse than we do ourselves, and did not know it. One party said of the other, "Your miracles are not genuine, ours are genuine." Whereupon the other retorted, "No, yours are a fraud, ours are real." Matters were going on well, but as I was afraid they might discern the too evident trick, I invented the church. Once they believed in the church, I was at peace. I recognized that we were saved, and that hell was restored. 305. 3 questions. It once occurred to a certain king, that if he always knew the right time to begin everything, if he knew who were the right people to listen to, and whom to avoid, and, above all, if he always knew what was the most important thing to do, he would never fail in anything he might undertake. And this thought having occurred to him, he had it proclaimed throughout his kingdom that he would give a great reward to anyone who would teach him what was the right time for every action, and who were the most necessary people, and how he might know what was the most important thing to do. And learned men came to the king, but they all answered his questions differently. In reply to the first question, some said that to know the right time for every action, one must draw up in advance a table of days, months and years, and must live strictly according to it. Only thus, said they, could everything be done at its proper time. Others declared that it was impossible to decide beforehand the right time for every action, but that, not letting oneself be absorbed in idle pastimes, one should always attend to all that was going on, and then do what was most needful. Others, again, said that however attentive the king might be to what was going on, it was impossible for one man to decide correctly the right time for every action, but that he should have a council of wise men, who would help him to fix the proper time for everything. But then again others said there were some things which could not wait to be laid before a council, but about which one had at once to decide whether to undertake them or not. But in order to decide that, one must know beforehand what was going to happen. It is only magicians who know that. And, therefore, in order to know the right time for every action, one must consult magicians. Equally various were the answers to the second question. Some said, the people the king most needed were his counselors, others, the priests, others, the doctors, while some said the warriors were the most necessary. To the third question, as to what was the most important occupation, some replied that the most important thing in the world was science. Others said it was skill in warfare. And others, again, that it was religious worship. All the answers being different, the king agreed with none of them, and gave the reward to none. But still wishing to find the right answers to his questions, he decided to consult a hermit, widely renowned for his wisdom. The hermit lived in a wood which he never quitted, and he received none but common folk. So the king put on simple clothes, and before reaching the hermit's cell dismounted from his horse, and, leaving his bodyguard behind, went on alone. When the king approached, the hermit was digging the ground in front of his hut. Seeing the king, he greeted him and went on digging. The hermit was frail and weak, and each time he stuck his spade into the ground and turned a little earth, he breathed heavily. The king went up to him and said, "I have come to you, wise hermit, to ask you to answer 3 questions. How can I learn to do the right thing at the right time? Who are the people I most need, and to whom should I, therefore, pay more attention than to the rest? And, what affairs are the most important, and need my first attention?" The hermit listened to the king, but answered nothing. He just spat on his hand and recommenced digging. "You are tired," said the king, "let me take the spade and work a while for you." "Thanks," said the hermit, and, giving the spade to the king, he sat down on the ground. When he had dug 2 beds, the king stopped and repeated his questions. The hermit again gave no answer, but rose, stretched out his hand for the spade, and said, "Now rest a while, and let me work a bit." But the king did not give him the spade, and continued to dig. 1 hour passed, and another. The sun began to sink behind the trees, and the king at last stuck the spade into the ground, and said, "I came to you, wise man, for an answer to my questions. If you can give me none, tell me so, and I will return home." "Here comes someone running," said the hermit, "let us see who it is." The king turned round, and saw a bearded man come running out of the wood. The man held his hands pressed against his stomach, and blood was flowing from under them. When he reached the king, he fell fainting on the ground moaning feebly. The king and the hermit unfastened the man's clothing. There was a large wound in his stomach. The king washed it as best he could, and bandaged it with his handkerchief and with a towel the hermit had. But the blood would not stop flowing, and the king again and again removed the bandage soaked with warm blood, and washed and rebandaged the wound. When at last the blood ceased flowing, the man revived and asked for something to drink. The king brought fresh water and gave it to him. Meanwhile the sun had set, and it had become cool. So the king, with the hermit's help, carried the wounded man into the hut and laid him on the bed. Lying on the bed the man closed his eyes and was quiet. But the king was so tired with his walk and with the work he had done, that he crouched down on the threshold, and also fell asleep, so soundly that he slept all through the short summer night. When he awoke in the morning, it was long before he could remember where he was, or who was the strange bearded man lying on the bed and gazing intently at him with shining eyes. "Forgive me," said the bearded man in a weak voice, when he saw that the king was awake and was looking at him. "I do not know you, and have nothing to forgive you for," said the king. "You do not know me, but I know you. I am that enemy of yours who swore to revenge himself on you, because you executed his brother and seized his property. I knew you had gone alone to see the hermit, and I resolved to kill you on your way back. But the day passed and you did not return. So I came out from my ambush to find you, and I came upon your bodyguard, and they recognized me, and wounded me. I escaped from them, but should have bled to death had you not dressed my wound. I wished to kill you, and you have saved my life. Now, if I live, and if you wish it, I will serve you as your most faithful slave, and will bid my sons do the same. Forgive me." The king was very glad to have made peace with his enemy so easily, and to have gained him for a friend, and he not only forgave him, but said he would send his servants and his own physician to attend him, and promised to restore his property. Having taken leave of the wounded man, the king went out into the porch and looked around for the hermit. Before going away he wished once more to beg an answer to the questions he had put. The hermit was outside, on his knees, sowing seeds in the beds that had been dug the day before. The king approached him, and said, "For the last time, I pray you to answer my questions, wise man." "You have already been answered," said the hermit still crouching on his thin legs, and looking up at the king, who stood before him. "How answered? What do you mean?" asked the king. "Do you not see?" replied the hermit. If you had not pitied my weakness yesterday, and had not dug those beds for me, but had gone your way, that man would have attacked you, and you would have repented of not having stayed with me. So the most important time was when you were digging the beds, and I was the most important man, and to do me good was your most important business. Afterwards, when that man ran to us, the most important time was when you were attending to him, for if you had not bound up his wounds he would have died without having made peace with you. So he was the most important man, and what you did for him was your most important business. Remember then, there is only one time that is important, now. It is the most important time because it is the only time when we have any power. The most necessary man is he with whom you are, for no man knows whether he will ever have dealings with anyone else, and the most important affair is, to do him good. Because for that purpose alone was man sent into this life. 1903. After the dance. And you say that a man cannot, of himself, understand what is good and evil, that it is all environment, that the environment swamps the man. But I believe it is all chance. Take my own case. Thus spoke our excellent friend, Ivan Vasílyevich. After a conversation between us on the impossibility of improving individual character without a change of the conditions under which men live. Nobody had actually said that one could not of oneself understand good and evil. But it was a habit of Ivan Vasílyevich to answer in this way the thoughts aroused in his own mind by conversation, and to illustrate those thoughts by relating incidents in his own life. He often quite forgot the reason for his story in telling it, but he always told it with great sincerity and feeling. He did so now. Take my own case. My whole life was molded, not by environment, but by something quite different. By what, then, we asked. Oh, that is a long story. I should have to tell you about a great many things to make you understand. Well, tell us then. Ivan Vasílyevich thought a little, and shook his head. My whole life, he said, was changed in one night, or, rather, morning. Why, what happened? One of us asked. What happened was that I was very much in love. I have been in love many times, but this was the most serious of all. It is a thing of the past, she has married daughters now. It was Varenka B. Ivan Vasílyevich mentioned her surname. Even at 50 she is remarkably handsome, but in her youth, at 18, she was exquisite, tall, slender, graceful, and stately. Yes, stately is the word. She held herself very erect, by instinct as it were, and carried her head high, and that together with her beauty and height gave her a queenly air in spite of being thin, even bony one might say. It might indeed have been deterring had it not been for her smile, which was always gay and cordial, and for the charming light in her eyes and for her youthful sweetness. What an entrancing description you give, Ivan Vasílyevich. Description, indeed. I could not possibly describe her so that you could appreciate her. But that does not matter. What I am going to tell you happened in the 40s. I was at that time a student in a provincial university. I don't know whether it was a good thing or no, but we had no political clubs, no theories in our universities then. We were simply young and spent our time as young men do, studying and amusing ourselves. I was a very gay, lively, careless fellow, and had plenty of money too. I had a fine horse, and used to go tobogganing with the young ladies. Skating had not yet come into fashion. I went to drinking parties with my comrades. In those days we drank nothing but champagne. If we had no champagne we drank nothing at all. We never drank vodka, as they do now. Evening parties and balls were my favorite amusements. I danced well, and was not an ugly fellow. Come, there is no need to be modest, interrupted a lady near him. We have seen your photograph. Not ugly, indeed. You were a handsome fellow. Handsome, if you like. That does not matter. When my love for her was at its strongest, on the last day of the carnival, I was at a ball at the provincial marshal's, a good-natured old man, rich and hospitable, and a court chamberlain. The guests were welcomed by his wife, who was as good-natured as himself. She was dressed in puce-colored velvet, and had a diamond diadem on her forehead, and her plump, old white shoulders and bosom were bare like the portraits of Empress Elizabeth, the daughter of Peter the Great. It was a delightful ball. It was a splendid room, with a gallery for the orchestra, which was famous at the time, and consisted of serfs belonging to a musical landowner. The refreshments were magnificent, and the champagne flowed in rivers. Though I was fond of champagne, I did not drink that night, because without it I was drunk with love. But I made up for it by dancing waltzes and polkas till I was ready to drop, of course, whenever possible, with Varenka. She wore a white dress with a pink sash, white shoes, and white kid gloves, which did not quite reach to her thin pointed elbows. A disgusting engineer named Anisimov robbed me of the mazurka with her. To this day I cannot forgive him. He asked her for the dance the minute she arrived, while I had driven to the hairdresser's to get a pair of gloves, and was late. So I did not dance the mazurka with her, but with a German girl to whom I had previously paid a little attention, but I am afraid I did not behave very politely to her that evening. I hardly spoke or looked at her, and saw nothing but the tall, slender figure in a white dress, with a pink sash, a flushed, beaming, dimpled face, and sweet, kind eyes. I was not alone. They were all looking at her with admiration, the men and women alike, although she outshone all of them. They could not help admiring her. Although I was not nominally her partner for the mazurka, I did as a matter of fact dance nearly the whole time with her. She always came forward boldly the whole length of the room to pick me out. I flew to meet her without waiting to be chosen, and she thanked me with a smile for my intuition. When I was brought up to her with somebody else, and she guessed wrongly, she took the other man's hand with a shrug of her slim shoulders, and smiled at me regretfully. Whenever there was a waltz figure in the mazurka, I waltzed with her for a long time, and breathing fast and smiling, she would say, "Encore." And I went on waltzing and waltzing, as though unconscious of any bodily existence. Come now, how could you be unconscious of it with your arm round her waist? You must have been conscious, not only of your own existence, but of hers, said one of the party. Ivan Vasilievich cried out, almost shouting in anger, there you are, moderns all over. Nowadays you think of nothing but the body. It was different in our day. The more I was in love the less corporeal was she in my eyes. Nowadays you think of nothing but the body. It was different in our day. The more I was in love the less corporeal was she in my eyes. Nowadays you set legs, ankles, and I don't know what. You undress the women you are in love with. In my eyes, as Alphonse Karr said, and he was a good writer, the one I loved was always draped in robes of bronze. We never thought of doing so. We tried to veil her nakedness, like Noah's good-natured son. Oh, well, you can't understand. Don't pay any attention to him. Go on, said one of them. Well, I danced for the most part with her, and did not notice how time was passing. The musicians kept playing the same mazurka tunes over and over again in desperate exhaustion. You know what it is towards the end of a ball. Papas and mammas were already getting up from the card tables in the drawing room in expectation of supper. The menservants were running to and fro bringing in things. It was nearly 3 o'clock. I had to make the most of the last minutes. I chose her again for the mazurka, and for the 100th time we danced across the room. The quadrille after supper is mine, I said, taking her to her place. Of course, if I am not carried off home, she said, with a smile. I won't give you up, I said. Give me my fan, anyhow, she answered. I am so sorry to part with it, I said, handing her a cheap white fan. Well, here's something to console you, she said, plucking a feather out of the fan, and giving it to me. I took the feather, and could only express my rapture and gratitude with my eyes. I was not only pleased and gay, I was happy, delighted, I was good, I was not myself but some being not of this earth, knowing nothing of evil. I hid the feather in my glove, and stood there unable to tear myself away from her. Look, they are urging father to dance, she said to me, pointing to the tall, stately figure of her father, a colonel with silver epaulets, who was standing in the doorway with some ladies. "Varenka, come here," exclaimed our hostess, the lady with the diamond ferroniere and with shoulders like Elizabeth, in a loud voice. Varenka went to the door, and I followed her. "Persuade your father to dance the mazurka with you, ma chère, do, please, Peter Valdislavich," she said, turning to the colonel. Varenka's father was a very handsome, well-preserved old man. He had a good color, mustaches curled in the style of Nicholas I, and white whiskers which met the mustaches. His hair was combed onto his forehead, and a bright smile, like his daughter's, was on his lips and in his eyes. He was splendidly set up, with a broad military chest, on which he wore some decorations, and he had powerful shoulders and long slim legs. He was that ultramilitary type produced by the discipline of Emperor Nicholas I. When we approached the door, the colonel was just refusing to dance, saying that he had quite forgotten how. But at that instant he smiled, swung his arm gracefully around to the left, drew his sword from its sheath, handed it to an obliging young man who stood near, and smoothed his suede glove on his right hand. "Everything must be done according to rule," he said with a smile. He took the hand of his daughter, and stood 1/4 turned, waiting for the music. At the first sound of the mazurka, he stamped one foot smartly, threw the other forward, and, at first slowly and smoothly, then buoyantly and impetuously. With stamping of feet and clicking of boots, his tall, imposing figure moved the length of the room. Varenka swayed gracefully beside him, rhythmically and easily, making her steps short or long, with her little feet in their white satin slippers. All the people in the room followed every movement of the couple. As for me, I not only admired, I regarded them with enraptured sympathy. I was particularly impressed with the old gentleman's boots. They were not the modern pointed affairs, but were made of cheap leather, square-toed, and evidently built by the regimental cobbler. In order that his daughter might dress and go out in society, he did not buy fashionable boots, but wore homemade ones, I thought, and his square toes seemed to me most touching. It was obvious that in his time he had been a good dancer, but now he was too heavy, and his legs had not spring enough for all the beautiful steps he tried to take. Still, he contrived to go twice round the room. When at the end, standing with legs apart, he suddenly clicked his feet together and fell on one knee, a bit heavily, and she danced gracefully around him, smiling and adjusting her skirt. The whole room applauded. Rising with an effort, he tenderly took his daughter's face between his hands. He kissed her on the forehead, and brought her to me, under the impression that I was her partner for the mazurka. I said I was not. "Well, never mind, just go around the room once with her," he said, smiling kindly, as he replaced his sword in the sheath. As the contents of a bottle flow readily when the first drop has been poured, so my love for Varenka seemed to set free the whole force of loving within me. In surrounding her it embraced the world. I loved the hostess with her diadem and her shoulders like Elizabeth, and her husband and her guests and her footmen, and even the engineer Anisimov who felt peevish towards me. As for Varenka's father, with his homemade boots and his kind smile, so like her own, I felt a sort of tenderness for him that was almost rapture. After supper I danced the promised quadrille with her, and though I had been infinitely happy before, I grew still happier every moment. We did not speak of love. I neither asked myself nor her whether she loved me. It was quite enough to know that I loved her. And I had only one fear, that something might come to interfere with my great joy. When I went home, and began to undress for the night, I found it quite out of the question. I held the little feather out of her fan in my hand, and one of her gloves which she gave me when I helped her into the carriage after her mother. Looking at these things, and without closing my eyes, I could see her before me as she was for an instant when she had to choose between two partners. She tried to guess what kind of person was represented in me, and I could hear her sweet voice as she said, "Pride, am I right?" and merrily gave me her hand. At supper she took the first sip from my glass of champagne, looking at me over the rim with her caressing glance. But, plainest of all, I could see her as she danced with her father, gliding along beside him, and looking at the admiring observers with pride and happiness. He and she were united in my mind in one rush of pathetic tenderness. I was living then with my brother, who has since died. He disliked going out, and never went to dances. And besides, he was busy preparing for his last university examinations, and was leading a very regular life. He was asleep. I looked at him, his head buried in the pillow and half covered with the quilt, and I affectionately pitied him for his ignorance of the bliss I was experiencing. Our serf Petrusha had met me with a candle, ready to undress me, but I sent him away. His sleepy face and tousled hair seemed to me so touching. Trying not to make a noise, I went to my room on tiptoe and sat down on my bed. No, I was too happy, I could not sleep. Besides, it was too hot in the rooms. Without taking off my uniform, I went quietly into the hall, put on my overcoat, opened the front door and stepped out into the street. It was after 4 when I had left the ball. Going home and stopping there a while had occupied 2 hours, so by the time I went out it was dawn. It was regular carnival weather, foggy, and the road full of water-soaked snow just melting, and water dripping from the eaves. Varenka's family lived on the edge of town near a large field, one end of which was a parade ground, at the other end was a boarding school for young ladies. I passed through our empty little street and came to the main thoroughfare, where I met pedestrians and sledges laden with wood, the runners grading the road. The horses swung with regular paces beneath their shining yokes, their backs covered with straw mats and their heads wet with rain. While the drivers, in enormous boots, splashed through the mud beside the sledges. All this, the very horses themselves, seemed to me stimulating and fascinating, full of suggestion. When I approached the field near their house, I saw at one end of it, in the direction of the parade ground, something very huge and black, and I heard sounds of fife and drum proceeding from it. My heart had been full of song, and I had heard in imagination the tune of the mazurka, but this was very harsh music. It was not pleasant. What can that be? I thought, and went towards the sound by a slippery path through the center of the field. Walking about 100 paces, I began to distinguish many black objects through the mist. They were evidently soldiers. It is probably a drill, I thought. So I went along in that direction in company with a blacksmith, who wore a dirty coat and an apron, and was carrying something. He walked ahead of me as we approached the place. The soldiers in black uniforms stood in 2 rows, facing each other motionless, their guns at rest. Behind them stood the fifes and drums, incessantly repeating the same unpleasant tune. What are they doing? I asked the blacksmith, who halted at my side. A Tartar is being beaten through the ranks for his attempt to desert, said the blacksmith in an angry tone, as he looked intently at the far end of the line. I looked in the same direction, and saw between the files something horrid approaching me. The thing that approached was a man, stripped to the waist, fastened with cords to the guns of 2 soldiers who were leading him. At his side an officer in overcoat and cap was walking, whose figure had a familiar look. The victim advanced under the blows that rained upon him from both sides, his whole body plunging, his feet dragging through the snow. Now he threw himself backward, and the subalterns who led him thrust him forward. Now he fell forward, and they pulled him up short. While ever at his side marched the tall officer, with firm and nervous pace. It was Varenka's father, with his rosy face and white mustache. At each stroke the man, as if amazed, turned his face, grimacing with pain, towards the side whence the blow came, and showing his white teeth repeated the same words over and over. But I could only hear what the words were when he came quite near. He did not speak them, he sobbed them out. "Brothers, have mercy on me. Brothers, have mercy on me." But the brothers had no mercy, and when the procession came close to me, I saw how a soldier who stood opposite me took a firm step forward and lifting his stick with a whir, brought it down upon the man's back. The man plunged forward, but the subalterns pulled him back, and another blow came down from the other side, then from this side and then from the other. The colonel marched beside him, and looking now at his feet and now at the man, inhaled the air, puffed out his cheeks, and breathed it out between his protruded lips. When they passed the place where I stood, I caught a glimpse between the two files of the back of the man that was being punished. It was something so many-colored, wet, red, unnatural, that I could hardly believe it was a human body. "My God," muttered the blacksmith. The procession moved farther away. The blows continued to rain upon the writhing, falling creature, the fifes shrilled and the drums beat, and the tall imposing figure of the colonel moved alongside the man, just as before. Then, suddenly, the colonel stopped, and rapidly approached a man in the ranks. "I'll teach you to hit him gently," I heard his furious voice say. "Will you pat him like that? Will you?" And I saw how his strong hand in the suede glove struck the weak, bloodless, terrified soldier for not bringing down his stick with sufficient strength on the red neck of the Tartar. "Bring new sticks," he cried, and looking round, he saw me. Assuming an air of not knowing me, and with a ferocious, angry frown, he hastily turned away. I felt so utterly ashamed that I didn't know where to look. It was as if I had been detected in a disgraceful act. I dropped my eyes, and quickly hurried home. All the way I had the drums beating and the fifes whistling in my ears. And I heard the words, "Brothers, have mercy on me," or, "Will you pat him? Will you?" My heart was full of physical disgust that was almost sickness. So much so that I halted several times on my way, for I had the feeling that I was going to be really sick from all the horrors that possessed me at that sight. I do not remember how I got home and got to bed. But the moment I was about to fall asleep I heard and saw again all that had happened, and I sprang up. Evidently he knows something I do not know, I thought about the colonel. If I knew what he knows I should certainly grasp, understand, what I have just seen, and it would not cause me such suffering. But however much I thought about it, I could not understand the thing that the colonel knew. It was evening before I could get to sleep, and then only after calling on a friend and drinking till I was quite drunk. Do you think I had come to the conclusion that the deed I had witnessed was wicked? Oh, no. Since it was done with such assurance, and was recognized by everyone as indispensable, they doubtless knew something which I did not know. So I thought, and tried to understand. But no matter, I could never understand it, then or afterwards. And not being able to grasp it, I could not enter the service as I had intended. I don't mean only the military service, I did not enter the civil service either. And so I have been of no use whatever, as you can see. "Yes, we know how useless you've been," said one of us. "Tell us, rather, how many people would be of any use at all if it hadn't been for you." "Oh, that's utter nonsense," said Ivan Vasilievich, with genuine annoyance. "Well. And what about the love affair?" "My love? It decreased from that day. When, as often happened, she looked dreamy and meditative, I instantly recollected the colonel on the parade ground, and I felt so awkward and uncomfortable that I began to see her less frequently. So my love came to naught. Yes, such chances arise, and they alter and direct a man's whole life," he said in summing up. "And you say?" Esarhaddon, king of Assyria 306. The Assyrian king, Esarhaddon, had conquered the kingdom of King Lai, had destroyed and burnt the towns, taken all the inhabitants captive to his own country. Slaughtered the warriors, beheaded some chieftains and impaled or flayed others, and had confined King Lai himself in a cage. As he lay on his bed one night, King Esarhaddon was thinking how he should execute Lai, when suddenly he heard a rustling near his bed. And opening his eyes saw an old man with a long grey beard and mild eyes. "You wish to execute Lai?" asked the old man. "Yes," answered the king. "But I cannot make up my mind how to do it." "But you are Lai," said the old man. "That's not true," replied the king. "Lai is Lai, and I am I." "You and Lai are one," said the old man. "You only imagine you are not Lai, and that Lai is not you." "What do you mean by that?" said the king. Here am I, lying on a soft bed, around me are obedient men slaves and women slaves, and tomorrow I shall feast with my friends as I did today. Whereas Lai is sitting like a bird in a cage, and tomorrow he will be impaled, and with his tongue hanging out will struggle till he dies, and his body will be torn in pieces by dogs. You cannot destroy his life, said the old man. And how about the 14,000 warriors I killed, with whose bodies I built a mound, said the king. I am alive, but they no longer exist. Does not that prove that I can destroy life? How do you know they no longer exist? Because I no longer see them. And, above all, they were tormented, but I was not. It was ill for them, but well for me. That, also, only seems so to you. You tortured yourself, but not them. I do not understand, said the king. Do you wish to understand? Yes, I do. Then come here, said the old man, pointing to a large font full of water. The king rose and approached the font. Strip, and enter the font. Esarhaddon did as the old man bade him. As soon as I begin to pour this water over you, said the old man, filling a pitcher with the water, dip down your head. The old man tilted the pitcher over the king's head, and the king bent his head till it was under water. And as soon as King Esarhaddon was under the water, he felt that he was no longer Esarhaddon, but someone else. And, feeling himself to be that other man, he saw himself lying on a rich bed, beside a beautiful woman. He had never seen her before, but he knew she was his wife. The woman raised herself and said to him, Dear husband, Lai. You were wearied by yesterday's work and have slept longer than usual, and I have guarded your rest, and have not roused you. But now the princes await you in the great hall. Dress and go out to them. And Esarhaddon, understanding from these words that he was Lai, and not feeling at all surprised at this, but only wondering that he did not know it before, rose, dressed, and went into the great hall where the princes awaited him. The princes greeted Lai, their king, bowing to the ground, and then they rose, and at his word sat down before him. And the eldest of the princes began to speak, saying that it was impossible longer to endure the insults of the wicked King Esarhaddon, and that they must make war on him. But Lai disagreed, and gave orders that envoys shall be sent to remonstrate with King Esarhaddon, and he dismissed the princes from the audience. Afterwards he appointed men of note to act as ambassadors, and impressed on them what they were to say to King Esarhaddon. Having finished this business, Esarhaddon, feeling himself to be Lai, rode out to hunt wild asses. The hunt was successful. He killed 2 wild asses himself, and, having returned home, feasted with his friends, and witnessed a dance of slave girls. The next day he went to the court, where he was awaited by petitioners, suitors, and prisoners brought for trial, and there as usual he decided the cases submitted to him. Having finished this business, he again rode out to his favorite amusement, the hunt. And again he was successful, this time killing with his own hand an old lioness, and capturing her 2 cubs. After the hunt he again feasted with his friends, and was entertained with music and dances, and the night he spent with the wife whom he loved. So, dividing his time between kingly duties and pleasures, he lived for days and weeks, awaiting the return of the ambassadors he had sent to that King Esarhaddon who used to be himself. Not till a month had passed did the ambassadors return, and they returned with their noses and ears cut off. King Esarhaddon had ordered them to tell Lai that what had been done to them, the ambassadors, would be done to King Lai himself also, unless he sent immediately a tribute of silver, gold, and cypress wood, and came himself to pay homage to King Esarhaddon. Lai, formerly Esarhaddon, again assembled the princes, and took counsel with them as to what he should do. They all with one accord said that war must be made against Esarhaddon, without waiting for him to attack them. The king agreed, and taking his place at the head of the army, started on the campaign. The campaign lasts 7 days. Each day the king rode round the army to rouse the courage of his warriors. On the 8th day his army met that of Esarhaddon in a broad valley through which a river flowed. Laila's army fought bravely, but Lai, formerly Esarhaddon, saw the enemy swarming down from the mountains like ants, overrunning the valley and overwhelming his army. And, in his chariot, he flung himself into the midst of the battle, hewing and felling the enemy. But the warriors of Lai were but as hundreds, while those of Esarhaddon were as thousands. And Lai felt himself wounded and taken prisoner. 9 days he journeyed with other captives, bound, and guarded by the warriors of Esarhaddon. On the 10th day he reached Nineveh, and was placed in a cage. Lai suffered not so much from hunger and from his wound as from shame and impotent rage. He felt how powerless he was to avenge himself on his enemy for all he was suffering. All he could do was to deprive his enemies of the pleasure of seeing his sufferings. And he firmly resolved to endure courageously, without a murmur, all they could do to him. For 20 days he sat in his cage, awaiting execution. He saw his relatives and friends led out to death. He heard the groans of those who were executed. Some had their hands and feet cut off, others were flayed alive, but he showed neither disquietude, nor pity, nor fear. He saw the wife he loved, bound, and led by 2 black eunuchs. He knew she was being taken as a slave to Esarhaddon. That, too, he bore without a murmur. But one of the guards placed to watch him said, "I pity you, Lai, you were a king, but what are you now?" And hearing these words, Lai remembered all he had lost. He clutched the bars of his cage, and, wishing to kill himself, beat his head against them. But he had not the strength to do so, and, groaning in despair, he fell upon the floor of his cage. At last 2 executioners opened his cage door, and having strapped his arms tight behind him, led him to the place of execution, which was soaked with blood. Lai saw a sharp stake dripping with blood, from which the corpse of one of his friends had just been torn. And he understood that this had been done that the stake might serve for his own execution. They stripped Lai of his clothes. He was startled at the leanness of his once strong, handsome body. The 2 executioners seized that body by its lean thighs. They lifted him up and were about to let him fall upon the stake. "This is death, destruction," thought Lai, and, forgetful of his resolve to remain bravely calm to the end, he sobbed and prayed for mercy. But no one listened to him. "But this cannot be," thought he. "Surely I am asleep. It is a dream." And he made an effort to rouse himself, and did indeed awake, to find himself neither Esarhaddon nor Lai, but some kind of an animal. He was astonished that he was an animal, and astonished, also, at not having known this before. He was grazing in a valley, tearing the tender grass with his teeth, and brushing away flies with his long tail. Around him was frolicking a long-legged, dark gray ass colt, striped down its back. Kicking up its hind legs, the colt galloped full speed to Esarhaddon, and poking him under the stomach with its smooth little muzzle, searched for the teat, and, finding it, quieted down, swallowing regularly. Esarhaddon understood that he was a she-ass, the colt's mother, and this neither surprised nor grieved him, but rather gave him pleasure. He experienced a glad feeling of simultaneous life in himself and in his offspring. But suddenly something flew near with a whistling sound and hit him in the side, and with its sharp point entered his skin and flesh. Feeling a burning pain, Esarhaddon, who was at the same time the ass, tore the udder from the colt's teeth, and laying back his ears galloped to the herd from which he had strayed. The colt kept up with him, galloping by his side. They had already nearly reached the herd, which had started off, when another arrow in full flight struck the colt's neck. It pierced the skin and quivered in its flesh. The colt sobbed piteously and fell upon its knees. Esarhaddon could not abandon it, and remained standing over it. The colt rose, tottered on its long, thin legs, and again fell. A fearful 2-legged being, a man, ran up and cut its throat. "This cannot be, it is still a dream," thought Esarhaddon, and made a last effort to awake. "Surely I am not Lai, nor the ass, but Esarhaddon." He cried out, and at the same instant lifted his head out of the font. The old man was standing by him, pouring over his head the last drops from the pitcher. "Oh, how terribly I have suffered!" "And for how long?" said Esarhaddon. "Long?" replied the old man, "you have only dipped your head under water and lifted it again. See, the water is not yet all out of the pitcher. Do you now understand?" Esarhaddon did not reply, but only looked at the old man with terror. "Do you now understand," continued the old man, "that Lili is you, and the warriors you put to death were you also? And not the warriors only, but the animals which you slew when hunting and ate at your feasts, were also you. You thought life dwelt in you alone, but I have drawn aside the veil of delusion, and have let you see that by doing evil to others you have done it to yourself also. Life is one in them all, and yours is but a portion of this same common life. And only in that one part of life that is yours, can you make life better or worse, increasing or decreasing it. You can only improve life in yourself by destroying the barriers that divide your life from that of others, and by considering others as yourself, and loving them. By so doing you increase your share of life. You injure your life when you think of it as the only life, and try to add to its welfare at the expense of other lives. By so doing you only lessen it. To destroy the life that dwells in others is beyond your power. The life of those you have slain has vanished from your eyes, but is not destroyed. You thought to lengthen your own life and to shorten theirs, but you cannot do this. Life knows neither time nor space. The life of a moment, and the life of 1,000 years, your life, and the life of all the visible and invisible beings in the world, are equal. To destroy life, or to alter it, is impossible. For life is the one thing that exists. All else, but seems to us to be. Having said this, the old man vanished. Next morning King Esarhaddon gave orders that Lili and all the prisoners should be set at liberty, and that the executions should cease. On the third day he called his son Assurbanipal, and gave the kingdom over into his hands, and he himself went into the desert to think over all he had learnt. Afterwards he went about as a wanderer through the towns and villages, preaching to the people that all life is one, and that when men wish to harm others, they really do evil to themselves. 1903. Work, Death, and Sickness. A legend. This is a legend current among the South American Indians. God, say they, at first made men so that they had no need to work, they needed neither houses, nor clothes, nor food, and they all lived till they were 100, and did not know what illness was. When, after some time, God looked to see how people were living, he saw that instead of being happy in their life, they had quarreled with one another, and, each caring for himself, had brought matters to such a pass that far from enjoying life, they cursed it. Then God said to himself, "This comes of their living separately, each for himself." And to change this state of things, God so arranged matters that it became impossible for people to live without working. To avoid suffering from cold and hunger, they were now obliged to build dwellings, and to dig the ground, and to grow and gather fruits and grain. Work will bring them together, thought God. They cannot make their tools, prepare and transport their timber, build their houses, sow and gather their harvests, spin and weave, and make their clothes, each one alone by himself. It will make them understand that the more heartily they work together, the more they will have and the better they will live, and this will unite them. Time passed on, and again God came to see how men were living, and whether they were now happy. But he found them living worse than before. They worked together, that they could not help doing, but not all together, being broken up into little groups. And each group tried to snatch work from other groups, and they hindered one another, wasting time and strength in their struggles, so that things went ill with them all. Having seen that this, too, was not well, God decided so as to arrange things that man should not know the time of his death, but might die at any moment, and he announced this to them. Knowing that each of them may die at any moment, thought God, they will not, by grasping at gains that may last so short a time, spoil the hours of life allotted to them. But it turned out otherwise. When God returned to see how people were living, he saw that their life was as bad as ever. Those who were strongest, availing themselves of the fact that men might die at any time, subdued those who were weaker, killing some and threatening others with death. And it came about that the strongest and their descendants did no work, and suffered from the weariness of idleness, while those who were weaker had to work beyond their strength, and suffered from lack of rest. Each set of men feared and hated the other. And the life of man became yet more unhappy. Having seen all this, God, to mend matters, decided to make use of one last means. He sent all kinds of sickness among men. God thought that when all men were exposed to sickness they would understand that those who are well should have pity on those who are sick, and should help them, that when they themselves fall ill, those who are well might in turn help them. And again God went away, but when he came back to see how men lived now that they were subject to sicknesses, he saw that their life was worse even than before. The very sickness that in God's purpose should have united men, had divided them more than ever. Those men who were strong enough to make others work, forced them also to wait on them in times of sickness, but they did not, in their turn, look after others who were ill. And those who were forced to work for others and to look after them when sick, were so worn with work that they had no time to look after their own sick, but left them without attendance. That the sight of sick folk might not disturb the pleasures of the wealthy, houses were arranged in which these poor people suffered and died, far from those whose sympathy might have cheered them. And in the arms of hired people who nursed them without compassion, or even with disgust. Moreover, people considered many of the illnesses infectious, and, fearing to catch them, not only avoided the sick, but even separated themselves from those who attended the sick. Then God said to himself, if even this means will not bring men to understand wherein their happiness lies, let them be taught by suffering. And God left men to themselves. And, left to themselves, men lived long before they understood that they all ought to, and might be, happy. Only in the very latest times have a few of them begun to understand that work ought not to be a bugbear to some and like galley slavery for others, but should be a common and happy occupation, uniting all men. They have begun to understand that with death constantly threatening each of us, the only reasonable business of every man is to spend the years, months, hours, and minutes allotted him, in unity and love. They have begun to understand that sickness, far from dividing men, should, on the contrary, give opportunity for loving union with one another. 1903. Alyosha the Pot. Alyosha was the younger brother. He was called the Pot, because his mother had once sent him with a pot of milk to the deacon's wife, and he had stumbled against something and broken it. His mother had beaten him, and the children had teased him. Since then he was nicknamed the Pot. Alyosha was a tiny, thin little fellow, with ears like wings, and a huge nose. Alyosha has a nose that looks like a dog on a hill, the children used to call after him. Alyosha went to the village school, but was not good at lessons. Besides, there was so little time to learn. His elder brother was in town, working for a merchant, so Alyosha had to help his father from a very early age. When he was no more than 6 he used to go out with the girls to watch the cows and sheep in the pasture, and a little later he looked after the horses by day and by night. And at 12 years of age he had already begun to plow and to drive the cart. The skill was there though the strength was not. He was always cheerful. Whenever the children made fun of him, he would either laugh or be silent. When his father scolded him he would stand mute and listen attentively, and as soon as the scolding was over would smile and go on with his work. Alyosha was 19 when his brother was taken as a soldier. So his father placed him with the merchant as a yard porter. He was given his brother's old boots, his father's old coat and cap, and was taken to town. Alyosha was delighted with his clothes, but the merchant was not impressed by his appearance. "I thought you would bring me a man in Simeon's place," he said, scanning Alyosha, "and you've brought me this. What's the good of him? He can do everything, look after horses and drive. He's a good one to work. He looks rather thin, but he's tough enough. And he's very willing. He looks it. All right, we'll see what we can do with him." So Alyosha remained at the merchant's. The family was not a large one. It consisted of the merchant's wife, her old mother, a married son poorly educated who was in his father's business, another son, a learned one who had finished school and entered the university, but having been expelled, was living at home, and a daughter who still went to school. They did not take to Alyosha at first. He was uncouth, badly dressed, and had no manner, but they soon got used to him. Alyosha worked even better than his brother had done. He was really very willing. They sent him on all sorts of errands, but he did everything quickly and readily, going from one task to another without stopping. And so here, just as at home, all the work was put upon his shoulders. The more he did, the more he was given to do. His mistress, her old mother, the son, the daughter, the clerk, and the cook, all ordered him about, and sent him from one place to another. Alyosha, do this. Alyosha, do that. What? Have you forgotten, Alyosha? Mind you don't forget, Alyosha, was heard from morning till night. And Alyosha ran here, looked after this and that, forgot nothing, found time for everything, and was always cheerful. His brother's old boots were soon worn out, and his master scolded him for going about in tatters with his toes sticking out. He ordered another pair to be bought for him in the market. Alyosha was delighted with his new boots, but was angry with his feet when they ached at the end of the day after so much running about. And then he was afraid that his father would be annoyed when he came to town for his wages, to find that his master had deducted the cost of the boots. In the winter Alyosha used to get up before daybreak. He would chop the wood, sweep the yard, feed the cows and horses, light the stoves, clean the boots, prepare the samovars and polish them afterwards, or the clerk would get him to bring up the goods. Or the cook would set him to knead the bread and clean the saucepans. Then he was sent to town on various errands, to bring the daughter home from school, or to get some olive oil for the old mother. "Why the devil have you been so long?" first one, then another, would say to him. Why should they go? Alyosha can go. Alyosha. Alyosha. And Alyosha ran here and there. He breakfasted in snatches while he was working, and rarely managed to get his dinner at the proper hour. The cook used to scold him for being late, but she was sorry for him all the same, and would keep something hot for his dinner and supper. At holiday times there was more work than ever, but Alyosha liked holidays because everybody gave him a tip. Not much certainly, but it would amount up to about 60 kopecks 307, his very own money. For Alyosha never set eyes on his wages. His father used to come and take them from the merchant, and only scold Alyosha for wearing out his boots. When he had saved up 2 rubles 308 by the advice of the cook, he bought himself a red knitted jacket, and was so happy when he put it on, that he couldn't close his mouth for joy. Alyosha was not talkative. When he spoke at all, he spoke abruptly, with his head turned away. When told to do anything, or asked if he could do it, he would say yes without the smallest hesitation, and set to work at once. Alyosha did not know any prayer, and had forgotten what his mother had taught him. But he prayed just the same, every morning and every evening, prayed with his hands, crossing himself. He lived like this for about 1.5 years, and towards the end of the 2nd year a most startling thing happened to him. He discovered one day, to his great surprise, that, in addition to the relation of usefulness existing between people, there was also another, a peculiar relation of quite a different character. Instead of a man being wanted to clean boots, and go on errands and harness horses, he is not wanted to be of any service at all, but another human being wants to serve him and pet him. Suddenly Alyosha felt he was such a man. He made this discovery through the cook Ustinia. She was young, had no parents, and worked as hard as Alyosha. He felt for the first time in his life that he, not his services, but he himself, was necessary to another human being. When his mother used to be sorry for him, he had taken no notice of her. It had seemed to him quite natural, as though he were feeling sorry for himself. But here was Ustinia, a perfect stranger, and sorry for him. She would save him some hot porridge, and sit watching him, her chin propped on her bare arm, with the sleeve rolled up, while he was eating it. When he looked at her she would begin to laugh, and he would laugh too. This was such a new, strange thing to him that it frightened Alyosha. He feared that it might interfere with his work. But he was pleased, nevertheless, and when he glanced at the trousers that Ustinia had mended for him, he would shake his head and smile. He would often think of her while at work, or when running on errands. "A fine girl, Ustinia," he sometimes exclaimed. Ustinia used to help him whenever she could, and he helped her. She told him all about her life, how she had lost her parents, how her aunt had taken her in and found a place for her in the town. How the merchant's son had tried to take liberties with her, and how she had rebuffed him. She liked to talk, and Alyosha liked to listen to her. He had heard that peasants who came up to work in the towns frequently got married to servant girls. On one occasion she asked him if his parents intended marrying him soon. He said that he did not know, that he did not want to marry any of the village girls. "Have you taken a fancy to someone, then? I would marry you, if you'd be willing." "Get along with you, Alyosha the Pot, but you found your tongue, haven't you?" she exclaimed, slapping him on the back with a towel she held in her hand. "Why shouldn't I?" At Shrovetide Alyosha's father came to town for his wages. It had come to the ears of the merchant's wife that Alyosha wanted to marry Ustinia, and she disapproved of it. "What will be the use of her with a baby?" she thought, and informed her husband. The merchant gave the old man Alyosha's wages. "How is my lad getting on?" he asked. "I told you he was willing." "That's all right, as far as it goes, but he's taken some sort of nonsense into his head. He wants to marry our cook. Now I don't approve of married servants. We won't have them in the house." "Well, now, who would have thought the fool would think of such a thing?" the old man exclaimed. "But don't you worry. I'll soon settle that." He went into the kitchen, and sat down at the table waiting for his son. Alyosha was out on an errand, and came back breathless. "I thought you had some sense in you. But what's this you've taken into your head?" his father began. Nothing." "How, nothing? They tell me you want to get married." "You shall get married when the time comes. I'll find you a decent wife, not some town hussy." His father talked and talked, while Alyosha stood still and sighed. When his father had quite finished, Alyosha smiled. "All right. I'll drop it. Now that's what I call sense." When he was left alone with Ustinia he told her what his father had said. She had listened at the door. "It's no good, it can't come off. Did you hear? He was angry, won't have it at any price." Ustinia cried into her apron. Alyosha shook his head. "What's to be done? We must do as we're told." "Well, are you going to give up that nonsense, as your father told you?" his mistress asked, as he was putting up the shutters in the evening. "To be sure we are," Alyosha replied with a smile, and then burst into tears. From that day Alyosha went about his work as usual, and no longer talked to Ustinia about their getting married. One day in Lent the clerk told him to clear the snow from the roof. Alyosha climbed onto the roof and swept away all the snow. And, while he was still raking out some frozen lumps from the gutter, his foot slipped and he fell over. Unfortunately he did not fall on the snow, but on a piece of iron over the door. Ustinia came running up, together with the merchant's daughter. "Have you hurt yourself, Alyosha?" "Ah. No, it's nothing." But he could not raise himself when he tried to, and began to smile. He was taken into the lodge. The doctor arrived, examined him, and asked where he felt the pain. "I feel it all over," he said. "But it doesn't matter. I'm only afraid master will be annoyed. Father ought to be told." Alyosha lay in bed for 2 days, and on the 3rd day they sent for the priest. "Are you really going to die?" Ustinia asked. "Of course I am. You can't go on living forever. You must go when the time comes. Alyosha spoke rapidly as usual. Thank you, Ustinia. You've been very good to me. What a lucky thing they didn't let us marry. Where should we have been now? It's much better as it is. When the priest came, he prayed with his bands and with his heart. As it is good here when you obey and do no harm to others, so it will be there, was the thought within it. He spoke very little. He only said he was thirsty, and he seemed full of wonder at something. He lay in wonderment, then stretched himself, and died. The posthumous papers of the hermit, Fedor Kusmich. There were strange tales about the old hermit, Fedor Kusmich, who appeared in Siberia in the year 1836. And lived there in various places during the space of 27 years. Even before he died it used to be said of him that he concealed his identity, that he was no other than the Emperor Alexander I. But after his death these tales spread and came to be more firmly believed. That he positively was Alexander I was considered a fact not only among the commoner people, but also in the highest circles, and even in the royal family in Alexander III's lifetime. It was also believed by the learned historian, Schilder, who wrote a history of his reign. The incidents which gave rise to these rumors were, firstly, that the emperor died quite suddenly without any serious illness. Secondly, that it happened away from everybody in the obscure town of Wagenrog. Thirdly, it was declared by those who had chanced to see him in his coffin that he had changed to such an extent as to be hardly recognizable, and was in consequence kept covered and not shown to anyone. Fourthly, he was known to have both said and written a great many times, especially in his later years, that he desired nothing better than to give up his throne and retire from the world. A fifth circumstance, about which very little is known, is the fact that in the official record describing his body, it was stated that the whole of his back was covered with black and blue marks. A thing hardly credible on the emperor's delicate skin. The reasons why Kusmich in particular was believed to be the emperor in hiding, were first of all, that in height, build, and appearance he was so much like the monarch. Everybody, even the palace servants, who had seen Alexander I and his portraits, was struck by the great resemblance between him and the old man, both in regard to age and the characteristic stoop. Secondly, although Kusmich passed as a nameless tramp, he was nevertheless familiar with foreign languages. And in his bearing there was a certain majestic courtesy betokening a man accustomed to the highest position. Thirdly, he never revealed his identity to anyone, but from certain expressions that escaped him unawares, it could plainly be seen that he was a man who had once ranked high above others. Fourthly, he had destroyed all his papers, of which but one page remained, bearing a mysterious sign and the initials P. Lastly, in spite of his great piety, the old man never went to confession. When the bishop, during his visit, tried to induce him to fulfill this duty which was enjoined by the church, Kusmich said, "If I refrain from telling the truth about myself in confession, I should astonish all in heaven. If I disclosed who I was, I should astonish all on earth." All these doubts and conjectures were cleared up by the discovery of the old man's diary, which begins as follows. Chapter 1. God bless my dearest friend, Ivan Grigorievich, for this delightful retreat. I am not worthy of his kindness, nor of God's mercy. Here I am at peace. There are less people to disturb me, and I am left alone with the recollections of my past wickedness and with my Maker. I will take advantage of this solitude to relate the whole story of my life. It may prove a warning to others. For 47 years I lived amidst the most terrible temptations, and not only made no attempt to resist them, but abandoned myself to them. I sinned and made others sin. At last the Lord had mercy on me. The loathsomeness of my life was revealed to me in all its horrors, and he delivered me from evil, if not wholly, at any rate from active participation in it. What inner anguish I went through, and what took place in my soul when I realized my transgressions and felt the need of atonement, not merely by faith but by deeds and by suffering, I will relate in due course. I will now describe the way in which I escaped from my position, leaving in my place the corpse of a soldier, who had been tortured to death in my name. And then proceed to relate my whole story from the very beginning. It happened like this. In Wagenrog I continued the same life of dissipation I had been leading for the past 24 years. I am the greatest of all criminals. I murdered my own father. I caused the death of hundreds of thousands of men in wars of my making. I am a base libertine, a mean wretch, who believed in other people's flatteries, and who considered myself the savior of Europe, a benefactor of mankind, a model of perfection, unhero hazard. As I once said to Madame Stahl. But in spite of it all, the Lord in his mercy did not quite forsake me, and the ever-watchful voice of conscience gave me no rest. It seemed to me that everything and everybody were wrong. I only was right, and everyone failed to see it. I turned to God. At first, with Fodi's help, I prayed to the God of the Orthodox Church, then I turned to the Catholic. Then to the Protestant with Parrot, then to the God of the mystics with Krudner, but I only prayed that others might see and be filled with admiration of me. I used to despise everybody, yet the opinion of the very people I despised was the one thing of importance to me, the only thing for which I lived, and which guided all my actions. It was terrible to be left alone. Still more terrible to be alone with her, with my wife. Consumptive, narrow-minded, deceitful, capricious, spiteful, hypocritical, she did more to poison my life than anything else. Nous étions senses to spend our new lune de miel, a very hell clothed in decent garb, too horrible to think of. I felt particularly wretched on one occasion. I had received a letter from Araksheev the night before, in which he informed me about the assassination of his mistress, and spoke of his utter grief and despair. Strange to say, in spite of his constant subtle flattery, I liked him. It was not altogether flattery, perhaps, but a real dog-like devotion, which began even in my father's time, when we both took the oath of allegiance to him unknown to my grandmother. This devotion of his made me love him, if I loved any man at that time, although the word love can hardly be used in connection with such a monster. What drew me to him particularly was the fact that not only had he no hand in my father's death, as so many others had who became hateful to me afterwards as accomplices in my crime, but he had been devoted alike to him and to me. However, of this later. Strange to say, the murder of the beautiful, wicked Nastasia, she was a sensuous beauty, had the effect of arousing all my desires so that I could not sleep the whole night. The fact that my consumptive wife, whom I loathed, was lying in the room next but one to me, coupled with thoughts of Mary Narishkin, who had thrown me over for an insignificant diplomat, vexed and tormented me still more. Both my father and I seemed to have been doomed to be jealous of the Gagarins. But I was carried away again. I could not sleep the whole of that night. With the first signs of dawn I pulled up my blind, slipped on a white dressing gown, and rang for my valet. Everyone was still asleep. I dressed, put on a civilian overcoat and cap, and went out past the sentinels into the street. It was a cool, autumn morning, the sun was just rising over the sea. I felt revived in the fresh air, and my depressing thoughts left me. I turned my steps towards the sea. The first rays of the rising sun were dancing about on its surface. I had barely reached the green-colored house at the corner when I was attracted by sounds of drumming and piping from the square. I listened for a moment, and guessed that a punishment was going on, that someone was running the gauntlet. I had frequently sanctioned this form of punishment, but had never seen it before. All at once, as though at the instigation of Satan himself, a picture rose up in my mind of the beautiful Nastasia who had been murdered, and of the soldier's body as it was being lashed with sticks. The two mingling together in one maddening sensation. I tried to recall this punishment in the Semyonov regiment, amongst the military settlers, hundreds of whom had been flogged to death in this way, and was suddenly seized by an overwhelming desire to witness this sight. As I was in civilian garb, it was quite possible for me to do so. The beating of the drum and the sound of the pipes grew louder as I drew nearer the square. Being short-sighted, I could not see very well without my glasses, but I could just make out a tall figure with a white back, marching along between two rows of soldiers. When I joined the crowd standing behind, I got out my glasses, and could see everything that was going on distinctly. A tall man with his bare arms tied to a bayonet, his bare back, on which the blood was beginning to show itself, slightly bent, was walking down an avenue of soldiers armed with sticks. This man was the image of myself, my double. The same height, stooping shoulders, bald head, the same kind of whiskers without a mustache, the same cheekbones, mouth, and blue eyes. But there was no smile on those lips that opened and contorted with pain at the blows, no tender, caressing expression in those eyes that protruded horribly, now closing, now opening. I recognized him at once. It was Struminsky, a corporal in the 3rd Company of the Semyonov Regiment, well known to the guards by his likeness to me. They used to call him Alexander II in fun. I knew that he had been transferred to the garrison, together with some other rebels, and had most likely tried to escape or something of the sort, and having been caught, was undergoing punishment. I confirmed this afterwards. I stood as one petrified, gazing at the unfortunate man, as he was marching along under the blows. Suddenly I noticed that the crowd was staring at me, some people stepping aside, others approaching nearer. I had evidently been recognized. I turned my steps quickly homewards. The drumming and piping continued, so I gathered that the flogging was not yet over. My first sensation on getting away was that my sympathies ought to be on the side of those who were inflicting the punishment. At any rate, that I ought to acknowledge that what they were doing was right, good, and necessary. But I could not do this, and was at the same time conscious that if I did not acknowledge it, I must admit that my whole life had been wrong from beginning to end. And that I ought to do what I had long ago wanted to do, throw up everything, go away, and disappear. I was completely overwhelmed by this sensation. I tried to fight against it, now assuring myself that the thing was right, a grievous necessity that could not be dispensed with. Now feeling that I ought to be in the unfortunate man's place. Strange to say, I did not pity the man in the least. Instead of doing anything to stop the proceeding, I hastened home merely to avoid recognition. Soon the drumming ceased, and the disturbing sensation somehow left me. I had some tea on reaching home, and received Volkonsky with his report. Then there was breakfast, the usual burdensome, insincere relations with my wife. Then Dibich, and another report dealing with certain informations about a secret society. With God's grace I will deal with this more fully in its proper place. I will merely say now that I received the information with outward composure. I continued in a more or less calm state until dinner came to an end, when I went into Ray's study, lay down on the couch, and dozed off. I had scarcely been asleep for 5 minutes when I was suddenly awakened by a powerful shock. I distinctly heard the beating of the drum, the sound of the pipes and Struminsky's cries. I saw his agonized face, or mine, I was not quite sure which, whether it was Struminsky or myself, and the grim contorted faces of the soldiers and officers. I remained in this trance for a short time, and when I came to myself put on my hat and sword, and went out saying that I was going for a walk. I knew where the military hospital was situated, and directed my steps straight there. My appearance caused a great tumult as usual. The chief doctor and head of the staff came running up breathless. I told them that I wished to inspect the wards. On my round I caught sight of Struminsky's bald head in the 2nd ward. He was lying face downwards, his head resting on his arm, moaning pitifully. "He's been punished for desertion," someone said to me. "Ah!" I exclaimed, with my usual gesture of approval, and walked on. The next day I sent a messenger to ask how he was, and learnt that he had received the sacrament and was dying. It was my brother Michael's name day, there was a special service and parade. I feigned to be unwell, as a result of my recent journey from the Crimea, and did not go to church. Dibich came again and continued his report about the conspiracy in the Second Army. He drew my attention to what Count Witt had said before my Crimean visit, and to the information that had been received from Corporal Sherwood. Whilst listening to Dibich, and seeing the immense importance he attached to these plots and conspiracies. I was suddenly struck by the full significance of the revolution that had taken place within me. All these people were conspiring to change the form of government, to set up a constitution, the very thing I had myself wanted to do 20 years ago. I had made and unmade constitutions in Europe, but was there one soul the better for it? What right had I to take such a task upon myself? In reality, external life, external affairs and participation in them were unimportant, unnecessary, and had nothing whatever to do with me. Had I not participated in them to the full, changed the fates of European nations? I suddenly realized that this did not concern me, that the only thing of importance to me was myself, my soul. My former ideas about abdication came back to me with new force. This time it was without any affectation, without any desire to grieve others, to astonish the world, or to add to my own aggrandizement, all the things that had prompted me formerly. But it was with a real sincerity, not for the sake of impressing others, but for myself, for the needs of my own soul. It seemed as if I had gone through my brilliant career, in the worldly sense of course, in order to return to that dream of my youth, which had reached me through penitence. I had come back to it with no feeling of vanity or desire for self-glorification, it was for my true self alone, for God. In my youth the idea had not been quite clear to me, but now it seemed to me impossible to go on living as I had been doing. Nevertheless, how could I escape? I no longer wished to astonish the world, but on the contrary wanted to go away quietly, unknown to anyone, to go away and suffer. I was so filled with joy at the idea that I began considering ways and means of accomplishing it, and used all the resources of my mind and my peculiar subtleness to bring it about. Curiously enough, it was not nearly so difficult as I had anticipated. My plan was to feign a dangerous illness, bribe the doctor, get Struminsky, who was dying, put in my place, and flee without disclosing my identity to anyone. Everything turned out favorably. On the 9th, by some peculiar fate, I fell ill of a fever. I stayed in bed for about a week, during which time I considered my idea thoroughly, and became more confirmed in it. On the 16th I got up feeling quite well again. I shaved as usual on that day and cut myself rather badly. I bled a great deal, and feeling faint dropped down on the floor. People came rushing in, and I was immediately raised. I could see at a glance that the incident might prove useful to my purpose, and though I had quite recovered, pretended to be very weak. And going back to bed and asked for Dr. Villier's assistant. I knew it would have been impossible to bribe Villiers, but I had hopes of his assistant. I told him of my purpose and offered him 80,000 rubles, if he would do everything I wanted of him. I had hit on the following plan: having heard that Struminsky was not expected to live through the day, I pretended to be irritated and annoyed with everybody, and allowed no one to come near me except the young doctor, whom I had bribed. He was to bring Struminsky's body hidden in a bath, put him in my place, and announce my sudden death. It all happened as we had arranged it, and on the 7th day of November I was a free man. Struminsky's body was buried in great state. My brother Nicholas came to the throne, condemning the conspirators to hard labor. I met several of them later in Siberia. I have suffered very little in comparison to the enormity of my crime, and have enjoyed the greatest of all happiness. But I will speak of this in due course. An old man of 72, on the brink of the grave, fully realizing the vanity of my former life and the deep significance of my present one as a wanderer. I will now endeavor to relate the whole story of the past. Chapter 2. The Story of My Life. December 12, 1849. Near Krasnorekinsk, Siberia. Today is my birthday. I have reached my 72nd year. Exactly 72 years ago I was born in the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. My mother, the Empress, was then the Grand Duchess Maria Fedorovna. I slept well last night, and feel better than I did yesterday. I have come out of my spiritual torpor and can turn once more to God. During the night I prayed in the darkness, and a consciousness came upon me that my one and only purpose in life was to serve him who had sent me into the world. It is within my own power either to serve or not to serve him. Serving him I add to my own good and to the good of the whole world. Not serving him I forfeit my own good, and deprive the world of that good which was in my power to create, not, however, of its potential good. What I ought to have done, others will do after me, and his will shall be fulfilled. This is the meaning of free will. But if he knows everything that is to be, if all is ordained by him, then how can there be free will? I do not know. This is the boundary of thought and the beginning of prayer. Let thy will be done, O Lord. Help us. Come and dwell within us. Or more simply, Lord, have mercy upon us. Lord, have mercy upon us. Lord, have mercy upon us, and forgive us our sins. Words fail me, O Lord, but thou knowest what is in my heart, for thou dwellest in it. And so I fell asleep. I was restless as usual, woke up several times, and had bad dreams. I seemed to be swimming in the sea, and wondering how it was that I lay so high above the water, why the water did not cover me. The sea was a beautiful green, and some people seemed to be in my way. I wanted to come out of the water, but could not, because several women were standing on the shore and I was naked. I took the dream to mean that the power of the flesh was strong within me, standing in my way, but deliverance was close at hand. I got up before dawn, struck a flint, but could not light the tinder for a long time, after which, putting on my dressing gown of elk skin, I went out into the fresh air. The rosy orange glow of the rising sun could be seen behind the snow-clad pines and larches. I brought in the wood which I chopped yesterday, lit my stove, and began chopping some more. It grew lighter. I had my breakfast of soaked rusks, shut the damper of the stove as soon as the logs were red, and sat down to write. I begin again. I was born on December 10, 1777, and was named Alexander by my grandmother's wish, in the hope, as she afterwards told me, that I should become as great as Alexander of Macedonia. And as holy as Alexander Nevsky. I was christened a week after my birth in the big church of the palace. I was carried into the church by the Duchess of Curland on a brocade pillow, whilst a number of other great personages held a cover over me. The Empress was my godmother, the Emperor of Austria and the King of Prussia were my godfathers. My room was arranged according to my grandmother's taste. I can of course remember nothing about it, but have been told by other people. It was a large room with 3 high windows. A space was portioned off in the middle by 4 columns, with a velvety canopy overhead fastened to the ceiling, and silk curtains falling to the ground. Under this canopy there was a little iron bedstead with a leather mattress, a little pillow, and a light English blanket. The whole was enclosed by a rail 4 feet high, so that visitors should not come too close. There was no furniture in the room with the exception of the nurse's bed behind the curtains. All the details of my physical training were settled by my grandmother. I was not allowed to be rocked, and was swathed in a new way, with the feet left bare. I used to be bathed first in warm then in cold water. My clothes, too, were of a peculiar kind, none of my garments had any seams or fasteners, and were dipped straight over my head. As soon as I was able to crawl, I was put upon the carpet and left to my own devices. I was told that in the early days my grandmother used frequently to sit down beside me on the carpet and play with me. But I have no recollection of it, neither do I remember my nurse. She was the wife of a gardener at Tsarskoye Selo, and was called Avdotia Petrova. I saw her again in the garden at Tsarskoye when I was 18 years old. She came up and told me who she was. It was at the best time of my life, during my first friendship with Czartoryski, when I was filled with disgust at what went on at the 2 courts, my poor unfortunate father's and my grandmother's. She had made me hate her at that time. I was still a man then, and not a bad man, full of good intentions. I was walking in the garden with Czartoryski, when a neatly dressed woman came out of one of the side avenues. Her rosy face, wreathed in smiles, was wonderfully kind and pleasant. She came up to me excitedly, and falling down on her knees, seized my hand and began kissing it. "Who are you?" I asked. "Your Highness. Your Highness. Heaven be praised that I see you again. I was your foster mother, Avdosha Dunyasha. I nursed you for 11 months. Thank the Lord for this meeting with you." I raised her with difficulty, asked where she lived, and promised to go and see her. The charming interior of her tiny cottage, her sweet daughter, my foster sister, a perfect Russian beauty, who was engaged to the court riding master, her husband the gardener. Just as smiling as his wife, and their group of little children, all seemed to light up the darkness surrounding me. This is real life, real happiness, I thought. How simple it all is, how clear. No envies, intrigues, quarrels. This beloved Dunyasha was my foster mother. My head nurse was a certain Sophia Ivanovna Benkendorf, a German. My second nurse was a Miss Hessler, an Englishwoman. Sophia Ivanovna Benkendorf was a tall, stout woman, with a pale complexion and straight nose. She had a majestic bearing when in the nursery, but was marvelously small and servile when in the presence of my grandmother, who was about a head shorter than herself. She was obsequious and severe with me at the same time. At one moment she was a queen in her broad skirts and with her haughty countenance, at another she was a cringing, hypocritical serving maid. Praskovia Ivanovna Hessler was a long-faced, red-haired, serious Englishwoman, but when she smiled, her face shone with radiance, so that it was impossible to keep from smiling with her. I liked her sense of order, her cleanliness, her kindness, and her firmness. She seemed to be possessed of some mysterious knowledge of which neither my mother nor even grandmother herself were aware. I remember my mother at that time as some supernaturally beautiful vision, mysterious and sad, gorgeously dressed in silks and laces, and glittering with diamonds. She would come into my room with her bare round white arms and a curiously aloof expression on her face which I did not understand. She would caress me, take me up in those lovely arms of hers, raise me to her still more lovely face, and, shaking back her beautiful thick hair, would kiss me and begin to cry. On one occasion she let me drop out of her arms as she fell to the floor senseless. Strange to say, I had no sort of love for my mother. Whether it was due to her attitude towards me, or to my grandmother's influence, or because I was able by my childish instinct to see through all the court intrigues centering round me, I am unable to say. There used to be something strained about her manner towards me. She was not really interested in me, but seemed to be displaying me for some end, and I was conscious of this. I was not mistaken, as I learnt later. My grandmother took me away from my parents and brought me up entirely herself. She intended placing me on the throne instead of my poor unfortunate father, her son, whom she hated. Needless to say, I knew nothing of this at the time, but as soon as I began to notice things I felt myself to be an object of enmity and rivalry, the plaything of conspirators. Without knowing the why or wherefore. I was conscious of everyone's utter indifference to me, to my childish heart, that had no need of a crown but rather of love, of which I knew nothing. There was my mother, who was always depressed when she saw me. On one occasion she was talking to Sophia Ivanovna in German, when she heard my grandmother coming. She suddenly burst into tears and ran out of the room. There was my father, who sometimes came to see us and whom we sometimes went to see. This poor unfortunate father of mine showed even greater displeasure on seeing me than my mother. His whole bearing towards me was one of restrained anger. I remember on one occasion how we were taken to their apartments before they set out for their travels abroad in 1781. I happened to be standing next to him, when he suddenly thrust me away, jumped up from his chair with flashing eyes, and gasped out something concerning me and my grandmother. I cannot recall all that he said, but the words après 62 tout est possible have remained in my memory. I remember how I got frightened and burst into tears. My mother took me up in her arms and kissed me, then carried me over to him. He gave me his blessing hurriedly and rushed out of the room, his high heels clattering as we went. It was not until long after that I understood the meaning of this outburst. They set out for their travels under the name of Comte et Comtesse du Nord. It was my grandmother's idea that they should go. My father was afraid that in his absence he would be deprived of the right to the throne and that I should be acknowledged as his successor. Good God! He prized that which ruined us both, ruined us bodily and spiritually, and I, unfortunate man, prized it no less than he. I hear someone knocking at the door and chanting a prayer in the name of Father and Son. Amen. I must put away my papers and go and see who it is. With God's grace I will continue tomorrow. Chapter 3. December 13th. Last night I slept very little and had bad dreams. I thought that an unpleasant, sickly-looking woman was pressing herself close against me, and I was not afraid of her, nor of the sin, but afraid that my wife should see us. I did not want to hear her reproaches again. I am 72 years old and am not yet free. In a waking state it is possible to deceive yourself, but in dreams you get a true estimate of the plane that you have reached. I had a second dream which gave me another proof of my low moral condition. I thought that someone had brought me some sweets wrapped up in green moss. We unpacked them and divided them between us, leaving a few over. I still went on selecting some for myself, when suddenly I caught sight of an unpleasant-looking, dark-colored boy, a son of the Sultan, stretching his arm towards me and trying to clutch them. I pushed him away rudely, though I knew quite well that it was far more natural for a child to eat sweets than for me. But I was angry with him and would not give him any, and was conscious at the same time that it was mean. A similar thing happened to me when I was awake. I had a visit from Maria Martiminovna, a messenger called yesterday to ask if she might come. I did not like to hurt her feelings, so I consented, but I find these visits extremely trying. She came today. I could hear the sound of her sledge over the crisp snow when she was still some way off. She arrived in her fur coat and shawls, laden with packages she had brought for me, letting in so much cold that I was obliged to put on my dressing gown. She had brought me pancakes, Lenten oil, and apples. She had come to consult me about her daughter, whom a rich widower wished to marry, and wanted to know if she was to give her consent. Their tremendous opinion of my wisdom is extremely annoying to me. All my protestations to the contrary they invariably put down to my humility. I repeated to her what I had said many times before, that chastity is higher than marriage, but that the Apostle Paul says it is better to marry than be the slave of passion. Her brother-in-law Nicanor Ivanov was with her. He had once asked me to settle in his house, and has never since ceased worrying me with his visits. Nicanor Ivanov is a great trial to me. I can never overcome my aversion of him. Help me, O Lord, to see my own sins that I may not judge my brother. All his shortcomings are known to me. I see through them with a malicious shrewdness. I am conscious of his weaknesses and cannot conquer my dislike of him, and he is my brother, with the same divine element in him that is in me. What do these aversions mean? It is not my first experience of them. The two strongest antipathies I ever felt in my life were against Louis XVIII, with his corpulent body, hook nose, irritating white hands. His conceit, insolence, and utter stupidity. There. I cannot keep from abusing him. The other was against Nicanor Ivanov, who tormented me for 2 whole hours yesterday. Everything about him, from his voice, his hair, to his very nails was repulsive to me. I pretended to be unwell in order to account for my depression to Maria Martiminovna. After they had gone I said my prayers and grew calmer. I thank thee, O Lord, for the power thou hast granted me over the only thing that is necessary to me. I tried to remember that Nicanor Ivanov was once an innocent child and that he will come to die like the rest of us. I tried to think kindly of Louis XVIII, who was dead. I felt sorry that Nicanor Ivanov was not there that I might show him how kindly disposed I felt towards him. Maria Martiminovna brought me a quantity of candles so that I shall be able to write at night. I have just been out. To the left the stars had already merged into the glorious light of the aurora borealis. How beautiful! How beautiful! I must continue. My father and mother started on their travels abroad, and my brother Constantine and I were left in the entire charge of our grandmother. My brother, who was born 2 years later than I, had been christened Constantine in the hope that he would one day become the Emperor of Constantinople. Children readily grow fond of people, especially of those who are kind to them. My grandmother was very nice to me, made much of me, and I loved her in spite of an extremely repellent odor that always seemed to hang about her. The stringent scents could not disguise this odor. I used to notice it particularly when I sat upon her knee. I was still more repelled by her clean yellowish hands covered with wrinkles, so shiny and slippery, the fingers bending over, and the nails unnaturally long. Her languid, lusterless eyes, that seemed almost dead, and the smile playing about her toothless mouth, produced an oppressive though not altogether unpleasant effect on those who saw her. I believed at that time that the languid expression of her eyes was due to the enormous pains she took over her toilet. At any rate, I was told so. I felt sorry for her then, but now I think of it with disgust. I had seen Potemkin once or twice. This huge, greasy, one-eyed monster was terrible. The thing that awed me most about him, though he used to play with me and call me Your Highness, was the fact that he never seemed afraid of my grandmother, like other people, but would speak boldly in her presence in his gruff, bellowing voice. Another man whom I frequently saw in her company was Lanskoy. He was nearly always with her. The whole court hovered about him and made much of him. Needless to say, I did not understand who Lanskoy was at the time, and liked him. I was attracted by his curly hair, his shapely legs in tight elkskin breeches, his happy, light-hearted smile, his diamonds and jewels, glittering all over him. It was a time full of gaieties. We were taken to Tsarskoye Selo, we rode on the river, we busied ourselves in the garden, we went out walking and riding. Constantine, a chubby, red-haired little boy, un petit Bacchus as grandmother used to call him, kept us amused with his lively fun. He used to mimic everybody, including Sofia Ivanovna and even grandmother herself. One event of that time impressed itself on my memory. This was the death of Sofia Ivanovna Benkendorf. She died one evening at Tsarskoye in grandmother's presence. Sofia Ivanovna had just brought us into her and was talking and smiling, and suddenly her face changed, she reeled, leaned up against the door for support, and fell down senseless. People came running in and we were taken away. The next day we heard that she was dead. I cried very much, felt very miserable, and would not be comforted. They all thought that I was grieved about Sofia Ivanovna, but that was not true. I cried at the thought that people should have to die, that there should be such a thing as death in the world. I could not comprehend, could not believe, that it was the inevitable fate of all men. I remember how, in my 5-year-old soul, there rose up questions about the meaning of death and the meaning of life that ends in death. Those vital questions confronting all men, to which the wise have tried to seek an answer in vain, and the foolish have tried to ignore and forget. As is natural to a child, particularly one in my position, I dismissed the terrifying idea of death from my mind, forgot about it as if it did not exist. Another important event of that time which came as a consequence of Sofia Ivanovna's death, was that we passed over into the charge of a tutor. He was Nikolai Ivanovich Saltykov, not the Saltykov who, in all probability, was our grandfather, but Nikolai Ivanovich, who had been attached to my father's court. He was a little man, with an enormous head and a stupid-looking countenance, on which there was a constant grimace. Constantine used to imitate it beautifully. This change necessitated parting with my dear Praskovia Ivanovna, my old nurse. Those who have not had the misfortune of being born in a royal house can hardly imagine the distorted view we have of people, nor our false attitude towards them. Instead of being instilled with a sense of dependence on our elders natural to children, or with a sense of gratitude for all the good we enjoyed, we were made to believe that we were some kind of superior beings whose every wish must be gratified. Beings who, by a single word or smile, not only paid for all the kindness showered upon them, but were even conferring some sort of favor, making others happy. It is true that politeness was expected of us. But by a peculiar childish instinct, I soon saw that we were not meant to be polite for the benefit of others, but merely so as to enhance our own grandeur. I remember one festive day. My brother, Saltykov, and I were driving along the Nevsky. We sat on the front seat, with two powdered footmen in red livery standing behind. It was a beautiful day. Constantine and I were dressed in uniforms, unbuttoned in front, exposing our white waistcoats, on which lay the Order of St. Andrew. We wore hats with feathers, which we kept raising all the time to people greeting us. The crowd stared and cheered, and ran after us, "On vous salue." Nikolai Ivanovitch kept on saying, "Adroit." As we passed the guardhouse, the sentinels came running out to have a look at us. I always liked to see them. From my earliest childhood I had a passion for soldiers and military maneuvers. It was always instilled into us, particularly by our grandmother, who believed at least of all, that we must always bear in mind that all men are equal. But I knew somehow that those who talked about equality did not believe in it. Once when I was playing with Sasha Golitsyn, he pushed me accidentally, and hurt me. "How dare you?" I cried. "I didn't mean it. It's all right." I was so outraged that my blood rushed to my heart. I complained to Nikolai Ivanovitch, and was not ashamed when Golitsyn was made to apologize. Enough for today. My candle is nearly out, and I must break up some faggots. My axe is blunt, and I have nothing to sharpen it on. Besides, I don't know how to do it. Chapter 4. December 17th. I have not written anything for the last 3 days, because I have not been very well. I tried to read the Testament, but could not bring myself to that understanding of it, that communion with God that I formerly experienced. I used to think at one time that it was impossible for man to live without desire. I was always in a state of desire for something or other, and am not free from it now. At one time I desired to conquer Napoleon, I desired to be Europe's peacemaker, I desired to free myself of my crown. But all these desires, whether fulfilled or unfulfilled, soon ceased to attract me, and gave place to new ones. So it went on without end. Recently I longed for winter to come, winter has come. I longed for solitude, and have almost attained it. Now I want to write the story of my life so that it may be a warning to others, but whether I accomplish it or not, new desires will spring up just the same. If life is nothing more than the begetting of desire, and happiness the fulfillment of desire, then is there not some sort of desire fundamental to every man that would always be fulfilled? Or that would be possible of fulfillment? It became clear to me that such a desire must be death. The whole of life would then become a preparation for the fulfillment of this desire, and would inevitably be fulfilled. The idea seemed strange to me at first, but meditating on it further, I was convinced that the only thing a wise man could wish for was death. Not death for its own sake, but for that stream of life leading from it. It would free the spiritual nature inherent in every man from all passions and temptations. I see this now, having been freed from the worst of that darkness that obscured my own soul from me, not letting me see its oneness with God, nay, that obscured God himself. The idea came to me unconsciously. If I really believed that my highest good was to be delivered from passion and to be united with God, then I ought to welcome everything that brought me nearer death, such as old age and sickness. It would in a sense be a fulfillment of my one and only desire. I see this clearly when I am well, but when I am ill, as I have been for the last 2 days, I cannot see it in the same light, and though I do not rebel against death, yet do not long for its approach. This is a condition of spiritual inertia. I must be patient. I will go on from where I left off yesterday. Most of the things I have related about my childhood I have heard from others. Frequently the things that have been told me and my own impressions get mixed up one with another, so that I am sometimes unable to distinguish between the two. The whole of my life from the very moment of my birth until my present old age, makes me think of a plain enveloped in a thick fog. Everything is hidden from view, when all at once the mist lifts itself in places, disclosing tiny little islands d'éclaircies on which people and objects can be distinguished. Quite disconnected with one another, surrounded by an impenetrable veil of mist. In my childhood these éclaircies appeared very rarely in the interminable sea of fog and smoke surrounding me. As I grew older I could see them more often, but even now there are periods of my life that have left no trace on my memory. I have already given some of the events of my early childhood that have most impressed themselves on my mind: the death of Sophia Benkendorf, the parting scene with my parents, my lively brother Constantine, and there are other reminiscences that come crowding back as I think of the past. But, for instance, I have no recollection of when Constantine first appeared, nor when we came to live together, but I do remember one Christmas Eve when he was 5 and I was 7 years old. It was after the midnight service when they put us to bed. We both got together as soon as we were left alone. Constantine, with nothing on but a nightshirt, climbed into my bed, and we began a lively game which consisted in slapping each other on our naked bodies. We laughed until our sides ached, and were feeling ever so happy, when suddenly Nikolai Ivanovitch came into the room with his enormous powdered head, and in an embroidered coat. He was horror-stricken on catching sight of us, and flew at us in a perfect state of terror that I have never been able to fathom. He put Constantine back in his own bed, threatened to punish us and to tell our grandmother. Another thing that impressed itself on my memory occurred somewhat later, when I was about 9. It was the quarrel between Alexei Gregorievich Orlov and Potemkin, which took place in my grandmother's room in our presence. It happened a short time before our departure for the Crimea and our first visit to Moscow. Nikolai Ivanovitch had taken us to see grandmother as usual. The large room with a carved and painted ceiling was full of people. My grandmother was sitting before a golden dressing table, in a white dressing jacket, surrounded by her maids, who were putting the finishing touches to her hair. It was tastefully dressed on the top of her head. She smiled on seeing us, and went on talking to a general decorated with the Order of St. Andrew. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man, with a terrible scar across his cheek from the mouth to the ear. It was Orlov, le Balafre. I had never seen him before. My favorite little dog, Mitchett, sprang from the foot of grandmother's dress, and began pawing me and ticking my face. We came up to grandmother and kissed her plump yellow hand. She put it under my chin, and began to caress me with her bent fingers. In spite of her perfumes, I felt that unpleasant odor about her. She continued talking to the Balafre. "Is he not a fine fellow?" she said, pointing to me. "You haven't seen him before, have you, Count?" "They are both fine fellows," the Count replied, kissing our hands in turn. All right," she said to the maid, who was arranging a cap on her head. It was dear Marie Stepanovna, powdered and painted, who was always kind to me. Lanskoy came up with an open snuff-box. Grandmother took some snuff, and smiled as she caught sight of Matryona Denisovna, her jester, who was just coming in. Here the papers break off. A prayer. "Your Father knoweth what things ye have need of, before ye ask him." Matthew 6 verse 8. No. It can't be. Doctor. Surely something can be done. Why do neither of you speak? Said a young mother, as with long, firm steps she came out of the nursery, where her 3-year-old child, her first and only son, lay dying of water on the brain. Her husband and the doctor, who had been talking together in subdued tones, became silent. With a deep sigh the husband timidly approached her, and tenderly stroked her disheveled hair. The doctor stood with bowed head, and his silence and immobility showed the hopelessness of the case. "What's to be done?" said the husband. "What's to be done, dear?" "Ah! Don't," cried she, and there was a note of anger or reproach in her voice as she suddenly turned back to the nursery. Her husband tried to stop her. "Kitty, don't go there." She glanced at him with large, weary eyes, and, without answering, entered the nursery. The boy lay in his nurse's arms, a white pillow under his head. His eyes were open, but he did not see with them, and from his closed lips came bubbles of foam. The nurse sat with stern and solemn mien, looking across him, and did not move when the mother entered. Only when the latter came close to her and put her hand under the pillow to take the child, the nurse said gently, "He is passing away," and turned aside. But his mother, nevertheless, with a deft and practiced movement, took the boy into her own arms. His long wavy hair had got tangled. She smoothed it, and looked into his face. "No, I can't," she muttered, and quickly but carefully handed him back to the nurse, and left the room. It was the second week of the boy's illness, and all that time his mother had wavered between despair and hope. During all that time she had not slept 2 hours a day. Several times each day she had gone to her bedroom, and, standing before the large icon of the Savior, in its gold-embossed covering, had prayed God to save her boy. The dark-faced Savior held in his small dark hand a gilt book, on which was written in black enamel, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." She prayed with all the strength of her soul before that icon. And though in the depth of her heart, even while she prayed, she felt that the mountain would not be removed, and God would not do as she willed, but as he willed, she still prayed. Repeating the familiar prayers, and some that she composed herself and repeated aloud with special fervor. Now that she knew he was dead, she felt as if something had snapped in her head and was whirling round. And when she reached her bedroom she looked at all the things there with astonishment, as though not recognizing the place. Then she lay down on the bed, her head falling not on the pillow but on her husband's folded dressing gown, and she lost consciousness in sleep. In her sleep she saw her Kostya, with his curly hair and thin white neck, healthy and merry, sitting in his little armchair, swinging his plump little legs, pouting his lips, and carefully seating his boy doll on the papier-mâché horse which had lost one leg and had a hole in its back. "What a good thing he is alive," she thought, "and how cruel it was that he died. Why was it? Why should God, to whom I prayed so earnestly, let him die? Why should God wish it? He did no harm to anyone. Doesn't God know that my whole life is wrapped up in him, and that I cannot live without him? To take such an unfortunate, dear, innocent being, and torture him, and in answer to all my prayers, to shatter my life, and let his eyes set, and his body stretch out and grow stiff and cold." Again she saw him coming. Such a little fellow, passing in at such big doors, swinging his little arms as grown-up people do. And he looked and smiled. The darling! And God wants to torture and destroy him. Why pray to him, if he does such horrible things? Suddenly Molly, the under-nurse, began to say something very strange. The mother knew it was the girl Molly, yet it was both Molly and an angel at the same time. But if she is an angel, why has she no wings on her back, thought the mother. She remembered, however, that someone, she did not know who, but some trustworthy person, had told her that there were angels without wings now. And Molly, the angel, said, "You do wrong, ma'am, to be offended with God. It is impossible for him to grant all prayers. People often ask such things, that to please one would mean offending another. Why, even now, all over Russia, people are praying, and what people? The very highest bishops and monks, in the cathedrals and churches, over the relics of the saints, praying for victory over the Japanese. But is that right? It is wrong to pray for that, and he cannot grant such prayers. The Japanese also pray for victory, and there is but one Father of all. Then what is he to do? What can he do, ma'am?" repeated Molly. "Yes, that's true. The old story. Voltaire already said it. We all know it, and all say it, but my case is different. Why can't he grant my prayer when I do not ask anything bad, but only that he should not kill my darling boy, without whom I cannot live?" So said the mother, and she felt his plump little arms round her neck, and his warm little body nestling against hers. How good that it did not really happen, thought she. But that is not all, ma'am, Molly insisted, in her usual blundering way. That is not all. Sometimes only one person asks, and yet he can't possibly do it. We know that, quite well. I know it, you see, because I take his messages, said Molly, the angel, in just the same voice in which yesterday, after taking a message from her mistress to her master. She told the nurse, I know master is at home, for I have taken him a message. How often have I had to report to him, said Molly, that someone, a young one generally, asks to be helped not to do bad deeds, not get drunk or live loosely, asks, in fact, that vice should be extracted from him as if it were a splinter. How well Molly speaks, thought her mistress. But he cannot possibly do it, for each one must try for himself. Only by trying does one get better. You yourself, ma'am, gave me a fairy tale to read about a black hen which gave a magic hemp seed to a boy who saved her life. As long as the seed was in his trouser pocket, he knew all his lessons without learning them, and so this seed made him stop learning and quite lose his memory. He, our Father, cannot take evil out of people, and they should not ask him to do it, but they should pull it out, wash it out, tear it out of themselves. Where has she got all this from? Thought her mistress, and said. All the same, Molly, you have not answered my question. Give me time, and I will answer it, said Molly. It sometimes happens that I take a message to say that a family have been ruined by no fault of their own. They are all weeping. Instead of living in good rooms, they live anyhow. They even go without tea, and pray for any sort of help. But, again, he cannot do what they want, for he knows what is good for them. They do not see it, but he, our Father, knows that if they lived in plenty they would be spoilt and go all to smithereens. That's true, thought her mistress. But why does she speak in such an offhand way when talking about God? All to smithereens is not at all a proper expression. I shall certainly have to tell her of it, another time. But that is not my question, repeated the mother. I ask, why, for what reason, did this God of yours want to take my boy? And the mother saw her Kostya alive, and heard his childish laugh, clear as a bell. Why should he be taken from me? If God can do that, he is a bad, wicked God, and I do not want him, and do not wish to know him. And, strange to say, Molly was no longer at all like Molly, but was some quite other, new strange indefinite creature, and she spoke, not aloud with her lips, but in some peculiar way that went straight into the mother's heart. Pitiful, blind, self-confident creature, said this being. You see your Kostya as he was a week ago, with firm elastic limbs and long curly hair, and his naive affectionate and sensible talk. But was he always like that? There was a time when you were glad when he could say Dada and Mama, and knew one from the other. Before that, you were delighted when he stood up on his soft feet and toddled to a chair. Before that, you were all delighted when he crawled about the room like an animal. And earlier yet, you were glad that he began to take notice and could hold up his hairless head, the pulsating crown of which was still soft. Still earlier, you were glad when he began to suck, pressing the nipple with his toothless gums. Before that, you were glad when he, all red and not yet separated from you, cried pitifully, filling his lungs with air. Earlier yet, a year before, where was he, when he did not exist? You all think you are standing still, and that you and those you love ought always to remain what you now are. But you do not really remain the same for a single minute, you all flow like a river. And as a stone drops downwards, you are all hastening towards death, which sooner or later awaits every one of you. How is it you do not understand that if, from nothing, he became what he was, he would not have stopped, and would not for a minute have remained as he was when he died? But, just as from nothing he became a suckling, and from a suckling a child, so from a child he would have become a schoolboy, a youth, a young man, middle-aged, elderly, and then old. You do not know what he would have been had he remained alive, but I know. And suddenly the mother saw, in the private cabinet of a restaurant, brilliantly lit by electricity. Her husband had once taken her to such a place. Near a table on which were the remains of a supper, a bloated, wrinkled, unpleasant, would-be young old man with turned-up mustaches. He was sitting on a soft sofa, in which he sank deep, his drunken eyes gazing with desire at a depraved, painted woman with a white bare neck, and with drunken tongue he shouted something, repeating an indecent joke several times, evidently pleased at the approving laughter of another similar pair. "It is not true, it is not he, that is not my Kostya!" exclaimed the mother in terror, looking at the horrible old man, horrible just because there was something in his glance and about his lips that reminded her of Kostya's own peculiarities. "It is well that this is only a dream," thought she. "There is the real Kostya," and she saw her white, naked Kostya, with his plump chest, as he sat in his bath, laughing and kicking. And she not only saw, but felt, how he suddenly seized her arm, bared to the elbow, and kissed it, and at last bit it, not knowing what else to do with that arm so dear to him. "Yes, this, and not that horrid old man, is Kostya," she said to herself. And thereupon she awoke, and came back with terror to the reality from which there was no awaking. She went to the nursery. The nurse had already washed and laid out Kostya's body. He lay on something raised, his little nose was waxen and sharp, and sunk at the nostrils, and his hair was smoothed back from his brow. Around him candles were burning, and on a small table at his head stood hyacinths, white lilac and pink. The nurse rose from her chair and, lifting her brows and pouting her lips, looked at the upturned, stonily rigid face. Molly entered at the door opposite, with her simple good-natured face and tear-stained eyes. "Why, she told me one should not grieve, but she has herself been crying," thought the mother. Then she turned her gaze to the dead. For a moment she was startled and repelled by the dreadful likeness the dead face bore to that of the old man she had seen in her dream. But she drove away that thought, and, crossing herself, touched with her warm lips the small cold waxen forehead. Then she kissed the crossed rigid little hands. And suddenly the scent of the hyacinths told her, as it were afresh, that he was gone and would return no more. And she was stifled by sobs, and again kissed him on the forehead, and wept for the first time. She wept, but not with despair, her tears were resigned and tender. She suffered, but no longer rebelled or complained, and she knew that what had happened had to be, and was therefore good. "It is a sin to weep, dear lady," said the nurse. And, going up to the little corpse, with a folded handkerchief she wiped away the tears the mother had left on Kostya's waxen forehead. "Tears will sadden his little soul. It is well with him now. He is a sinless angel. Had he lived, who knows what might have become of him? Yes, yes. But, still, it hurts," said the mother. 1905. Kornéy Vasílyef. Chapter 1. Kornéy Vasílyef was 54 when he had last visited his village. There was no grey to be seen in his thick curly hair, and his black beard was only a little grizzly at the cheekbones. His face was smooth and ruddy, the nape of his neck broad and firm, and his whole strong body padded with fat as a result of town life and good fare. He had finished army service 20 years ago, and had returned to the village with a little money. He first began shopkeeping, and then took to cattle dealing. He went to Cherkasy, in the province of Kiev, for his goods, that is, cattle, and drove them to Moscow. In his iron-roofed brick house in the village of Gai lived his old mother, his wife and 2 children, a girl and a boy, and also his orphan nephew, a dumb lad of 15, and a laborer. Kornéy had married twice. His first wife was a weak, sickly woman who died without having any children. And he, a middle-aged widower, had married a strong, handsome girl, the daughter of a poor widow from a neighboring village. His children were by this second wife. Kornéy had sold his last lot of cattle so profitably in Moscow that he had about 3,000 rubles. 309, and having learnt from a fellow countryman that near their village a ruined landowner's forest was for sale at a bargain, he thought he would go in for the timber trade also. He knew the business, for before serving in the army he had been assistant clerk to a timber merchant, and had managed a wood. At the railway station nearest to Gai, Kornéy met a fellow villager, one-eyed Kusma. Kusma came from Gai with his pair of poor shaggy horses to meet every train, seeking for fares. Kusma was poor, and therefore disliked all rich folk, and especially Kornéy, of whom he spoke contemptuously. Kornéy, in his cloth coat and sheepskin, came out of the station and stood in the porch, portmanteau in hand, a portly figure, puffing and looking about him. It was a calm, grey, slightly frosty morning. "What, haven't you got a fare, Daddy Kusma?" he asked. "Will you take me?" "Yes, for a ruble I will. 70 kopecks is plenty." "There, now." He's stuffed his own paunch, but wants to squeeze 30 kopecks out of a poor man. "Well, all right, then, drive up," said Kornéy. And, placing his portmanteau and bundle in the small sledge, he sat down, filling the whole of the back seat. Kusma remained on the box in front. "All right, drive on." They drove across the ruts near the station and reached the smooth high road. "Well, and how go things in the village, with you, I mean?" asked Kornéy. "Why, not up to much." "How's that? And is my old mother still alive?" "The old woman's alive. She was at church t'other day." "She's alive, and so is your missus." "She's right enough. She's taken a new laborer." And Kusma laughed in a queer way, as it seemed to Kornéy. "A laborer? Why, what's become of Peter?" "Peter fell ill. She's taken Justin from Kamenka, from her own village, you see." "Dear me," said Kornéy. When Kornéy was courting Martha, there had been some talk among the womenfolk about this Justin. "Ah, yes, Kornéy Vasílyef," Kusma went on. "The women have got quite out of hand nowadays." "No doubt about it," muttered Kornéy. "But your grey horse has grown old," he added, wishing to change the subject. "I am not young myself." "He matches his master," answered Kusma, touching up the shaggy, bow-legged gelding with his whip. Halfway to the village was an inn where Kornéy, having told Kusma to stop, went in. Kusma led his horses to an empty manger, and stood pulling the harness straight, without looking Kornéy's way, but expecting to be called in to have a drink. "Come in, won't you, Daddy Kusma?" said Kornéy, coming out into the porch. "Come in and have a glass." "I don't mind if I do," answered Kusma, pretending not to be in a hurry. Kornéy ordered a bottle of vodka, and offered some to Kusma. Kusma, who had eaten nothing since morning, soon got intoxicated. And immediately sidling up to Kornéy, began to repeat in a whisper what was being said in the village, namely, that Kornéy's wife, Martha, had taken on her former lover as laborer, and was now living with him. "What's it to me? But I'm sorry for you," said tipsy Kusma. "It's not nice, and people are laughing. One sees she's not afraid of sinning. But, thinks I, just you wait a bit. Presently your man will come back. That's how it is, brother Kornéy." Kornéy listened in silence to Kusma's words, and his thick eyebrows descended lower and lower over his sparkling jet-black eyes. "Are you going to water your horses?" was all he said, when the bottle was empty. "No?" "Then let's get on." He paid the landlord, and went out. It was dusk before he reached home. The first person he met there was this same Justin, about whom he had not been able to help thinking all the way home. Kornéy said, "How do you do?" to this thin, pale-faced, bustling Justin, but then shook his head doubtfully. "That old hound, Kusma, has been lying," thought he. "But who knows? Anyhow, I'll find out all about it." Kusma stood beside the horses, winking towards Justin with his one eye. "So you are living here?" Kornéy inquired. "Why not? One must work somewhere," Justin replied. "Is our room heated?" "Why, of course. Martha Matveevna is there," answered Justin. Kornéy went up the steps of the porch. Hearing his voice, Martha came out into the passage, and, seeing her husband, she flushed, and greeted him hurriedly and with special tenderness. "Mother and I had almost given up waiting for you," she said, following him into the room. "Well, and how have you been getting on without me?" "We go on in the same old way," she answered. And snatching up her 2-year-old daughter, who was pulling at her skirts and asking for milk, she went with large firm strides back into the passage. Kornéy's mother, whose black eyes resembled her son's, entered the room, dragging her feet in their thick felt boots. "Glad you've come to see us," said she, nodding her shaking head. Kornéy told his mother what business had brought him, and remembering Kusma, went out to pay him. Hardly had he opened the door into the passage, when, right in front of him by the door leading into the yard, he saw Martha and Justin. They were standing close together, and she was speaking to him. Seeing Kornéy, Justin scuttled into the yard, and Martha went up to the samovar standing there, and began adjusting the roaring chimney put on to make it draw. Kornéy passed silently behind her stooping back, and, taking his portmanteau and bundle out of the sledge, asked Kusma into the house to drink tea. Before tea, Kornéy gave his family the presents he had brought from Moscow, for his mother, a woolen shawl, for his boy Fedka, a picture book, for his dumb nephew, a waistcoat, and for his wife, print for a dress. At the tea-table Kornéy sat sullen and silent, only now and then smiling reluctantly at the dumb lad, who amused everybody by his delight at the new waistcoat. He did not know what to do for joy. He put it away, unfolded it again, put it on, and smilingly kissed his hand, looking gratefully at Kornéy. After tea and supper, Kornéy went at once to the part of the hut where he slept with Martha and their little daughter. Martha remained in the larger half of the hut to clear away the tea things. Kornéy sat by himself at the table, leant his head on his hand, and waited. Rising anger towards his wife stirred within him. He took down a counting frame from a nail in the wall, drew his notebook from his pocket, and to divert his thoughts began making up his accounts. He sat reckoning, looking towards the door, and listening to the voices in the other half of the house. Several times he heard the door go, and steps in the passage, but not hers. At last he heard her step and a pull at the door, which yielded. She entered, rosy and handsome, with a red kerchief on her head, carrying her little girl in her arms. "You must be tired out after your journey," said she, smiling, as if not noticing his sullen looks. Kornéy glanced at her, and, without replying, again began calculating, though he had nothing more to count. "It's getting late," she said, and, setting down the child, she went behind the partition. He could hear her making the bed and putting her little daughter to sleep. "People are laughing," thought Kornéy, recalling Kusma's words. "But just you wait a bit." And, breathing hard, he rose slowly, put the stump of his pencil into his waistcoat pocket, hung the counting frame on its nail, and went to the door of the partition. She was standing facing the icons and praying. He stopped and waited. She crossed herself many times, bowed down, and whispered her prayers. It seemed to him that she had already finished all her prayers, and was repeating them over and over again. But at last she bowed down to the ground, got up, whispered a few more words of prayer, and turned towards him. "Agatha is already asleep," said she, pointing to the little girl, and smilingly sat down on the creaking bed. "Has Justin been here long?" said Kornéy, entering. With a quiet movement she threw one of her heavy plates over her bosom, and with deft fingers began unplating it. She looked straight at him and her eyes laughed. "Justin? Oh, I don't know. 2 or 3 weeks. You are living with him?" brought out Kornéy. She let the plate drop from her hands, but immediately caught up her thick hard hair again, and began plaiting it. "What won't people invent? I live with Justin." She pronounced the name Justin with a peculiar ringing intonation. "What an idea! Who said so? Tell me, is it true or not?" said Kornéy, clenching his powerful fists in his pockets. "What's the use of talking such rubbish? Shall I help you off with your boots? I am asking you a question, he insisted. Dear me. What a treasure. Fancy Justin proving a temptation to me, she said. Who's been telling you lies? What were you saying to him in the passage? What was I saying? Why, that the tub wanted a new hoop. But what are you bothering me for? I command you, tell me the truth, or I'll kill you, you dirty slut. And he seized her by the plate. She pulled it out of his hand, and her face contracted with pain. Beating's all I've ever had from you. What good have I had of you? A life like mine's enough to drive one to anything. To what? Uttered he, approaching her. What have you pulled half my plate out for? There, it's coming out by handfuls. What are you bothering for? And it's true. She did not finish. He seized her by the arm, pulled her off the bed, and began beating her head, her sides, and her breast. The more he beat her, the fiercer grew his anger. She screamed, defended herself, and tried to get away, but he would not let her go. The little girl woke up and rushed to her mother. Mammy, she cried. Kornéy seized the child's arm, tore her from her mother, and threw her into a corner as though she were a kitten. The child gave a yell, and for some seconds became silent. Murderer! You've killed the child, shouted Martha, and tried to get to her daughter. But he caught her again, and struck her breast so that she fell back and also became silent. But the little girl was again screaming, desperately and unceasingly. His old mother, without her kerchief, her grey hair all in disorder and her head shaking, tottered into the room, and, without looking either at Kornéy or at Martha, went to her granddaughter, who was weeping desperately, and lifted her up. Kornéy stood breathing heavily, looking about as if he had just woke up and did not know where he was or who was with him. Martha raised her head, and groaning, wiped some blood from her face with her sleeve. Hateful brute, said she. Yes, I am living with Justin, and have lived with him. There, now, kill me outright. And Agatha is not your daughter, but his, and she quickly covered her face with her elbow, expecting a blow. But Kornéy seemed not to understand anything, and only sniffed and looked about him. See what you've done to the girl. You've put her arm out, said his mother, showing him the dislocated, helpless arm of the girl, who did not cease screaming. Kornéy turned away, and silently went out into the passage and into the porch. Outside it was still frosty and dull. Hoarfrost fell on his burning cheeks and forehead. He sat on the step and ate handfuls of snow, gathering it from the handrail. From indoors came Martha's groans and the girl's piteous cries. Then the door into the passage opened, and he heard his mother leave the bedroom with the child and go through the passage into the other half of the house. He rose and returned to the bedroom. The half-turned-down lamp on the table gave a dim light. From behind the partition came Martha's groans, which grew louder when he entered. In silence he put on his outdoor things, drew his portmanteau from under the bench, packed it, and tied it up with a cord. Why have you killed me? What for? What have I done to you? Said Martha in a doleful voice. Kornéy, without replying, lifted his portmanteau and carried it to the door. Felon! Brigand! Just you wait. Do you think there's no law for the likes of you? Said she bitterly, and in quite a different voice. Kornéy, without answering, pushed the door with his foot, and slammed it so violently that the walls shook. Going into the other part of the house, Kornéy roused the dumb lad and told him to harness the horse. The lad, half awake, looked at his uncle with astonishment, questioningly, and scratched his head with both hands. At last, understanding what was wanted of him, he jumped up, drew on his high felt boots and torn coat, took a lantern, and went to the door. It was already quite light when Kornéy, in the small sledge, drove out of the gateway with the dumb lad, and went back along the same road he had driven over in the evening with Kusma. He reached the station 5 minutes before the train started. The dumb lad saw how he bought his ticket, carried his portmanteau, and took his place in the carriage, and how he nodded to him, and the train moved out of sight. Besides the blows on her face, Martha had 2 smashed ribs and a broken head. But the strong, healthy young woman recovered within 6 months, so that no trace of her injuries remained. The girl, however, was maimed for life. 2 bones were broken in her arm, and it remained twisted. Of Kornéy, from the time he went away nothing more had been heard, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Chapter 2. 17 years had passed. It was late in autumn. The sun did not rise high all day, and twilight descended before 4 in the afternoon. The communal herd of Andreyevo village was returning from pasture. The herdsman, hired for the summer, had completed his engagement and gone away, so that the village women and children were taking turns to drive the cattle. The herd had just left the fields of oat stubble where they had been grazing, and, continually bleating and lowing, moved slowly towards the village, along the black, unmetalled road indented all over with cloven hoof-prints and cut by deep ruts. Ahead of the herd walked a tall, gray-bearded old man, with curly gray hair and black eyebrows. His patched coat was black with moisture, and he had a leather wallet on his bent back. He walked heavily, dragging his feet in their clumsy, downtrodden, foreign-looking boots, and leaned on his oak staff at every other step. When the herd overtook him, he stopped and leant on his staff. The young woman who was driving the herd, her skirt tucked up, a piece of sacking over her head, and a man's boots on her feet, kept running with quick steps from side to side of the road, urging on the sheep and pigs that lagged behind. When she overtook the old man she stopped, looked at him, and said in her sweet young voice, "How do you do, Daddy, 310? "How d'ye do, my dear," replied the old man. "You'll be wanting a night's lodging, eh?" "Yes, it seems so." "I'm tired," said the old man in a hoarse voice. "Don't go and ask the elder, Daddy, but come straight to us," she said kindly. "Ours is the 3rd hut from the end. My mother-in-law lets pilgrims in free." "The 3rd hut? That's Zinoviev's," said the old man, moving his black eyebrows expressively. "Ah, do you know it? I've been here before." "Fedor, what are you gaping at there?" "The lame one has stopped behind," cried the young woman, pointing to a sheep limping on 3 legs and lagging behind the herd. And, swinging her switch with her right hand, she pulled the sacking well over her head, catching it from underneath with her left hand in a peculiar way as she ran back to drive the lame black sheep on. The old man was Kornéy, the young woman was Agatha, whose arm he had broken 17 years before. She had married into a well-to-do peasant family at Andreyevo, 3 miles from Gai. From a strong, prosperous, proud man, Kornéy Vasílyef had become what he now was, an old beggar possessing nothing but the shabby clothes on his back, and 2 shirts and a soldier's passport which he carried in his wallet. This change had come about so gradually that he could not tell when it began nor how it happened. The one thing he knew, and was sure of, was that his wicked wife had been the cause of all his misfortunes. It was strange and painful to him to remember what he had once been. And when he did remember it, he also remembered and hated her whom he considered to be the cause of all the evil he had suffered these 17 years. After that night when he beat his wife, he had gone to the landowner whose wood was for sale, but he was unsuccessful, the wood had already been sold. So he returned to Moscow, and there took to drink. Before this he used to drink at times, but now he drank for a fortnight on end. When he came to himself he went south to buy cattle. His purchase proved unlucky, and he lost money. He went again, but lost a second time. And in a year his 3,000 rubles had dwindled to 25, and he was obliged to work for an employer instead of being his own master. From that time onwards he drank more and more often. For a year he lived as assistant to a cattle dealer, but had a drinking bout while on the road, and the dealer dismissed him. Then, through a friend, he got a place as shopman at a wine and spirit dealer's, but did not stay there long either, for his accounts got wrong, and he was dismissed. Shame and anger prevented his returning home. Let them live without me. Maybe the boy is not mine either, thought he. Matters went from bad to worse. He could not live without drink, and could no longer get employment as a clerk, but only as a cattle drover. At last no one would take him even for that. The more wretched his own plight became, the more he blamed her, and the fiercer his anger against her burnt within him. The last time Kornéy found a place as a drover was with a stranger. The cattle fell ill. It was not Kornéy's fault, but his master got angry, and dismissed both him and the clerk over him. As he could get no employment, Kornéy resolved to go on pilgrimage. He provided himself with a pair of boots and a good wallet, took some tea and sugar, and, with 8 rubles in his pocket, started for Kiev. Kiev did not satisfy him, and he went on to New Athos, in the Caucasus. But, before reaching it, he fell ill with ague, and suddenly lost all his strength. He had only 1 ruble and 70 kopecks left, and he knew no one, so he decided to return home to his son. That wicked wife of mine may be dead by now, thought he as he journeyed homewards. Or if she's still alive, I'll tell her everything before I die, that the wretch may know what she has done to me. The fever attacks came on every other day. He grew weaker and weaker, so that he could not walk more than 8 or 10 miles. When still 150 miles from home, he had no money at all left, and had to beg his way in Christ's name, and to sleep where the village officials lodged him. "Rejoice at what you have brought me to," said he, mentally addressing his wife, and from habit he clenched his feeble old fists. But there was no one to strike, and his fists had no strength left in them. It took him a fortnight to walk those last 150 miles. Quite ill and worn out, he reached the place 3 miles from home, where he met Agatha, who was wrongly considered to be his daughter, and whose arm he had broken. Chapter 3. He did as Agatha suggested. On reaching the Zinovieff's house he asked leave to spend the night there. They let him in. On entering the hut he, as usual, crossed himself before the icon, and greeted his hosts. "You're frozen, Daddy. Get up onto the oven," said the wrinkled cheerful old housewife, clearing away the things on the table. Agatha's husband, a young-looking peasant, sat on a bench by the table, trimming the lamp. "How wet you are, Daddy," said he. "Well, it can't be helped. Make haste and dry yourself." Kornéy took off his coat, bared his feet, hung his leg bands up to dry near the oven, and himself climbed onto the top of it. Agatha entered the hut, carrying a jug. She had already driven the herd home, and had attended to the cattle. "Has an old pilgrim been here?" asked she. "I met one, and told him to call." "There he is," said her husband, pointing to the oven, on which sat Kornéy, rubbing his lean and hairy legs. When tea was ready, they asked Kornéy to join them. He climbed down, and seated himself at the end of a bench. They handed him a cup of tea and a piece of sugar. The talk was about the weather and the harvest. There was no getting the corn in. The landowners' sheaves were sprouting in the fields. As soon as one started carting them, down came the rain again. The peasants had pretty well got theirs in, but the landowners' corn was rotting like mad. And the mice in the sheaves were just dreadful. Kornéy told of a field he had seen as he came along which was still full of sheaves. The young housewife poured him out a 5th cup of the weak, pale yellow tea, and handed it to him. "Never mind if it is your 5th, Daddy, it will do you good," said she, when he made as if to refuse it. "How is it your arm is not all right?" he asked her, twitching his eyebrows, and carefully taking the full cup she handed him. "It was broken when she was still a baby. Her father wanted to kill our Agatha," said the talkative old mother-in-law. "What was that for?" asked Kornéy. And, looking at the young housewife's face, he suddenly remembered Justin with his light blue eyes. And the hand in which he held his cup shook so that he spilt half the tea before he could set it on the table. Why, her father, who lived at Gai, was a man named Kornéy Vasílyef. He was well-to-do, and high and mighty with his wife. He beat her and injured the child. Kornéy was silent, glancing, from under his continually twitching black eyebrows, first at the husband and then at Agatha. "What did he do that for?" asked he, biting a morsel off his piece of sugar. "Who knows? Tales of all sorts get told about us women, and we have to answer for them all," said the old woman. "They had some row about their laborer. The man was a good fellow from our village. He died afterwards at their house." "He died?" asked Kornéy, and cleared his throat. "Died long ago. From them we took my daughter-in-law. They were well off. When the husband was alive they were the richest folk in the village." "And what became of him?" asked Kornéy. "He died, too, I suppose. He disappeared at the time, some 15 years ago now. It must be more. Mother used to tell me she had not long weaned me when it happened." "And don't you bear a grudge against him, because of your arm?" began Kornéy, with a sob. "No. Wasn't he my father? It's not as if some stranger had done it. Have another cup, after being so cold. Shall I pour it out for you?" Kornéy did not reply, but burst into tears and sobs. "What's the matter?" "It's nothing, nothing. May Christ reward you." And with trembling hands Kornéy took hold of the bunk and the post supporting it, and with his long thin legs climbed onto the oven. "There, now," said the old housewife to her son, making a sign in the direction of their visitor. Chapter 4. Next day Kornéy was the first to rise. He climbed down from the top of the oven, rubbed his dried and stiffened leg bands, painfully drew on his mud-clogged boots, and slung the wallet onto his back. "Why, Daddy, you'd better have some breakfast," said the old housewife. "The Lord bless you. I'll be going." "Well, then, at least take some of yesterday's cakes with you. I'll put them into your wallet." Kornéy thanked her, and took his leave. "Call in when you return. If we are still alive." Outside everything was wrapped in dense autumn fog, but Kornéy knew the way well. He knew every descent and ascent, every bush, and all the willows along the road, right and left, though during the last 17 years some had been cut down and from old had become young again, while others that had been young had grown old. The village of Gai was still the same, though some new houses had been built at the end, where none stood before, and some of the wooden houses had been replaced by brick ones. His own brick house had not changed except to grow older. The iron roof had long needed repainting, some bricks had been knocked away at one corner, and the porch leaned to one side. As he approached the house that had been his, the gates creaked, and out came a mare with its foal, a roan gelding, and a 2-year-old colt. The old roan was just like the mare Kornéy had bought at the fair the year before he left home. It must be the very one she was in foal with at the time. It's got just her slanting haunches, broad chest, and shaggy legs, thought he. A black-eyed boy, wearing new bark shoes, was taking the horses to water. "It must be Fedka's boy, my grandson, he's got just his black eyes," thought Kornéy. The boy glanced at the old stranger and ran after the colt that was frisking in the mud. A dog as black as old Wolfie followed the boy. "Can it be Wolfie?" thought he, and remembered that Wolfie would have been 20 by now. He came to the porch, ascended with difficulty the steps on which he had sat that night swallowing snow from the handrail, and opened the door leading into the passage. "Where are you shoving to, without leave?" came a woman's voice from inside. He recognized her voice. And then she herself, a withered, sinewy, wrinkled woman, looked out of the room. Kornéy had expected to see the young and handsome Martha, who had offended him so deeply. He hated her, and wished to reproach her, but now this old woman appeared in her stead. "If it's alms you want, ask at the window," she said, in a shrill, harsh voice. "No, it's not alms," said Kornéy. "Well, what is it you do want?" She stopped suddenly. And by her face he saw that she recognized him. "There are plenty of the likes of you loafing about. Go away, in heaven's name." Kornéy fell back against the wall, supporting himself with his staff, and looked intently at her. He was surprised to find that he no longer felt the anger he had nursed against her all these years, but that a mixed feeling of tenderness and languor had suddenly overcome him. "Martha! We shall have to die soon. Go, go, in heaven's name," said she, rapidly and angrily. "Is that all you have to say?" "I have nothing to say," she answered. "Go, for heaven's sake. Go, go. There are plenty of you ne'er-do-well devils loafing about." She hurriedly re-entered the room, and slammed the door. "Why scold?" he heard a man say. And a dark peasant, such as Kornéy had been 40 years before, only shorter and thinner, but with the same sparkling black eyes, came out, with an axe stuck in his belt. This was that same Fedor to whom, 17 years before, he had given a picture book. It was he who was now reproaching his mother for showing no pity to the beggar. With him came the dumb nephew, also with an axe at his belt. He was now a grown man, wrinkled and sinewy, with a thin beard, long neck, and a determined, penetrating glance. Both men had just finished their breakfast, and were going to the woods. "Wait a bit, Daddy," said Fedor, and, turning to his dumb companion, he pointed first to the old man and then to the room, and made a movement as if cutting bread. Fedor went into the street, and the dumb man returned to the room. Kornéy, his head hanging down, still stood in the passage, leaning against the wall and supporting himself on his staff. He felt quite weak, and could hardly check his sobs. The dumb man returned from the room with a large chunk of fresh, sweet-smelling black bread, which he gave to Kornéy. When Kornéy, having crossed himself, took the bread, the dumb man turned towards the room door, passed his hands before his face, and made as though he spat, thereby expressing his disapproval of his aunt's conduct. Suddenly he stopped dead, opened his mouth, and fixed his eyes on Kornéy as though he recognized him. Kornéy could no longer restrain his tears. And, wiping his eyes, nose, and grey beard on the skirt of his coat, turned away and went out into the porch. He was overcome by a strange feeling of tenderness, elation, humility and meekness towards all men, to her, to his son, to everybody, and this feeling rent his soul with pain and joy. Martha looked out of the window, and breathed freely only when she saw the old man disappear behind the corner of the house. When she was sure he had gone, she sat down at her loom and began weaving. Some 10 times she struck with the batten, but her hands would not obey her. She stopped, and began thinking, and recalling Kornéy as she had just seen him. She knew it was he who had nearly killed her, and who, before that, had loved her. And she was frightened at what she had just done. She had not done right. But how should she have treated him? He had not even said that he was Kornéy, and that he had come home. And she again took the shuttle, and went on weaving till evening. Chapter 5. Kornéy with difficulty dragged himself back to Andreyevo by the evening, and again asked permission to stay the night at the Zinovieffs'. They let him in. "So you've not gone on, Daddy?" "No, I felt too weak. It seems I shall have to go back." "Will you let me stay the night?" "Oh yes. You'll not wear out the spot you lie on. Come in and get dry." All night Kornéy shivered with fever. Towards morning he dozed off, and when he awoke the family had all gone out to work. Only Agatha remained in the hut. He was lying on the shelf bed, on a dry coat the old woman had spread for him. Agatha was taking bread out of the oven. "My dear," he said, in a feeble voice, "come here." "Coming, Daddy," she answered, getting out the loaves. "Want a drink? A drop of kvass?" He did not answer. When she had taken out all the loaves, she brought him a bowl of kvass. He did not turn towards her, and did not drink, but lay, face upwards, and began speaking without looking at her. "Agatha," he said, "my time has come. I am going to die. So forgive me, for Christ's sake. God will forgive you. You have done me no harm." He was silent a while. "One thing more. Go to your mother, my dear. Tell her, the pilgrim, say, yesterday's pilgrim, say. He broke into sobs. Then have you been to my home? Yes. Say, yesterday's pilgrim, the pilgrim, say. Again he broke off, sobbing. But at last, gathering strength, he finished. Say, I wish to make peace, he said, and began feeling on his chest for something. I'll tell her. I'll go and tell her. But what are you searching for? Said Agatha. Without answering, the old man, frowning with the effort, drew a paper from his breast with his thin, hairy hand, and gave it to her. Give this to him who asks for it. It's my soldier's passport. God be thanked, my sins are over now. And his face took on a triumphant expression. His brows rose, his eyes were fixed on the ceiling, and he was quiet. A candle, he uttered, without moving his lips. Agatha understood, took a half-burnt wax taper from before the icon, lit it, and put it in his hand. He held it up with his thumb. Agatha went to put the passport in her box, and when she returned to him the candle was falling from his hand, his fixed eyes no longer saw anything, and his chest was motionless. Agatha crossed herself, put out the candle, took a clean towel, and covered his face with it. All that night Martha had not slept, but kept thinking about Kornéy. In the morning she put on her coat, threw a shawl over her head, and went to find out where the old man had gone to. She soon learnt that he was at Andreevo. Martha took a stick from the fence and went towards Andreevo. The farther she went, the more frightened she grew. I'll make it up with him, and we'll take him home. Let the sin be ended. Let him at least die at home, with his son near him, thought she. When Martha approached her daughter's house, she saw a large crowd collected there. Some had entered the passage, others stood outside the windows. It had already got about that the well-known, rich Kornéy Vasílyef, who had been so much talked of in the district 20 years before, had died, a poor wanderer, in his daughter's house. The house was full of people. The women whispered to one another, sighed and moaned. When Martha entered, they made room for her to pass, and under the icons she saw the body, already washed, laid out, and covered with a piece of linen. At its side Philip Kanonich, who had had some education, was chanting the words of a psalm in Slavonic, in a voice like a deacon's. Neither to forgive nor to ask forgiveness was any longer possible, and from the stern, beautiful old face of Kornéy she could not tell whether he had forgiven her or not. 1905. Strawberries. It was June, and the weather was hot and still. In the forest the foliage was thick, sappy and green, and only rarely did a yellow leaf fall here and there from a birch or a lime tree. The wild rose bushes were covered with sweet blossoms, and the forest glades were a mass of honey-scented clover. The thick, tall and waving rye was growing darker, and its grain was swelling fast. In the low-lying land the corncrakes called to one another, in the rye and the oat field quails croaked and cried noisily. In the forests at rare intervals the nightingales sang a few notes and then were again silent. The heat was dry and scorching, and the dust lay an inch thick on the road, or rose in dense clouds, blown now to left and now to right by a stray gentle breeze. The peasants were working to finish their buildings or were carting manure. The hungry cattle were out on the dry fallow land, awaiting the aftermath in the hayfields. The cows and calves were lowing, and, with uplifted hooked tails, abandoned their shady resting places to scamper away from the herdsmen. By the roadside and on the banks, lads were pasturing horses. Women were carrying sacks of grass out of the woods. Young maidens and little girls, hurrying after one another, crept between the bushes where the trees were felled, picking strawberries to sell to the gentlefolk who had come to the country for the summer. These summer inhabitants of ornamented, architecturally pretentious bungalows, strolled with open sunshades, in light, clean, costly clothes, along sand-strewn paths. Or sat in the shade of trees and arbors, by decorated tables, and, overpowered by the heat, drank tea or sipped cooling drinks. Before the splendid bungalow of Nicholas Semyonovich, with its tower, veranda, little balconies and galleries, everything about it fresh, new, and clean, stood a troika caleche with 3 horses. That had brought a Petersburg gentleman from the town 6 miles off. This gentleman, a well-known and active liberal member of every committee, was on every council, and signed every petition and every address, cunningly framed to appear faithfully loyal. But really very radical. He had come from the town, in which, as an extremely busy man, he was staying only 24 hours, to see the old friend and playmate of his childhood, who was almost his adherent. They disagreed only on the best way of putting their constitutional principles into practice, and as to that but slightly. The Petersburger was more of a European, even with a slight leaning towards socialism, and in receipt of a very large salary from the different posts he occupied. Nicholas Semyonovich, on the other hand, was a pure Russian, orthodox, a bit of a Slavophile, and the owner of many thousands of acres. They had had 5 courses for dinner, which was served in the garden. But the heat made it almost impossible to eat, so that all the work of the cook, who received £50 a year, and of his assistants, who had taken special trouble to prepare dinner for the visitor, was wasted. They had only eaten of the iced fish soup, and the party-colored, prettily shaped ice pudding, elaborately ornamented with spun sugar and biscuits. Besides the visitor, there had been present at dinner a liberal doctor, the children's tutor, a desperately socialistic, revolutionary student, but whom Nicholas Semyonovich was able to keep within bounds, Nicholas Semyonovich's wife, Marie, and their 3 children, the youngest of whom came only to dessert. There had been a slight strain during dinner, because Marie, a very nervous woman, was anxious about the derangement of Gogo's stomach, as is the custom among well-bred people. The name Gogo was given to their youngest son, Nicholas, and also because, as soon as a political subject was started by Nicholas Semyonovich and the visitors, the desperate student, in his eagerness to show that he was not afraid of expressing his opinions to anyone, broke into the conversation. Then the visitor would cease talking, and Nicholas Semyonovich would try to soothe the student. They had dined at 7. And after dinner the friends sat on the veranda, refreshing themselves by sipping iced Narzen 311 with white wine, and conversing. Their difference of opinion first showed itself on the question of elections, as to whether direct or secondary representation was better, and the discussion was growing heated when they were called to tea in the dining room, which was carefully protected from the flies by nets. The conversation at tea was general, and directed to Marie, who could take no interest in it because her thoughts were absorbed by some symptoms of the derangement of Gogo's digestive organs. They were talking about pictures, and Marie maintained that in decadent art there was a certain je ne sais quoi, which could not be denied. She was at that moment not thinking in the least about decadent art, but only repeating what she had often said before. As for the visitor, he did not care about it at all, but he had heard what was being said against decadence, and repeated it so naturally that no one could have guessed that neither decadence nor non-decadence concerned him in the least. And Nicholas Semyonovich, looking at his wife, felt that she was dissatisfied about something, and that some unpleasantness might be expected, and, besides, it was very dull listening to what she was saying. He thought he must have heard it at least 100 times. Rich bronze lamps were lit inside the room, and lanterns outside. The children had been put to bed, Gogo having first been subjected to medical treatment. The visitor, with Nicholas Semyonovich and the doctor, went out onto the veranda. The footman brought candles with glass globes, and more Narzen, and about midnight they started at last a real, animated conversation as to the best means of government to be adopted at the present most critical time for Russia. They all smoked and talked unceasingly. Outside the gate clanked the bells on the harness of the horses, which had not been fed, and the old driver, sitting inside the caleche, alternately yawned and snored. He had worked for one master 20 years. And with the exception of 3 to 5 rubles a month, which he drank, he had sent all his money home to his brother, who worked their land in the village. When the cocks began to crow to one another from bungalow to bungalow, especially one from a neighboring yard, who had a very loud shrill voice. The driver began to wonder whether they had forgotten him, and got down and went inside the gate. He saw his fare sitting, eating and talking. He became alarmed, and went to look for the footman. He found him in his livery, sitting asleep in the anteroom. The driver woke him up. The footman, formerly a serf, kept his large family out of his wages. It was a good place. He got £20 a year wages, and sometimes another £10 in tips. He had 5 girls and 2 boys. He jumped up, pulled himself together with a shake, and went to tell the gentleman that the driver was getting uneasy and asking to be dismissed. When the footman entered, the discussion was at its height. The doctor also was taking part in it. I cannot admit that the Russian people, the visitor was saying, ought to develop on different lines. Before all things liberty is wanted, political liberty. That liberty, as all know well, is the greatest liberty, without infringing the rights of others. He felt that he was getting a little mixed, and that was not the right way to put it, but he could not quite remember how it should be put. That is so, answered Nicholas Semyonovitch, anxious to express his own thought, with which he was particularly pleased, and not listening to the visitor. That is so. But it must be reached by other means, not by a majority of votes, but by common consent. Look at the mir, how it arrives at its decisions. Oh, that mir! It cannot be denied, said the doctor, that the Slavonic nations have an outlook of their own. Take, for instance, the Polish right of veto. I don't maintain that it is a better way. One moment. I will finish what I was going to say, began Nicholas Semyonovitch. The Russian people have special characteristics. These characteristics. But here Ivan, the liveried, sleepy-eyed footman, interrupted him. The driver is getting uneasy, he said. Please tell him, the Petersburg visitor always spoke politely to footmen, and prided himself on doing so, that I shall soon be going, and will pay for the extra time. Yes, sir. The footman went away, and Nicholas Semyonovitch was able to finish expressing his view. But both the visitor and the doctor had heard him express it a score of times, or, at any rate, they thought so, and began disproving it, especially the visitor, who quoted instances from history. He knew history very thoroughly. The doctor sided with the visitor, admired his erudition, and was glad of the opportunity of becoming acquainted with him. While they were engrossed in their subject, the dawn appeared behind the wood on the opposite side of the road, and the birds woke up, but the arguers still kept on smoking and talking. Talking and smoking, and the conversation might have gone on still longer, if a maidservant had not appeared at the door. This servant was an orphan, who had had to take service to earn her living. She had first gone into a tradesman's house, where one of his assistants seduced her, and she had had a child. The child died, and she entered the house of an official whose son, a gymnasium student, gave her no peace. And now she was under housemaid in Nicholas Semyonovitch's family, and considered herself fortunate because she was not pursued by her master's lust, and had her wages paid regularly. She came to say that her mistress wanted the doctor and Nicholas Semyonovitch. Oh dear, thought Nicholas Semyonovitch, something must be wrong with Gogo. What's the matter? He asked. Nicholas Nikolaevich seems unwell. Nicholas Nikolaevich, that was little Gogo, who had overeaten himself, and was now suffering from diarrhea. And it's high time for me to be going, said the visitor. Just look how light it is, how long we have been sitting here. He smiled, as if approving of himself and his collocutors for having talked so much and so long, and took his leave. Ivan had to run about on his weary legs, searching for the visitor's hat and umbrella, which the latter had himself left in the most unlikely places. Ivan hoped to get a tip. But the visitor, always generous, and quite ready to give him a ruble, being carried away by the discussion, clean forgot him. And remembered only when well on his way that he had not tipped the footman. Ah well, he thought, it cannot be helped now. The driver mounted the box and gathered up the reins, and, sitting sideways, touched up the horses. The bells clanked, and the Petersburg gentleman, rocked on the soft springs of the caleche, drove away, his thoughts full of the narrowness of his friend's view. Nicholas Semyonovitch, who had not gone to his wife at once, was thinking the same about his friend. The shallow narrowness of these Petersburgers is awful, and they can't get out of it, he thought. He shrank from going to his wife, because he did not expect anything good from the interview at that moment. It was all on account of some strawberries. In the morning Nicholas Semyonovitch had bought, without even bargaining, 2 platefuls of not very ripe wild strawberries which some peasant boys were selling. His children came running and asking for some, and began eating them straight from the boys' plates. Marie had not yet come down. When she came and heard that Gogo, whose stomach was already out of order, had been given strawberries, she became extremely angry. She reproached her husband, and he reproached her. So that they had some very unpleasant words, almost a quarrel. Towards evening some unsatisfactory symptoms really showed themselves, but Nicholas Semyonovitch thought that after that everything would be all right. However, the fact that the doctor was called proved that things had taken a bad turn. When he did go in, he found his wife in the nursery, dressed in a favorite bright-colored silk dressing gown, about which, however, she was not thinking at that moment. And holding a guttering candle for the doctor, who, with his pince-nez on his nose and a very attentive expression on his face, was carefully making an examination. "Yes," she said meaningly, "it is all on account of those confounded strawberries." "What of the strawberries?" Nicholas Semyonovitch asked timidly. "What of the strawberries? It's you that fed him on them, and here am I, not having a wink of sleep all night, and the child will die." "Oh, come, he won't die," said the doctor, with a smile. "Just a small dose of bismuth, and careful diet. Let's give him some now." "He's asleep," she said. "Oh, then, it's better not to disturb him. I'll call in again tomorrow." "Please do." The doctor went away, and the husband, left alone with his wife, was long unable to soothe her. It was broad daylight before he fell asleep. Early that morning, in the neighboring village, the lads were returning with the horses they had pastured all night. Some of them had only the one they rode. Others were leading a second horse as well, while the colts and 2-year-olds ran free behind. Taraska Rysaunov, a lad of 12 in a sheepskin coat, with a cap on his head but barefooted, seated on a piebald mare and leading a gelding by a cord, outdistanced all the others and trotted up the hill to the village. A well-fed piebald colt ran, kicking up its legs, which looked as if they had white stockings on, to right and left. Taraska rode up to his hut, tied the horses to the gate, and entered the passage. "Hullo, you there, oversleeping yourselves," he cried to his sisters and brother, who were sleeping on some sacking in the passage. Their mother, who had also slept there, was already up and milking the cow. Little Olga jumped up, smoothing down with both hands her tangled flaxen hair. But Fedka, who lay beside her, continued to lie with his head hidden in a sheepskin coat, and only rubbed with a rough little heel the shapely childish foot that peeped from under the coat. The previous evening the children had arranged to go strawberry picking, and Taraska had promised to call his sisters and little brother as soon as he came back with the horses. He had kept his promise. In the night, sitting under a bush, he had felt extremely sleepy, but now he was wide awake, and decided not to lie down at all, but to go strawberry picking with the girls. His mother gave him a mug of milk and cut him a chunk of bread, and he sat down on the high bench by the table to eat his breakfast. Then, dressed only in a pair of trousers and a shirt, he hurried along the road, leaving the prints of his bare feet in the dust, which already bore a number of smaller and larger footprints, distinctly showing the imprint of the little toes. Far ahead he could see the girls, like red and white specks against the dark green of the forest. In the evening they had prepared a little jug and a mug to put the berries in. And this morning, after crossing themselves once or twice before the icon, they had run out without breakfast, and without even taking a bit of bread with them. Taraska caught them up near the big forest, just as they turned off the road. The bushes, and even the lower branches of the trees, were covered with dew. The girls' little bare feet at first grew cold, and then began to glow, as they stepped now on the soft grass and now on the rough earth. The strawberries grew chiefly where the trees had been felled. The girls first went to the part where the trees had been cut the year before and the young shoots had only just begun to grow, where between the sappy little bushes were patches of long grass, amid which the rosy white strawberries, with here and there a red one, hid and ripened. The little girls, bent nearly double, picked the berries one by one with their small brown fingers, putting the worst in their mouths and the best ones into the mugs. "Olga dear, come here. Here's an awful lot." "Nonsense." "Hello," they called to each other when they got behind the bushes. Taraska went farther, beyond the hollow, where the trees had been felled 2 years before, and where the new growth, especially the hazels and maples, was already taller than a man. The grass there was thicker and more juicy, and the berries, protected by the grass, grew juicier and larger. Groucha. Supposing a wolf came? Well, what about a wolf? What do you frighten one for? "I'm not afraid, I'm not," declared Groucha. And absent-mindedly, her thoughts wandering to the wolf, she put berry after berry, and some of the very finest, into her mouth instead of into the mug. "See! Our Taraska has gone beyond the ravine." "Taraska, hello." "Here," answered Taraska across the ravine. "You come too?" "Yes, let us, there are more berries there." And the girls clambered down into the hollow, holding on to the bushes and along the little crevices, and up again on the other side. And here they chanced at once on a spot lying in the full glare of the sunlight, covered with fine grass and sprinkled thick with strawberries. And straightway they set to work with hands and mouths, silently and without pausing. Suddenly something rustled through the stillness, and with a terrible noise, as it seemed to them, rattled and clattered among the grass and bushes. Groucha fell down with a fright, upsetting the already half-filled jug. "Mammy," she whimpered, and began to cry. "A hare, a hare. Taraska, a hare. There he is!" shouted little Olga, pointing to the grey-brown back that gleamed through the bushes. "What's the matter with you?" she said to Groucha, when the hare had disappeared. "I thought it was a wolf," answered Groucha, and her terror and tears of despair changed instantly to loud laughter. "There's a stupid." "I was dreadfully frightened," said Groucha, with peals of ringing laughter. They picked up the berries and went on. The sun was now up, and threw bright flecks and shadows on the green, and glittered in the dew that lay everywhere, and that had now saturated the girls' clothes up to their waists. The girls had nearly reached the end of the wood, having gone on and on in the hope that the farther they went the more strawberries there would be. And now the shrill voices of girls and women who had come out later to pick berries, resounded from every side. The girls' mug and jug were nearly full when they came across Auntie Akalina, who had also come strawberrying. Behind her a little fat-bellied, bare-headed boy, with nothing on but a shirt, waddled along on thick bandy legs. "Here, he hangs on to me," said Auntie Akalina to the girls, taking the boy up in her arms, "and I have no one to leave him with. And we have just scared a hare. Such a clatter he made, dreadful." "Dear me," said Akalina, and put the boy down again. Having exchanged these words, the girls parted from Akalina and went on with their work. "Suppose we rest a bit now," said little Olga, sitting down in the shade of a hazel bush. "I'm tired. Oh dear, we've not brought any bread. It would be nice to eat a bit now. I'd like some, too. What's Auntie Akalina shouting about? Here. Hello, Auntie Akalina. Olga dear, What? Have you got my boy there?" "No." The bushes rustled, and Akalina appeared on the opposite side of a hollow, with her skirt tucked up to her knees and a basket on her arm. "Haven't you seen my boy?" "No." "Here's a nice business." "Mishka. Mishka." No one answered. "What a bother. He'll get lost." he'll wander off into the big forest. Olga jumped up and went with Grausha to look for him one way, and Akalina another, unceasingly calling with their ringing voices, but no one answered. "I'm tired," Grausha kept saying, as she lagged behind Olga, who did not stop shouting, going now to the left, now to the right, and looking from side to side. Akalina's tones of despair could be heard far off in the direction of the big forest. Olga was about to give up the search, when, in one of the sappy bushes beside the stump of a lime tree overgrown with young shoots, she heard the continuous angry, desperate chirping of some bird which probably had nestlings nearby, and was displeased about something. The bird was evidently frightened and angry. Olga looked round the bush, which was surrounded by a mass of tall grass with white blossoms, and there she saw something blue, unlike any kind of forest plant. She stopped and gazed at it. It was Mishka, whom the bird feared and was angry with. Mishka lay on his fat stomach, sleeping sweetly, his head on his arms, his plump, crooked little legs stretched out. Olga called his mother, woke the boy, and gave him some of her strawberries. And for a long time after that, Olga used to tell her father, mother, neighbors and everybody she met, how she had looked for and found Akalina's boy. The sun stood high above the forest, scorching the earth and everything on it. "Olga, come and bathe," said some other girls she met. And the whole crowd of them went down, singing, to the river. Splashing, shrieking, and kicking about, the girls did not notice how a dark, lowering cloud arose, now hiding, now revealing the sun, nor how strong the flowers and birch leaves began to smell. Nor the low rumbling of thunder. They had hardly time to get dressed before the rain drenched them to the skin. With their garments dark with wet and clinging to them, the girls ran home, had something to eat, and then took their father his dinner in the field where he was earthing up potatoes with the plough. By the time they got home again and had finished their dinner, their clothes were already dry. Then they picked over their strawberries, put them into bowls, and took them to Nicholas Semyonovich's house, where they were generally well paid, but this time the strawberries were refused. Marie, who exhausted by the heat sat in a large easy chair, holding an open sunshade, waved her fan at the girls when she saw them, and said, "No, no. We don't want any." But Volya, her eldest, 12-year-old son, who was resting after his fatiguing work at the classical gymnasium and playing croquet with some neighbors, saw the strawberries and ran up to Olga. "How much are they?" 30 kopecks, said she. "That's too much," he replied, because the grown-up people spoke like that. "Wait a bit, just step round the corner," he added, and ran to the nurse. Olga and Grausha admired the large globe mirror ornament which stood in the garden, in which one could see tiny little houses, woods, and gardens. This globe, as well as many other things, did not surprise them, because they expected to see the most wonderful things in this mysterious, and to them incomprehensible, gentlefolk's world. Volya came to his nurse and asked her to give him 30 kopecks. Nurse said it was too much, but produced 20 from her box. Then, going round out of his way to avoid his father, who had only just got up after his weary night, and who sat smoking and reading his paper, he gave 20 kopecks to the girls. And emptied the strawberries onto a plate. When they got home, Olga untied with her teeth the knot in her handkerchief where she had tied the 20 kopecks, and gave them to her mother. Who, after putting them away, went to the river to rinse her washing. Taraska, who had been helping his father earth up the potatoes, lay fast asleep in the shade of a dark oak. His father sat by him, keeping an eye on the horse, which he had taken out of the plough, and which was now grazing near the border of his neighbor's land, for fear it might stray among the oats or into the neighbor's meadow. In Nicholas Semyonovich's family everything was pursuing its usual course. All was well. The 3-course lunch was ready, and the flies were eating it because nobody felt inclined for food. Nicholas Semyonovich was pleased with the justice of his arguments, proved by what the papers said that morning. Marie was quiet because Gogo's digestion was all right again. The doctor was satisfied because his medicine had been successful, and Volya was contented because he had eaten a whole plateful of strawberries. 1905. Why? Chapter 1. In the spring of 1830 Pan Jaksuski, at his family estate of Rozenka, received a visit from Joseph Migurski, the only son of a deceased friend. Jaksuski, a patriot of the days of the Second Partition of Poland, was a broad-browed, broad-shouldered, broad-chested man of 65, with a long white mustache on his brick-red face. As a youth he had served with Migurski's father under the banner of Kosciuszko. And with all the strength of his patriotic soul he hated the apocalyptic adulteress, as he called Catherine II, and her abominable paramour, the traitor Poniatowski. And he believed in the re-establishment of the Polish state as firmly as he believed that tomorrow's sun would rise. In 1812 he had commanded a regiment in the army of Napoleon, whom he adored. Napoleon's fall distressed him, but he did not despair of the re-establishment of the Polish kingdom, even though in a mutilated form. His hopes were reawakened when Alexander I opened the Diet in Warsaw. But the Holy Alliance, the general reaction in Europe, and the obstinacy of Constantine III deferred the realization of this cherished hope. Since 1825 Jaksuski had settled in the country and lived there, never leaving Rozenka, spending his time in farming, hunting, and reading the papers and letters. By means of which he still eagerly followed the political events of his native land. His second marriage, to a pretty but poor gentlewoman, was not happy. He did not love or respect her, considered her a burden, and treated her harshly and rudely, as if to revenge himself for the mistake he had made in remarrying. He had no children by this second wife. By his first wife he had 2 daughters, Wanda, the eldest, a stately beauty who knew the value of her good looks, and found country life tiresome. And a younger one, Albina, her father's pet, a lively, bonny little girl, with fair curly hair, and large sparkling grey eyes set far apart like her father's. Albina was 15 when Joseph Migurski came to stay with them. As a student he used to visit the Jaksuskis in Vilna, where they wintered, and paid attentions to Wanda. But this was the first time that he, now a full-grown and independent man, had come to see them in the country. Everyone at Rozenka was pleased when young Migurski came. Jaksuski was pleased because Josei reminded him of the companion of his youth, Migurski's father. And because he spoke warmly and with the rosiest hopes of the revolutionary movement, not in Poland alone, but also abroad, whence he had just returned. Pani Jaksuski, the lady of the house, was pleased because old Jaksuski restrained himself in the presence of visitors, and did not scold her for everything as he usually did. Wanda was pleased, because she felt sure Migurski had come for her sake, and intended to propose to her. She was preparing to accept him, but, as she expressed it to herself, meant Louis tenir la dragée haute, 313 and Albina was pleased because everybody else was pleased. Wanda was not alone in thinking that Migurski had come intending to propose to her. All the household, from old Jaksuski to Ludwika, the old nurse, thought the same, although no one spoke of it. And it was quite true. Migurski came with that intention, but after a week's stay, confused and upset by something, he left without having proposed. Everyone was surprised by his strange and unexpected departure, and no one but Albina understood its cause. Albina knew that she herself was the cause. During the whole of Migurski's stay in Rozenka, she had noticed that he was especially animated and bright only when with her. He treated her as a child, joked with her and teased her. But her feminine instinct told her that his relation to her was not that of a grown-up person to a child, but that of a man to a woman. She could see this in the look of love and the tender smile with which he greeted her when she entered the room, and followed her when she went out. She did not clearly explain to herself what this meant, but these relations between them gladdened her, and she involuntarily tried to do what pleased him. And as everything she did pleased him, all her actions in his presence were done with a special elation. It pleased him to see her running races with a beautiful wolfhound that jumped up and licked her flushed and radiant face. It pleased him when, on the smallest provocation, she burst into infectiously ringing peals of laughter. It pleased him when, with her eyes still laughing, she assumed a serious expression during the priest's dull sermons. It pleased him when, with extraordinary exactitude and drollery, she imitated, now her old nurse, now a tipsy neighbor. And now Migurski himself, passing instantaneously from one character to another. But what pleased him most of all was her happiness, her rapturous joy of life. It was as if she had only now fully discovered the delight of living, and hastened to make the most of it. This peculiar joy of life pleased him, and it was evoked and intensified by the very fact that she knew that her joy of life delighted him. So Albina alone knew why Migurski, having come to propose to Wanda, left without having done so. Though she would never have ventured to tell this to anyone, and did not even acknowledge it to herself, yet in the depth of her soul she knew that he had wished to fall in love with her sister. But had fallen in love with her, Albina. She was very much surprised at this, regarding herself as quite insignificant beside the clever, well-educated, beautiful Wanda. But she could not help knowing that it was true, and could not help being glad of it, for she herself loved Migurski with her whole soul, loved him as one can only love for the first time. And only once in a lifetime. Chapter 2. Towards the end of the summer the papers brought the news of the revolution in Paris. This was followed by news of preparations for an insurrection in Warsaw. Jakszyski, with hope and fear, was expecting by every post news of the assassination of Constantine and of the commencement of a revolution. At last, in November, tidings came of the attack on the Belvedere and the flight of Constantine, and, later, news that the Diet had declared the Romanov dynasty deposed from the throne of Poland. That Klopicki had been proclaimed dictator, and that Poland once more was free. The rebellion had not yet reached Rosanka, but all its inmates followed its progress, expecting it to come and preparing for it. Old Jakszyski corresponded with a former acquaintance, one of the leaders of the rebellion, received mysterious Jewish agents on business relating, not to farming, but to the revolution. And was ready to join the rising when the time should come. Pani Jakszyski concerned herself more than ever about her husband's physical comforts, and thereby, as usual, irritated him more and more. Wanda sent her diamonds to a friend in Warsaw, that the money they fetched might go to the Revolutionary Committee. Albina was only interested in what Migurski was doing. She knew, through her father, that he had joined Dwornicki's forces. Migurski wrote twice, first, to say that he had joined the army. And later, in the middle of February, he sent an enthusiastic letter about the victory near Stoczek, where the Poles captured 6 Russian guns and some prisoners. His letter ended with the words, "The Poles are victorious and the Russians are defeated. Hurrah!" Albina was in raptures. She examined the map, calculated where and when the Russians would be finally beaten, and grew pale and trembled when her father slowly opened the packets that arrived by post. One day her stepmother, happening to enter Albina's room, found her standing before the looking-glass, dressed in a pair of trousers and a man's hat. Albina was getting ready to run away from home in male attire to join the Polish army. Her stepmother told her father. He called his daughter to him, and, hiding his feeling of sympathy and even admiration, rebuked her sternly, demanding that she should give up her foolish idea of taking part in the war. "Women have other duties, to love and comfort those who sacrifice themselves for their country," said he. Now he had need of her and she was his joy and solace. And the time would come when she would be needed by a husband. He knew how to influence her. He hinted at his loneliness and sorrows, and she pressed her face against him, hiding the tears which, for all that, wetted the sleeves of his dressing gown. And she promised to undertake nothing without his consent. Chapter 3. Only those who experienced what the Poles endured after the partition of Poland and the subjugation of one part of it by the hated Germans, and of another part by the even more hated Russians, can understand the delight the Poles felt in 1830 and 1831 when, after their previous unfortunate attempts to regain independence, its attainment seemed again within reach. But these hopes did not last long. The forces were too unequal, and once more the revolution was crushed. Again tens of thousands of unreasoningly submissive Russians were driven into Poland. Under the leadership first of Dyabich and then of Paskevich, subject to the supreme command of Nicholas I, these Russians, without knowing why, saturated the ground with their own blood and with that of their brothers the Poles, whom they crushed and again placed under the power of weak, insignificant men who cared neither for the freedom nor the subjugation of Poland, but sought only to gratify their own avarice and childish vanity. Warsaw was captured, and the separate Polish detachments were defeated. Hundreds and thousands of men were shot, flogged to death, or exiled. Among the latter was young Migurski. His estate was confiscated, and he himself sent as a common soldier in a line regiment, to Uralsk. The Jaksuskis spent the winter of 1832 in Vilna on account of the old man's health. For after 1831 he began to suffer from heart disease. Here they received a letter from Migurski. He wrote from prison, saying that, hard as what he had gone through and had yet to undergo might be, he still was glad to have had an opportunity to suffer for his native land, and did not despair of the holy cause to which he had given part of his life, and for which he was prepared to give the remainder. And that if another chance occurred tomorrow, he would again act as he had done. Reading the letter aloud, the old man broke down at this passage, sobbed, and was long unable to continue. In the latter part of the letter, which Wanda read out, Migurski wrote that whatever plans and dreams he might have had at the time of his last visit to them, which would ever remain the brightest spot in his life, he now neither could, nor would speak of them. Wanda and Albina each understood these words in her own way, and they spoke to no one of how they understood them. At the end of the letter Migurski sent messages to everyone, and among the rest, in the playful tone he had adopted towards Albina during his visit, he addressed her too, asking her whether she still ran as swiftly, outrunning the dogs. Did she still mimic everybody so well? He wished the old man good health, the mother, success in household matters, Wanda, a worthy husband, and Albina, the continuance of her joy of life. Chapter 4. Old Jaksuski's health grew worse and worse, and in 1833 the whole family went abroad. In Baden, Wanda met a rich Polish emigrant, and married him. The old man's illness progressed rapidly, and he died abroad early in 1833, in Albina's arms. He would not let his wife nurse him, and to the last moment could not forgive her the mistake he had made in marrying her. Pani Jaksuski returned to the country with Albina. Albina's chief interest in life was Migurski. In her eyes he was the greatest of heroes and martyrs, and to him she decided to devote her life. Even before going abroad she began to correspond with him, at first commissioned thereto by her father, and then on her own account. When she returned to Russia after her father's death, she continued to correspond with him. And when she reached the age of 18 she announced to her stepmother that she had decided to go to Migurski in Uralsk, and there to marry him. Her stepmother began to blame Migurski for, as she said, selfishly wishing to improve his sad lot by inducing a wealthy girl, whose affections he had secured, to share his misfortunes. Albina thereupon became angry, and told her stepmother that no one but she could ascribe such low motives to a man who had sacrificed everything for his native land. That, on the contrary, Migurski had refused the help she had offered him, but that she had irrevocably decided to go to him and marry him, if only he would allow her that happiness. Albina was legally of age, and she had money, 300,000 zloty, 314, a sum that an uncle had left to each of his two nieces, so no one could interfere. In November, 1833, Albina bade farewell to the household, who saw her start for barbarous Russia as though she were going to her death, seated herself with her old and devoted nurse Ludwika, whom she took with her, in her father's old carriage, newly repaired for the great journey, and started on her long road. Chapter 5. Migurski did not live in barracks, but had a lodging of his own. Nicholas I decreed that the exiled Polish officers should not only bear all the hardships of rough army life, but should be made to suffer all the degradations to which common soldiers at that time were subjected. But the majority of the plain men with whom it lay to execute these orders, disobeyed them as far as they could. The half-educated commander of the battalion in which Migurski was placed, a man who had risen from the ranks, understood the position of the educated, formerly wealthy young man who had lost everything. And, pitying and respecting him, made all sorts of concessions in his favor. Migurski could not help appreciating the good nature of this lieutenant colonel, with white whiskers on his puffy, military face. And to repay him, he agreed to teach mathematics and French to his sons, who were preparing to enter a military college. Migurski's life in Uralsk, which had now lasted nearly 7 months, was not only monotonous, dull and wearisome, but was also hard. Except the commander of the battalion, from whom as much as possible he tried to keep at a distance, his only acquaintance was an exiled Pole, a sly, unpleasant man of little education, who traded in fish. But the chief hardship of Migurski's life lay in the fact that he found it difficult to accustom himself to privation. After the confiscation of his property he had no means whatever left, and struggled on by selling what jewelry he still possessed. The great and only joy of his life, after his deportation, was his correspondence with Albina. A sweet, poetic image of her had remained in his mind since his visit to Rosanka, and now, in his exile, grew more and more beautiful. In one of her first letters to him she asked, among other things, what he had meant in his former letter by the words, "whatever plans and dreams I may have had." He replied that he could now tell her that his dream had been to call her his wife. She wrote back saying that she loved him. He answered that she should not have written that, because it was terrible to think of what might have been, but was now impossible. She replied that it was not only possible, but would surely be. He wrote that he could not accept such a sacrifice, and that in his present circumstances it was impossible. Soon after this letter he received a money order for 2,000 zloty. 315 by the postmark on the envelope, and by the writing he knew that it came from Albina. And he remembered how in one of his first letters he had jokingly described to her the pleasure he now experienced in earning all he required by giving lessons, money to buy tobacco, tea, and even books. Putting the money order into a fresh envelope, he returned it with a letter in which he begged her not to spoil their sacred friendship with money. He wrote that he had all he required, and was perfectly happy in the knowledge that he had such a friend, and so their correspondence ended. In November, Migurski was sitting at the lieutenant colonel's teaching the latter's 2 boys, when he heard the approaching sound of the post bell. And the snow creaked under the runners of a sledge, which stopped at the front door. The children jumped up to see who had come. Migurski remained in the room, looking at the door, and expecting the children to return, when the lieutenant colonel's wife herself entered. "Oh, Pan! Here are some ladies asking for you," she said. "They must be from your parts, they seem to be Poles." Had anyone asked Migurski if he thought it possible that Albina might come to him, he would have said that it was quite out of the question, yet at the bottom of his heart he expected her. The blood rushed to his heart now, and he ran breathless into the hall. There a fat, pockmarked woman was unwrapping a shawl from her head. Another woman was entering the door of the lieutenant colonel's rooms. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned round. From under the hood, eyes, set far apart and full of the joy of life, beamed beneath their frozen lashes, the eyes of Albina. He was stupefied, and did not know how to welcome her, or how to greet her. "José!" she cried, giving him the name her father called him by, and by which she thought of him herself, and she threw her arms round his neck, pressing her cold, reddened face to his, and began to laugh and cry. Having heard who Albina was, and why she had come, the lieutenant colonel's kind-hearted wife received her into her house, and kept her there till the wedding. Chapter 6. The good-natured lieutenant colonel obtained the necessary permission from the authorities. A Polish priest was procured from Orenburg. The battalion commander's wife took the place of the bride's mother, one of Migurski's pupils carried the icon, and Brzezowski, the exiled Pole, acted as best man. Strange as it may seem, Albina loved her husband passionately, but did not know him at all. she only now began to make his acquaintance. Of course, she found in the living man of flesh and blood much that was ordinary and prosaic, and had not existed in the image she had borne and nurtured in her mind. But, on the other hand, just because he was a man of flesh and blood, she found in him much that was simple and good, and had not existed in the abstract image. She had heard from friends and acquaintances of his courage in the war, and knew how bravely he had borne the loss of his property and freedom. And she had imagined him a hero always living an exalted and heroic life. In reality, with all his extraordinary physical strength and courage, he turned out to be as mild and gentle as a lamb, an artless fellow, making good-natured jokes. His sensuous lips, surrounded by a fair mustache and small beard, showed the same childlike smile that had attracted her at Rosenka, and he carried an ever-smoking pipe. Specially unpleasant to her when she was pregnant. Migurski, too, only now learnt to know Albina, and in her he first learnt to know women in general. From the women he had met before his marriage he could not have known women. And what he found in Albina as a type of women in general surprised him, and might have tended to disenchant him with them, had he not felt towards Albina, as Albina, a peculiarly tender and grateful feeling. Towards Albina as a woman he entertained a tender and rather ironical condescension. But towards Albina as Albina not only tender love, but rapture, and the sense of an irredeemable obligation for the sacrifice she had made, which had given him undeserved happiness. The Migurskis were happy in their love. Directing all their power of love to one another, among strangers they felt like two people who, having lost their way in winter, are in danger of being frozen, and warm one another. The devotion of the old nurse, Ludwika, good-naturedly grumbling, comical, always falling in love with every man she met, but slavishly and self-sacrificingly attached to her young mistress, contributed to the Migurskis' happiness. They were also happy in their children. A year after their marriage, a boy was born, and 18 months later, a girl. The boy was the very image of his mother, the same eyes, the same vivacity and grace. The girl was a healthy pretty little animal. The Migurskis' misfortune was their exile from home, and especially the unpleasant humiliation of their position. Albina, in particular, suffered from this degradation. He, her José, her hero, that ideal man, had to draw himself up erect before every officer he met, go through manual exercises, stand sentinel, and obey every order without demur. Then, too, the letters they received from Poland were most depressing. Almost all their nearest friends and relations were either banished or had fled abroad after losing everything they possessed. For themselves, the Migurskis had no prospect of an improvement in their situation. All attempts to petition for pardon, or even for an amelioration of their lot, or for him to be made an officer, were vain. Nicholas I held reviews, parades and maneuvers. Went to masquerades and amused himself with the masks, rushed needlessly across Russia from Chugov to Novorossiysk, to Petersburg and to Moscow, frightening people and using up horses. And when anyone was courageous enough to address him, begging for a mitigation of the fate of any exiled Decembrists. 316 or of the Poles who were suffering for love of their native land, the very quality he himself extolled, he expanded his chest, fixed his leaden eyes on anything they happened to rest on, and said, "Too soon." Let them continue to serve, as if he knew the right time, and when it would cease to be too soon. And all about him, generals and chamberlains and their wives, who got their living from him, went into raptures at the extraordinary penetration and wisdom of this great man. On the whole, however, there was more joy than pain in the Migurskis' lives. They lived thus for 5 years. Suddenly they were overwhelmed by a terrible and unexpected sorrow. First, their little girl fell ill, and 2 days later their boy also. For 3 days he lay burning with fever, and on the 4th he died, without medical aid. No doctor was within reach. 2 days later, the little girl died too. If Albina did not drown herself in the Ural River, it was only because she could not think without terror of the state her husband would be in when he heard of her suicide. But it was hard for her to live. Formerly always active and busy, she now left all her duties to Ludwika, and sat for hours listlessly and silently gazing at anything her eyes fell upon. Or she would start up and run into her own little room, and there, regardless of her husband's or Ludwika's condolences, would weep softly, only shaking her head and asking them to go away and leave her alone. When summer came, she would go to her children's grave and sit there, rending her heart with memories of what had been, and with thoughts of what might have been. She was specially tortured by the idea that the children might have remained alive had they lived in a town where they could have received medical aid. Why? What for? Thought she. José and I want nothing from anyone, except that he should be allowed to live the life he was born to, and which his grandfathers and great-grandfathers lived. And that I should be allowed to live with him and love my little ones, and bring them up. But they must needs come and torment him and banish him, and rob me of what is dearer to me than all the world. Why? What for? She put the question to men and to God, and could not imagine the possibility of any answer. And without an answer there was no life for her, and so her life came to a standstill. Their poor existence in exile, which she with her feminine taste and refinement had formerly known how to adorn, now became intolerable, not only to her but also to Migurski, who suffered on her account, and did not know how to help her. Chapter 7. At this, the most unhappy time for the Migurskis, a Pole named Rosolowski arrived at Uralsk. He had been concerned in a widespread plot organized in Siberia by the exiled Polish priest Syrasinsky, to raise an insurrection and escape from exile. Rosolowski, who, like Migurski and thousands of others, was being punished with exile in Siberia for wishing to remain what he had been born, a Pole, had taken part in this plot and had been flogged for it. And he was now sent as a common soldier to serve in Migurski's battalion. Rosolowski, who had been a teacher of mathematics, was a tall, thin, round-shouldered man, with hollow cheeks and wrinkled brows. On the first evening after his arrival, as he sat at tea with the Migurskis, he naturally began to tell them, in his slow quiet bass voice, about the affair for which he had suffered so cruelly. It was this: Syrasinsky had organized a secret society all over Siberia, the aim of which was, by the aid of the Poles serving in the Cossack and Line regiments, to incite the soldiers and convicts to mutiny, to get the exiles to rise, to seize the artillery at Omsk, and to liberate everybody. Would that have been possible? Asked Migurski. Certainly it would, everything was ready, said Rosolowski, frowning gloomily. And slowly and calmly he explained the whole plan of liberation, and all the measures taken to secure success, or, in case of failure, to save the conspirators. If two scoundrels had not betrayed the plan, success was assured. According to Rosolowski, Syrasinsky was a man of genius and great spiritual power. He died like a hero and a martyr. And Rosolowski, in his calm, steady deep voice, told them the details of the execution, which, by order of the authorities, he and all who had been tried for this affair were compelled to witness. 2 battalions of soldiers stood in 2 rows, forming a long passage. Every soldier held a flexible switch, of a thickness which, by regulations imperially confirmed, allowed 3 of them to go into the muzzle of a musket. The first man to be led out was Dr. Sokalski. 2 soldiers led him, and the men beat him with the switches on his bare back as he passed. I only saw this when he passed the place where I stood. At first I could hear only the beating of the drum, but when I heard the swishing of the sticks and the sound of the strokes on the flesh, I knew he was approaching. I saw how the soldiers dragged him along by the musket to which he was tied, and how he went shuddering and turning his head from side to side. And once, as they led him past us, I heard a Russian doctor say to the soldiers, "Don't hit hard, have some pity." But they continued to beat him, and when he passed me the second time, he could no longer walk, but was simply being dragged along. It was dreadful to see his back, and I closed my eyes. He fell, and was carried away. Then another prisoner was brought out, then a third, and then a fourth. They all sank under it, and were all carried away, some dead, some just alive, and we had to stand by and witness it. It lasted 6 hours, from early morning till 2 in the afternoon. The last to be brought out was Syrasinsky himself. I had not seen him for a long time, and should hardly have recognized him, he had aged so. His clean-shaven face was all wrinkled and livid. His bare body was thin and yellow, the ribs protruded above his shrunken stomach. He went, as they all did, shuddering at each stroke and jerking back his head, yet he did not groan, but loudly repeated the prayer, Miserere me, Deus, secundum magnam misericordiam tuum. I heard it myself, muttered Rosolowski quickly and hoarsely, and, shutting his mouth firmly, he sniffed. Ludwika, sitting at the window, sobbed, hiding her face in her handkerchief. Why do you describe it? Beasts, beasts that they are, shouted Migursky, and, throwing down his pipe, he sprang from his chair and strode rapidly into his dark bedroom. Albina sat as if petrified, her eyes fixed on a dark corner. Chapter 8. On returning home after drill next day, Migursky was surprised and delighted to notice a great change in his wife. She came to meet him with a light step and beaming face as of old, and led him into their bedroom. Now, José, listen. Yes, what is it? I have been thinking all night of what Rosolowski told us, and I have made up my mind. I can't live like this, I can't live here, I can't. I'll die rather than remain here. But what can we do? Run away. Run away? How? I have thought it all out. Listen. And she told him the plan she had devised during the night. It was this: Migursky was to go away one evening and leave his overcoat on the banks of the Ural, and with it a letter saying he was going to take his life. It would be supposed that he had drowned himself. He would be searched for, and then the fact would be notified. But in reality he would be hidden. She would hide him so that no one would find him. It would be possible to live like that for a month, say, and when all had blown over, they would escape. At first Migursky thought her scheme impracticable. But towards evening, after her passionate and confident persuading, he began to agree with her. He was the more inclined to do so because the punishment for an unsuccessful attempt to desert, such punishment as Rosolowski had described, would fall on him. While success would set her free, and he knew how hard life there had become for her since the children died. Rosolowski and Ludwika were taken into their confidence. And after long discussions, alterations and improvements, a plan was finally adopted. Their first idea was that when Migursky's death should have become an accepted fact, he should run away alone and on foot. Albina would follow in a vehicle, and meet him at some appointed place. Such was the first plan. But when Rosolowski told them of all the unsuccessful attempts that had been made to escape from Siberia during the last 5 years, during which time only one lucky fellow had managed to get away alive, Albina proposed another plan. This was that José should travel to Saratov with her and Ludwika, hidden in their vehicle. From Saratov he was to go disguised along the bank of the Volga, on foot, to an appointed place where he was to meet a boat Albina would hire at Saratov. On this they would sail down the Volga to Astrakhan, and cross the Caspian Sea to Persia. This plan was approved by all, including the expert, Rosolowski. But there was the difficulty of arranging, in a conveyance, a place which would not attract the attention of the officials and yet could conceal a man. When, after a visit to her children's grave, Albina told Rosolowski how hard it was for her to leave their bodies in a strange land, he, after thinking a while, said, "Petition the authorities to let you take the children's coffins with you. They will allow it." "No, I don't want to." "I can't do that," said Albina. "You only ask, that's all. We won't really take the coffins, but we'll make a box big enough to hold them, and we'll put Joseph into it." At first Albina rejected this proposal, so unpleasant was it to her to connect deceit with the memory of her children, but when Migursky cheerfully approved the scheme, she agreed. So the final plan was worked out as follows. Migursky would do all that was necessary to convince the authorities that he had drowned himself. After his death had been accepted as a fact, Albina would present a petition for leave to return home and to take her children's bodies with her, her husband being dead. When she received this permission, the graves would be made to look as if they had been opened and the coffins exhumed. But they would be left where they were, and, instead of them, Migursky would get into the box. The box would be placed in a Tarantus 317 and in this way they would travel to Saratov. At Saratov they would take a boat, and on the boat José would be released from the box, and they would sail down to the Caspian Sea, and thence to Persia or Turkey and to freedom. Chapter 9. First of all, on the pretext of sending Ludwika back to her native land, the Migurskys bought a Tarantus. Then began the construction in the Tarantus of a box, in which, without suffocation, a man could lie huddled up, and which he could easily enter and leave. The three of them, Albina, Rosolowski, and Migursky himself, planned and arranged this box, Rosolowski's help being specially valuable, for he was a good carpenter. The box was arranged to rest upon the poles behind the Tarantus, and the side touching the vehicle, from which part of the back had been removed, was made to open, so that a man could lie partly in the box and partly on the bottom of the vehicle. Besides all this, air holes were drilled in the box, which was to be covered with matting and corded round the top and sides. He could get in and out of the box through the Tarantus, which was furnished with a seat hiding the connection. When the Tarantus and the box were ready, before her husband's disappearance, Albina, to prepare the authorities, went to the colonel and announced that her husband was suffering from melancholia, and had attempted to commit suicide, and that she was anxious about him, and begged for leave of absence for him. Her dramatic talent came in useful here. Anxiety and fear for her husband were so naturally expressed that the colonel was touched, and promised to do what he could. After that Migursky composed a letter, which was to be found in the cuff of his overcoat on the bank of the Ural. And on the appointed evening he went down to the river, waited till dark, left some clothing, with his overcoat and a letter, on the bank, and returned home secretly. In the garret, which was fitted with a lock, a place had been prepared for him. In the night Albina sent Ludwika to the colonel to inform him that her husband had been absent from home for 20 hours, and had not yet returned. In the morning her husband's letter was brought to her, and, her face bathed in tears, and with an appearance of utter despair, she took it to the colonel. A week later Albina presented a petition to be allowed to return to her home. The grief shown by Madame Migursky affected everyone who saw her. They all pitied the unfortunate, widowed mother. When she had received permission to leave, she presented another petition, to be allowed to disinter the bodies of her children and to take them with her. The authorities were surprised at this sentimentality, but gave this permission also. The evening after she had received this second permission, Rosolowski, Albina, and Ludwika, taking the box in which the coffins were to be placed, drove off in a hired cart. At the cemetery where the children were buried, Albina, falling on her knees by their grave, prayed a while, but soon rose, dried her eyes, and saying to Rosolowski, "Do what is necessary. I can't." Stepped aside. Rosolowski and Ludwika moved the gravestone and dug up the top of the grave with spades, so that it looked as if it had been opened. When this was done they called Albina, and returned home with the box full of earth. The day fixed for their departure arrived. Rosolowski rejoiced at the success of the enterprise now so nearly accomplished. Ludwika had baked pastry and cakes for the journey, and, repeating her usual asseveration, "By my mother," declared her heart was bursting with fear and joy. Migursky was glad of his deliverance from the garret where he had spent more than a month, but yet gladder at Albina's animation and joy of life. She seemed to have forgotten all former griefs and all danger, and came running to him in the garret, beaming with rapturous delight as in the days of her girlhood. At 3 in the morning came a Cossack escort, and brought a driver with 3 horses. Albina and Ludwika, with their little dog, got into the Tarantus and sat down on cushions covered with a rug. The Cossack and the driver got onto the box, Migursky, dressed as a peasant, lay at the bottom of the vehicle. They drove out of the town, and the 3 good horses drew the tarantass along the smooth road, hard as a stone, that ran through an endless uncultivated steppe covered with last year's dry, silvery feather grass. Chapter 10. Albina's heart swelled with hope and elation. Wishing to impart her feelings to someone, she occasionally, smiling slightly, drew Ludwika's attention by a movement of her head, first to the Cossack's broad back, and then to the bottom of the tarantass. Ludwika sat looking before her fixedly, with a significant expression, and only slightly twitched her lips. The day was bright. All around spread the boundless desert steppe, its silvery feather grass glittering in the slanting rays of the morning sun. First on one and then on the other side of the hard road, on which the brisk unshod hoofs of the Bashkir horses resounded as on asphalt, appeared little mounds of earth thrown up by Siberian marmots, with one of the little creatures sitting up erect and keeping watch. At the approach of danger it would raise the alarm by a shrill whistle, and disappear down its burrow. They met but few travelers, only a Cossack train of carts laden with wheat, or a mounted Bashkir with whom their Cossack briskly bandied Tartar words. At each post station they got fresh and well-fed horses, and the half-rubles Albina gave to the drivers made them gallop full speed all the way, state messenger style, as they expressed it. At the first station, when the first driver had gone away with the horses and his successor had not yet come with the fresh ones, and the Cossack had gone into the yard, Albina bent down and asked her husband how he felt, and whether he needed anything. "Splendid. Quite comfortable. I want nothing, I can easily lie here for 2 days, if necessary." Towards evening they reached the large village of Dergachi. That her husband might stretch his limbs and refresh himself, Albina did not put up at the post station, but stopped in an inn-yard, and, giving some money to the Cossack, sent him at once to buy her some milk and eggs. The tarantass stood in a shed, and it was dark in the yard. Setting Ludwika to watch the Cossack, Albina let her husband out and fed him, and before the Cossack returned he was again in his hiding place. Albina's spirits rose higher and higher, and she could not restrain her gaiety and delight. Having no one to talk to but Ludwika, the Cossack, and her dog, Trezorka, she amused herself with them. Ludwika, in spite of her plainness, suspected all the men she ever met of having amorous designs upon herself. And on this occasion she had the same suspicions of their escort, the sturdy, good-natured Ural Cossack, with unusually bright and kind blue eyes, whose simplicity and good-natured adroitness made him very agreeable to both the women. Besides Trezorka, at whom Albina shook her finger, not allowing him to sniff under the seat, she now amused herself with Ludwika's comical coquetting with the Cossack, who, never suspecting the designs attributed to him, smiled at all that was said. Albina, excited by the danger, the success that was attending the accomplishment of her plan, and the air of the steppes, experienced a long-forgotten feeling of childlike joy and happiness. Migursky heard her talking merrily, and forgetting himself, in spite of the physical discomfort of his position, which he concealed from her, he was especially tormented by thirst and heat, he rejoiced at her joy. Towards the evening of the second day, something began to appear in the distance, through the mist. It was Saratov and the Volga. The Cossack, whose eyes were used to the steppes, could see the Volga and a mast, and pointed them out to Ludwika, who said she could see them too. But Albina could see nothing, and only repeated loudly, that her husband should hear, Saratov. Volga, as if she were talking to Trezorka, and so she informed her husband of all she saw. Chapter 11. Not entering the town, Albina stopped on the left bank of the Volga, in the Pokrovsky suburb, just opposite Saratov itself. Here she hoped to be able to speak to her husband during the night, and even to let him out of his box. But the Cossack never left the tarantass during the whole of the short spring night, but sat near it in a cart that stood under the same shed. Ludwika, by Albina's orders, remained in the tarantass, and feeling sure it was because of her that the Cossack remained near it, she winked, laughed, and hid her pockmarked face in her kerchief. But Albina saw nothing amusing in this now, and became more and more anxious, wondering why the Cossack remained so persistently near the tarantass. Several times during that short night, in which the evening twilight melted into the twilight of dawn, Albina left the inn, and, passing through a passage which smelt foully, came out into the back porch. The Cossack did not sleep, but sat in the empty cart beside the tarantass, with his legs hanging down. Only just before daybreak, when the cocks were already awake and crowing to one another from yard to yard, Albina went down and found time to speak to her husband. The Cossack, lying stretched out in the cart, was snoring. She came carefully up to the tarantass, and knocked at the box. "Hosea!" No answer. "Hosea! Hosea!" she said louder, quite frightened. "What's the matter?" asked Migursky, in a sleepy voice, inside the box. "Why didn't you answer?" "I was asleep," he said, and by the sound of his voice she knew that he was smiling. "Well, can I get out?" he asked. "No. The Cossack is here," and, saying this, she glanced at the Cossack sleeping in the cart. And, strange to say, though the Cossack was snoring, his kind blue eyes were open. He looked at her, and only when their glances met did he shut his eyes again. Was it only my fancy, or was he really awake? Albina asked herself. It must have been my fancy, she thought, and again turned to the box. "Bear it a bit longer," she said. "Do you want something to eat?" "No, I want to smoke." Albina looked at the Cossack. He was asleep. "Yes, I only fancied it," she thought. "Now I shall go and see the governor." "Well, then, good luck to you." Albina took a dress from her portmanteau and went into the inn to change the one she was wearing. Dressed in her best widow's mourning, Albina crossed the Volga. Hiring an Izvozchik 318 on the quay, she drove to the governor's. The governor received her. The pretty, smiling Polish widow, speaking excellent French, pleased the would-be young old governor very much. He granted all she asked, and bade her call again next day, to receive an order to the mayor of Tsaritsyn. Pleased at the success of her application, and by the effect she noticed that her attractiveness produced on the governor's manners, Albina returned happy and hopeful. She descended the hill in a tarantass, driving along the unpaved street back to the landing. The sun had risen above the forest, and its slanting rays played on the rippling waters of the wide overflow of the river. Apple trees, covered with sweet blossoms, appeared like white clouds to right and left. A forest of masts was seen along the banks, and white sails gleamed on the surface of the broad overflow, ruffled by a gentle breeze. At the landing, after some talk with her driver, Albina inquired whether she could hire a boat to take her to Astrakhan, and dozens of noisy, merry boatmen offered her their services and boats. She came to an agreement with a man she liked better than the rest, and went to look at his boat, that lay among a crowd of others near the landing. The boat had a small movable mast with a sail, and also oars for calm weather. Two healthy-looking burlak rowers sat in the boat, sunning themselves. The merry, kindly boatman advised her not to leave her tarantass behind, but to take off the wheels and place it in the boat. "There will be just enough room, and it will be more comfortable for you to sit in it. If God gives us good weather, we'll run down to Astrakhan in 5 days or so." Having come to terms with the boatman, Albina bade him come to Lojanov's inn, in the Pokrovsky suburb, to see the tarantass and to receive hand money. Everything was succeeding beyond her expectations. In a rapturously happy mood she crossed the Volga, paid her driver, and went towards the inn-yard. Chapter 12. The Cossack, Daniel Lifanov, belonged to the Streletsky settlement, on the watershed of the Volga and the Ural. He was 34, and was completing the last month of the term of his army service. At home he had a grandfather, a man of 90, who could remember Pugachev 319, 2 brothers. A sister-in-law, the wife of an elder brother who had been sent to the mines for being an old believer, a wife, and 2 sons. His father had been killed in the war with the French. He was the head of the family. In his homestead they had 16 horses and 2 yoke of oxen, and they had a good deal of land sown with wheat. Daniel had served in Orenburg and Kazan. He kept strictly to the old faith, did not smoke, would neither eat nor drink out of a vessel used by the Orthodox, and considered his oath sacred. In all his actions he was deliberately, firmly exact. And giving his whole attention to whatever his superiors set him to do, he never forgot it for a moment until he had done his duty as he understood it. Now he was ordered to escort 2 Polish women and 2 coffins to Saratov, so that no evil should befall them on the way, and they were to travel quietly and not be up to any mischief. And at Saratov he was to hand them over honorably to the authorities. And so he had brought them safely to Saratov, little dog, coffins and all. The women, though Poles, were harmless agreeable women, and they did nothing wrong. But here in the Pokrovsky suburb, towards evening, passing by the Tarantus, he noticed that the little dog jumped inside and whined and wagged its tail. And he thought he heard someone's voice coming from under the seat of the Tarantus. One of the Polish women, the old one, grew frightened on seeing the dog in the Tarantus, and caught it and carried it away. "There's something wrong there," thought the Cossack, and remained on the lookout. When the young Polish woman came out in the night to the Tarantus, he pretended to be asleep, and distinctly heard a man's voice coming from the box. Early in the morning he went to the police to let them know that the Polish women entrusted to his care were not traveling honestly, but were carrying, instead of coffins, a live man in their box. When Albina, in her rapturously happy mood, sure that all was now finished, and that in a few days they would be free, came to the inn-yard, she was surprised to see an elegant pair of horses and 2 Cossacks at the gates. A crowd had collected round the gates, and were gazing into the yard. So full of hope and energy was she, that it did not occur to her that the pair of horses and the crowd of people had any connection with her. She entered the yard, and glancing at once towards the shed where her Tarantus stood, she saw that it was just there that the people were crowding. And at the same moment she heard Trezorka barking desperately. The most terrible thing that could possibly have happened had actually come to pass. In front of the Tarantus, in his clean uniform, with buttons, shoulder straps, and patent leather boots glittering in the sunshine, stood an imposing-looking man, with black whiskers, speaking in a loud, hoarse, commanding voice. In front of him, between 2 soldiers, dressed as a peasant, and with bits of hay in his tangled hair, stood her Hosea, raising and lowering his powerful shoulders as if perplexed by what was going on around him. Trezorka, his hair bristling, quite unconscious that he was the cause of all this misfortune, was barking angrily at the police master. When he saw Albina, Migursky gave a start and wished to approach her, but the soldiers prevented him. "Never mind, Albina, never mind," uttered Migursky, with his usual gentle smile. "Ah! Here's the little lady herself," said the police master. "Come here, please. The coffins of your infants, he added, winking towards Migursky. Albina did not answer, but clutching at her breast, stared open-mouthed and horror-stricken at her husband. As happens at the moment of death, and in general at the decisive moments of life, a crowd of feelings and thoughts passed through her mind in a single instant, before she had yet realized or quite believed in her misfortune. The first feeling was one already long familiar to her, a feeling of offended pride at seeing her hero husband humiliated by these coarse, savage people who now had him in their power. How dare they hold him, the best of all men, in their power? At the same time another feeling, the consciousness of misfortune, seized her. This consciousness of her misfortune awoke the memory of the greatest misfortune of her life, her children's death. And at once the question arose, why were the children taken? And this question suggested another, why is he now perishing and being tormented, he, my beloved, my husband, the best of men? And then she remembered the shameful punishment awaiting him, and that it was all her doing. What is he to you? Is he your husband? The police master repeated. Why? What for? She cried. And bursting into hysterical laughter, she fell on the box, which had been removed from the tarantus and now stood on the ground beside it. Shaking with sobs, her face bathed in tears, Ludwika approached her. "Mistress, dear, darling mistress. By God, nothing will come of it, nothing," she said, mechanically passing her hand over Albina. Migurski was handcuffed and led out of the yard. Seeing this, Albina ran after him. "Forgive me. Forgive me," she said. "It is my fault alone. They'll soon find out whose fault it is." "Your turn will come, too," said the police master, and he pushed her aside with his arm. Migurski was taken to the ferry, and Albina followed him without knowing why, paying no heed to Ludwika's dissuasions. The Cossack, Daniel Lifanov, stood all this while by the wheels of the tarantus, looking gloomily now at the police master, now at Albina, now at his own feet. After Migurski had been led away, Trezorka, who had got used to Lifanov on the journey, began wagging his tail and caressing him. The Cossack suddenly moved away from the tarantus, pulled off his cap, threw it violently on the ground, shoved Trezorka aside with his boot, and went into the inn. There he demanded vodka, and drank day and night till he had drunk all the money he had, and all his clothes as well. Only when he came to himself in a ditch, during the second night, did he stop thinking about the tormenting problem, whether he had done well to report to the authorities about the Polish woman's husband inside the box. Migurski was tried for attempting to escape, and was condemned to run the gauntlet through a line of 1,000 men. By the intercession of his relations and of Wanda, who had influential connections in Petersburg, his sentence was commuted to one of exile for life to Siberia. Albina followed him. As to Nicholas I, he rejoiced at having crushed the hydra of revolution, not only in Poland, but throughout Europe, and prided himself on having benefited the Russian people by keeping Poland under Russian rule. And men in gold-embroidered uniforms, wearing stars, so applauded him for this, that he sincerely believed himself to be a great man, and his life a great blessing to humanity, especially to the Russian people, to whose perversion and stupefaction he unconsciously directed all his powers. 1906